Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share tree fanfiction for next part. Chapter 1 Rebirth before the end of the world. In a simple yet elegant single apartment, a young woman was lying on the bed. The woman's facial features were very delicate, her skin was as white as a porcelain doll, and her long black hair was like seaweed, giving people a dreamy feeling. However, the woman was sweating profusely at this time. She looked extremely painful, as if she was suffering great torture. Suddenly, the woman sat up abruptly, holding the quilt and gasping for breath. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down her porcelain white cheeks, flowed down her slender neck, fell into her collar and disappeared. Nian panted for a long time, staring blankly at a certain place before his eyes moved. Looking at the surrounding environment, Nian was a little confused. Where was this? Could it be that someone rescued her? But who will save her? Who can save her? The acid rain came suddenly, pouring down from the sky. Not only her, but everyone outside was corroded by the acid rain and had no chance to escape. Even if someone really saved her, where could there be such a clean and tidy room in the apocalypse? Even the quilt she was holding in her arms exuded a warm smell from the sun. Etc. Nian's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at everything around him in disbelief. Isn't this the apartment she lived in before the end of the world? Realizing this, Nian's heart began to beat wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. Nian lifted the quilt, fumbled on the bed with his hands, and finally found his cell phone under the pillow. The phone clearly shows that it is May 20th, 20XX. Looking at this date, Nian burst into tears instantly. She's back. She is really back. After struggling for 10 years in the apocalypse, she ultimately could not escape a tragic death and actually went back to 3 months before the apocalypse. Nian didn't bother to wipe the tears from her face. She hurriedly opened her phone with her right thumb and clicked on the bank app. When Nian saw the balance of 2.1 billion above, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the previous life, the end of the world came without any warning. By the time everyone realized that something was wrong, money had already lost its original function. Nian has a lot of money, but he can't buy any supplies. So much money, all turned into useless numbers. In this life, she will never let this money go to waste again. She was going to spend them all. All turned into supplies. But where should we put so many supplies? It would be nice if there was room. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Nian thought of something. When she was little, her mother gave her a jade necklace to wear close to her body. The jade was an emerald, square in shape, without any sense of design, but her mother said it was a family heirloom. She had been wearing that necklace in her previous life, until the world became increasingly bad. She didn't dare wear it around her neck anymore for fear of attracting other people's attention, so she kept it close to her body. But she lost it at some unknown time, so she was sad for a long time. After all, that was the only thought her mother left her. But now, the necklace is still on her neck. Nian thought to herself and took off the necklace. Looking at the jade in his palm, Nian had a bold idea in his mind. It's often written in novels that heirlooms usually have space. I don't know if mine has any. As he spoke, Nian got out of bed, put on his slippers and went to the kitchen. Nian picked up a fruit knife and cut his fingertips without any hesitation. The slender white fingers were cut instantly and blood gushed out, but Nian didn't even frown and placed the jade directly on it. A miracle happened. When the blood came into contact with the jade, it was absorbed by the jade. The color of the jade gradually deepened, and soon changed from emerald green to dark red. Until the color of the jade turned into blood red, a red light flashed before Nian's eyes, and the jade disappeared. Also missing was the wound. If there hadn't been bloodstains on the fruit knife, Nian would have almost thought that everything that had happened before was just an illusion. At this moment, a picture appeared in Nian's mind. It was a grey space, empty inside. Nian couldn't enter the space himself, but he could sense the size of the space and every position in the space. This space is 10 meters high and has an area roughly the size of 10 football fields. Nian looked at the fruit knife in his hand, silently thinking about putting it away, and the fruit knife in his hand disappeared in an instant. And in the corner of the space, there was a fruit knife lying quietly. Su Nian had no time to be happy, and did the same thing again, thinking silently in her heart that the fruit knife appeared in her hand again. After many attempts, Su Nian gradually calmed down. Her mother really didn't lie to her. This is truly an heirloom. The novel didn't lie to her. There is indeed room in the heirloom. Before, she was worried about having no place to put the supplies she bought, but now she is only worried about whether her money can buy enough things to fill the space. Su Nian put down the fruit knife, went to the refrigerator and opened it. The cross-door refrigerator is filled with all kinds of food. Fruits, vegetables, bread, yogurt, eggs. There are various kinds of meat in the freezer below. Su Nian reached out and took the bread, yogurt, and fruit, filling her arms. Closing the refrigerator door with his elbow, Su Nian came to the living room with a bunch of food and sat directly on the carpet. All the things were placed in front of him. Su Nian unpacked them one by one and started eating with big mouthfuls. After struggling to survive in the apocalypse for 10 years, eating coarse food is a luxury. In order to survive during those years, Su Nian chewed tree bark, ate grass roots, and even ate soil. Eating the soft and fragrant bread, mellow yogurt, and crisp and sweet fruits again, Su Nian was so happy that she wanted to cry. Taking a deep breath, Su Nian held back her tears. She can't cry. She still has a lot to do. She had to hurry up and eat her fill, not a minute or a second could be wasted. Su Nian stopped eating only when he was full. Looking at the yogurt with only 2 mouthfuls left, Su Nian suddenly had an idea and simply put it into the space. She wanted to try whether this space had the function of preserving fresh things, so that she could better determine what she should stock up. Of course, Su Nian did not sit idle. After eating and drinking, she returned to the bedroom and turned on the computer. Opening a blank document, Su Nian began to plan what supplies he wanted to buy. It is May 20th now. It is not yet officially summer and the temperature is very pleasant. But starting from today, the weather will get warmer little by little. At first, the gradually getting hotter weather did not attract anyone's attention. After all, summer is getting hotter day by day. It was not until the end of August, when the weather was still scorching hot with temperatures reaching 45 degrees, that people realized something was wrong. It was also at that time that many people realized that it seemed like it hadn't rained for a month. There was no rain, and the temperature was rising instead of falling, so people became restless and started rushing to buy supplies. Talk of the end of the world also began to emerge at that time. Chapter 2. In the previous life, Su Nian also rushed to buy supplies. But at that time, the owners of small vendors were willing to keep the supplies tightly in their hands, and few were willing to sell them outside. The big supermarkets and shopping malls continued to operate, but everyone was rushing to buy things, so she couldn't buy much. Not only that, but also because she was a girl living alone, she was targeted by some people with bad intentions. Fortunately, Su Nian had been learning martial arts since he was a child, and had been a lay disciple in Shaolin Temple before he was 10 years old. His skills were unmatched by ordinary people, so he was able to protect himself. Thinking of this, Su Nian wrote 2 words on the first line of the document: weapons. Weapons are very important. Su Nian thinks that his fighting ability is not low, but the fighting power with bare hands and with a weapon are 2 completely different levels. In addition to weapons, food, clothing, housing, and transportation must also be properly arranged. Su Nian's fingers flew on the keyboard, and the words in the document became more and more. When the writing was almost finished, Su Nian printed out the entire document. She had to buy everything according to the records so as not to miss anything. Su Nian changed into a comfortable sports outfit, tied her long hair into a bun, took her keys and wallet, and went out immediately. Taking the elevator to the underground parking lot, Su Nian pressed the key and then followed the sound to find his car. After so many years, Su Nian has forgotten where his parking space is. Su Nian's parents started from scratch, but they were very business savvy. In just 10 years, they accumulated a huge fortune and gave birth to Su Nian. Because Su Nian was kidnapped when she was 3 years old, after she was finally rescued, Su Nian's parents sent her to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts to strengthen her body. In order to keep up with his studies, cultural teachers of various subjects were hired to live with Su Nian in Shaolin Temple. During those years, Su Nian worked day and night without rest, practicing martial arts while learning all kinds of knowledge. It was impossible not to be tired. But every day in the end times, Su Nian is extremely grateful to his parents. Fortunately, they sent her to learn martial arts, otherwise, in that apocalyptic world where people eat each other, she, a young girl living alone, would have no way to protect herself. Su Nian's parents died in a plane crash last year. Su Nian's parents are both only children, and their ancestors passed away one after another in recent years. After Su's father and mother passed away, Su Nian was the only one left in the Su family. After dealing with his parents' funeral, Su Nian sold the company. Unlike his parents, Su Nian has no business acumen. When Su's father and mother were still alive, they discussed this issue with Su Nian. He said that if one day they were gone and Su Nian didn't want to manage the company anymore, he would sell it. The money from the sale was enough for Su Nian to live a worry-free life. Su Nian sold the company for 2.1 billion. If nothing unexpected happens, this huge sum of money will indeed allow Su Nian to live a life without worries about food and clothing. However, the arrival of the end of the world broke all this. Su Nian thought, if her parents saw her miserable life in her previous life, they would be so heartbroken. But in this life, she will definitely try her best to prepare herself so that she can live better and longer in the apocalypse. Although Su Nian is a girl with delicate and beautiful looks, she has a strong personality and her preferences are different from those of ordinary girls because she has been practicing martial arts since she was a child. Su Nian doesn't like fancy sports cars, but prefers off-road vehicles. He currently drives a Hummer. There are 2 rows of 5 seats and an extra-large trunk, which is very suitable for hauling goods. Su Nian drove to the barber shop and had her waist-length hair cut. Su Nian's hair is naturally curly and has never been permed or dyed, so her hair quality is very good. But Su Nian didn't feel sad at all when her waist-length hair was cut down to neck length. Such long hair is too troublesome to wash, and it is too eye-catching in the apocalypse. Cut her hair short and wear a hat, then even if she washes her hair, no one will be able to tell. After leaving the barber shop, Su Nian did not go to the supermarket or shopping mall, but went directly to the largest wholesale market. The wholesale market has a wide variety of goods at low prices, and you can get even better deals if you buy in large quantities. Even with 2.1 billion yuan in his hands, Su Nian still has to be thrifty and spend every penny carefully. When he arrived near the wholesale market, Su Nian parked the car and rented a warehouse in a remote location for 3 months. After renting the warehouse and getting the key, Su Nian checked and confirmed that there were no cameras in the warehouse. Then he locked the door and went to the wholesale market. Su Nian first ordered a batch of shelves. This type of shelf is 2 meters long, 3 meters high, and 50 centimeters wide, and the retail price is 250 yuan each. Because Su Nian ordered 1,000 at once, the boss was very happy and gave her a big discount, 240,000 yuan, for a total of 240,000 yuan. Su Nian gave a deposit of 100,000 yuan, left her mobile phone number and warehouse address, and asked the boss to call her when he delivered the goods the next day. Su Nian plans to assemble these shelves and arrange them like in a supermarket, dividing them into different areas and placing things on them so that they will be easier to find when needed. After leaving the store, Su Nian went to the grain store. The grain store was busy, so Su Nian waited for a while before the boss had time to greet her. "What do you want to buy, little girl?" While waiting, Su Nian had carefully looked at the items in the store. The store was very large and had a very complete range of products. Hearing the boss's question, Su Nian spoke slowly. "I want 1,000 bags of Vuchang rice, 1,000 bags of pearl rice, and 1,000 bags of long-grain fragrant rice. 1,000 bags of ordinary flour, high-gluten flour, medium-gluten flour, and low-gluten flour. Glutinous rice, millet, koya seed, black rice, and purple rice, 2,000 kilograms of each. Red beans, mung beans, kidney beans, soybeans, black beans, cowpeas, broad beans, and peas, 2,000 kilograms each. Corn flour, bean flour, sweet potato flour, sorghum flour, mung bean flour, and buckwheat flour all weigh 2,000 kilograms. How many kinds of starch do you have? Give me 500 kilograms of each. Nian finished speaking in one breath, and then he noticed that the boss was looking at him stupidly. Nian raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The boss came back to his senses and looked Nian up and down. Little girl, you are not here to tease me, are you? Nian frowned. Why am I teasing you? I want to open a big shopping mall of my own, and I'm here to buy some goods today. The boss looked at Nian with a complicated expression, obviously still not believing her. Seeing this, Nian simply said, first you calculate the total amount of the things I want, and I will pay you half of the deposit, then you should believe it. Seeing that Nian was serious, the boss was skeptical, but still picked up the calculator and started typing. 10 minutes later, the boss handed the written bill to Nian. Nian skipped the unit price and went straight to the total. So many things for just over 1.8 million. It's less than 2 million? Seeing that Nian didn't say anything, the boss wanted to take back the bill. He knew that this girl must be here to tease him. Who would open a shopping mall and purchase goods from the wholesale market? At this moment, a slender hand as white as jade pressed on the bill. Boss, what's your account number? I'll transfer the money to you right now. Chapter 3. The boss stared at Nian in astonishment. Do you really want to buy it? Nian nodded as a matter of course I will buy it. I have already told my family that I want to start my own business this time, and I will definitely surprise them. Hearing Nian's words, the boss nodded subconsciously. Who wouldn't be surprised to buy so much food? Although he thought so in his mind, the boss still quickly reported his account. If you don't make money even though you have it, you're ABD. He doesn't care whether Nian can make money or not. Anyway, he has to make money from Nian first. Nian paid half of the deposit and agreed that the goods would be delivered to the warehouse in 3 days and he would call her then. Then she left the store. Now that the food has been bought, the next step is to buy oil. Nian went to a store that specialized in selling oil and ordered 100 barrels of rapeseed oil, 100 barrels of peanut oil, 100 barrels of soybean oil, 100 barrels of sunflower oil, and 100 barrels of sesame oil. I asked for 500 bottles of each of hemp oil, corn oil, olive oil, camellia oil, palm oil, grapeseed oil, and walnut oil. There was so much oil that Nian felt she wouldn't be able to finish it in her next life, let alone this one. But because he was afraid of being hungry in his previous life, Nian didn't care whether he could finish the meal or not, he just wanted to buy. Whatever she buys is hers, and that way she can feel safe. Next, Nian went to the grocery store to buy various seasonings. Salt is an indispensable item. Not only can it be eaten by oneself, but it is also a very popular currency after the end of the world and can be used to exchange things. A box of salt contains 50 bags, and Nian bought 1,000 boxes at one time. In addition to salt, there is also sugar, which is also hard currency in the end times. 1,000 kilograms of white granulated sugar, 1,000 kilograms of white rock sugar, 1,000 kilograms of yellow rock sugar, and 1,000 kilograms of brown sugar. Various fruit hard candies, milk candies, and crispy candies, each of which cost 500 kilograms. I ordered 500 bottles of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, balsamic vinegar, rice vinegar, white vinegar, cooking wine, and wei ji xian. I ordered 100 boxes of chicken essence, message, 5 spice powder, 13 spice powder, cumin powder, chili powder, and pepper powder. We also bought 100 boxes of various barbecue ingredients, hot pot bases, and cooking ingredient packets. Nian also didn't forget to buy various sauces. Mushroom sauce, lao gan ma, soybean sauce, bean paste, bibimbap sauce, chili sauce, sweet noodle sauce, Korean sweet and spicy sauce, each is sold by the box, 200 boxes of one kind. Spices are also essential. Sichuan pepper, star anise, bay leaves, cloves, rosemary, sage, fennel, chili pepper, cinnamon, etc., each costing 200 kilograms. Because Su Nian needs a large quantity, these things can only be delivered tomorrow at the earliest. Seeing that it was already noon, Su Nian simply left the wholesale market and drove to eat. Having not eaten in a restaurant for many years, after seeing the delicious meal on the table, Su Nian swallowed his saliva and couldn't wait to start eating. Su Nian used to come to this restaurant often. They serve home-cooked dishes, but they taste very good. Su Nian felt it was a pity to think that after the end of the world, he would not be able to eat these things. After thinking about it, Su Nian made a decision. After eating, Su Nian found the boss. Under the pretext of ordering work meals, Su Nian ordered 10 portions of every dish in the store, and would pick them up every day at noon for a month. It's not that Su Nian plans to buy only these, but in addition to this store, Su Nian has many other favorite restaurants. She plans to visit all of them and place orders at each store. In this way, even at the end of the world, she can still taste the taste before the end of the world. Su Nian spent the entire afternoon going from restaurant to restaurant and finally ordered all of his favorite dishes. Seeing the sun setting, Su Nian simply went to the snack street. There are also many delicious foods on the snack street, which of course cannot be missed. Jelly, cold skin, cold noodles, stinky tofu, grilled gluten, grilled skewers, each of them is missed by Su Nian. She ate and bought things at the same time, and when she left the snack street, her hands were full. If the snack street wasn't so crowded with people and surveillance cameras everywhere, she would have put all these things in the space long ago. Only after getting in the car did Su Nian put all the snacks into the space. When it was almost dark, Su Nian had already checked and found that the 2 mouthfuls of yogurt she had left were still in the same state as when she had first put them in. This space can be kept fresh. Whatever you put in is what you take out. In this way, Su Nian no longer has any worries and can go shopping with abandon. After returning home and taking a shower, Su Nian did not go to bed immediately, but opened Doubao. Some things can be bought at wholesale markets, while some things can be bought online. For example, some of her favorite snacks: pickled pepper chicken feet, tiger skin chicken feet, various spicy strips, rice crackers, potato chips, dried fish, shredded squid, Su Nian, all are available for order. Because the order quantity was large, Su Nian did not write his home address and sent it directly to the rented warehouse. After placing the order, Su Nian took out the list he had printed out earlier, ticked the items he had already bought, and then went to sleep peacefully. This sleep was not a good one, as my dreams were filled with scenes of struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Finally it was dawn. Su Nian opened his eyes and made sure that he was still sleeping in his room. Then he let out a long sigh. Fortunately it was just a dream. In this life, she will definitely live better than in her previous life. For breakfast, Su Nian fried sausages and eggs for herself, and had a delicious meal with the millet porridge and soup dumplings she bought yesterday. After eating and drinking, Su Nian immediately drove out. Today is another big shopping day. All the things I bought the day before were food and drinks, so Su Nian went to buy daily necessities today. Washing powder, laundry liquid, soap, perfumed soap, shampoo, shower gel, conditioner, toothbrushes, ointment, dishwashing liquid, all bought in boxes, 200 boxes of each. I bought so much toilet paper, wet wipes, disinfectant wipes, and sanitary napkins that I couldn't use up in 2 lifetimes. As for skincare products and facial cleansers, Su Nian has already made phone calls and ordered dozens of sets of each of the brands she often uses. After thinking about it, Su Nian decided to buy several large boxes of cheap and easy-to-use hand cream and vanishing cream. After buying toiletries, Su Nian went to buy disposable lunch boxes, disposable chopsticks, plastic wrap, storage bags, tin foil, etc. These were all consumables, and production was not resumed until the 10th year after the end of the world. So Su Nian bought a lot of each kind. With so many disposable lunch boxes, even if she used 2 for a meal and threw away 2, she would have enough to last her next lifetime. In addition to eating, drinking is also important. The first year of the apocalypse was extremely hot. Not only was the temperature ridiculously high, but it didn't rain either. Water was a very important resource for survival. Nian contacted the manufacturer and ordered 1,000 buckets and 1,000 water tanks. Each water tank can hold 5 tons of water. There is a faucet installed at the bottom of the tank. When water is needed, you can just turn it on to get water. The bucket is the kind used on water dispensers, and Nian plans to use it to collect filtered water. Chapter 4. The apartment where Nian lives is equipped with the most advanced water filtration device, and the filtered water is of very good quality. 3 months was enough time for Nian to fill all the buckets and tanks. In addition to these, Nian also bought a batch of bottled mineral water, as well as various drinks, yogurt, and milk that he liked. Instant food is also needed. Instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, bagged rice noodles, chongqing noodles, snail noodles, hot and sour noodles, and homemade hot pots. I bought hundreds of boxes of each. There were also energy bars, chocolates, and Snickers, which were very well advertised. Nian bought dozens of boxes of each. In the end times, cigarettes, alcohol and tea are also a kind of hard currency. Although Nian didn't need them himself, he still bought some of each and saved them up, hoping they would come in handy in the future. After buying these things in the morning, Nian went to the warehouse in the afternoon and waited there to receive the goods. The first thing delivered was the shelves. These shelves are all unassembled. If Nian were to assemble them all by himself, I don't know how long it would take. Nian negotiated with the unloading workers and gave them extra money to ask them to help with the assembly. Nian was generous and paid the workers well, so naturally the workers had no complaints. There is strength in numbers, and these people are used to working, so all the shelves were assembled in 3 hours. While they were assembling, Nian went to withdraw cash and paid them directly in cash. After seeing off the workers, it was getting dark. Nian turned off the lights in the warehouse, put all the shelves inside into the space, then locked the door and left. In order not to arouse suspicion, Nian decided to rent a truck tomorrow and drive to the warehouse twice a day to pretend to ship the goods out. After returning home, Nian contacted various factories while eating dinner. For various types of clothing, Nian plans to purchase directly from manufacturers. Not only is the variety complete, but the price is also cheaper. We ordered dozens of quilts, down quilts, silk quilts, cashmere blankets, and wool blankets. The 4-piece sets are for use in spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and are made of various materials. We ordered dozens of sets. Nian has a lot of clothes, but these are enough for daily life, but they are not enough in the end times. You should prepare more sun protection clothing, assault clothing, and cold-proof clothing. For short-sleeved shirts and shorts, Nian chose simple and elegant styles and bought several hundred pieces of each style. As for close-fitting underwear, I chose from many styles and bought thousands of sets of each. After the extreme heat of the year is over, extreme cold will follow, with temperatures dropping to -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, so you must prepare cold-proof clothes. Nian doesn't care about style, but only about practicality. I bought 100 super thick, ankle-length black down jackets. Warm clothes, thermal pants, cashmere coats, buy 100 pieces of each. When buying clothes, Nian always buys bigger ones, not clothes that are meant to be worn next to the body, so that they can fit over the clothes when they are thicker. The colors are all dark black and grey. They don't care about appearance, but only about practicality. The green military coat, although not very good looking in style, is actually very thick and warm. Nian also bought 100 pieces. Compared to the various styles of clothes, the styles of shoes are much simpler. Sports shoes, hiking shoes, snow boots, and slippers for wearing at home. As for the high heels, Nian didn't even look at them. She had long since expelled those flashy things from her world. During the following period, Nian was either receiving goods or placing orders every day. All kinds of insecticides, mosquito coils, insect repellent powders, floral water, anti-itching creams, and frostbite creams are all ordered from factories. Not only are they discounted for large quantities, but they are also less likely to arouse suspicion. After all, the factory only sells the goods and doesn't care what you use them for. In addition, various medicines must also be prepared. But the quantity available from the pharmacy is too small. Nian thought about it and decided to contact an old friend of his father's who was a pharmaceutical representative and had connections in this area. After the other party received Nian's call and listened to Nian's request, he did not refuse and agreed directly. After all, what Nian needs are some common medicines, such as antipyretics, cold medicines, cough suppressants, anti-inflammatory drugs, and some medicines for stomach problems and diarrhea. In addition, there are some medicinal powders, sprays, disinfectants, alcohol, cotton, iodine, gauze, bandages and band-aids that are needed for external injuries. There were not many varieties, but Nian wanted a large quantity, so the other party still asked what Nian wanted these for. To this end, Nian had already thought of an answer. Nian just said that he wanted to donate to the mountainous areas and do something within his ability. This is not entirely a lie. After receiving the goods, Nian did donate a small portion of them. But what was left was enough for her. After all, the other party helped him, so Nian still ordered a batch of food and drinks and had them delivered to his home anonymously. Whether it is the end of the world or rebirth, Nian does not intend to tell anyone. You can call her cold-blooded or ruthless, but she has died once. Now that she has finally saved her life, she just wants to live a good life. After the issue of medicines was resolved, all the goods ordered by Nian were gradually stored in the space. After receiving the last batch of goods, Nian locked the warehouse door and drove away. After asking around, Nian finally got some clues about the weapons. A weapons enthusiast opened a cold weapon collection museum. The items sold there are apparently collectibles, but there are actually quite a few real things as well. Nian went there and bought 2 tang swords, a long dagger and a short dagger. Just these 4 things cost Nian 2 million. But Nian didn't feel sorry at all. She has no shortage of money, as long as she gets value for money. At this time, a month has passed since Nian was reborn. After picking up the cooked food he ordered from various stores, Nian rented a large truck and left the city. He had bought enough food, but not yet any vegetables and fruits. Nian planned to drive directly to the countryside or farms to collect them, so as to ensure that they were fresh. As for meats such as chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and mutton, Nian also plans to buy freshly slaughtered ones. Another advantage of freshly slaughtered animals is that you can also buy fresh pig blood and duck blood. In addition, canned food is also needed. Nian went to the cannery again and bought a lot of canned food. I also bought cooked food such as ham, braised beef, braised pig's trotters, and grey fried tofu. Next, Nian spent a month driving around several nearby cities and bought everything he could think of. During this period, every time Nian passed by a gas station, he would go to refuel. After leaving the gas station, they will find a place without surveillance, pump out the gasoline, and put it into the oil barrel purchased in advance. This method is stupid and troublesome, but it is safe. After a month, Nian had stored several tons of gasoline and diesel. It's not much, but it's enough for Nian. Chapter 5. After running around for a month, Nian returned to his apartment and curled up on the sofa, feeling extremely tired. However, she was extremely satisfied in her heart. Just looking at the space full of supplies, Nian felt very safe. Nian took out the printed list again and checked for any omissions. There was less than a month left until the end of the world, and she wanted to take a good look to see if there was anything she hadn't bought. After seeing this, Nian realized that she had really missed a lot of things. Diesel generators, gasoline generators, solar panels, solar lamps, solar lamp power banks, flashlights, batteries, candles, fans, air conditioning fans, small suns, and hot packs, all of these must be arranged. Another very important thing is seeds. After the end of the world, the climate was extreme and the conditions outside were not suitable for crop growth at all. People had no way to plant crops, and life became increasingly difficult. Although Nian doesn't know how to farm, he prepares some seeds now, which may be useful in the future. To ensure that everything would go well, Su Nian bought seeds from a seed store and also went to the countryside to collect seeds kept by farmers. Even if they kept the seeds, they would not be able to preserve them when the weather got really hot. They could only watch the seeds rot, so they might as well sell them to her. Su Nian is not a cold-blooded person after all. Looking at these simple uncles and aunts, he still reminded them. My friend works at the weather station. He said the temperature will continue to rise. You'd better buy more food and drinks and store them well. A reminder, don't worry about leaving any traces that could be tracked down. She probably won't have the chance to see these people again. Plus, she had put on makeup and disguised herself, so even if we met again, you might not recognize her. After buying the seeds, Su Nian went to buy fuel. For fuel, Su Nian bought 20 tons of coal. After thinking about it, Su Nian added more gas tanks. When she drove to get them, she would have to store at least 1,000 tanks. There is also portable gas, which costs hundreds of boxes. Su Nian also bought 10 diesel tricycles, 10 pedal tricycles, and 10 bicycles. I also bought a lot of accessories for various cars. In the end times, only a few people can drive cars. Being able to drive a diesel three-wheeler is already very cool. Most people ride pedal tricycles or bicycles. During the time when Su Nian was traveling to other cities, he would go looking for delicious food whenever he had the chance. Now in her space, 10 shelves are filled with all kinds of prepared food. In order to accommodate more delicious food, Su Nian also bought small shelves and placed them on the large shelves. At first glance, the shelves are neatly organized and every inch of space is utilized to the maximum. There are 10 empty shelves next to it, where Su Nian plans to put the meals he cooks. From now on, Su Nian no longer plans to go out and will cook every meal by herself. Every time she makes a little more, and puts the excess into disposable lunch boxes and stores them in a storage space, so that she can take them out and eat them directly when it is inconvenient to cook. For more than 2 months, Su Nian has been busy collecting various supplies and has not paid much attention to time. Now that I have some free time, I realize that it is already mid-August. Su Nian went online to look for some posts and found that the internet was quite normal, without any comments about the end of the world. But Su Nian knew that this was just the calm before the storm and it would not last long. In the following days, Su Nian only went out occasionally to buy some small things that he suddenly remembered. Su Nian spends most of the rest of the time staying in the apartment and cooking. Su Nian's cooking skills are good. Although he has been rusty for 10 years due to the end of the world, he quickly regained his feeling once he got started. The dishes are cooked in different ways every day, and the aroma can be smelled almost 10 miles away. Su Nian even saw someone in the community group asking who was cooking delicious food at home all day long, making him so hungry that he would wake up in the middle of the night. Seeing this news, Su Nian just laughed it off. What she is more concerned about are some posts on the internet. As time approaches the end of August, the temperature not only does not drop, but is rising day by day. Every day there are news reports on Weibo about passers-by fainting from the heat and enthusiastic people helping to call for help. When everyone first saw this news, they all expressed their admiration for the true love that exists in the world. But as time went by, someone soon realized that something was wrong. Early that morning, Su Nian habitually ate breakfast while browsing his phone. A post that was pushed to the top attracted all of Su Nian's attention. The weather is getting more and more abnormal. This morning, the temperature has already risen to 40 degrees. The weather warning said that the maximum temperature during the day will be as high as 45 degrees. It would be fine if it was just hot, but haven't you noticed that high temperatures have been reported all over the country recently and it hasn't rained for more than a month? I heard from the older generation that if something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. It's best for everyone to stock up on food and drinks at home, just in case. After seeing this post, Su Nian really wanted to give a like, but finally held back. This post has become very popular, with hundreds of comments below it. Some people agree with the op's point of view, while others say that the op is worrying too much. It's just extremely hot, it happens every year, what's the big deal? In response to these remarks, a hint of irony flashed in Su Nian's eyes. Soon these people will find out whether the host of this post is making a fuss out of nothing. Su Nian remembered that in his previous life, the temperature reached 50 degrees on September 1st. 50 degrees is no longer a temperature suitable for human survival. At that time, all companies were on holiday and switched to working from home. Even supermarkets, shopping malls, and various shops on the street have switched to opening at night. There are still 3 days until September 1st, and Su Nian thought about it and went out. However, as soon as Su Nian walked out of the apartment building, he realized something was wrong. There was heat all around me, not a breath of wind, and the air seemed to be distorted by the sun. As soon as he stepped into the sun, Su Nian immediately retreated back to the shadow. But even so, the little bit of skin exposed was still sunburned, making Su Nian feel a burning pain. Su Nian frowned, turned, entered the unit door, and took the elevator upstairs. Back in the room, Su Nian found the outdoor thermometer and reached out of the window. The numbers on the thermometer kept jumping up, and when they stopped, they clearly showed the numbers 51. Su Nian looked at the thermometer with a frown. Has the high temperature outbreak come early? Although it was unexpected, it made sense if you think about it carefully. If she can be reborn, what's impossible about things happening earlier? However, the temperature rose so quickly that people did not have time to buffer, and it is estimated that many people were not prepared. Chapter 6. Just as Su Nian thought, the temperature suddenly soared and many people who went out fainted outside due to the heat. If someone sees you, they can help call an ambulance. Those who were not seen died directly because of it. Especially some elderly people, they always like to go out for a walk in the morning, walk until noon, go to the supermarket to buy vegetables, and then go home. Even young people with strong bodies cannot withstand this sudden rise in temperature, let alone these older people. The sound of ambulances continued throughout the day. The community where Su Nian lives is a high-end community with both apartment buildings and residential buildings. There were many people living in the community, and some of them fainted from the heat, so the ambulance had to make many trips back and forth. Various posts about high temperatures appear on the internet one after another, like snowflakes. Su Nian would open it and take a look at it at the beginning, but later he just turned off his phone. This is just the beginning, and the days ahead will only be more difficult. The temperature didn't drop until dark. The neighborhood, which had been quiet all day, became noisy after dark. After Su Nian changed her clothes, she also went downstairs. As soon as I walked out of the unit door, a wave of heat hit me in the face. Su Nian estimated that even though it was dark, the temperature should still be over 30 degrees. Not long after walking, Su Nian felt sticky and had a thin layer of sweat on his body. But even so, Su Nian had no intention of going upstairs. The temperature will only get hotter day by day in the future. She needs to adapt her body to the current temperature so that she can survive better in the apocalypse. Once you leave the community, you can see that all kinds of shops on the street are open, and there are various stalls on the roadside. Su Nian walked along the way and bought quite a few small things. Over the past 3 months, Su Nian has been collecting various supplies. 1.8 billion of the 2.1 billion has been spent, and 9/10 of the space has been filled. Of the remaining money, Su Nian only kept a few million in cash, and exchanged the rest into gold bars and piled them in the space. With just these few million, Su Nian didn't know if he could spend them all before the money lost its function. He bought things as he walked. As long as he liked something, Su Nian would buy it regardless of whether it was useful or not. After walking around outside for 2 hours, Su Nian finally returned home. The first thing I do when I get home is take a shower. After taking a shower, Su Nian came to the ice maker, took out all the ice in it, put it into a big bucket, and then put it into the space. After returning from the neighboring city, Su Nian ordered 2 ice machines to be placed at home, making ice 24 hours a day. All the cured ice was put into a large bucket purchased in advance and placed in the space. While there is still electricity, Su Nian wants to make more ice, so that when the power goes out, even if the generator cannot be used, some ice can be used to cool down. After buying the ice machine, Su Nian drove her Hummer to several cold storages and bought several truckloads of popsicles. Su Nian also bought a lot of raw materials for making popsicles. When Su Nian has nothing to do, he will make some and freeze them in the refrigerator, and then put them into the space when they are frozen. She is like a little hamster, filling up her own space little by little. The supplies in the space are clearly divided into different areas. Although Su Nian herself cannot enter the space, if she wants to find something, she only needs to determine the location and she can take it out immediately. Before going to bed, Su Nian checked the supplies in the space, then closed his eyes contentedly. 3 months after his rebirth, Su Nian no longer has nightmares when he sleeps at night. When Su Nian woke up, it was already bright outside, with light coming in through the gaps in the curtains. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and opened his phone to take a look. It's only 4:30 in the morning. Not only is the weather getting hotter, but the day breaks are also coming very early. Fortunately, the sun hasn't come out yet, and there is still a little cool breeze when you get up early. Su Nian turned off the air conditioner and opened the window to let the outside air in. Su Nian didn't plan to go out during the day, so he could only sense the temperature outside and adapt himself as quickly as possible. After washing up, Su Nian went to the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Take out the big pot for cooking porridge, put the soaked mung beans in, add some rock sugar, turn on the switch and let it cook slowly. Su Nian took out some flour from the space and started kneading the dough. Su Nian plans to make scallion pancakes today. After each scallion pancake was made, Su Nian would put it directly into the space. In this way, the scallion pancake will retain the taste of freshly cooked pan. Time is still in this space and smells will not spread. There is no need to worry that the smells of various foods will blend together. Su Nian made a lot of dough and baked more than 100 pancakes in one go. That is to say, she has been practicing martial arts since she was a child and is much stronger than the average person. Otherwise, just kneading dough and rolling pancakes would break her arms. Although she was cooking, Su Nian thought that this could also be considered a disguised form of physical exercise. Su Nian did not put away the cooked mung bean soup immediately, but let it cool to room temperature and then put it in the freezer. After a few hours on the ice, it becomes mung bean shaved ice. Then pack it into disposable lunch boxes and put it into the space. In the hot summer, eating a bowl of icy green bean smoothie can cool you down from the inside out. Su Nian has been busy with her own things and there is no news about her online. By the time she finished her work and took a shower, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Nian came to the living room holding half a chilled watermelon, put the watermelon on the small table, and sat down cross-legged on the carpet. The chilled watermelon was cool and sweet, and one bite of it refreshed Su Nian's heart, which was tired after a busy morning. After eating a few bites of watermelon, Su Nian finally turned on his cell phone. The weather forecast says that today's maximum temperature will reach 55 degrees. In order to avoid sunburn, schools of all sizes have been closed. Companies that could allow employees to work from home did so, while those that could not switched to working at night or simply took a day off. Su Nian closed Weibo and opened Taiba. In the forum, there were a lot more comments about the end of the world than the day before. Many people are advising everyone to stock up on food and water, and some people are so carefree as to take photos of the supplies they have stockpiled and post them online. In his previous life, Su Nian also saw such a post. At that time, Su Nian did not take it seriously until later when he heard that some people who had posted their supplies had their belongings robbed. This incident also alerted Su Nian, making her realize that one should be low-key in life and work, and must understand the principle of not showing off wealth. In the WeChat community group, the number of messages has already reached 999 plus, but new messages still keep popping up. Su Nian took a look and saw that most of the people were complaining about the bad weather, and some said they wanted to buy more supplies. Some people are also worried that as the temperature remains so high and electricity consumption continues to increase, it may cause power outages. Chapter 7. The power outage is certain to happen. Not only will there be a power outage, but there will also be a water outage. Su Nian remembered that in his previous life, power and water restrictions began in mid-September. Electricity is only available for 4 hours a day during the hottest time of the day, at noon. Water is supplied once in the morning and once in the evening, for 2 hours each time. In this case, because they belong to a relatively high-end community, the lines are all newly replaced. In some old residential areas, there are countless cases of line fires and transformer explosions. In some places, fires occurred due to the hot weather and aging power lines, causing considerable casualties. But Nian didn't say this news. Whether she said it or not, it wouldn't change anything. The line problem couldn't be solved by just her saying a word. I just hope that the people above can pay attention to this problem earlier and respond in advance. After the school was closed, the happiest people were the students. I can eat, drink and play at home every day without any pressure. The only thing that made them unhappy was that it was too hot during the day and they couldn't go out to play. Because people can't go out during the day, the community becomes lively after dark. Even though Nian lived on the 18th floor, she could still hear the children's laughter and screams clearly. Nian does not feel annoyed, but hopes that such voices will always exist. Because this means that the end of the world has not yet come. Although people's lives have been affected to some extent, at least order is still there. But Nian also knew that this situation probably wouldn't last long. With a deep sigh, Nian drove to the mall. There are a lot of people in the mall. After all, there is air conditioning in the mall, and it's free, so it would be a waste not to use it. Nian pushed the shopping cart slowly. She did not go to the grain and oil area, but to the snack area. She put all her favorite snacks, nuts, and dried fruits into the shopping cart. No matter how full these things are, if Nian buys more, it won't be considered as collecting too much of other people's survival resources. Only after the shopping cart was full did Nian push it to the checkout counter. The freezer was right here, filled with a wide variety of ice creams. Nian picked out 2 flavors that she liked and paid for them all together. When Nian was pushing the cart out, she heard an old lady talking about her. Nowadays, these young girls are as thin as bamboo poles. They don't eat well and just eat snacks all day long. How can their bodies bear it in the long run? Hearing this, Nian just laughed it off. She would never go back and tell the old lady that although her arms were thin, she could easily break the thick wooden stick. In the blink of an eye, the weather is getting hotter day by day. Nowadays, every household has large windows with no insulation at all. During the day, I was so sunburned that I couldn't sleep well. Soon, some people installed thermal insulation curtains outside their windows. Nian had already prepared the thermal insulation curtains, but he just didn't want to be the first to take action. After seeing that several houses in the community had installed thermal insulation curtains outside their windows, Nian installed them on his own windows as well. Solar panels are also installed. If she remembered correctly, the power supply would be limited in a few days. Install the solar panels in advance so that you won't be caught off guard when the time comes. Although Nian is adapting to the temperature outside every day, he has never thought about really keeping himself in high temperatures all day long. That's asking for trouble. She bought so many supplies so that she could live better in the apocalypse, rather than having the supplies and suffering in the apocalypse. Just a few days after Nian installed the solar panels, there was a power outage in their neighborhood. Before this, there were power outages in nearby communities. Nian also saw some people in the community group expressing their relief. Just 2 days later, it was their community's turn. The power outage happened at noon and the temperature outside was already as high as 60 degrees. Even with thick insulation curtains hung, the room was still as hot as a steamer more than 10 minutes after the power outage. Nian connected the solar panels, pulled a power strip into the bedroom, and took the air conditioning fan out of the space. There is an ice storage bin at the lower back of the air conditioning fan. Put ice cubes in it and turn on the power, and the wind that blows out will be slightly cold. One air conditioning fan could not lower the temperature much, so Nian took out 2 more and placed them in 3 different directions to blow towards the bed. In this way, she felt much cooler when she sat on the bed covered with an ice mat. There is a movable table next to the bed, and an iPad on the table is playing a TV series. Nian took out half a chilled watermelon, picked up a spoon and bit it one spoonful at a time. The watermelons were collected by Nian at the farm. They were freshly picked, full of juice and sweet. There are tens of thousands of watermelons like this in Nian's space. Nian scooped another spoonful of watermelon into his mouth and squinted his eyes happily. At this time in her previous life, her apartment was as hot as a steamer. Even though she was wearing minimal clothes, lying on a cool mat, and fanning herself, she still felt dizzy and hot. Compared with the previous life, now is simply a fairy tale life. I bought many iPads in the past year, and each one was filled with various downloaded variety shows, TV series, novels, music, and movies. In addition, there are several iPads filled with standalone games that she can play when she is bored. I also bought a lot of paper books, including famous works, novels, picture books, and various professional knowledge. Nian didn't care whether he could read it or not, he just bought it and put it in his space. After eating melons for a while, Nian opened the community owners group again. The news in the group has exploded, and the word hot appears in almost every message. Looking at the news, Nian remained silent. Her abilities are limited and she cannot help others, so she can only try her best to keep herself alive. This time the power was out and it didn't come back on until 8 p.m. At the same time, a notice on limited power supply was also issued. Many people complained and objected, but to no avail. Those who are more creative have already started looking for ways and contacts to buy generators or solar panels. After the power supply was limited, people who could originally work from home no longer had the option to work. Without a job, there is naturally no income. Those who have savings can still live off their savings, but there is still a group of people who live paycheck to paycheck and are finding themselves struggling to make ends meet. There is no income, but consumption has increased greatly. Because the weather was getting hotter and it wasn't raining, doomsday rhetoric was getting more intense, and the price of this material was rising rapidly. Before, Nian only had to spend more than 1,000 yuan to buy a cart of snacks at the supermarket. But now it costs 2,000 yuan. These are just snacks. The prices of rice, flour, grains, oils, fruits and vegetables, ice cream, cold drinks, etc. have doubled or tripled. Chapter 8. Nian goes to the supermarket every night. In order not to appear too different, she buys other things besides snacks. When stockpiling goods, Nian bought a lot of rice and noodles, as well as instant noodles, but no dried noodles. Now, Nian has stockpiled some. Although the taste of the noodles is not very good, it is durable and can be taken out in front of people later. The city where Nian lives is not far from the imperial capital and is also a first-tier city. There are countless shopping malls and supermarkets of all sizes in the city. Nian goes to a different place every night and buys different kinds of things each time. After getting in the car, he put most of the things away and put them into the space, and only then took the rest home, which did not arouse anyone's suspicion. After all, in the current situation, there are many people like Nian who buy supplies for their homes every day. It is already mid-September. At this time of year in previous years, autumn clothes have already been on the market and winter clothes are ready to go. But this year, people feel hot even when wearing short sleeves and shorts. When Nian went out at night, he saw many stores having big sales on autumn and winter clothes. Nian has accumulated a lot of these clothes, but they are all for her to wear. Looking at the various styles of clothes in the store, Nian hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. In her previous life, Nian struggled to survive alone in the apocalypse. There were men who approached her, but all of them had various purposes. Nian is not stupid, so she naturally would not be with such a person, so until the 10th year after the apocalypse, Nian was still alone. In this life, Nianfu is not sure whether he will still live alone for the rest of his life, but as the saying goes, it is better to be prepared. Since you have encountered this situation, just buy some clothes to prepare. It is really used, not useless. If it's not used, how could it not be used? She can keep it for herself. With this mentality, Nian bought a lot of men's clothing. All sizes are above 185. Nian felt that she was still very picky when it came to men. A man who can't wear size 185 clothes can't possibly be her boyfriend. Nian's car was parked outside. After paying the bill, she ran back and forth several times with 2 store clerks before finally loading all her clothes, shoes, and socks into the car. Fortunately, the car has enough space, otherwise it would not be able to fit it. Nian drove back to the underground parking lot of the community, parked the car, and went into the elevator carrying a bag of food. As for the clothes, after they were written, Nian had already put them into the space. The elevator stopped at the first floor, the door opened, and 2 middle-aged ladies came in. The 2 of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands, their faces were red and sweaty from tiredness, but they did not forget to chat after they stood still. When I get home, quickly connect all the water-carrying items in my house. The water supply will be limited tomorrow, so I have to store enough water in advance. Otherwise, how can I survive without water in such a hot day? Who says it's not true? My little grandson wants to soak in water all day long. He can't live without water. First, the electricity supply was limited, and now the water supply is limited. How come life is getting worse and worse? I heard from my son that many people on the internet are saying that the end of the world is coming. I don't understand what the end of the world is. But it's always a good idea to save more food and drinks. Nian stood behind the 2 of them, listening to their conversation silently. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at their floor and got out of the elevator one after another. Only Nian was left in the elevator. She had been busy shopping and hadn't even checked the community group messages, so she didn't know that they had been notified about the limited water supply. After returning home and closing the door, Nian immediately put the things in his hands into the space. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and opened the community owners group. As soon as I opened it, an announcement popped up, informing me of the limited time power and water supply. After reading the message, Nian slowly exhaled and turned off the phone. While there was water, Nian quickly took a shower, returned to the bedroom, and turned on an air conditioning fan. The temperature at night is only over 30 degrees, so Nian usually just turns on the air conditioning fan. After the 1,000 water tanks and 1,000 buckets that he had purchased earlier were filled, Nian placed an additional order for 200 of each. During this period of time, it has been filled with water. Now that he knows that water supply will be limited, Nian is not worried. There is no shortage of water in Nian, but there is no intention to waste water either. She used all the water from washing clothes and the waste water from washing rice and vegetables to flush the toilet, which was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nian believes that after the limited water supply, there will definitely be many people who want to do the same as her. If you are not frugal, life will force you to be frugal sooner or later. But Nian also knew that this method could only work temporarily. Later on, people's water resources became increasingly scarce, and even drinking water became a problem. There was no water to wash clothes, let alone such a luxury as flushing the toilet. If you flush the toilet at that time, the people downstairs will be able to hear the noise, which will only cause trouble for you. In the past, after the water shortage, many people no longer went to the toilet at home, but went to public toilets, and later simply found a secluded corner to do it. There are also some people who have no sense of public morality and do not even look for any hidden corners, just urinate and defecate anywhere. The lighting was bad when traveling at night, and Nian really didn't want to recall the experience of accidentally stepping on a landmine. In order to avoid the embarrassing experience of finding a toilet again, Nian even searched on Baidu. The result made Nian happy. Doomsday enthusiasts have their own plans for dealing with various natural disasters. After reading a few posts, Nian learned about a magic tool, cat litter. Nian has never raised a cat, so naturally he doesn't know what cat litter is. But after understanding it, Nian exclaimed repeatedly, "This is really a great invention." Nian contacted 2 major cat litter manufacturers and ordered 50 tons of cat litter. Boxes of cat litter were stacked in a corner of the space, reaching from floor to ceiling, giving Nian a full sense of security. This is also the magic of space. Su Nian can stack things on top of each other until they touch the top of the space. Things won't collapse, and things underneath won't be crushed. This also ensures that every inch of space can be fully utilized. Su Nian lay on the bed, fanned by an air conditioner, thinking about things, and fell asleep while thinking. When Su Nian woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun at 6 o'clock in the afternoon was still scorching the earth. Su Nian only opened the curtains a little, took a look outside, and subconsciously closed his eyes because of the glare of the sunlight. Now, everyone has become accustomed to staying indoors at night. Go to bed when it's almost dawn every day and get up when the sun is almost setting. Chapter 9. In order to adapt to people's work and rest schedules, even the power supply time was changed to the evening, from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Water is supplied from 4 to 6 in the morning and from 6 to 8 in the evening. Su Nian woke up at just the right time so she could go straight to the shower and start preparing dinner. Although people are used to staying out during the day and opening shops at night, there are basically no restaurants. It's not that no one wants to make it, but the weather is too hot, and there is no electricity, so various ingredients are difficult to store. Especially meat. In this weather, if there is no electricity, fresh meat will go bad in less than 2 hours. In this situation, who would dare to open a store and do business? If someone gets sick from eating, the family will have to pay for medical expenses, which will make the already poor family even worse off. Su Nian has a solar power storage version, which can be used to power home appliances, so you can eat meat openly. In fact, the power to Su Nian's refrigerator had been cut off long ago, and all the things inside were put into the space by Su Nian. Space is the best safe, so why waste electricity using a refrigerator? Although the refrigerator was turned off, the ice maker was not. Su Nian still makes a lot of ice every day. After all, just 3 air conditioning fans consume a lot of ice every day. Su Nian occasionally turns on the refrigerator when she makes things like smoothies, ice powder, and ice cream. But today, Su Nian is not planning to make an ice drink, but to prepare stew. The further back in time goes, the worse the environment becomes, and the fewer opportunities there are to stew meat openly. Su Nian decided to do more while he could. Cut the best pork belly into dice, blanch it in water first, remove the blood and foam, and then remove it from the water. Put the blanched pork belly into a pressure cooker and pour in light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, rock sugar, and salt. Then add onion, ginger, garlic, star anise, pepper, cinnamon, bay leaves, fennel, etc. Finally add water. The water should cover the meat. Finally, cover the pot with a lid, bring to a boil, and simmer over low heat. Su Nian specially bought the largest household pot, which can stew dozens of kilograms of pork belly in one pot. The pork belly has a strong taste, so Su Nian took this opportunity to stew another pot of beef, 1 pot of yam and pork rib soup, and 1 pot of corn and pork rib soup. Su Nian has a lot of pots, gas tanks and gas stoves, and he can do everything at the same time without wasting any time. Just like that, Su Nian's apartment was filled with all kinds of meaty aromas. Even though the doors and windows are closed now, the smell still drifts out. After a while, Su Nian saw someone in the community group asking whose family was stewing meat. But no one responded to him. A month ago, eating meat was a very common thing. But now, it is very difficult to eat meat, and I don't want to let others know, for fear of attracting other people's attention and getting myself into trouble. 2 hours later, all the meat was cooked. Su Nian served out some of the braised pork in a bowl of yam and pork rib soup, and put the rest into the space and placed them on the shelf. After more than a month of unremitting efforts by Su Nian, 7 of the 10 shelves originally reserved for her homemade dishes have been filled. Su Nian took out a small bowl of rice and another bowl of stir-fried water spinach. Su Nian had spread a large mat on the floor of the bedroom. There is a round table placed on the mat, and Su Nian sits here for meals every day. At this time, there was a small bowl of braised pork, a bowl of yam and pork rib soup, a bowl of stir-fried water spinach, and a small bowl of rice on the round table. Su Nian was not in a hurry to eat. He took out the tablet again, clicked on Woolen Wagia, and continued reading from the last time. Su Nian has watched this sitcom so many times that he can even recite the lines by heart. But Su Nian still thinks that this is a great drama to watch while eating. Listening to the lively atmosphere in the drama, Su Nian felt that eating alone was not lonely at all. After dinner, after clearing the dishes, Su Nian changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, put on sneakers and went out. This time Su Nian didn't have anything to buy, so he didn't drive, but walked slowly outside. As he walked, Su Nian saw that it was quite lively not far ahead. When I got closer, I found that someone was setting up a stall there. There was a bed sheet on the floor, covered with designer bags. The two girls who were selling the bags were trying hard to promote their products, saying that their bags were all genuine and they were now selling them at a discount. They also said that their company is now on holiday and they don't know when they can resume work. They have lost their income and can't even afford to eat. Listening to their words, Su Nian was also very sad. Su Nian knows that many women like bags. There is also a saying that goes cure all diseases. You can skip the meal, but you must buy the bag. Su Nian doesn't like to buy brand name bags, her bags are all practical first. After being reborn, Su Nian also bought some bags, but they were all mountaineering bags, sturdy and durable. After looking for a while, Su Nian turned and left. These bags are of no use to her, and even if she has a lot of money, she can't afford to buy them at this time. In that way, in the eyes of others, she would just be a stupid person with a lot of money, which would not do her any good at all. Su Nian left here and walked forward for a while, then saw a few more stalls. The people setting up stalls include men and women, young and old. As for what they sell, they are basically some flashy things. Designer bags, big-name jewelry, clothes, shoes, limited edition figures and models. There are rich varieties and various styles, which are amazing to watch. Finally, when she walked to a relatively deserted stall, Su Nian saw something that interested her. There weren't many things on the ground, just various weapons. There are long swords, short blades, and even less popular weapons like triangular spikes. It's obvious that he is a cold weapon enthusiast. Su Nian was curious and looked at the stall owner sitting in the corner. All the other stalls were set up under the street lights, but his was the only one set up farther away from the street lights. With the help of the residual light of the street lamp in the distance, Su Nian could vaguely see that it was a handsome man. The faint light fell on the side of his face, and you could see his handsome nose and cold jawline. The eyebrows are long and slender, and the lips are of moderate thickness. The corners of his mouth were slightly pursed and his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was in distress. Just by looking at his deserted stall, Su Nian guessed what he was worried about. It would be troublesome if there is no business. People's lives are a little harder now than they were a month ago, but order is still there and no serious incidents have occurred. People who are having a hard time will think about selling their things for money. Who would think about buying cold weapons? Su Nian squatted down and casually pulled out a dagger. But the moment the dagger was unsheathed, Su Nian was shocked. The cold light was dazzling and the dagger made a buzzing sound. Su Nian immediately closed the dagger and looked at the man. Why are you selling such good things? Chapter 10. The man looked up, his eyes sparkling in the dim light. You want to buy it? His voice was clear and cold, like a cold mountain spring. Su Nian shuddered. This guy is still a cool person. How much is this dagger? Su Nian asked directly. Although this dagger is not as good as the one she bought before, the quality is also very good. Now that he has met her, Su Nian doesn't want to miss it. When he heard Su Nianfu asking about the price, the man's eyes brightened and he spoke a little faster than before. 50,000 a bunch, pick whatever you want. 50,000. Is 50,000 still expensive? How about 30,000? Su Nian. Su Nian instantly put down the dagger in his hand, stood up, and looked at the man vigilantly. She was not someone who did not understand prices. If a dagger of this quality was placed in the antique shop where she had bought the weapon before, it would cost at least 500,000. But now, men only want 50,000. When Su Nian heard the price, he thought not of a bargain sale, but of a honey trap. Su Nian looked around vigilantly, turned around and left quickly. I can't afford it. What if you give the money and then someone robs you? In the corner. Jing Mo looked at Su Nian's hurriedly leaving back, sighed in disappointment, and rubbed his stomach with his slender hands. I'm hungry. He was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to speak and could only speak briefly. I spent so much energy saying so many words, but the business was not done yet. Thinking of this, Jing Mo sighed heavily again. Who could have thought that he, a famous arms dealer in the interstellar space, would fall to this point? When traveling through time and space, I inexplicably fell into this world. This is a world that is about to enter the end times. But it is about to enter, but not completely entered. The order and the law are still there, so even if he has a lot of skills, there is no place to use them right now. His space is a weapon space, which can hold nothing but weapons, and he cannot spend the star coins and star cards on him here. Jing Mo found a corner and hid there all day, starving. I finally made it tonight and wanted to set up a stall to sell things like these people did, so I could earn some money to buy food. However, after waiting for 2 or 3 hours, not even one person came up to ask about the price. Finally a girl came, but she was scared away by the price. Jing Mo shook his head helplessly, picked up the weapons on the ground one by one, held them in his arms, and left. The way of making money by setting up a stall is no longer feasible, he has to think of other ways. After Su Nian left quickly, he slowed down and paced around the community. But in Su Nian's heart, she couldn't help but think of the man and those weapons. The more Su Nian thought about it, the weirder it seemed. The rumors of the end of the world have not yet completely erupted, so why would someone openly set up a stall to sell weapons at this time? Could it be that setting up a stall was fake, and they were actually trying to find out about the situation in their community? Su Nian did not consider the safety of the community as her own responsibility, but she still lived in the community and did not want any major chaos to happen in the community. Thinking of this, Su Nian turned around and was about to go back. But who knew that as soon as he turned around, he bumped into someone. The two people bumped into each other but quickly separated, each taking 2 steps back to stabilize their bodies. Su Nian frowned and looked, only to find that the person who bumped into him was the man just now. You? I'm not following you. Su Nian raised an eyebrow and looked at the man's empty hands. Where are your things? Jing Mo. If he said he had sold them all, would the girl in front of him believe him? You're not thinking of selling them all? Su Nian asked with narrowed eyes. Having his thoughts exposed, Jing Mo raised his hand and touched his nose. No, I hid it. Hidden in space. Su Nian said nothing more and looked him up and down. The man was sitting in a corner, far away from the street light, so I couldn't see clearly what he was wearing. Now the two of them were standing under a street light, and Su Nian could see him clearly. It's so hot today, everyone is wearing short-sleeved shirts, shorts, and flip-flops. But look at this man again, he is wearing a military green jacket on top, camouflage trousers on the bottom, and the style of the boots on his feet is also very special. The two of them just collided, and although they separated immediately, Su Nian still felt a slight chill from his clothes. When Su Nian bought clothes, he bought a lot of clothes made of various materials, but he had never seen clothes made of this material before. And his slightly long hair was actually silver grey. The roots of the hair are the same color, and it doesn't look like they were dyed. The more Su Nian looked, the more frightened he became. Who on earth is this person? While being looked at by Su Nian, Jing Mo was also looking at Jing Mo. The girl in front of him looked to be about 20 years old, with fair skin and delicate features. Especially those eyes, which were so deep that one couldn't see through them at a glance. Her hair was not long, just reaching the neck. The top layer was tied loosely at the back of her head with a rubber band, and some hair fell down at the temples. The neat hairstyle adds a touch of heroism to her originally delicate, doll-like appearance. Although her figure is slim, you can still vaguely see the lines of her muscles. He has very good physical fitness and good strength. She stood there quietly, seemingly harmless, but she could attack or defend, and it was obvious that she was very defensive. Jing Mo's mouth corners slightly raised. What an interesting girl. Seeing Jing Mo suddenly smile, Su Nian came back to his senses instantly. it seems that you are fine, and I am fine too, let's say goodbye. Although this man was special, he did not give Su Nian a sense of danger. After some consideration, Su Nian decided to say goodbye. Su Nian was about to leave when he was stopped. Have you anything to eat? Su Nian looked over in confusion and saw the man with an aggrieved expression. I'm thirsty and hungry, I can't hold on any longer. The man's lips looked pale and chapped, which was indeed a sign of dehydration. But what does this have to do with her? Before Su Nian could refuse, the man took off a ring from his hand and said, "This is for you." Su Nian. Su Nian looked at the man with a more alert look. All in all, they had only met twice and the man wanted to give her a ring? Seeing Su Nian's expression, Jing Mo felt a little embarrassed and hurried to explain. This is a weapon. As he spoke, the man stroked the surface of the ring with his fingers, and 3 sharp spikes instantly stood up on the ring, the longest of which was 1 centimeter long. Most people can't tell it's a weapon, and they won't be on guard. It's just right for a little girl like you to wear it. Jing Mo said as he handed the ring to Su Nian. Just give me the price you want. A kind-hearted fairy like you will definitely not watch me starve to death on the street, right? Chapter 11. Su Nian used to think that this man was aloof and cool. But now, looking at what he did and listening to what he said, she knew that being aloof was her biggest misunderstanding of him. Su Nian lowered her eyes and looked at the ring handed to her. The ring is silver white all over, about 1 centimeter wide, with a simple shape and no carvings or decorations on it. When the thorns are not visible, no one will take a second look at it. Just like what the man said, if she wore it on her hand, others would just think it was an ornament and wouldn't be on guard at all. In peacetime, this thing is naturally not needed. But in the apocalypse where people eat each other, this can be considered a trump card. Su Nian was very excited. Available price. The man told her to give it as she pleased. How could she give it as she pleased? After considering it for a while, Su Nian quoted a price, 50,000. This was the price the man had quoted before. Make a deal. Hearing the man agree, Su Nian opened the crossbody bag she was carrying without saying a word and took out 50,000 yuan in cash. 50,000 is not a small sum, and holding a thick stack in your hand is also very eye-catching. Seeing the money Su Nian handed over, Jing Mo was a little surprised. You carry so much cash with you? Su Nian nodded as a matter of course, yes. Nowadays, no one accepts mobile payments. You have to pay with cash for everything. The heat continued, people were out at night and hibernated during the day, water and electricity were cut off, and classes and work were suspended. In addition, the doomsday rhetoric on the internet has become more and more intense, which has made people wary. Except for large shopping malls and supermarkets, most other places only accept cash. Therefore, every time Su Nian goes out, he carries a large bag to carry cash or purchased supplies. After hearing Su Nian's explanation, Jing Mo nodded in understanding. He took the money handed over by Su Nian with one hand and handed over the ring with the other. After the payment and delivery were completed and Su Nian got the ring, he didn't stay any longer. Nodding to the man, Su Nian turned around, walked away quickly, and soon disappeared into the darkness. Looking at Su Nian's hurriedly leaving back, Jing Mo touched his face. Is he scary? Is it necessary to avoid it so much? Su Nian didn't know what Jing Mo was thinking. After leaving, Su Nian did not go home immediately, but walked around the community. This rotation takes an hour. During this hour, Su Nian didn't just wander around. Adapting to the temperature outside is one of them. Whenever passing by a crowd, Su Nian always stops for a while to listen to what people are saying. Even though he had stored so many supplies, Su Nian never thought of living alone. It is still necessary to inquire about the situation around you and get information. But I didn't hear any useful news, just something like the price of something has gone up again, someone from a certain company was admitted to the hospital due to excessive heat, etc. There was no useful information, and after making sure that no one was following him, Su Nian walked towards the apartment building where he lived. When Su Nian returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock. The water supply has been cut off by this time. Su Nian came to the bathroom, took out a large solid wood bathtub from the space, took off his clothes and sat in it. The water in the bucket was the perfect temperature, so Nian had prepared it in advance for use at times like this. After taking a shower, this water can be used to flush the toilet, so it is not considered a waste. Su Nian's body was not dirty, just a little sweaty, and his hair was not long, so it was easy to wash. 20 minutes later, Su Nian came out of the bathroom wearing a tank top. After wiping his hair until no water was dripping from it, Su Nian left it alone. The weather is really hot now, it won't take long to dry. Su Nian did not go back to the bedroom directly. He first took out all the ice in the ice maker and put it into the space, then added water to the ice maker before returning to the bedroom. The 3 air conditioning fans were turned on as soon as Su Nian entered the house. After being on for such a long time, the temperature in the bedroom had dropped a lot. Su Nian took out his iPad, found a post-apocalyptic disaster movie, and started watching it while eating crayfish. When eating crayfish, you have to drink cold beer with it. Su Nian took out an ice bucket, half of which was filled with ice and the other half with beer. He put it into the space after it was frozen. After taking a sip of cold beer, the taste of crayfish was instantly sublimated. On a hot summer day, having such a midnight snack instantly makes me feel that life is worth living. Su Nian ate while watching the movie, and did not start to clean up the table until 2 hours later when the movie ended. Tie the garbage bag tightly and put it directly into the space. In a corner of the space, there is a logistics box, which is a trash box prepared by Su Nian. When it is inconvenient to go out to throw away the garbage, just throw it in here first. Wait until you go out for a walk at night, then secretly throw it into the trash can. Anyway, the power goes out after 8 o'clock in the evening, and there are no surveillance cameras anywhere, so she doesn't have to worry about anything. In other words, the street lights in the community are all solar powered and do not require additional electricity generation, otherwise the community would be pitch dark at night. After turning off the movie, Su Nian found some video tutorials to watch. You may not read the same teaching materials every day, but they are all related to various wilderness survival tips. Even though he had struggled to survive for 10 years in his previous life, Su Nian still felt that it was a good idea to learn more skills. After studying for 2 hours, Su Nian turned off the iPad, took out dumbbells and other fitness equipment, and started doing strength training. The housing prices in the community where Su Nian lives are extremely high. It's not just because the community has a good location and good greenery, but also because the quality of the houses is good and the sound insulation is excellent. Even if you have a party at home, as long as you close the door, you won't disturb others. If you want to survive better in the apocalypse, a healthy body and sufficient strength are both essential. Even though living conditions were so difficult in his previous life, Su Nian never forgot to exercise. The conditions in this life were many times better than those in the previous life, so Su Nian naturally trained harder. In the last days, if you become content with the status quo and stop striving for progress, you will be close to death. It was not until the sky was bright, the sun was rising and the water came that Su Nian stopped. After the sweat on his body subsided a little, Su Nian took a shower, ate something simple to digest the food, and then went to bed. When I woke up, the sun was setting again. After opening his eyes, Su Nian leaned back on the pillow and turned on his cell phone. As soon as Su Nian opened the forum, she saw a post at a glance. Wow! I am surrounded by flies. The post didn't contain much text and Su Nian finished reading it in just a few glances. But looking at those pictures made Su Nian frown. In the picture, green-headed flies are flying in groups. The dense swarms of green-headed flies made people feel sick even through the screen, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies instantly. Chapter 12. The poster said that because it was too hot, he was lazy for a day and didn't take out the trash. But unexpectedly, in the afternoon, when he was half asleep and half awake, he heard a buzzing sound. When I was woken up, I opened my eyes and saw green-headed flies flying everywhere in the house. The poster said that he was shocked at the time. But Su Nian felt that he should not have been scared silly, otherwise there would not be this post. Thinking of this, Su Nian couldn't help but recall a particularly popular sentence in a short video before, Don't panic when you encounter something, take out your phone first and post a circle of friends. Nian doesn't know whether the poster posted this on WeChat Moments, but when he posted it on Taiba, it shocked many people. Many people left comments below, saying that they had never seen such big green-headed flies, let alone seen so many at one time. But when Nian scrolled down, he saw that someone else had posted a photo, which also had a green-headed fly on it. The appearance of the green-headed fly means that the end of the world is officially about to begin. Under normal circumstances, flies are particularly active at 30-35 degrees Celsius, and stop moving at 35-40 degrees Celsius due to overheating. When the temperature reaches 45 to 47 degrees Celsius, it will be fatal. But now the daytime temperature is about 60 degrees, and the surface temperature is even higher. In this case, the flies not only did not become extinct, but became larger and more active than before. Nian is not a scientist and does not understand what causes this phenomenon. But Nian, who had experienced a lifetime, knew that this kind of fly had a super strong reproductive capacity. They lay eggs everywhere, which grow up in 3 to 5 days, fly around everywhere, and then lay eggs again. Whenever Nian thought about being surrounded by such green-headed flies in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a chill. In addition to flies, there are also rampant mosquitoes, rats, and in the south, cockroaches. Nian lives in the north, but has never seen a cockroach in person. But he had seen some pictures on the internet in his previous life, and they were so disgusting that Nian still doesn't want to recall them. Not only do these mosquitoes adapt to the environment faster than humans, they also steal and destroy people's supplies. The weather was hot and there was power rationing, so it was not easy to preserve supplies. The sharp increase in mosquitoes has made the situation even worse. All food must be sealed and stored in a cool place. Cooked food should be eaten within an hour, and garbage must be disposed of promptly. If you are lazy in any link, you will not only go hungry, but also be besieged by flies and mosquitoes, or see rats running around. Nian had experienced all of these personally in his previous life. Having had such an experience once, Nian absolutely does not want to go through it again. Without bothering to read the content of the post, Nian quickly stood up. First, I cleaned the house carefully, and then put all the unnecessary furniture into the space. Nian didn't have much furniture originally, and after putting most of it away, the whole room seemed even more spacious. Even so, Nian couldn't be completely relieved. Nian took out the insecticide and sprayed every corner. Toilets and sewers are of paramount importance and must not be overlooked. After finishing all this, Nian went to wash up. Even though he slept with the air conditioner on, Nian still felt sticky when he woke up. Fortunately, water is being supplied now, so it is convenient to take a shower. That night, Nian did not go out again. Only after it became completely dark did I lift a corner of the curtain and look out. The street lights are on in the community, and you can see that there are still quite a few people outside. It sounds quite lively as well. But Nian knew that this situation could not last long. Within a few days, the number of flies and mosquitoes increased dramatically, and many people posted online saying that their homes were occupied by flies and mosquitoes. Although these flies and mosquitoes have adapted to the current high temperatures, they hide in the shade during the day. They only fly out at night when the sun sets and the temperature drops a little. If flies are just disgusting, then mosquitoes are both disgusting and hateful. These mosquitoes are more poisonous than previous ones. After being bitten, your skin will quickly become red and swollen, and it will be itchy and painful. What's even more hateful is that they will lay their eggs in it. Originally, after dark, everyone would go downstairs for a walk and breathe the hot fresh air. But now, even though it was completely dark, there were very few people outside. People who have to go out no longer wear short-sleeved shirts and shorts as they used to, but instead wrap themselves tightly from head to toe. The number of people who developed high fever after being bitten by mosquitoes increased dramatically. At night, ambulances were busy all over the city. Some of the people who were taken to the hospital were rescued, but some never opened their eyes again. The hospital was already overcrowded, and with this wave of people coming, there was no place to step. Su Nian saw the photos of the hospital posted by someone on the internet and followed Mo Ran. In this kind of weather, the dead must be cremated as soon as possible, otherwise the bodies will rot in a day. At night, in addition to the sound of ambulances, there was also the sound of funeral cars. The temperature has not dropped, there is no sign of resuming work, prices are rising rapidly, and it is not easy to preserve the supplies on hand. Add to that the scorching heat and the annoyance of mosquitoes and flies, and the death of loved ones around them. Some people can't bear it and choose to commit suicide. But there are also some people who, in this situation, infinitely magnify the dark corners of their hearts. Since seeing the green-headed fly, Su Nian hasn't gone out for half a month. Thinking about the neighbors going out to buy supplies at night, she felt that she should go too. After Su Nian fully armed himself by wearing long-sleeved shirts and long pants, a mask, a hat and gloves, he quickly opened the door and slipped out, then closed the door very quickly. It was 9 o'clock in the evening and it was completely dark, but the power was out. Su Nian came to the stairwell and slowly went down the stairs one step at a time. Su Nian lives on the 18th floor. It's okay for her to walk down, but she has to walk up again in a while. Even though Su Nian has good physical strength, he still feels a headache just thinking about it. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Su Nian first took out the insecticide and sprayed the car body. Then he got into the car while the mosquitoes and flies dared not approach. Su Nian breathed a sigh of relief after getting into the car and drove out of the underground garage. The neighborhood was very quiet, with hardly any people around. Su Nian drove out of the community and went straight to the nearby supermarket. Even before reaching the supermarket entrance, Su Nian saw a long queue. The purchase restrictions on supplies have become increasingly strict recently, and the number of people entering each time must also be controlled. In this case, we naturally have to queue up. Su Nian doesn't want to queue. She planned to take a walk outside, then drive back, take out some supplies from the space and carry them upstairs. Su Nian had just changed direction and hadn't driven far when he realized that he was being followed. Not many people drive nowadays. After all, the oil price has more than increased fivefold. Most people can barely afford to eat, so how can they afford to drive? Chapter 13. Following behind was a silver van. After taking a few glances in the rearview mirror, Su Nian curled his lips slightly, stepped on the accelerator, and accelerated forward. The car suddenly accelerated and the engine made a buzzing sound, which was very obvious in the quiet night. Su Nian drove fast all the way and soon reached the outskirts of the city, where he stopped the car. Su Nian got out of the car and leaned against it waiting for the van to approach. After the van stopped, people got out one after another. These people were wrapped tightly, even their faces were covered with cloth, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The leading man took 2 steps forward and looked Su Nian up and down. Because of the cloth, the sound sounded a little unclear. "Girl, you're really brave." When he found out he was being followed by them, he didn't run home but instead ran to this remote place on his own initiative. Su Nian leaned against the car, just glanced at the man, and did not give any response. Perhaps because he was ignored by Su Nian, the man felt very unhappy and his tone became much harsher. "I'll give you a chance. Take us to your house and hand over your money, food, drinks, gas, and of course your car. Be smart, we can still let you go." "Brother who? She is a delicate little girl. It is so dangerous for her to live alone. Why don't she stay with us? We, the grown men, can protect her well." "Yes, yes. Not only can we protect her, but we can also love her well." As soon as these words were spoken, several men laughed at the same time. Listening to their words, Su Nian slowly stood up and picked up the tang sword on the hood. This tang sword is 107 centimeters long, with a blade length of 70 centimeters, a blade width of 3.2 centimeters, a blade thickness of 0.6 centimeters, and weighs 4 pounds and 4 ounces. The black wood sheath is inlaid with a silver peony, and its appearance is profound and majestic. Just by looking at the scabbard, you can tell that this is a good knife. Su Nian was attracted by this knife, of course, not only because of its good-looking appearance, but also because of the knife itself. Su Nian pulled out his knife and pointed it at the men opposite him. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to attack one by one, or all at once? The man called Brother Tiger suddenly burst into laughter when he saw Su Nian's actions and heard what Su Nian said. You haven't watched too many TV dramas, and you think you're a heroine just because you hold a broken sword, right? Since you are so ungrateful, we brothers will make you understand clearly today that you can't act like a hero with a broken knife. Guys! Come on! As Brother Hu waved his hand, several people rushed directly towards Su Nian. Seeing the people getting closer and closer, Su Nian didn't dodge or evade, but rushed straight towards them. Su Nian had practiced martial arts for many years and had a solid foundation. In addition, in his previous life, he struggled to survive for 10 years in the apocalypse and experienced countless life and death experiences. When he attacked again, his moves were fierce and hit the vital points. Every move was not redundant and not fancy. Brother Hu and his gang are just small hooligans. They have not learned martial arts professionally and are no match for Su Nian. Although the tang sword in Su Nian's hand is long, it is extremely flexible, and every blow can accurately hit Brother Hu and others. Although these people were wrapped tightly, they were actually just covered with a thin layer of cloth and were easily cut open, with blood gushing out in an instant. After just 2 minutes of fighting, Brother Hu realized that Su Nian was not someone they could handle, and his attitude changed immediately. We were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. We will definitely get out of here and never appear in front of you again. Su Nian turned a deaf ear to Brother Hu's words. He killed every kid with his sword, and soon it was Brother Tiger's turn. Brother Hu looked at his brother who was lying on the ground without a sound, and stepped back repeatedly, looking at Su Nian with fear in his eyes. You! How dare you kill someone? You murderer! Su Nian sneered and didn't give him a chance to speak again before killing him with a single blow. Brother Hu was lying on the ground, his eyes still wide open, full of fear and disbelief. He never imagined that in such a peaceful time, a seemingly frail little girl could be so ruthless. Su Nian carried a tang sword and walked to Brother Hu's van. After making sure that there was no one inside, he opened the door. Seeing that there was a dash cam in the car, he directly pulled out the memory card and threw it into the space, then violently dismantled the camera and threw it aside. There was a bad smell in the van, and Su Nian frowned in disgust. As for the things inside, Su Nian had no interest in searching. She had plenty of supplies. Su Nian turned and left the van, took out a piece of cloth from the space, wiped the blood off the tang sword, then put the sword away and drove away. From beginning to end, Su Nian didn't have any excessive emotions. To Su Nian, killing these people was no different from killing a chicken. No matter whether these people followed her by accident or had been following her for a long time, she would never let them leave alive. If she shows any soft-heartedness today, these people will cause her trouble in the future. Rather than that, it is better to eliminate the trouble once and for all. Su Nian, who has lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, has long lost the ability to show mercy. When he was about to return to the community, Su Nian found a place without street lights, parked the car, turned off the lights, took out clothes from the space, and changed his clothes. The clothes that were taken off were put into a garbage bag and stored in the space. There is a power outage everywhere and the surveillance is useless. The place where Su Nian just killed someone is far away in the suburbs, in an open and deserted area with no people. Without surveillance, Su Nian was also sure that he had left no traces. In addition to the current situation, she was not worried at all that she would be found. However, these blood-stained clothes cannot be thrown around. Putting it in the space makes her feel more at ease than throwing it anywhere else. Returning to the underground garage of the community, Su Nian carried the supplies he had taken out of the space and walked towards the stairwell. There are also mosquitoes in the corridor, but not as many as outside. Su Nian walked slowly and reached the 18th floor 10 minutes later. Before Su Nian could open the door next to her suddenly opened, and a girl poked her head out. You went to buy supplies. Was the line long? Next time you go, can you bring some for me? I'll give you money. No. Su Nian refused directly. Why not? The girl was a little unhappy, but then she changed her mind and said, "Can you take me with you next time? I know you have a car." Su Nian didn't refuse directly this time. "Okay, the round trip fare is 400. When the girl heard this, she immediately yelled, "Why do you need to pay for the trip? If you drive yourself, you'll need gas, right? What's wrong with taking me with you? We've been neighbors for more than a year, and you don't even do me a favor. How can you be so cold-blooded?" Chapter 14. Hearing the girl's words, Su Nian was so angry that he laughed. "What? I'm your mother? And I have to drive you to the supermarket for free? You! But even if you are willing to call me mom, I don't want a daughter like you." After Su Nian finished speaking, he opened the door and walked into the house without waiting for the girl's reaction. Because of the good sound insulation, Su Nian only heard the girl swearing at the moment the door was closed, and there was no other sound after that. Su Nian put the things in his hand into the space, went to the bedroom to turn on the air conditioner, and then walked out of the bedroom. Su Nian didn't rush to take a shower, but started today's training. The sofa, coffee table, and cabinet in the living room had been put away by Su Nian a long time ago, so the living room was very empty, just right for training. What happened today made Su Nian realize that such peaceful days might not last long. She must work hard to exercise and strengthen her abilities in order to live better and longer. 3 hours later, Su Nian went into the bathroom wearing clothes soaked with sweat. Taking out a bathtub, Su Nian took off his clothes and sat in it. "I just sweated a lot, and now I take a hot bath and feel relaxed all over." Suburbs. After Su Nian drove away, a man walked out of the woods not far away. The man who came had silver hair and was none other than Jing Mo. Jing Mo walked over step by step, looked at the corpses lying on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was right, she was indeed an interesting girl. He is ruthless and decisive in killing. It's really great. Jing Mo ignored the people on the ground, but walked to the van, got in, closed the door, and drove away. Picked up a car for free. Not bad, not bad. Next time they meet, he will definitely thank her. Su Nian didn't know that someone was thinking about thanking her the next time they met. After taking a bath, Su Nian was enjoying the air conditioning, eating skewers and watching a movie. Although the scenes in the movie were bloody and violent, Su Nian enjoyed the meal very much. This drama is really good for watching while eating. Eat a skewer and take a sip of ice-cold pineapple beer, life is so worth it. After eating and drinking, it was already 4 o'clock. It was already light outside and time for some people to go to bed. But Su Nian had no plans to sleep. Su Nian came out of the bedroom, took out a stool and sat behind the door. After about 10 minutes, there was movement outside the door. Someone is prying the door open. Here we come. Su Nian curled his lips, stood up, kicked the bench aside, quickly opened the door, and kicked each of the 2 people at the door. The 2 people outside the door never expected the door to open suddenly, and they didn't expect Su Nian to kick them without saying a word. Su Nian did not hold back at all with these 2 kicks. He used all his strength and kicked the 2 men directly into the air. Their backs hit the wall heavily, and they fell to the ground along the wall. Su Nian closed the door behind him and looked down at the 2 people. One of these 2 people is the girl who lives next door to Su Nian and who had previously asked Su Nian for a ride. The girl's name is Zhao Xiaoyu, and the man next to her is Chen Weiguang, Zhao Xiaoyu's boyfriend. Zhao Xiaoyu is a live broadcaster with a good income. Chen Weiguang is a small-time gangster who has learned how to pick locks and has been arrested for theft. In her previous life, Zhao Xiaoyu also found Su Nian, also for the purpose of getting a ride. At that time, the end of the world had just arrived, and Su Nian was not so cautious. Also, because the 2 had been neighbors for more than a year, every time they met, Zhao Xiaoyu greeted Su Nian with a smile. Su Nian had a good impression of her and agreed. First, he got a free ride, then he got free food and drinks. I have endured all these for a long time. But later, Chen Weiguang made a move on Su Nian. When Zhao Xiaoyu saw it, she not only did not stop him, but also scolded Su Nian for seducing Chen Weiguang and asked Chen Weiguang to teach Su Nian a lesson. Thinking of how those 2 people behaved at that time, Su Nian felt sick and wanted to vomit. The world was in chaos at that time and people acted without restraint. Of course Su Nian couldn't let two people bully her, so she killed them back. That was the first time Su Nian killed someone in his previous life. After being reborn, Su Nian often saw these two people, but every time he pretended not to see them. It's not that Su Nian wants to let them go, Su Nian is just waiting. When order is disrupted and the end of the world comes, these two people must die. What Su Nian didn't expect was that Zhao Xiaoyu would ask for a ride today. The moment he rejected Zhao Xiaoyu, Su Nian knew that Zhao Xiaoyu would not give up. Zhao Xiaoyu looks cheerful, gentle, and generous, but she is actually very narrow-minded. Early morning is the time when most people go to sleep. If Zhao Xiaoyu really wants to do something, she will do it at this time. That's why Su Nian was waiting at the door. Zhao Xiaoyu did not disappoint Su Nian. She came after 4 o'clock and was really impatient. Chen Weiguang was a man after all. After being kicked, he quickly recovered and climbed up from the ground using his hands and feet. You stinking BCH! How dare you kick me? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. As Chen Weiguang spoke, he rushed towards Su Nian. Before he reached Su Nian grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Chen Weiguang was knocked to the ground. Su Nian squatted down, and before Chen Weiguang could react, he took off his 2 arms. Chen Weiguang screamed in pain, and the sound echoed throughout the entire floor. Su Nian turned a deaf ear and stepped on his chest. Chen Weiguang's face gradually turned red, veins on his forehead and neck became visible, and he was about to suffocate. Zhao Xiaoyu also climbed up over there, and when she saw this scene, she turned pale with fright. You! Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't even speak clearly, and looked at Su Nian as if he was looking at a devil. Hurry up and let him go, or I'll call the police. Zhao Xiaoyu said this and took out her cell phone tremblingly. Then report it quickly. Su Nian said with a smile, tapping the lock-picking tools on the ground with his chin, you want to pick my lock and hit me, this is completely self-defense. If it were in the past, the police would definitely take you away. But in the current situation, I don't know if I can take you away. If I take you away, I'll have to provide you with food, which is not cost-effective. Even though order is still there now, the police generally don't come for things like this. Even if they come, at most they will just give you a few words of verbal education. After all, as Su Nian said, if you bring it back you have to provide meals, which is really not cost-effective. Especially now, the sun is about to come out. When the sun came out, the temperature outside was over 60 degrees. Even the police could not go out in such a situation. Su Nian's words successfully dispelled Zhao Xiaoyu's idea of calling the police. Zhao Xiaoyu looked at Su Nian with tears in her eyes, and her voice softened. We were wrong. We're sorry. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Chapter 15. Su Nian stared at Zhao Xiaoyu for a while. Do you really know you are wrong? What about him? Su Nian put force on his feet while speaking. Chen Weiguang felt pain, his body twitched, and then he started rolling his eyes. Zhao Xiaoyu was terrified, tears streaming down her face, nodding her head rapidly, he knows it too. He knows it too. We will never dare to do it again. Su Nian nodded in satisfaction, and then retracted his foot. Since you sincerely admit your mistakes, I will give you a chance. You must cherish it. After saying that, Su Nian turned around and walked straight towards the door of his house. There was no movement behind him until Su Nian opened the door and went home. Of course Su Nian didn't let them go just like that, but now, in the apartment building, it was not easy for her to kill them. But Su Nian knew that no matter how good Zhao Xiaoyu's attitude was in admitting her mistakes at this moment, she would definitely find a way to take revenge on her afterwards. Next time, the two of them will definitely have a careful plan and choose a location outside. Su Nian certainly wouldn't give them the chance to plot against him again. As long as they dare to leave this building, their death will come. 3 days passed in a flash. Su Nian didn't wait for Zhao Xiaoyu and the other person to go out, but instead received the news that the water supply had been completely cut off. 2 months of high temperatures caused countless fires. Although precautions were taken and repairs were carried out at night, there were too many aging lines to repair them all. Just this afternoon, the water plant's motor room caught fire. When the fire broke out, most people had fallen asleep and no one noticed it at all. By the time people discovered it, not only had the motor room been completely burned down, but the nearby equipment factory had also been burned down. Looking at the pictures on the internet, even Nian, who was reborn, felt shocked. The water plant has been burned down like this, there will definitely be no way to supply water in the short term. People can survive for 7 days without food, but they can't survive for 3 days without water. That's still at normal temperature. At this temperature, if I don't drink water, I probably won't be able to survive even a day, let alone 3 days. Of course, every household must have stored water, but the amount of stored water is limited. How long can it last them? Messages came one after another in the community group, all discussing the purchase of water. Finally, they unanimously decided to wait until dark and go out together to buy water. The world has been in a state of unrest lately. Someone from their community was robbed when he went out to purchase something. From then on, people would travel in groups when they went out to purchase supplies. When there are more people, there will be a deterrent effect and most people won't dare to come near. Nian turned off his cell phone, dressed neatly, opened the door and walked out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Zhao Xiaoyu and Chen Weiguang. The two of them had obviously just gone out, and were startled when they saw Nian suddenly appear, and took a step back at the same time. Seeing this, Nian ignored the two of them and walked straight towards the stairwell. Watching Nian leave, Zhao Xiaoyu and Chen Weiguang looked at each other and followed him. When going downstairs, Nian met many residents in the building. However, most of the people who came out were men, and there were not many young girls like Nian. Nian didn't care about other people's stares. Most people went straight out of the unit door after reaching the first floor. Only a few people went to the underground parking lot like Nian did. After all, there are not many people who are willing to drive at this time. Gasoline is not only expensive, but also hard to buy. After all, the temperature is not too high, but transporting gasoline is a problem, and the tanker truck may explode while driving. Gasoline is already very hard to buy. Nian drove out of the parking lot, but did not go to the nearest shopping mall, but went farther away. Nian's car was not driving very fast. She always had to give Zhao Xiaoyu and Chen Weiguang a chance to catch up. However, what surprised Nian a little was that Zhao Xiaoyu and Chen Weiguang got an electric car from somewhere and drove it quite fast. Zhao Xiaoyu was driving, and Chen Weiguang was sitting in the back with an axe in his hand. The tram gradually approached the car, and Nian could see the expressions on both of their faces clearly. Chen Weiguang sneered, "You stinky BCH, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." As he spoke, he raised the axe in his hand and smashed it towards the driver's side window. Seeing his actions, Nian was not afraid at all. He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out suddenly. Chen Weiguang missed the target. Because he used too much force, the axe in his hand almost hit his leg. He quickly let go of the axe and threw it away to avoid injury. Zhao Xiaoyu was also startled by this sudden change and immediately wanted to brake. But because the car was going too fast before, when he suddenly wanted to brake, he didn't stop immediately. The car body shook a few times before he finally stabilized it. When the two men got off the tram, their faces turned dark. After wasting such a long time, I'm afraid Nian would have driven away long ago. If I miss today, Nian will be on guard and it will be difficult to find an opportunity next time. Just when the two were feeling extremely regretful, they heard Nian's voice. "Are you looking for me?" Zhao Xiaoyu and Chen Weiguang looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. With the help of the electric bike's headlights, they could see that Nian was standing less than 10 meters away from them. Seeing that Nian had come back, Chen Weiguang was stunned at first, and then he started laughing. "How dare you come back, you BCH! Wait and see how I deal with you today." As Chen Weiguang spoke, he bent down and picked up the axe from the ground, then swung the axe and walked towards Nian aggressively. "Last time I was caught off guard, so you were able to succeed. Today I'll let you know how powerful I am." Listening to Chen Weiguang's words, Su Nian just found it ridiculous. Some people in this world are unwilling to admit their own incompetence and the abilities of others, and always find excuses for their failures. In a moment, Chen Weiguang came to Su Nian with an axe, raised the axe and chopped at Su Nian. Before the axe fell, Su Nian dodged quickly and disappeared on the spot. When Chen Weiguang saw this scene, his pupils constricted and he subconsciously looked for Su Nian's location. But before he found it, he felt a pain in his heart, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he lowered his head to look at his chest. There was a knife tip on his chest, which was still flashing a cold light even in the dark night. Su Nian, who was standing behind Chen Weiguang, withdrew the dagger expressionlessly. The moment Su Nian pulled back the dagger, Chen Weiguang's body fell straight to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. All this happened in just a few dozen seconds. Not far away, Zhao Xiaoyu saw this scene and her face suddenly changed. She wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Chapter 16. Su Nian walked towards Zhao Xiaoyu step by step, and frightened Zhao Xiaoyu so much that she fell to the ground. You, don't come over here. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. It was all his idea. It has nothing to do with me. You've already killed him, can you please let me go? No matter what Zhao Xiaoyu said, Su Nian did not stop and soon arrived in front of her. Before Zhao Xiaoyu wanted to speak again, the dagger in Su Nian's hand slashed across Zhao Xiaoyu's neck. The sharp dagger drew a thin line on the neck. Before the blood could gush out, Zhao Xiaoyu's body was kicked to the ground by Su Nian. Su Nian didn't even look at Zhao Xiaoyu's body again, turned around and left. It is easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. No matter how much Zhao Xiaoyu admits her mistakes or how much she promises, if you let her go, she will definitely come back. Only the dead can make people feel most at ease. As Su Nian left here step by step, the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and a huge full moon appeared in the sky. The cold moonlight sprinkled down and fell on Su Nian, making her back look a little lonely. In the shadow of the corner, Jing Mo turned the ring on his hand. He also didn't expect that when he saw her again, he would still see her killing someone. He admired her decisiveness. But when he saw her lonely and cold back, he felt a little distressed. For the first time in his life, Jing Mo wanted to get closer to someone. I want to get close to her and understand her. Even, walk side by side with her. Su Nian walked back to the car and drove away. In the previous life, after the water plant caught fire, the water supply in the community was never restored. Everyone was queuing up to buy water in the supermarket. Although the price of water in the supermarket is not that outrageous, there is a purchase limit, and each person can only buy 500 ml per day. What is the concept of 500 ml? A bottle of Nongfu Spring is 500 ml. Drinking a bottle of Nongfu Spring a day can only prevent one person from dying of thirst. If there are many people in your family, you can buy more bottles and use them for cooking and frying. But if there are only 1 or 2 people at home, 2 bottles of water are not enough to cook instant noodles, let alone wash or take a bath. In addition to buying water at the supermarket, there are also water supply trucks coming to the community to sell water. But the price is twice as expensive as in the supermarket. There are quite a few rich people in their community, and every time the water supply truck comes, many people line up to buy water. But the water you buy is only enough for eating, brushing teeth, and washing face. As for something as luxurious as taking a bath, not many people can do it. Su Nian decided that after returning home today, he would not use the toilet anymore. Everyone has no water to cook, it would be outrageous if she still has water to flush the toilet. Although Su Nian has never used cat litter, she is not against it. She is not a pretentious person. From that day on, Su Nian went downstairs every day just like he did at the beginning of the apocalypse. Every time he went down, Su Nian carried a bag on his back and a bucket in his hands. There are many people like Su Nian. The only difference is that the bucket others are holding is a toilet. The bucket that Su Nian was holding was an empty bucket. Su Nian was just pretending to avoid others noticing that she was different. But this is not a long-term solution. But the news about the safe base has not been announced yet, so Nian can only continue to wait. After the water supply was completely cut off for half a month, robberies increased. Not only people would be robbed when they went out to buy water, some people were also robbed in their own homes. This has happened in the previous life. At this time in his previous life, Nian was thinking about how to buy more water every day and did not pay too much attention to the news on the internet. By the time she heard about it, someone in the community had already been robbed. Those who committed robbery were all tall and strong men. Some of them were originally gangsters, while others joined later. At first, these people just ambushed on the road and robbed people who were going to buy supplies. But soon they were no longer satisfied with this, thinking that what they got was too little and too slow. So they turned their attention to some wealthy communities. They think that people in these wealthy communities are rich and must have a lot of supplies. The person who was robbed also called the police, but the police did not arrive until the next night. There was no surveillance, and the victim did not get a clear look at the robber's appearance. In the end, nothing was done and the case was left unresolved. Now, some people who were already ready to make trouble also started to become robbers. Not only do you have to spend money to buy things, you also have to queue up, and you can't buy much. But if you go to rob, the situation is completely different. No one wants to be robbed, so some people decide to stick together and fight back. Some people felt they could not resist, so they simply joined them and became predators. The only remaining order was shattered in an instant by this disturbance. In her previous life, Nian didn't want to be a plunderer, nor did she want to be plundered by others. She could only fight back and protect herself. Some people saw how skilled she was and came to her to form a team and seek her help. He got her protection, but was unwilling to give anything in return, and abandoned her and ran away when she was in danger. From then on, Nian decided not to meddle in other people's affairs. What does the life and death of others have to do with her? Nian had understood this truth in his previous life, so of course he would not meddle in other people's affairs in this life. Nian spends his days behind closed doors every day. When he is in a good mood, he eats crayfish and barbecue. When he is in a bad mood, he has a bowl of snail noodles with 2 tiger skin chicken feet. After eating, take a hot bath, lie on the bed with the air conditioner on, watch a movie or variety show, and live a leisurely life. Time flies and it is already November. In previous years, the weather in the north had already turned cold in November and people had to wear coats. But now, the daytime temperature still remains in the 50s and 60s. Even when the sun sets in the evening, the temperature still remains in the 30s or 40s. After a few months, people gradually collapsed from their initial anxiety and are now gradually numb. 10 days ago, there was a complete power outage. The continuous high temperatures caused too many fires and the circuits were burned out and could not be repaired. After the power outage, life became even more difficult for people living in high-rise buildings. Many people took the supplies and negotiated with the people on the lower floors to move to the lower floors. Nian was the only one left on the floor where he was, as everyone else had moved to the lower floors. During this period of time, Nian was also targeted when he went out at night. After all, Nian is just a single girl, and anyone can seem to bully her. But after Nian cut the tendons in the hands and feet of the man who tried to steal her water in front of everyone, no one dared to bother her anymore. Chapter 17. Although living in a high-rise is troublesome, Nian does not want to live in someone else's house, let alone live among people. After all, she lives alone in a high-rise and it is relatively quiet. Apart from going downstairs every day, Nian feels that living alone is pretty good. After November, the supermarkets were taken over by the state. Those who used to cause trouble in the supermarket no longer have the courage to do so and can only target other people who are buying supplies. Nian had also been targeted several times. Just one encounter and Nian knew that those people had blood on their hands. Nian has no mercy on such people and usually kills them with one blow. Every dark night, someone dies. The higher UPS also sent people to patrol, suppress, and manage the situation, but the effect was not significant. Staying alive has become a luxury, who would obey discipline? As the new year approaches, there is not only no joyful atmosphere, but it becomes more and more depressing. The extreme heat causes food to spoil faster. Even uncooked rice and flour can contain worms. In the past, rice weevils in rice flour or red flour beetles in white flour, red flour beetles are a kind of insect, were all very small. But now, the size of these two insects has become much larger, even larger than ordinary pearl rice. Some people feel sick when they open the grain barrel and see it is full of crawling insects. It's not because of fear, but because of despair caused by the lack of food. Food is already hard to buy, and after you buy it, it's infested with bugs. How can this not make people despair? The small group was originally quite harmonious, but gradually no one chatted anymore. Before, when Nian went out at night, he could see people going to buy supplies in groups, but now they keep a distance from each other, and conflicts obviously arise. It is not strange for people who originally lived together temporarily to separate again after having a conflict of interest. This is also the fundamental reason why Nian doesn't want to team up with others. On the night of New Year's Eve, Nian took out a dish of sweet and sour fish, a dish of braised beef in soy sauce, a dish of boiled shrimp, and a dish of broccoli in garlic from his space and celebrated the new year alone. This is the first new year after entering the end times. At this time in his previous life, Nian shared a pot of boiled noodles with the people in the apartment building. When they were dividing the noodles, they almost got into a fight because of the uneven distribution. It was very noisy and no one had a smile on their face. Now, there is no one else around Nian, but Nian feels that she has had a happy new year. If we can live like this every year in the future, Nian will be satisfied. The power was completely cut off after the new year, and there has been no water supply truck in the community since then. The mall is open every night, but there are very few items for takeout. Some people may not even get a seat even after waiting in line for a whole night. The small rivers and lakes in the city had long been dried up by the sun, but the sun was still scorching the earth. The low shrubs had long been dried up and had been chopped down for firewood. The tall trees were all drooping and half dead. Such a life makes people see no hope and despair gradually spreads. People who have friends and relatives in rural areas decide to go there, but without gasoline and without a car, how to get there becomes a problem. When we really get there, whether life will be better than it is now is also a question. Many people also left the community where Nian lived. Someone even came to Nian to borrow gasoline, but Nian directly refused, saying that he had no gasoline either. In order to prove that he had no gasoline, Nian walked every night when he went out. There were people who wanted to break into Nian's house to take a look, but they were no match for Nian and had to leave reluctantly. Many people left, but this did not include Nian. Nian is waiting for news from the base. At this time in the previous life, Nian had already gone to the countryside with the people in the apartment building, but life in the countryside was not much better than in the city. Only deep wells can produce some water, shallow wells produce no water at all. There are no large shopping malls or supermarkets selling supplies in the countryside. The villagers do have stored grain, but they don't sell it outside. They dug grass roots and ate tree bark, looking for anything edible. Finally, before they starved to death, they heard the news about the base and went to a small base. But life in a small base is not much better than outside. Not long after we arrived at the base, the temperature started to drop sharply, and things became even more difficult to endure. In this life, Nian doesn't want to take any detours. She wants to wait here. After the official announcement of the top 10 bases, she will go directly to the official base. The news about the 10 major bases was heard from others in my previous life. They said that life in the 10 major bases was very good, and was no different from before the end of the world. Nian didn't know when the news from the base would be released, so he simply stopped going out and turned on the radio every day, waiting to hear the news from the base. I stocked up on radios specially before Nian. I bought dozens of them in various models and prices. I even bought a lot of accessories and other things. Time quietly entered June. That afternoon, Nian was sleeping in a daze when he heard a voice on the radio. Hearing the word base, Su Nian suddenly sat up from the bed, staring at the radio and continuing to listen to the news. The government has established 10 major security bases across the country. Among them, the first safe base is only 200 kilometers away from the city where Su Nian is located. 200 kilometers is not far. Under normal circumstances, it would take no more than 3 hours to get to the destination from Su Nian's community. Even though the current situation is not normal, Su Nian feels that she can reach the destination within 5 hours. Finally getting the news from the base, Su Nian prepared to set off without any hesitation. It's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon and there are still several hours before the sun sets. But Su Nian was not in a hurry. She could use this time to pack up her things. Su Nian put all the furniture and appliances that he was used to into the space. After dark, Su Nian took down all the solar panels and sunshades and stored them in the space. As a result, the apartment suddenly became empty. Thinking that someone would come here to check after he left, Su Nian moved out a set of furniture and appliances from the space and placed them in the apartment. None of them are good things. Su Nian bought them when he was collecting supplies. After making sure that all the things that could be taken away from home were taken away, Su Nian dressed neatly, closed the door, and walked step by step to the underground parking lot. There are a lot of cars in the parking lot, but many of them are covered with a thick layer of dust, and it is obvious that no one has driven them for a long time. Su Nian didn't look at it any further and got into his car. In addition to this Hummer, there are several other cars in Su Nian's space. Some of them were specially customized by Su Nian, including off-road vehicles, RVs, and heavy trucks. The other 2 were bought by Su Nian at a car dealership after prices soared. Chapter 18. She would never be able to spend all the millions she had just by buying some supplies every day. Su Nian didn't want to waste anything, so he simply bought 2 off-road vehicles. The prerequisite is that the owner of the car dealership can help her buy 2 million worth of gasoline. At that time, prices were soaring and everyone was thinking about stockpiling food, so no one was interested in the automotive industry. Su Nian was willing to buy 2 cars worth 1 million yuan and a lot of gasoline, so the owner of the car dealership agreed readily. After all, he can make a lot of money from it just by doing it once. Su Nian didn't care how much money he made from it. Spending the money and turning it into gasoline and storing it in space was much better than a pile of useless banknotes. Until now, Su Nian still has more than 100,000 yuan in cash. Su Nian knew that he would never have the chance to spend the money again, but fortunately it was not a large amount, so it was not too regrettable. Su Nian drove the car out of the underground parking lot, and the roar of the car attracted the attention of the remaining survivors in the community. Su Nian heard some people rushing out of the house, some cursing, and some running wildly behind her car. But Su Nian didn't stop at all and rushed out of the community as fast as he could. These people have all thought about Su Nian, but they just can't defeat Su Nian. Su Nian seemed to be getting along well with them, but she knew that if they got the chance, these people would eat her alive. Su Nian is not a saint. Of course, she cannot tell these people the news about the base, let alone take them away. After leaving the community, Su Nian did not stop and continued driving towards the highway at the fastest speed. The city looks very quiet now, but beneath the quietness, undercurrents are surging. There are too many people hiding in the dark, ready to rush out at any time and deal a fatal blow to others. Su Nian didn't want to cause any trouble and just wanted to leave quickly. Some people heard the sound of a car and rushed out, even blocking the middle of the road, trying to force Su Nian to stop. But how could Su Nian stop? Su Nian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and when there was still a few meters away, the person blocking the way ahead quickly moved to the side of the road. In response, Su Nian just sneered. Being afraid of death is human nature. When they were about to leave the city, Su Nian found a van following behind him. That van looks somewhat familiar. Su Nian frowned and thought for a while, and finally remembered that it seemed to be Brother Hu's van. Didn't Brother Hu and his group die? Could it be that there are some fish that slipped through the net? This fish that escaped the net has been watching her secretly? Su Nian thought it was impossible and didn't pursue it further. The performance and speed of the van cannot be compared with Su Nian's car. After getting on the highway, Nian left the van far behind. When he was at home, Nian had already studied the route to the first base clearly. Nian has maps of the entire country, both electronic and paper, so she is not afraid of taking the wrong path at all. Along the way, Nian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed to the first base as fast as possible. 3 hours later, Nian got off the highway and arrived in Rihe. The first base was built in Rihe. Rihe not only has many mountains but also abundant water. Nian thought, this should be the reason why the first base was built here. The first base is also easy to find because it was expanded on the basis of the Rihe Mountain Resort. Nian had never been to Rihe Mountain Resort before, but with a map in hand, it was not difficult to find it. On the way to the summer resort, Nian found a place to stop and started taking things out of the space. Cool mats, pillows, clothes and bedding, and various toiletries. The radio, solar panels, induction cooker and matching pots, electric kettle, rice cooker, pots and pans were also taken out, filling up half of the trunk. Looking at the remaining space, Nian took 2 bags of vacuum-packed rice, each weighing 50 kilograms. There are also some vacuum-packed dehydrated vegetables, noodles, mushrooms, and seasonings. Half bottle of oil, half jar of salt. Some instant noodles and sausages were also taken out. On the passenger seat, Nian placed a large mountaineering bag, which was bulging with things. Seeing that it was almost done, Nian stopped and continued driving towards the base. When he saw the base from afar, Nian let out a long sigh. After waiting for nearly a year, I finally arrived at the base. Nian was not the only one going to the base, there were cars going to the base in front and behind. As he got closer, Nian discovered that there were many cars outside the base, forming a long queue that was estimated to be more than 1,000 meters long. Nian had just parked the car at the end when he heard some movement from behind. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw a car coming towards him from a distance. It seems that quite a lot of people have received news about the base. While waiting in line, Nian was always observing the base in front of him. Nian didn't know what the Rihe Mountain Resort looked like in the past, but all he could see at this moment was a wall, a very high wall. The wall extends infinitely to both sides. It is impossible to tell how far it extends, but its height is at least 4 or 5 meters. Not to mention anything else, this wall alone gives people a sense of security. Although the convoy was very long, it was moving quite fast. An hour later, we arrived at Nian. "Hello, please show me your ID." The staff member who came forward was a young man with wheat-colored skin and handsome features. Nian handed over his ID card, household registration booklet, and graduation certificate which he had prepared in advance. After the staff member took it, he walked to the table and handed it to another staff member sitting at the table. A minute later, the staff came back and gave Nian her original ID. Everyone who enters the base must pay 10 kilograms of food. Hearing this, Nian was not surprised at all. In her previous life, she had to pay an entrance fee when she went to various small bases, let alone a large base like this. Nian opened the mountaineering bag on the passenger seat and took out a bag of vacuum-packed millet. This bag weighs exactly 10 kilograms. The staff took Xiaomi, handed Nian a note, and gave Nian a booklet. "Continue driving in, turn left and you will reach the parking lot." Nian took the things and continued driving inside. After turning left, he saw a huge parking lot. The parking lot is not open air, there is a carport on top. It seems that there are thousands or even tens of thousands of cars parked inside, but only 1/5 of the space is occupied. There are searchlights hanging under the carport, which should be solar powered. Each light is emitting light, attracting a bunch of mosquitoes to gather under the lights. It looks pitch black from a distance and is very disgusting. Nian parked the car and didn't rush to get out. Instead, he opened the booklet. The booklet is only a few pages long and does not contain much content. Chapter 19. I drew a rough topographic map of the base, but apart from the outline and some official places, I couldn't make out anything else. In addition to the map, there are also some rules and regulations. Nian flipped through the booklet and after he had an idea of what to do, he hurriedly got off the car with his backpack. It was 9 o'clock when Nian came out of the community, but now it is already 2 o'clock. It will be light at 4 o'clock and the sun will come out at around 6 o'clock. Nian has to find a place to live before the sun comes out. As soon as Nian walked out of the parking lot, before she could see the direction clearly, she saw a person rushing towards her from the shadows. Looking at the person who suddenly rushed towards him, Nian subconsciously drew out the dagger. At this moment, the man asked anxiously, "Do you need a guide?" Nian looked closely and saw a boy of about 15 or 16 years old standing in front of him. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with holes in it, and shorts of the same color, which also had holes in them. The exposed limbs were long and thin, with veins exposed, and they were frighteningly thin. Perhaps because Nian hadn't spoken, the boy looked a little embarrassed. "Sister, do you want a guide?" Nian came back to his senses after hearing the voice. "How much does it cost?" "A pack of biscuits. Or a bag of instant noodles, anything will do." "Why don't you want water?" The boy pursed his lips and said, "We have water to drink." Hearing this, Nian laughed. Rihi Mountain Resort is located by the mountains and rivers, with 8 lakes, so there is naturally no shortage of water. Even though it was already June and there were only 3 months left of the scorching heat, it was still a good thing to have enough water, so that Nian wouldn't have to hide away from others when using water. "Are you familiar with the base?" "Well, there's nothing in this base that I don't know." Nian nodded. "Then tell me how to rent a house in the base." "There is a housing rental center in the base, and there are all kinds of houses there." "Where is the housing rental center? Can I drive there?" Yes. I can lead the way for my sister." Hearing this, Nian simply turned around and walked towards the car. Seeing that the boy didn't catch up, he urged him, "Catch up." Upon hearing this, the young man hurriedly followed, but when he stood beside the car, he was still a little hesitant. Nian urged him again, and he got into the car reluctantly. With the boy's guidance, Nian drove the car and arrived at the housing rental center after more than 10 minutes. This base was built on the basis of Rihi Mountain Resort, which used to be a tourist attraction and originally had a ticket hall, service hall, and other places. The current housing rental center was converted from the ticket hall. The hall was clean and bright, with many people and a lot of noise. Looking at the scene in front of him, Nian was even a little dazed, thinking that this was before the end of the world. "Sister, you can rent a house there." Hearing the boy's voice, Nian came back to his senses and looked in the direction the boy pointed. Nian walked over to line up and soon it was her turn. The woman who received Nian was wearing work clothes and had no expression on her face. She handed Nian a tablet and said, "The red ones are occupied, and the green ones are unoccupied. You can choose whichever place you want to stay." There is just a map on the tablet computer, and nothing can be seen except densely packed red and green dots. Nian reached into her bag, took out a bar of Dove chocolate, and quickly stuffed it into the hands of the woman opposite her. "Sister, I just arrived and don't know much about the base. Can you introduce it to me?" The woman's movements were faster than Nian's. She quickly stuffed the chocolate into her trouser pocket and smiled. "Sister, what kind of house do you want to live in? Tell me." "I want to live in a higher building, preferably a small suite, with a better environment." "That's easy. Look at this side. This used to be a palace area, but now it's been turned into a residence. You definitely can't live in the palace, but there are a lot of small buildings around the palace. The highest is only 6 stories high, and inside are all small suites. How many floors do you want to live in?" Nian thought for a moment and said, "6th floor, maybe." "Okay, then I'll pick a 6th floor apartment for you. Someone will take you to see the apartment later. If you're sure, you can come back with them. You have to pay the rent here, and it will be entered into the computer file." "Thank you, sister." "No thanks, I'll call someone to go with you." The woman made a phone call, and soon a man came over and took Nian to see the house. Nian was about to follow the man when she turned around and saw the young man looking at her eagerly. Nian took a pack of instant noodles from his backpack and gave it to him. "You go back. The boy took the instant noodles with both hands, said thank you repeatedly, covered the instant noodles with his clothes, and then ran out. Seeing the young man leave, Nian also followed the man out of the housing rental center. Let's take the tram. The tram the man was talking about was the four-wheeled tram in the scenic area, which could carry quite a few people. Nian looked at it and couldn't help but sigh, it really is a case of making full use of local materials. This summer resort covers a very large area. The man drove the tram very fast all the way, but it took him half an hour to arrive. The small building is a 6-story residential building with 2 units in one building and 2 households per elevator. Seeing the man take out a flashlight, Nian also took one out of her bag and followed him upstairs. When they reached the 6th floor, the man took out the key, opened the security door, and the two of them entered the house together. The man walked in and introduced, this house has 2 bedrooms and a living room, more than 70 square meters, with a kitchen and a bathroom. It also has water and electricity, and you pay for it yourself. Nian looked around the house with a flashlight. The house was just a rough house with doors and windows. The walls were just smoothed with cement without even any putty. As for furniture and appliances, there was none of that. Perhaps taking the current situation into consideration, the windows are not floor-to-ceiling windows, but normal windows with a length and width of 1.2 meters. The glass should be high-temperature resistant glass, otherwise it would have exploded if exposed to such temperatures. There is a squat toilet and a faucet in the bathroom. There is only a tap in the kitchen. There is an LED light tube on the roof of each room. Looking at this house, Nian finally understood what it meant to be penniless. But even so, Nian was very satisfied. How much is the rent for this house? The universal currency of the base is contribution points, and this house costs 100 contribution points per month. If you don't have contribution points, you can use food. Nian did not ask too much about contribution points, only saying that he used food to rent a house. The two returned to the housing rental center, and Nian used the 2 bags of rice and all the dried vegetables to pay 2 months' rent. This is because Nian's rice and dehydrated vegetables are of good quality, otherwise they would only be worth 1 month's rent. Chapter 20. Nian got the key to the house, came out of the housing rental center, and got into his car. It's almost 3 o'clock now, and there's only 1 hour left until dawn. Nian had to move all the things in the car to his home on the 6th floor before the sun came out completely, and also find a place to park the car. Nian drove to the downstairs of the small building where he rented a house, took a deep breath, and started moving things upstairs. Only the 6th floor of the building had no lights on, so there must be no one living there. The lights were on from the 1st to the 5th floors, so there were obviously people inside. Maybe at this moment, someone was hiding behind the curtains, secretly observing her. Nian wanted to live in the first base for a long time, and did not want to reveal any flaws as soon as he arrived and arouse suspicion, so he did not dare to use the space to move. On the contrary, Nian kept taking things out of the space and putting them in the car, then taking them out of the car and carrying them upstairs one by one. Only if she carries the things enough times will she be able to present enough things to others in the future. Anyway, it was dark, and Nian parked the car in a dark place. Those who looked out from the house couldn't see clearly how much was in Nian's car. Fortunately, Nian has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and his physical fitness and strength are beyond ordinary people. After running back and forth so many times, he was a little tired, but he was able to persevere. Feeling that he had collected most of the things, Nian drove the car and parked it in a nearby parking lot. In addition to the huge parking lot just after entering the base, there are apparently parking lots in other parts of the base. After all, the base is so large that it is obviously unrealistic to walk on only 2 legs. This parking lot also has a carport, and it probably doesn't provide much insulation, but it's better than nothing. After Nian parked the car, he thought for a moment, took out an oil barrel from the car, pumped out all the gasoline in the car, and carried the oil barrel back to the small building. When Nian returned to the 6th floor, it was already dawn. Even without turning on the lights, Nian could see everything in the house clearly. Nian was not in a hurry to do anything else and replaced the lock core of the security door first. Only by replacing the lock cylinder with your own can you feel at ease, otherwise who knows whether someone else has the key to the door. This door is still a bit flimsy, so Nian decided that after he got familiar with the base, he would find a way to take out the iron fence door from the space and install an extra door as a double insurance so that he could live in peace. After locking the door, Nian put the ladder upright, took out a hammer and nails, and nailed the curtain rack in the room first. By the time Nian had nailed all the curtains to the curtain frames and hung up the blackout curtains, the sun had already risen. In just a short while, the temperature had risen sharply. Nian took out the room temperature meter and took a look. It was already 40 degrees. Fortunately, all the curtains were hung up, covering every window tightly. It not only blocks the sunlight, but also blocks the view from the small buildings in front and behind. Nian didn't rush to turn on the light, but walked around the room with a flashlight. Nian has already paid the electricity and water bills with instant noodles and sausages, so the house now has electricity. After taking a look around and making sure there were no surveillance or eavesdropping equipment in the house, Nian turned on the lights. It's not that Nian suffers from paranoia, but she has too many secrets and has to be cautious. As Nian turned on the light tubes on the ceiling emitted bright light, illuminating the entire room clearly. Even though he had been busy all night, Nian was still excited about moving to a new home and did not feel sleepy. Nian walked around the house and sprayed the entire room with insect repellent. This is an apartment of over 70 square meters with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Both bedrooms face south, but one is larger with a balcony and the other is smaller with only one south-facing window. Nian finally chose the smaller room as her bedroom. If the room is smaller, the temperature can be lowered faster when using an air conditioner. Nian sprinkled some water on the ground, then took out a broom and swept the cement residue and dust on the ground. Then, Nian took out the snap-on wooden floor from the space. This type of wooden floor is easy to install and can also be easily removed and replaced. Nian not only has this kind of wooden floor, but also solid wooden floor, floor leather, and so on. This small bedroom is only a dozen square meters, and it only took Nian 1 hour to floor the entire room. After paving the floor, Nian took out the mop and mopped it, then found a suitable place to put the bed frame and mattress. She took out a new set of ice silk 4-piece suit and laid it out, and the small room suddenly became a lot warmer. There was a socket on the wall, so Nian took out a power strip with a long electrical cord and plugged it into the socket. He then took out 2 air conditioning fans and plugged them into the power strips, put ice cubes in them, and turned on the switch. As the air conditioner started to blow, Nian, who was originally sweating all over, felt cool instantly. Nian sat cross-legged on the floor and blew on it for a while. When the sweat on his body was almost gone, he got up and went to the bathroom. Taking out a bathtub, Nian took off his clothes and sat in it, taking a good bath. Afterwards, he put the bathtub back into the space. The temperature outside was too high, and Nian was afraid that the water would become smelly if left outside. There is still a lot of water like this used for bathing, but it has never been used before. But now it's different, now it can be used to flush the toilet. It is estimated that a lot of water bills can be saved. Save where you can and spend where you can, don't waste anything. Nian directly put the things piled on the floor of the living room into the space. These rooms all need to be rearranged, but there is no rush. When Nian returned to the small bedroom, the temperature in the bedroom had dropped. Nian took some porridge and buns from the space, ate simply, and digested it for a while. Finally, she lay down on the bed at 8 o'clock. The window of the room is 1.2 meters by 1.2 meters, but the curtains that Nian hung cover the entire wall where the window is. The curtains have good light blocking properties, and after turning off the lights, the whole room is pitch dark. The whole building was quiet, and there was no sound outside. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of 2 air conditioning fans blowing air. Accompanied by the sound of the air conditioning fan, Nian gradually fell asleep. When Nian woke up, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. After sleeping for 10 hours, Nian woke up feeling refreshed. After staying in bed for a while, Nian turned over and sat up. After making the bed, he quickly went to wash up and eat. I just ate a little before going to bed. Now that he had woken up, Nian just felt hungry. After all, he had moved into a new house, so Nian decided to have a good meal and treat himself. Nian took out a cool mat and spread it on the ground, then put the table he had used for eating on it, and then took out the dishes he wanted to eat one by one. In order to eat more variety when eating alone, Nian prepared small portions of each dish and used small plates and bowls. Chapter 21. Stir-fried beef, shrimp, and tofu, cold bamboo shoots, a square piece of downpour pork, and a bowl of borscht. With 4 dishes and a soup, even without rice, Nian is full. After eating and drinking, Nian put away all the tableware and started to get busy again. The bedroom floor was laid yesterday, and Nian plans to clean the walls today. It's so grey and really ugly. Nian bought a lot of wall stickers in various colors. After considering for a moment, Nian chose white, which is classic and durable. If you don't like it anymore, you can decorate it again. The size of a wall sticker is 80x80, so it is very convenient to stick it on, and there is no problem at all for one person to operate it. The room was not very big to begin with, so it didn't take Nian long to cover all 4 walls and the top with white wall stickers. Except for switches and sockets which require holes to be dug, everything else can be directly pasted on. After putting up the wall stickers, Nian took a clothes hanger and placed it at the end of the bed, put a bedside table next to the bed, and also took out the bedside table where the iPad was placed. This bedroom is basically the same as the bedroom in her previous apartment, except that it is a little smaller. After all this busy work, it was already dark. Nian turned off the lights in the room, stood between the window and the curtains, and began to apply heat insulating film to the windows. Not only should you apply thermal insulation film, you should also hang thermal insulation cloth outside the windows. With these 3 layers of shelter, the house will not be exposed to the sun. The 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment is neither too big nor too small. It would take time for Nian to finish it all by himself. Fortunately, what Nian has the most now is time. After taking care of the bedroom first, he can take his time with the rest. After the bedroom was tidied, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Probably because the temperature had dropped a lot, noises gradually began to appear outside. I could hear cars passing by and people talking. Nian decided to go out and take a look. You can take your time to clean up the house, but you still need to understand the situation at the base. After changing into long-sleeved shirt and long pants, putting on a hat, mask, and sneakers, Nian went out. The reason for wrapping so tightly is certainly not for sun protection, but to prevent mosquito bites. I was busy at the base yesterday and Nian didn't pay much attention. Now that he was out, Nian discovered that there were far fewer mosquitoes and flies in the first base. It cannot be said that there is absolutely no difference, but compared with the community where she lived before, there is a world of difference. Nian thought that the first base must have developed some medicine that could kill some mosquitoes and flies. Although it has not been completely eliminated, it is good to have less of it. At least my ears are much quieter. There are street lights everywhere in the base, and the general environment around can be seen clearly. Nian walked and observed. From time to time, people hurriedly passed by, and he didn't know what they were doing. Although he was curious, Nian was cautious and did not catch anyone to ask. Nian walked slowly forward, secretly memorizing the route as he walked. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he heard noisy voices. Just by listening to the sound, I knew there should be a lot of people ahead. Nian walked towards the sound and saw a lot of stalls on an open space with many people coming and going. It does have a bit of the flavor of a night market. There are many stalls and a wide variety of things. There are books, toys, pots and pans, teapots and cups, bedding, as well as clothes, shoes, and cosmetics. Many of them are famous brands, but the current prices are very cheap. One contribution point can get you a piece of clothing or a pair of shoes. You can choose whatever you want. After a round of shopping, although Nian didn't buy anything, he found out how to redeem contribution points. Contribution points must be redeemed at the service hall. Whether it is grain, seeds, or convenience food, as long as it is related to food, it can be used to exchange for contribution points. In addition, the base also recruits workers, and the wages paid are also contribution points. Contribution points can be used to buy things in the base's official supermarket without purchase limit, and can also be used to eat in restaurants, rent houses, pay water and electricity bills, etc. In general, the currencies circulating in the base are contribution points and food, and the previous money is completely useless. Those who come to the base and have the ability can rent a house for themselves, like Nian. Those who don't have the ability can live in the collective dormitory at the base. But once you live there, you have to follow the arrangements of the base and go to work every night. It can be said that it is a job that provides food and accommodation after the end of the world. But it goes without saying that the living environment and the quality of food will not be very good. As for the content of the work, these people only knew that there was one thing called building a house. The small building where Nian lives now was built by those people. Nian feels that in addition to building houses, there should be other work content, but most people don't know about it. Apart from anything else, the base is definitely conducting research on planting and breeding. After nearly 10 months of high temperatures, the crops outside had long since dried up. Even if there was grain in the granary, it would not be a long-term solution. We must find a way to grow food again. It is definitely not possible to grow them outdoors as they will be killed by the sun. We can only find a way to grow them indoors. But how to plant it in large quantities and ensure survival and yield is a problem. Nian is not a scientist, so he knows nothing about this and has not thought deeply about it. After getting almost all the information, Nian left and headed home. She has only paid 2 months' rent now, which is far from enough. I still have to find a way to earn some contribution points so that I can have a way to pay the rent in the future. There were quite a lot of grains, seeds, and food in her space, but she couldn't just take them out directly. Nian thought about it and decided to leave the base after cleaning up the house. Except for the bedroom, Nian did not clean the rest of the rooms so carefully. There is no wooden floor in the living room, but instead floor leather. As for furniture, nothing has been put in there yet. There is a wash basin rack in the bathroom and a table in the kitchen, on which the induction cooker and various pots and pans are placed. The larger bedroom is connected to the balcony, and Nian hung solar panels on the wall outside the balcony. The base provides electricity, but charges for it. Wouldn't it be a great savings if you connected the electricity yourself? After taking a walk outside, Nian found that there were quite a few people laying solar panels, and she could lay them without causing any trouble. After the house was almost cleaned up, Nian washed up and went to bed, then drove out of the base that night. There is no prohibition on going out of the base. When you come back, you can enter the base as long as you show your new identity card, and you don't have to pay food anymore. After leaving the base, Nian saw that there was still a long line of cars outside the base. They should be people from faraway places who rushed over after hearing the news from the base. Chapter 22. Nian didn't look any further, just chose a direction and drove away. The purpose of coming out this time is very simple, which is to bring back food and seeds in exchange for contribution points. In addition, Nian also had to take out the iron fence door and put it on the roof of the car and take it back with him. Originally, I just wanted to walk around the base, kill some time, and then return after 12 o'clock. But Nian didn't expect that just after she turned a corner and walked a short distance, she saw densely packed iron nail boards on the road ahead. Nian quickly stepped on the brakes and looked in the rearview mirror. There was already a car parked at the intersection behind, blocking the intersection completely. Seeing this situation, Nian had nothing to understand. He was facing a highway robbery. In the end times, it is not uncommon to see people robbing people on the road. But this place is only a few kilometers away from the first base, and Nian did not expect that someone would block the road here. There are farmlands on both sides of this road. The road is about half a meter higher than the farmlands. There are also trees planted on the roadside. Even though the trees are almost dead now, it would be disastrous if you hit them directly. Su Nian's lips curled up. Since there is no way to leave by force, then just stay. Just then, 4 men walked out from behind the trees on both sides of the road not far ahead. 4 men also got out of the car at the intersection behind. All 8 of them were wearing black shirts and black pants and had bald heads. In the first year of the apocalypse, bald heads were not uncommon. Not all bases are as water-free as the first base. In many small bases, even drinking water is a problem, let alone washing. There was no way to wash their hair and the weather was hot, so not only men and children would shave their heads, but some women would also shave their hair. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable to have lice in your hair. When it comes to survival, beauty or ugliness is naturally not that important. Su Nian looked at the 8 bald men and did not rush to get out of the car. Instead, he looked at them carefully. With the help of the car lights, Su Nian could see them clearly. After making sure that they had no hot weapons and only some cold weapons such as steel pipe machetes, Su Nian turned sideways, reached out and took out his tang sword from the passenger seat. This group of people walked slowly, seemingly enjoying the fun of hunting. When Su Nian stopped under the car, they were still a few meters away from Su Nian. Seeing Su Nian getting out of the car alone, a group of bald men laughed at the same time. What a luck! It's actually a girl. Even though she's wearing a mask, you can tell she's pretty good just by looking at her figure. Girl, what's that in your hand? I advise you to be sensible and don't resist, otherwise don't blame us for not being gentle with you. Su Nian drew out the tang sword without saying a word. The sword flashed with a cold light, and anyone could tell at a glance that it was a good thing. The bald men didn't expect Su Nian to actually draw his sword, and they were all a little surprised. But their surprise only lasted for a moment, and soon they burst into laughter. You little girl, you're playing with a knife. Little beauty, listen to your brother and put the knife down. That's not your thing to play with. If you want to play, brother has a gun for you to play with, so you can play as much as you want, ha 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 ha. When the other bald men heard this, they also laughed. Listening to the bald man's dirty words, Su Nian's eyes became even colder. The last person who spoke to her like this was Brother Hu and his group, and she had already sent them away. Since these bald men in front of her have lived enough, she might as well give them a ride again. Su Nian held the tang sword in one hand and reached for the car keys hanging on his body with the other hand and turned off the car lights. As the Hummer's lights went out, the surroundings suddenly became dark. Although the headlights of the car at the intersection were on, they were quite far away and did not have much effect. Suddenly, everything in front of them went dark, and the group of bald men were startled. Before they could react, they heard hurried footsteps. A bald man had a flash of cold light in front of his eyes, and before he could react, his body and head were separated. Su Nian didn't hesitate at all and picked up the knife to chop at the other person next to him. After Su Nian killed 4 people in succession, the others were shocked and angry. Their eyes also adjusted to the darkness. They took out their weapons, used the faint light in the distance to identify Su Nian's direction, and rushed towards Su Nian. Compared to them, Su Nian is thin and small, but extremely flexible. The long tang sword in Su Nian's hand made it impossible for these bald men to get close to him. After just a few minutes of fighting, 3 of the remaining 4 men fell to the ground. The only one left had his arm chopped off by Su Nian. Seeing Su Nian approaching step by step, the man with a broken arm's knees softened and he fell to the ground. Beauty! Big sister! Lady warrior! I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me and spare my life. Listening to the man's words, Su Nian stopped. The man saw this and grinned. At this moment, Su Nian swung his right hand, and the tip of the tang sword crossed the man's neck. The man fell to the ground instantly, and after his body twitched twice, he was completely silent. Su Nian held the knife and walked quickly towards the car at the intersection. After approaching the bus, Su Nian did not rush to get on, as she was not sure if there was anyone else on the bus. Standing 3 meters away from the bus, Su Nian thought for a moment, took out a smoke bomb from his pocket, opened it, and threw it directly into the bus through the open door. Soon, the bus was filled with smoke. This smoke not only blocks people's vision, but also has a very spicy smell. If there were someone in the car, they would not be able to hold on for long and would run down. Nian waited quietly, and sure enough, after a few dozen seconds, 2 bald men rushed out of the car. As soon as the 2 men came down, they pounced towards Nian, and were chopped to the ground by Nian with 2 slashes of his sword. It's not that these people are useless, it's that Nian is much better than them. Nian has been surviving in the apocalypse for 10 years, risking his life countless times and licking blood on the tip of a knife. What she knows is no longer just fist and foot kung fu, but also killing moves. Every move he makes is a killing move. In addition, he had powerful weapons in this life and had been training diligently for the past year, so it was of course no problem for him to deal with these thugs who had changed careers halfway through their careers. If he couldn't even handle them, Nian felt that he had no point in living and might as well find a hole to bury himself. Nian didn't get into the car until the smoke in the car had completely dissipated. The car was in a mess, with things thrown everywhere and cigarette ashes and butts everywhere. The seats at the rear of the car had been removed and there were a lot of boxes piled up, which seemed to be supplies. Nian raised an eyebrow and walked forward to check. This sight really surprised Nian. There are 6 boxes of wine and 4 boxes of cigarettes, containing all kinds of brands. There are also 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of canned food, 6 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of sausages, and more than 10 boxes of mineral water. There are more than a dozen bags of rice, flour, and miscellaneous grains together. Chapter 23. There are a lot of things, but not too much. For those 10 tall and strong bald men, it would take them a long time to finish all this food. Nian thought that these should be what they brought in the car to consume when they were out. There must be more supplies in their residence. They carefully selected this road, laid steel plates to block the road, and then used buses to block the road. It was obvious at first glance that they were veterans and must have done similar things many times before. Nian refused to believe that these were the only supplies they had. The only problem is, now that everyone is dead, how can she find where these people live? Although it was a pity that he failed to get the supplies, Nian did not regret killing those people. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Compared with the hidden dangers, supplies are nothing. She is a woman with billions of resources. Nian put all the supplies into the space, took a steel pipe, and searched the car. Finally, a bag of gold jewelry was found, which was estimated to weigh dozens of kilograms. It must have been stolen by these people. Other than that, there were some miscellaneous daily necessities, which Nian didn't like and didn't take. After getting off the bus, Nian walked back. He first put away the steel nail board and moved the body on the ground to the side, then Nian drove away. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Nian finally stopped, took out all the supplies he had just received from the bus, and piled them in the car. These supplies didn't take up much space on the bus, but they filled Nian's car to the brim. Looking at these supplies, Nian felt that he should be able to exchange them for a lot of contribution points. In order to avoid encountering similar things again, Nian stopped wandering around outside. Nian took out the iron fence door and placed it on the roof of the car, secured it with a rope, and then drove back to the first base. People like Nian, who come out of the base and go back, do not need to queue up with those who have just arrived at the base, but go through the other side of the gate. Nian drove into the base and went straight to the service hall. It was only 11 o'clock and it was still early. It was the busiest time in the base and there were many people in the service hall. Nian found a staff member and told him that he had supplies to exchange, but one person could not carry them in. The man called a few people and followed Nian to the car. As Nian opened the car door, several staff members gasped when they saw the full boxes inside. When Nian said there were a lot of things, they were already mentally prepared. But when I really saw the things, I still couldn't believe it. There were so many things. Where did Nian, a girl who looks thin and weak, get so many supplies? However, after meeting Nian's cold gaze, several staff members immediately put their doubts behind them and began to count the supplies. How Su Nian got the supplies has nothing to do with them. The cigarettes and alcohol here are in short supply, and many people want them. They can keep them for those who want to give them, and they can always make some profit from it. There were quite a lot of stuff, but they were all in boxes and pieces, and there were several people counting them together, so the process was still pretty fast. Su Nian exchanged this batch of supplies for 3,600 contribution points. The monthly rent for Su Nian's house is 100 contribution points. In other words, the contribution points Su Nian has now can allow her to pay 3 years of rent. With contribution points in hand, Su Nian is not in a hurry to renew the rent. She had only been at the base for 2 days, and already had so many contribution points, which inevitably aroused suspicion. It will be the same if I go again next month. Su Nian left the service hall and drove home happily. After parking the car downstairs, Su Nian stepped on the tires to climb onto the front of the car, and then climbed from the front to the roof. Su Nian untied the rope that tied the iron fence gate and with one force, he lifted the fence gate to the ground. This land is just an ordinary dirt road, it has not been hardened, and there is no need to worry about damaging the ground. Su Nian jumped out of the car, and before he stood up straight, he heard someone talking. "Do you need help?" Hearing this, Su Nian was stunned for a moment, then he looked in the direction of the voice. "Are you talking to her?" When Su Nian saw the man standing at the door of the unit, he frowned. Just by looking at the silver hair, Su Nian immediately recognized who this person was. It was the man who sold her the ring. The ring was still on her hand, and Su Nian's fingers subconsciously rubbed the ring a few times. This man looks like a capable person, so it's not surprising that he can come to the first base. But the first base is so big, and they just happened to meet each other. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? But if this man was following her, Su Nian felt it was impossible. Seeing that Su Nian didn't say anything, Jing Mo smiled and asked again, "Do you need help?" Looking at that harmless smile, Su Nian did not relax. "Why are you here?" "I live here." Jing Mo said, stretching out a finger and pointing upstairs, "I live on the 6th floor." Su Nian. If someone told Su Nian that this was a complete coincidence, Su Nian would never believe it. Once or twice is just a coincidence, but if it is this level of coincidence, it must be premeditated, right? "You followed me." "No, no, no." Jing Mo waved his hands repeatedly. "I just arrived at the base tonight, and the people from the housing rental center took me to look at houses. I happened to see you coming down from upstairs, and I knew that no one lived across from you, so I rented it." After hearing Jing Mo's explanation, Su Nian's brows relaxed slightly, but she still felt uncomfortable. "Why do you live across from me?" Jing Mo scratched his head. "I just thought that since we've met before, it would be nice to be neighbors with someone I know." "Acquaintance?" Su Nian didn't know what to say. This is only the 3rd time they have met. Does that mean they are acquaintances? However, Su Nian had no plans to rent 2 houses, and the house opposite her could not remain empty forever. Compared with a neighbor whom he had never seen and whose temper he didn't know, Jing Mo didn't seem to be unable to accept it. The most important thing is that Jing Mo has already rented the house, and she has no reason or right to evict him. Looking at the iron gate on the ground, Su Nian had an idea. "I originally planned to install this at the door of my house, now, how about installing it at the staircase?" "Of course." Jing Mo agreed without hesitation. "If we install a door like this, others won't be able to come directly to our door, which will be much safer. Now that you are out, I won't take advantage of you for nothing. What supplies do you want? Why don't you just lift the door first, and then you can come to my place and see what you want? You can choose whatever you want." Su Nian raised his eyebrows. What a big tone. Is this still the man who touched his stomach and said pitifully that he was starving to death? Chapter 24. However, Su Nian also knew that when a man has not been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. They haven't seen each other for half a year. This man looks capable, so it's not surprising that he has the confidence to say such things. The only strange thing is how he fell to the point where he couldn't even afford to eat. Su Nian had no interest in prying into other people's private affairs, so she and the man lifted the iron gate above their heads. Both of them were very strong. They carried the iron gate weighing 100 or 200 pounds to the 6th floor in one breath without getting red in the face or out of breath. I have the tools for installation. I'll go back and get them. Su Nian said this, opened the door and went home, closing the door behind him. After finding all the necessary tools in the space, he took out a long wire and plugged it in before opening the door. Su Nian originally planned to install it himself, but Jing Mo got there first. I can install it, just help me hold it and hand me the tools. Jing Mo's movements were very skillful, so skillful that Su Nian suspected that he was a door installer before the end of the world. Haven't we introduced ourselves yet? My name is Jing Mo, Jing for Jing Dong and Mo for squid. What's yours? Su Nian came back to his senses after hearing that and looked towards Jing Mo. Haven't they introduced themselves yet? But why do I feel like they seem to be quite familiar with each other? Facing Jing's dark and bright eyes, Su Nian got the answer, this man was too familiar. My name is Su Nian. Katabansu, Jin Xin Nian. So is your nickname Jin Xin? No. That's a shame, this sounds so nice. By the way, how long have you been here? Are you familiar with the base? I want to take a look around the base, can you take me there? Jing Mo's words came one after another, making Su Nian's eyebrows twitch. Recalling the first time I met Jing Mo was sitting in the shadow in the corner, with a cold expression and concise words. The whole person exudes the aura of a cool masculine god. But look at him now, he laughs so hard that it dazzles people's eyes, and he keeps chattering because of his nice voice. I'm still too full. Su Nian didn't say much, but Jing Mo could keep talking by himself without feeling awkward at all. Su Nian, on the other hand, remained silent, feeling a bit awkward and had to respond from time to time. Half an hour later, the door was installed. Su Nian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, packed all the tools into a box, and carried it back home. Su Nian's car is still parked downstairs, and we have to drive it to the parking lot. Just after taking 2 steps down, Su Nian found that Jing Mo had followed him. Without waiting for Su Nian to ask, Jing Mo smiled and said, I haven't finished getting my things yet. Then I'll help you get it. That's great. After all, Jing Mo helped her lift the door and installed the main door together. It would seem a bit unreasonable if she didn't help. When they got downstairs, Su Nian saw Jing Mo's car without Jing Mo saying anything. It was a 7-seater off-road vehicle, much larger than Su Nian's car. Jing Mo walked forward and opened the trunk of the car, and a car full of supplies appeared in front of Su Nian. Looking at so many things, Su Nian's eyes twitched. If one person were to move all this, how long would it take to move it all up? Su Nian didn't know how long it would take for a person to do this. Su Nian only knew that she and Jing Mo moved together, and it took them 2 hours to move. Su Nian himself couldn't remember how many times he ran back and forth. The things were moved up and down and piled up in the living room. At this time, there was no room to step in the living room. I don't know how long it will take to clean up all these things. Su Nian also noticed that when she followed Jing Mo into the house for the first time, there were already many large cardboard boxes piled up in the kitchen. That should have been moved here by Jing Mo before. Jing Mo's car had a luggage rack installed on the roof, and these boxes should have been placed on the roof before. After moving the things, the two of them parked the car in the parking lot together. When we returned to the 6th floor, it was almost 3 o'clock. Su Nian was sweating all over and just wanted to go back to take a shower and rest. She directly rejected Jing Mo's offer to treat her to a meal. Jing Mo, who was rejected, still had a smile on his face. I'm too tired to eat today, so I'll do it tomorrow night. What time do you usually get up in the afternoon? Can I call you over for dinner at 7 or 8 o'clock? Su Nian wanted to refuse, but Jing Mo looked aggrieved. You've helped me so much, I'd feel guilty if I didn't treat you to a meal. Hearing this, Su Nian did not refuse again, then call me when the time comes. Good. Su Nian waved her hand, I'll leave first, bye. Su Nian said this, took 2 steps and arrived at the door of his home, opened the door and walked in. After closing the door, Su Nian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Su Nian agreed to Jing Mo's request for dinner, not because she was soft-hearted. Put yourself in his shoes. Wasn't she helping Jing Mo move things because Jing Mo was helping her install the door? She herself doesn't want to owe anyone a favor, and Jing Mo should be the same. After this meal, they were just about even. Thinking in his mind, Su Nian walked towards the bathroom. Taking out a bathtub, Su Nian took off his clothes and soaked himself in it. The warm water wrapped around her body, and with the temperature over 30 degrees, Su Nian's cheeks soon turned red and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her face. While taking a bath, Su Nian kept thinking about what to eat. She was still eating what she had eaten before leaving the base, and 6 or 7 hours had passed by now. Coupled with the physical labor just now, I felt even hungrier after taking a shower. Su Nian walked towards the bedroom while wiping his hair. He entered the bedroom, closed the door, turned on 2 air conditioning fans, and then started to get food outside. When I am too hungry, I want to eat meat. Su Nian took out a braised pork elbow, 2 vegetables, and a small bowl of rice. After eating all of this, Su Nian was full. Leaning against the bed, Su Nian closed his eyes and checked the supplies in the space. There was nothing else to see, Su Nian was only looking at the cooked food. In the past 6 months, because almost no one in the community cooks, Su Nian is afraid that the smell of food will cause unnecessary trouble, so he hasn't cooked and has been consuming the cooked food he made before. In the past 6 months, 1/5 of it has been consumed. There is a lot left, but it is not enough. Now that the rent has been paid, Su Nian plans not to go out for the next few days. He will clean up the kitchen early and cook 3 meals on time every day. Maybe he was really tired. After eating, his tiredness surged up many times, and Su Nian fell asleep while thinking. Half asleep, Su Nian felt the mat on the ground was too hard, so he climbed onto the bed and continued to sleep hugging the summer quilt. When Su Nian opened his eyes again, he turned to look at the alarm clock on the bedside table and found that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 25. Su Nian didn't remember what time he fell asleep, but he thought he slept for at least 10 hours. After washing up, Su Nian originally planned to eat something before training. But after taking out the bread, he remembered that he had promised Jing Mo that he would go to his house for dinner at around 7 or 8 o'clock. Su Nian put the bread slices back into the space, went directly to the master bedroom, took out all the exercise equipment, and started training silently. After training for 2 hours, Su Nian went to the bathroom, took a shower and changed his clothes. Su Nian had just come out of the bathroom and was still drying her hair when she heard a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, Jing Mo's voice came in. Su Nian, are you ready? I'm ready here. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Nian said as he put the towel into the space, scratched his hair with his hands, and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, I saw Jing Mo smiling brightly. Su Nian is inexplicable. Why is he always so happy? Su Nian closed the door of her house and followed Jing Mo to his house. As soon as he entered the door, Su Nian was stunned. She just took a nap and he had already cleaned the house? Isn't this speed a bit too fast? The originally messy living room has now been tidied up. The boxes were all placed against the wall, but there were fewer of them, so they must have been placed in other rooms. At this time, there was a small square table in the middle of the living room. On both sides of the table were 2 wine boxes, with 2 cushions on them, which served as benches. Not far from the square table, there is a floor fan. The floor fan is not big, but when Su Nian sits over it, he finds that the wind is very strong and the wind it blows is very cool. Su Nian looked at the floor fan a few more times with some curiosity. When she went to purchase supplies, she had seen all kinds of fans, so why had she never seen this one? But there is nothing strange about this. There are so many strange things in this world, it is normal that she has never seen them. At this time, the small square table was empty, and Su Nian didn't know what Jing Mo was going to treat her to. Wait for me, I'll get it. Jing Mo said this and went to the kitchen. Su Nian looked over subconsciously. When Jing Mo opened the kitchen, Su Nian was shocked to find that there was a double-door refrigerator near the window. When she and Jing Mo were moving supplies yesterday, she didn't see the refrigerator. Jing Mo opened the refrigerator and took out a stainless steel plate. Because Su Nian was sitting and couldn't see what was on the plate, she could smell the crayfish. As Jing Mo put the plate on the table, Su Nian also saw clearly what was on the plate. It's crayfish noodles. Also, wait for me a moment. Jing Mo quickly ran back to the kitchen, and when he came back again, he had 2 cans of Coke in his hands. The can of Coke is emitting cold steam, which makes people feel cool just by looking at it. Jing Mo sat down opposite Su Nian and handed Su Nian a can of thirst quencher in his hand. Here. Su Nian took the Coke and opened it with one hand. With a snap, the cool air of the Coke rushed out. After taking a sip of ice cola, I felt cool from the inside out and my mood improved. Jing Mo also took a big sip, then ran to get 2 more bowls and chopsticks. When he came back, he still felt a little embarrassed. It's my first time inviting people to dinner, so I'm not well prepared. Please don't mind it. No problem. She came here empty-handed and just had to sit and wait for the food. It would be unreasonable if she were to be picky. Jing Mo served a bowl of noodles to each of them, and put some more crayfish meat in Su Nian's bowl. Su Nian took only 1 bite and could tell that this was probably the kind of ready-to-eat packaged crayfish, which is also a kind of fast food. Before the end of the world, people would pick and choose such crayfish, saying that they were not as delicious as fresh ones. But after the end of the world, it is very difficult to eat such crayfish. Su Nian also stockpiled a lot of such bagged crayfish meat. I just don't know where Jing Mo got it from. This thing should be difficult to get. Su Nian was just thinking about it when he heard Jing Mo speak. I sold some weapons to the base, and the base gave me a lot of contribution points, and this house was also registered in my name. There are crayfish in the refrigerator. I requested them yesterday, and the base just delivered them to me. Hearing this, Su Nian paused while eating noodles. She killed 10 bald men and took their supplies to earn enough to pay 3 years' rent. Jing Mo sold some weapons to the base and got a house directly, as well as extra contribution points. If Jing Mo can use the word a lot to describe it, then it must be really a lot. Not to mention, there is a refrigerator and crayfish. Jing Mo only mentioned the refrigerator and crayfish, but Su Nian didn't really think that there were only refrigerator and crayfish. There must be something else. So, what kind of weapons did Jing Mo sell to the base? It shouldn't be the ones he put out at the beginning. Cold weapons like swords and knives are good things, but they are definitely not worth the price. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo with burning eyes and was extremely curious. But the 2 of them are not that familiar with each other, so it's really hard to ask. Su Nian could only nod, indicating that he heard Jing Mo's words, and then lowered his head to eat in silence. At this moment, Jing Mo's voice came into Su Nian's ears again. Actually, I'm an arms dealer. The base wanted to invite me to work, but I refused. I'm used to freedom and don't like being restricted. The base took a step back and just asked me to come over for help when needed, and the compensation would be calculated separately. It was a good deal, so I agreed. Weapons dealer. Su Nian repeated these 4 words softly, his tone full of doubt. Did this profession exist before the end of the world? Or in other words, does their country have this profession? When his eyes fell on Jing Mo's silver hair, Su Nian felt relieved again. Jing Mo should be mixed race, right? I just don't know which country he is from. Perhaps the country to which his other half of blood belongs has the profession of arms dealer. The end of the world is coming, so it's not surprising that other countries have such professions. Su Nian nodded again, indicating that he understood. Jing Mo stopped eating noodles, leaned over, and looked straight at Su Nian. Do you want a weapon? Seeing Jing Mo suddenly coming over, Su Nian thought he was going to do something and immediately became defensive. But after hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian also leaned over and asked, what weapon? The base spent a lot of money to buy it, so it must be a good thing. If you can buy it, that would be the best thing. Jing Mo smiled brightly and sat up straight again. Eat quickly. I'll show you after you finish eating. But this time, I won't accept cash. Of course. Su Nian smiled, I don't have any cash either. Chapter 26. Who still uses cash these days? After dinner, Su Nian helped wash the dishes and wipe the table, and then waited anxiously for Jing Mo to take out his weapon. Jing Mo had no intention of keeping Su Nian in suspense, so he asked Su Nian to wait and turned to go to the bedroom. Su Nian sat at the small square table waiting. The cool breeze from the fan gradually calmed her somewhat impatient heart. After a while, Jing Mo came out carrying a black leather suitcase. Just by looking at the texture of the box, you can tell that it is a good thing. Anything that can be packed in a box like this must be good stuff, right? Jing Mo placed the box horizontally on the table and opened it with both hands. It was at this time that Su Nian noticed that Jing Mo was very white. Jing Mabai's look is very healthy, unlike the paleness of many people nowadays who have not seen the sun for years. A pair of hands with distinct joints, long fingers, and round, full nails that are neatly trimmed. Seeing Jing Mo's nails, Su Nian couldn't help but smile. Su Nian doesn't say she has a liking for men who keep their nails neatly trimmed, but at least she doesn't hate them. Click. With this slight sound, the box was opened, and Su Nian also looked at the box intently. There was a silver wooden handgun in between. The wooden handgun was delicate and small, with a unique metallic luster. Jing Mo picked up the pistol, took out the magazine, picked up the bullets in the alley, and loaded them into the gun one by one. When Su Nian saw Jing Mo putting the magazine back, his heart skipped a beat and he opened his mouth to stop him. But Jing Mo's movements were faster than Su Nian's. He raised his hand and aimed at the empty coke can on the box 2 meters away. As Jing Mo pulled the trigger, the coke can exploded instantly. It was not pierced through, but exploded directly, falling down like pieces of paper. The largest one, Su Nian felt, was about the size of her thumb. This wooden gun is so small, yet it has such great destructive power. More importantly, even though there was no silencer installed, there was no sound at all. If Su Nian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was true. Jing Mo moved his fingers slightly, and the handcuffs rotated on his index finger for a few circles. Finally, the handcuffs stopped rotating with the mouth facing downwards, and Jing Mo handed it to Su Nian. Do you want to try it? Although Su Nian lived in the apocalypse for 10 years in his previous life, he had always been struggling to survive. He had never even seen something like a handheld warehouse, let alone come into contact with it. After being reborn in this life, Su Nian has thought about buying one. But she had no connections and no channels, and she didn't dare to ask rashly for fear of attracting attention. Su Nian never imagined that one day, Shimukang would automatically appear in front of her. After hesitating for a while, Su Nian took it. The wooden warehouse felt heavy as soon as it was held in his hand, which was completely beyond Su Nian's expectations. It looks small and delicate, but why is it so heavy? The silver wooden warehouse body looks very beautiful, but it is hard to tell what material it is made of. Su Nian looked around the room and finally looked at the remaining empty coke can. Su Nian had never opened a wooden warehouse, so he was a little hesitant for a moment. At this moment, Jing Mo stood up, came behind her, bent slightly, and helped her adjust her grip. Although he was right behind her, he was not pressing against her back. There was a large distance between them. Only his hand touched her fingers when he was correcting her posture of holding the wooden bin, but after correcting her, he immediately left without causing Su Nian any discomfort. Jing Mo walked back to his original seat and sat down at some point, giving Su Nian a big smile. Don't be afraid, you are very smart and you will definitely learn it right away. Hearing this, Su Nian took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. The next moment, the coke can was blown into pieces again. Su Nian could feel the recoil generated when the bullet was fired, but it was completely within the tolerable range. Su Nian slowly put down his hand and looked at the wooden kang in his hand, his eyes full of satisfaction. Jing Mo, how are you going to sell this? When Su Nian asked this question, his eyes were shining. If you have gold, give me 10 pounds of gold. If you don't have gold, I have. Su Nian stood up and said, "Wait for me for a moment, I'll get it." After Su Nian finished speaking, he turned and left, so fast that Jing Mo was stunned for a moment. But after realizing it, Jing Mo smiled and shook his head. Su Nian always looks cold and unapproachable, but I didn't expect that when she encounters something she likes, she would show such a little girl side. On the other side, Su Nian hurried back to his home and began to take gold out of the space. However, what Su Nian took was not the gold bricks he had prepared, but the bag of gold he got from the bald man. At that time, Su Nian didn't look at it carefully and just put it into the space. Now taking it out, Su Nian held it and felt the weight. It felt like it should be several dozen kilograms. I don't know how many gold shops those 10 bald men robbed. Su Nian didn't think too much about it and returned to Jing Mo's house with the big bag of gold. She came out in such a hurry just now that she didn't close the door, so it is still open. Su Nian walked in and closed the door to prevent more mosquitoes and flies from flying in. Su Nian put the bag in her hand on the ground. The gold is all in it. Just now you only mentioned the price of this wooden magazine, what about the price of the bullets? I'd like some more bullets. When the bag was placed on the ground, it made a muffled sound. Just from the sound, you could tell that the stuff inside was quite heavy. Jing Mo opened the bag and took a look, his eyebrows raised instantly. Bullets are sold by the bullet. Is it too much to charge you 5 grams of gold for each bullet? Su Nian shook her head, not too much. Such a good pistol, if there are no bullets, wouldn't it be a waste of beauty? It is understandable that bullets are charged high prices. Although they didn't have a scale, it didn't matter because the small price tags on each piece of gold jewelry were still there, with the weight clearly marked on them. The two of them counted out 10 pounds of gold and placed them on the table, and then counted the rest. There were still 32 pounds of gold left, which is 16,000 kilograms. A bullet weighs 5 grams, which is enough to buy 3,200 bullets. Su Nian pursed her lips and said, "However, you can decide how much you want to sell it to me. Just sell it to me as much as you can." Su Nian wasn't sure if Jing Mo had so many bullets. Even if he really had it, would he sell so much to her at once? Jing Mo looked towards Su Nian upon hearing this, and seeing Su Nian's slightly worried look, he smiled heartily. "Are you worried that I don't have enough bullets? Don't worry. There are plenty of bullets," Jing Mo said as he stood up and walked towards the bedroom. After a while he came out with a box. Don't be fooled by the small size of the box. It actually contains 1,000 bullets. Chapter 27. Jing Mo put the box down and moved 2 more boxes over. These are 3,000 bullets. There were originally 300 in the box. 2 were just used up, so there are still 298. The extra ones are given to you as a gift, considering that you bought too much. 1 bullet weighs 5 grams of gold, and 100 bullets weigh 500 grams of gold, which is a full kilogram. How could Su Nian possibly take such a big advantage of Jing Mo? Su Nian silently took out a small yellow croaker from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is just the right amount, 500 grams. Jing Mo. Do you just casually carry things like gold bricks in your pocket? But when he saw the big bag of gold on the ground, Jing Mo felt relieved. Jing Mo smiled, "In that case, I won't be polite with you." Jing Mo was not polite to her, which of course Su Nian wanted more than anything else. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Since they are not familiar with each other, they have to settle accounts even more clearly. Jing Mo helped Su Nian move several boxes into Su Nian's house, but he only moved them to the front door and did not go inside, let alone look around. "Yesterday I said I wanted to go around the base. Do you have time later?" Jing Mo asked. Looking into Jing Mo's dark eyes, and then looking at the boxes at his feet, Su Nian finally nodded, "Yes. Then I'll come to see you after 12 o'clock. It should be cooler by then." "Good." After closing the door, Su Nian couldn't help but sigh again. "Originally, I thought that after this meal, the two of us would no longer owe each other anything. But who could have thought that she bought weapons from Jing Mo again? You can't just turn your back on someone right after we've done the deal." Although Su Nian's temperament has become a little colder because he had survived for 10 years in the apocalypse in his previous life. But she is not completely ignorant of the ways of the world. Fortunately, although Jing Mo spoke a lot and was a bit outspoken, he still knew his limits. After one night of contact, they both discovered that each other had secrets, but they had no intention of exploring each other's secrets. Just like Su Nian would not wonder how Jing Mo brought so many bullets into the base, Jing Mo would not ask why Su Nian put a gold brick in his pocket. Su Nian's gaze moved downwards to the boxes on the ground, and his brows immediately relaxed. There is no point in thinking about other things, only these things are real. Su Nian opened the boxes one by one and looked at them before carefully putting them away in his space. In order to facilitate access, these things are placed on the same level of the shelf. After loading the pistol with bullets and playing with it for a while, Su Nian reluctantly put it away and placed it alone on the box. As long as she thought about it, the wooden cannon would immediately appear in her hand. Although buying the wooden warehouse was a happy thing, Su Nian did not forget his previous plan. She was thinking of cooking 3 meals a day for herself in the future, so the prerequisite was naturally to clean up the kitchen. The kitchen windows are also covered with thermal insulation film, with thick blackout curtains inside and thermal insulation curtains outside. At this moment, even if Su Nian was standing in the kitchen with the light on, there was no light outside. Because the windows were closed and there was no ventilation, the kitchen was filled with steam even before cooking began. Su Nian had no choice but to take out 2 more air conditioning fans and turn on the ice tongs. As soon as the air conditioner started to blow, it immediately became much cooler. Su Nian thought about it and decided to make some cold noodles and lo mein. In this hot weather, it is better to prepare some refreshing food. Not only do these things taste good, but the aroma is not that strong. The airtightness of this room is still unclear, so this is a good time to give it a try. If the ceiling is good, stewing meat and cooking hot pot can be arranged. Su Nian makes buckwheat cold noodles. After the noodles are cooked in the pot, they are rinsed with cold water and put into the prepared large bowl. Then various side dishes and seasoning packets are put in, and some crushed ice is added. Finally, a full cup of Sprite is poured on top, and a bowl of buckwheat cold noodles is ready. Su Nian cooked a lot of noodles and made 10 bowls in one go. The prepared cold noodles can be placed directly on the shelf and can be taken out and eaten whenever you want. After cooking the cold noodles, Su Nian boiled water again. After the water boils, put the hand-rolled noodles in to cook. In the previous 6 months, there was no way to cook in the apartment, but Su Nian was not completely idle. Su Nian does some pasta preparation every day. For example, after kneading the dough, you can roll it into noodles, or make a pot of leavened dough and make steamed buns and flour rolls. Su Nian even prepared a lot of dough for scallion pancakes, egg-filled pancakes, and leavened pancakes. Not to mention dumpling skins, wonton skins, and bun skins. These things don't have any smell. Su Nian made them slowly in the bedroom with the air conditioner on. She made a little every day, and after accumulating for half a year, she couldn't even count how much she had. Now that the conditions are met, Su Nian simply cooked more noodles and put the cooked noodles into disposable lunch boxes. Su Nian didn't cook. After all, she was going out with Jing Mo soon, and she was afraid that the smell of cooking smoke would be smelled by others. Most people nowadays lack oil and water, and only a few can cook food, let alone such a luxury as frying. If others smelled the scent of cooking oil and food on her body, it might cause trouble. Su Nian is not afraid of trouble, but he will avoid it when he can. After all, Su Nian wants to live a peaceful and stable life, instead of fighting and scheming with others all day long. By the time Su Nian finished cleaning the kitchen, it was almost 12 o'clock. Jing Mo is a very punctual person. Just after 12 o'clock, he came and knocked on the door. Su Nian had also changed her clothes and shoes. She nodded to Jing Mo, walked out and closed the door of her house. There was a big iron lock hanging on the iron fence. Su Nian gave Jing Mo a key so that it would be convenient for the two of them to go in and out. After locking the big iron lock, the two continued to move forward. Just as they reached the 5th floor, the door of the house on the east side suddenly opened, and an old lady stuck her head out, her small eyes scanning Su Nian and Jing Mo. Are you two the new people who moved upstairs? Where were you from before? What do you do in the base now? Hearing the old lady's inquiry like checking household registration, Su Nian frowned slightly. What do you want? Is it not possible to ask? Young people nowadays really don't understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. Listening to her babble, Su Nian's eyebrows twitched. Su Nian is not afraid of people like Brother Tiger or the bald man, but she is afraid of this kind of gossipy and shrewd old lady. You're obviously not familiar with the person, but you still have to ask a lot of questions. But Su Nian couldn't just kill her with a knife just because she asked a few more questions. Chapter 28. Su Nian was just getting impatient when he heard Jing Mo beside him suddenly speak. Auntie. What do you do? There is a neighborhood committee in our base? And you have to find out the origins, names, and jobs of the people living here? Why haven't I heard of it? The old lady was stunned by Jing Mo's series of questions. After a while, she spoke. No, I'm not. I'm just asking you because I care about you. You young people just think too much. Forget it if I don't allow you to ask. After saying these hurriedly, the old lady immediately shrank back into the door and slammed it shut. Jing Mo looked at Su Nian with a smile. Let's go. When they got downstairs, Jing Mo said as he walked, when you meet someone like this, you have to talk. You have to talk more than her and ask more questions than her. She couldn't answer and left on her own. Although Su Nian felt that what Jing Mo said made some sense, she did not intend to do as Jing Mo said. Su Nian was just thinking about it when Jing Mo changed the subject, but I don't think you are the kind of person who would say something like that. But it doesn't matter, just leave it to me. Su Nian was stunned when he heard this. Leave it to him? Although the words were nice, and Su Nian knew that Jing Mo meant well, why did she always feel like there was something strange? By the way, how much do you know about the base? Where have you been? Jing Mo asked, turning to look at Su Nian. Even though the street lights were not very bright, they still could not conceal the charm in his eyes. Su Nian only took a glance, then quickly looked away and shook his head slowly. I've only been out here once. I know there's a small night market not far ahead, but I don't know anything else. Then let's go over there and take a look. Seeing Jing Mo was very interested, Su Nian did not refuse and took him to the small night market. This place is no different from when Su Nian came here 2 days ago. There are still people coming and going, and it is very lively. Su Nian was not interested in the things sold here. Jing Mo, on the other hand, was very interested. He kept smiling as he walked around the stalls. But he was just walking around, and after he finished looking around, Jing Mo didn't buy anything. The two people left here directly and continued to move forward. The mountain resort is indeed a famous royal garden. Although many buildings have been added, which seem a bit out of place with the original style, it still looks good. As they walked, Su Nian and Jing Mo stopped. To their left front, there were several buildings. Those buildings were different from the houses they lived in. They were not commercial housing in style, but more like large warehouses. Even though there was some distance between them, I could still hear the noise over there, so there must be a lot of people there. Su Nian realized that this should be the collective dormitory built by the base for those who could not afford to rent a house. Although there are curtains on the windows and I can't see inside, I know that the environment inside is not very good just by thinking about it. But it is the first base after all. It is very good to be able to guarantee food and drink for these people and provide them with a place to live. The small bases where Su Nian stayed in his previous life didn't even have collective dormitories like this. Even in the base, everything depended on oneself. Su Nian just wanted to live a good life and didn't have the extra energy to sympathize with others. He quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Jing Mo beside him. Where else do you want to go? Jing Mo shook his head. Nothing's getting better, let's go back now. After hearing what he said, Su Nian nodded and agreed. The two returned to the 6th floor together and went home. From that day on, Su Nian never went out again and returned to staying at home. Prepare 3 meals a day on time, complete daily training step by step, and use the remaining time to read books, watch TV series, or prepare things for the winter. Even though the weather is hot now, in 2 months or so the weather will turn cold overnight. And the temperature ranges from extremely hot to extremely cold, with a full dozens of degrees. In the previous life, many people froze to death that night. Nian also thought about whether he should find a way to notify the leaders in the base. But after this idea came up, it was quickly rejected by Nian himself. She had no way of ensuring that she could pass the message quietly, let alone ensure that she could get away with it afterwards. Having finally been reborn, Nian didn't want to take any risks. After staying at home for 2 months, Nian opened the door of his house that night. Her rent has expired and she has to go to the housing rental center to renew it. Nian had just walked out of the gate when he saw Jing Mo unlocking the iron gate with a key. In the past 2 months, Jing Mo often went out. Nian knew it because she could hear the slamming of the iron door every time. However, Nian was not curious about what Jing Mo did. She just wanted to stay at home and live her own life. Nian didn't expect that the first time she stepped out of the house in 2 months, she would meet Jing Mo coming back from outside. Jing Mo had already opened the lock and walked in carrying the bags at his feet. "Are you going out?" Jing Mo asked with a smile. "Go out and do something." Jing Mo nodded, thought for a moment, moved closer to Nian, and said in a low voice, "You know, I'm helping the base, so I'm well informed. I heard that the weather is going to get cold soon, and you'd better stock up on some winter supplies." Hearing this, Nian's heart moved. Is this news accurate? It should be quite accurate. Jing Mo said with a smile, "Anyway, I have prepared it and put it at home, it won't cause any trouble, just be prepared for any eventuality." Since the temperature is going to drop, has this news been announced? But not yet, but I think it will be soon. Once the news is announced, the prices of winter goods will definitely go up, you know. Nian certainly understood, and thanked Jing Mo earnestly. "Thank you for telling me the news, I'll look into buying some later." "That's good. I'll be going back now. See you later." "See you later." After saying goodbye to Jing Mo, Nian went downstairs to the parking lot and drove to the housing rental center first. Nian renewed his rent for 2 years and then went to the official supermarket at the base. This is Nian's first time here. He has heard from people in the night market that this supermarket is no different from the supermarkets before the apocalypse. Now that I've entered the supermarket, I realize that what those people said was indeed true. This supermarket should have originally been the supermarket in the scenic area and no major changes have been made. It's just that the security has been strengthened a lot, and you can't go in and visit by yourself. People who come to buy things can only stand outside the counter and say what they want. The salesperson inside will bring the items to them and hand over the goods in exchange for contribution points. If anyone wants to steal something, just run away, because the security guards nearby are not to be trifled with. Just by looking at the bulges on their waists, you can tell that they are all equipped with guns. Chapter 29. After understanding how this supermarket operates, Nian feels quite subtle. On the surface, this seems no different from the supermarket before the end of the world. But in fact, the difference is huge. However, a few decades ago, the supply and marketing cooperatives at that time seemed to have been of this model. I couldn't go in to buy anything I wanted, so I could only look at it from outside. It would be even more like this if you also needed tickets to buy things now. Thinking of this, Nian couldn't help laughing. "You little BCH, are you going to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, I will buy it anyway. Get out of my way now." Nian turned around when he heard that and saw a man in his 20s or 30s standing behind him. His hair was long, messy, and greasy, his beard was untidy, and his clothes had not been washed or changed for who knows how long. They were so shiny that they reflected the light. Because the distance was close, Nian could even clearly smell the strong scent on him. There is no shortage of water in the first base. If people were a little more diligent, it wouldn't be so dirty. Nian frowned and looked at the man, but heard the man sneer, "You little girl are dressed neatly, and you have a good look and figure. You can tell at a glance that you have been pampered a lot. Or you can make me happy too. As long as you serve me well, I will give you a few contribution points." Hearing the man's words, Nian looked at him with a cold gaze. The man's eyes were hidden behind his hair, but the look that was faintly revealed made Nian feel disgusted. "What are you looking at? Are you attracted by my masculinity? A woman like you who lives a good life by relying on her looks and figure is just someone else's plaything. I feel dirty just by looking at her. Since you don't want to see." As Nian spoke coldly, he took out a few steel needles from his waist and stabbed them directly into the man's eyes. "Then forget about these eyes." As soon as Nian finished speaking, the man's shrill scream resounded through the sky. The people who had not paid attention to this side also looked over here in the direction of the voice. There were needles inserted into both of the man's eyes, and blood had already flowed down his eyelids and onto his face. Coupled with the man's shrill screams, the listeners were filled with goosebumps. The man raised his hands like eagle claws, wanting to touch his eyes but not daring to do so. He kept shouting, and in the end all his words turned into insults to Nian. Nian listened quietly and sneered, "It seems that you don't want not only your eyes, but also your tongue." As soon as these words came out, the man's dirty words were instantly stuck in his throat, and no sound came out anymore. When the people around saw this scene and looked at Nian again, their eyes changed. She clearly looked like a young girl, with delicate and pretty looks like a doll. How could she be so cruel? The steel needle was still piercing the man's eyes, and no one dared to doubt the truthfulness of Nian's words. Nian stabbed the man's eyes directly and didn't regret it at all. After looking around and seeing that no one came forward and no one said a word, Nian looked at the man again. "Brain is a good thing, but you don't have it. The tongue is not necessarily a good thing, but you have one, so I think it's better to cut it off." The man was terrified when he heard this. He closed his mouth tightly, backed away continuously, and shook his head continuously. Nian felt that if he continued shaking like this, he would get a concussion sooner or later. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw the man step on something, staggered and fell to the ground. The people who were originally standing around the man, saw him fall to the ground, and instantly scattered like birds and beasts. The people around looked at the man on the ground with extremely alert expressions. It was as if they were all worried that this man would depend on them. This scene is very similar to some scenes before the end of the world. Nian also didn't expect that even at the end of the world, he could still see such a scene. There was a flash of sarcasm in his eyes, and Nian didn't plan to stay here any longer, so he raised his foot to leave. At this moment, a low voice sounded from the crowd. "I just said a few words to her, it wasn't a big deal, but she beat me up like this. Isn't that too much? Now you are leaving without saying a word, without even giving me any compensation." The voice was low and a little hoarse, and one could tell that the person was speaking in a deliberately low voice. The man on the ground seemed to be awakened and started shouting. "Murder has taken place. Is there anyone who can take care of this? The base is so large, is there no one to take care of us ordinary people? Just because this BCH has a financial backer, can she run rampant and do whatever she wants in the base? Aren't the lives of ordinary people like us lives?" Listening to the man's words, Nian chuckled, "It seems like you really don't want this tongue anymore." As he spoke, Nian reached for his waist and pulled out a sharp dagger from under his loose t-shirt. The man on the ground couldn't open his eyes, so he naturally couldn't see Nian's movements. But he still heard the buzzing sound when the dagger was pulled out. Coupled with the gasps of people around him and the increasingly chaotic footsteps, the man was terrified. The man kept moving backwards, and his tone of voice changed with fear. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" Before he could finish his words, he felt someone approaching rapidly, his chin was pinched, and something was inserted into his mouth. Before he could struggle, he felt something cold in his mouth, followed by a sharp pain that caused the man to twitch a few times and then fall directly to the ground. Nian stood up slowly, took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag, opened it slowly, poured the water on the dagger, and rinsed off the blood stains. By the way, Nian also washed his hands and just used up the bottle of water. Su Nian inserted the dagger into the mineral water bottle and easily cut the bottle in half. You. Su Nian looked around, his eyes slowly moving across everyone's face. Do you have anything else to say about this? When everyone met Su Nian's gaze, they all stepped back, shaking their heads like rattles. Su Nian's gaze continued to move slowly, and finally met the eyes of a person. He was a short man, also sloppy. After his eyes met Su Nian's, he quickly lowered his head and hid behind the person next to him. Seeing this, Su Nian curled his lips. It seems that it was you who spoke just now. Are you with him? Friends? Brothers? Do you want to stand up for him? With every word Su Nian said, the short man shook his head harder, and finally he fell to his knees with a thud. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense because I was blinded by greed. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Chapter 30. What's going on? What's going on here? The sudden scolding interrupted the short man's begging for mercy and attracted the attention of everyone present. When everyone heard the sound, they looked and saw a man in a black uniform walking towards them. He glanced around, frowned slightly, and asked again coldly, "What are you doing?" Before anyone else could say anything, the short man crawled up to the man in uniform. Captain Song. Captain Song, you have to make the decision for us. Song Ping kicked the short man aside and said, "Can you please speak properly? Why are you crying like a woman? I've told you many times, there's plenty of water in the base, so wash yourself clean. Don't you know you stink worse than a toilet? Why are you hugging me? Are you trying to stink me to death?" After being kicked aside, the short man was not angry at all. He even smiled and kept nodding and bowing. Yes, yes, Captain Song, you are right, I will make sure to clean myself up next time. But now, Captain Song, you have to make the decision for us. Song Ping frowned, what are you doing? Look at Monkey Sier, not only was his eyes blinded, but his tongue was also cut off. This is on your territory, Captain Song. If someone dares to do such a thing, isn't this a challenge to your authority? Song Ping had already seen Ho Sier's appearance. He looked around and asked, who did this? It's her. The short man immediately stood up and pointed at Su Nian. Captain Song, it's this BCH. She relies on her own abilities and who knows who's the financial backer behind her to hurt others. She's not a good person. You must not let her off. While the short man was speaking, Song Ping looked towards Su Nian. Su Nian met Song Ping's gaze without any fear, nor any intention of running away. He just looked at him quietly, even raising his eyebrows. After staring at each other for a moment, Song Ping spoke, "Did you hurt that person?" Su Nian nodded, "Yes." "Why are you so harsh? Is it serious?" "I think I was very generous by sparing his life." Hearing Su Nian's words, Song Ping smiled. This is not about saving Monkey Sier's life, it is just about giving him a chance to survive and letting him suffer more. With this injury, even if there were adequate medical conditions in the past, Ho Sier would have been disabled. Not to mention now, given Ho Sier's condition, it is impossible for him to go to the hospital for treatment. His wound would soon become infected, and in such hot weather the infection would be exacerbated. By then, Ho Sier will deeply understand what it means to live a life worse than death. No wonder people say women have the most vicious hearts. Song Ping muttered in his heart, but his face remained calm. "You are quite skilled, are you interested in joining the security team?" Su Nian. Song Ping's sudden words not only made Su Nian feel strange, but also surprised the people around him. The short man was especially shocked. "No. Captain Song, it's fine if you don't avenge Ho Sier, but why did you let this BCH? Let her join the security team." Song Ping looked over coldly, "Do you really think I just got here and don't know anything? I was there when Monkey Seer opened his mouth for the first time." After hearing what Song Ping said, Su Nian became somewhat interested. Captain Song was already there when the incident happened, but he only spoke up at this time. Why? Could it be that because of her good skills, they wanted to invite her to join that security team? Su Nian's suspicious and vigilant eyes were clear, and when Song Ping saw it, he just laughed. You don't think I would really avenge such a person, do you? Song Ping said as he glanced at Hoarder lying on the ground, his eyes showing undisguised contempt. He's just a BD, he's courting death, why should I stand up for him? Captain Song! Captain Song, you! The short man stuttered and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Song Ping sneered, I am the captain of the public security team, not the captain of your guard team. I have warned you before, now is different from before, if you don't have the ability, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. In the base, as long as you are diligent and honest, you will never starve to death. But you turned a deaf ear to my words and insisted on making things difficult for yourself. Who else do you expect to stand up for you? At the end, the smile on Song Ping's face disappeared completely. If I were you, I would take him away now. Otherwise, do you want to leave something behind like him? The short man's back tightened after hearing this. Leave something behind? What could he leave behind? Somehow, his sight was out of his control and he subconsciously looked towards the piece of tongue on the ground. The short man's face turned pale in an instant. He didn't care about Hoarder on the ground, turned around and squeezed into the crowd. In a short while, he disappeared. Nian didn't find it strange at all that he ran away alone. This person spoke up before not to seek justice for Hoarder, but just to take advantage of the situation. I haven't gotten the advantage yet, and I may have to pay a price for it, so I don't have time to care about whether we are brothers or not. Nian sneered, then looked at Song Ping opposite him, but he didn't feel disgusted at all. However, Nian had no interest in joining the security team. The weather is so hot, why doesn't she stay at home and enjoy the air conditioning, watch her variety shows and movies? Instead of running out to manage public security, isn't she just bored? I'm sorry, but I don't want to join the vigilante team. Song Ping was a little disappointed when he heard Nian's refusal. There are many people who join the security team, but there are not many who are as agile and decisive as Nian. However, Song Ping also understood that the more capable a person is, the less he wants to be constrained, and being rejected was within his expectations. It's okay if you don't want to join now, just come find me when you want to join. The welfare benefits of our security team are still very good. If you change your mind, come to the supermarket and tell any member of staff my name and they will take you to me. By the way, my name is Song Ping. Nian nodded, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Nian turned and left, and wherever she went, people immediately made way for her. Nian was still quite happy seeing the people on both sides wishing they could stay 3 feet away from her. Compared to being teased and bullied at will, being scared of others feels pretty good. I don't know whether others like Nian or not, but I like Nian very much. Chapter 31. On the way back, Nian deliberately observed the pedestrians coming and going around him, and found that many people were carrying large and small bags in their hands. Judging from its size and shape, it does look like a winter coat or a quilt. It seems that many people have already received the news that the temperature is going to drop significantly, so they started preparing in advance. Nian didn't find it strange that the base could predict a significant drop in temperature. There must be a lot of advanced equipment in this world that she doesn't know about, and there must be a lot of talented people that she doesn't know about. If we predict extreme cold weather in advance and let people start preparing, there will definitely be fewer deaths when the temperature really drops. Before, Nian was still struggling over whether or not to tell others about the coming extreme cold weather. Now, everyone has received the news without her saying anything, which made Nian feel a lot more relieved. When he got home, Nian was sweating all over again and hurried to take a shower. During this period of time, in addition to cooking, Nian also boils a lot of hot water every day. Anyway, she generates her own electricity with solar energy, so she doesn't have to worry about the electricity bill. Buckets of boiled hot water are put into the space, in preparation for when extreme cold comes. Not only that, Nian is also considering leaving the base and bringing back a charcoal stove. Of course the heater was placed in her space, but if she wanted to use it openly after the extreme cold came, she had to think of a way to take it out first. Nian thought so, and drove out of the base after dark the next night. Nian has been in the base for more than 2 months. Except for the time he went out when he first arrived, this is Nian's second time out of the base. When we drove to the gate of the base, we saw that there was still a long line of cars outside the base. Anyone who has some ability will try to get to the base after knowing the existence of the base. After all, life outside the base is really too difficult. Nian didn't look at it for long. After driving away, he didn't go far. He just found a deserted place and parked the car. The trunk had been emptied by Nian, and a heater only took up half of the space. Looking at the fireplace, Nian inexplicably thought of Jing Mo. After hesitating for a moment, he took out another heater. This heater is 60 centimeters high, with a silver-white body and 4 legs and a black cast iron stove plate on top. The stove top is a 60 centimeter square with the stove eye in the middle and a smoke exhaust port next to it. This is the simple and practical one that Nian finally chose after comparing various fancy heaters. The more fancy it is, the more likely it is to have various problems. On the contrary, this simple one is more practical and durable. Nian placed all the accessories on the passenger seat, and filled the remaining space in the car with boxes of carbon. Not only inside the car, but even on the roof, Nian piled it with boxes filled with carbon. After installation, Nian drove directly back to the base. Just after parking the car downstairs, Nian saw Jing Mo walking towards him from not far away before getting out of the car. Nian got out of the car and Jing Mo was already in front of her. Jing Mo glanced at the roof of the car, a little surprised. "What are you doing? You said you wanted to cool down the temperature, so I got 2 stoves and some charcoal." "Some?" There were boxes piled 1 meter high on the roof of the car, but Nian said these were some? "Even if I say a lot, it's not an exaggeration, okay?" "Yeah, some." Nian said again, "By the way, have you prepared the stove?" "No, I just prepared some warm clothes." "I have 2, I can give you 1. Then let's move the things up together." "Let's start now. There are so many things, I hope we can move them up before dawn. I have other weapons here, you can pick one." Hearing Jing Mo's words, Nian gave Jing Mo an appreciative look. I have to say, Jing Mo is really smart and his mind works really quickly. Although the people of Beijing and Mexico are a bit talkative and sometimes a bit too familiar, they have a good sense of distance and propriety and are not annoying at all. A great neighbor. 2 people first moved the charcoal from the roof of the car. A box of charcoal weighs 50 kilograms. Nian can carry 2 boxes to the 6th floor at a time without getting red in the face or out of breath. Jing Mo is the same. After moving everything on the roof, Nian finally opened the car door. After seeing that the car was actually filled with boxes, Jing Mo looked at Nian with admiration in his eyes. It takes a lot of skill to get so much carbon. When moving coal, 2 people can carry it separately, but the stove can only be lifted by 2 people together. Nian only took out 2 stoves, but he took out 4 sets of accessories, 2 sets for each of them. In case there are any problems in the future, there will be a replacement. This stove is not difficult to install. Select a location, place the stove, install the smoke pipe, and lead the smoke pipe to the outdoors. Nian planned to install it all at once. After all, it wouldn't be long before the extreme cold arrived. Install it now and you can use it directly when the time comes. Before going out, Nian had already cleaned the bedroom. All the things that shouldn't appear were put into the space. Now that she and Jing Mo were carrying the stove into the bedroom, Nian had nothing to worry about. The bedroom is only more than 10 square meters, and the bed takes up 1/3 of it. Now with a stove, the room looks even smaller. But Nian didn't dislike it at all. It would be better if the room was smaller, so that when the stove was lit, the temperature in the room could be higher. Nian moved the bed in advance, leaving space next to the window, and placed the stove next to the window, but 1 meter away from the curtains. The stove should be placed in the center, with nothing against it on the 4 sides, which can also avoid accidents. Put the stove in place, install the chimney, and then the next step is to drill a hole in the wall. Su Nian went to another bedroom, and when he came back, he brought back a tool for drilling a hole. Jing Mo didn't ask any questions. He took the tools, climbed up the ladder, drilled a hole in the right place, and put the pipe in. After finishing the installation here, the two went to Jing Mo's place. This was also the first time Su Nian entered Jing Mo's bedroom. Jing Mo's bedroom is much simpler than Su Nian's. He has no floor or wall stickers. He only has a bed and a table in the room. The rest of the space is filled with boxes of various sizes. Su Nian didn't look at the boxes any further, she just asked Jing Mo where to put the stove. Jing Mo also lives in a small bedroom, and there are many things in the room, so there is really no extra space for a stove. Wait for me a moment. I'll move these to another room. It's not that Su Nian is unwilling to help, but these things belong to Jing Mo, and she can't help unless Jing Mo asks. Chapter 32. Who knows if there is anything valuable in here? Fortunately, Jing Mo acted quickly and moved some boxes out in no time, freeing up the space. It took the two of them half an hour to install the stove. How much charcoal do you want? Su Nian asked. Jing Mo shook his head, I don't want it. I'll go back and buy some at the base. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian nodded in understanding. Jing Mo had said before that the base gave him a lot of contribution points. In addition, in the past 2 months, Jing Mo should have also helped the base with work, so he must have received new contribution points. Even if Jing Mo is not wealthy now, it will certainly be no problem for him to buy some charcoal. Jing Mo walked to the wall, opened a box, took out 2 boxes and walked back. I have a weapon and this, see which one you want more. As he spoke, Jing Mo handed the 2 boxes in his hand to Su Nian. These are 2 rectangular boxes, flat and black, with no words or patterns on them, so it is impossible to tell what is inside them. Just from the shape, it looks a bit like the packaging of thermal clothing. Could it be that what is stuffed here is really warm clothes? Su Nian thought about it and opened one of the boxes, and sure enough, she saw black clothes inside. Although this clothing is thin, it is very effective in keeping out the cold and keeping warm. Of course, if you don't want this, you can also exchange it for a weapon. Su Nian has already closed the box, I want it. As long as you like it. Su Nian raised his wrist and glanced at the watch. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. It was late and it was already light outside, but they didn't open the curtains so you couldn't see. Now that I'm done, I'll go back first. Su Nian said. Okay, I'll take you there. Jing Mo said this and really sent Su Nian to the gate. Su Nian didn't know what was worth delivering in such a short walk. After returning home, she didn't rush to look at the 2 sets of clothes, but tidied up the messy boxes in the living room. These were all bought from Jing Mo, and Su Nian had no intention of putting them back into the space, so he simply piled them in the living room. Anyway, she spent most of the day in the bedroom, so the living room was of no use. After packing these up, Su Nian went to wash up and then went straight back to the bedroom. It was a tiring night and Su Nian didn't plan to go into the kitchen again. After returning to the bedroom and sitting down at the small table, Su Nian took out a bowl of cold noodles from the space. In addition to the cold noodles, I also got a plate of Korean fried chicken, which was served with a honey mustard dipping sauce. This dipping sauce is most comfortable to eat in the summer. Paired with ice-cold beer, one sip will give you a cool feeling. After finishing the meal comfortably, Su Nian did not rest immediately, but leaned on the edge of the bed, looking at the installed stove not far away. Su Nian bought a lot of such stoves. In addition to this charcoal stove, Su Nian also has oil-fired heaters, small solar heaters, fan heaters, electric blankets, and water-heated blankets. I don't even know how many hot packs I bought. There is also charcoal, firewood, straw and tin foil for starting a fire, etc., which are countless. Even though he was well prepared, Su Nian couldn't help but shiver when he thought about the extreme cold that would freeze a person's blood. At this moment, Su Nian's eyes fell on the 2 boxes beside him. Su Nian was so focused on eating that he didn't even bother to take a closer look at the clothes inside. Now seeing it, Su Nian immediately took the box in his hand, opened it, and took out the clothes inside. This clothing looks like an ordinary black thermal underwear, and it feels even thinner than ordinary thermal underwear. However, after putting it in his hands, Nian finally felt the difference. The texture felt different from any material she had ever bought. It does look a bit like the material that Jing Mo was wearing when I first met him. Nian put his hand into his sleeve, and after a while, he felt his hand getting slightly warmer, and even hotter. Although before the end of the world, many for thermal underwear claimed that they were made of certain fabrics and that the clothes could generate heat on their own after being worn, most of them were just gimmicks. But at this moment, the clothes in Nian's hand were actually getting hot. Thinking of Jing Mo, Nian quickly felt relieved. If someone else took out clothes like this, Nian would think about tracing the source. But this person is Jing Mo, so forget it. It's good that they are getting along like this now, but it's better not to cross the line and touch each other's secrets. Nian took out both sets of clothes, washed them, and hung them in the living room. The sun has come out outside, the temperature is rising sharply, and the temperature in the living room is gradually rising. I guess by the time Nian wakes up in the afternoon, the clothes will be completely dry. This was indeed the case. After Nian woke up in the afternoon, he came to the living room. Seeing that the clothes were completely dry, he put them away and temporarily placed them in the space. Nian didn't plan to go out again. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to cook. Nian took out the beef brisket and planned to stew it with tomatoes. If you want to make delicious tomato beef brisket, you must control the heat well. Nian had plenty of time, so he was not in a hurry. He simmered the food over low heat, and the kitchen was soon filled with fragrance. It was not until it was getting dark outside that Nian finally cooked a big pot of beef brisket with tomatoes. Nian found a 2-layer stainless steel lunch box, one layer filled with rice, and the other layer filled with tomato beef brisket. After putting the lunch box and the remaining tomato beef brisket into the space, Nian took a shower to wash off the strong smell on his body, changed his clothes, and then walked towards the door. As I walked to the door, before I had time to open it, I heard voices outside. Jing Mo, what did you buy? Why did the people at the base deliver it to you? It was the voice of the middle-aged lady on the 5th floor. Nian hadn't seen the aunt downstairs for more than 2 months. He didn't expect that the aunt even knew Jing Mo's name. But why is this old lady still so gossipy? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the auntie ask again, why doesn't the girl across from you go out every day? What does she do at home all day long? I saw you helped her move a lot of things yesterday, are they all food? Where does she get so much food for a young girl like her? Nian frowned and was about to open the door when she heard Jing Mo's voice. Auntie, haven't you heard that the temperature is going to drop? Instead of spending your time figuring out these things, you might as well go and save some stuff for the winter. What's there to save? The old lady said with disdain, this damn weather is going to kill me. It would be great if the temperature could really drop. It would be best if the temperature dropped by 50 or 60 degrees. When I first moved here, I brought all my belongings with me, so I have enough winter clothes to wear. Chapter 33. Hearing this, Nian's mouth curved into a mocking arc. Drop by 50 or 60 degrees. It won't be long before the aunt's wish is fulfilled. Not only will her wish be fulfilled, but she will also be given extra gifts. On the night when the extreme cold came, the temperature dropped from 30 to 40 degrees Celsius above zero to more than 20 degrees Celsius below zero, and heavy snow fell all over the place. During the day of the next day, the temperature dropped to minus 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. After that, the temperature dropped every day until it exceeded minus 50 or 60 degrees Celsius and stopped dropping further. Nian originally planned to go out, but after hearing what the aunt said, he gave up the idea. Until the old lady's voice completely disappeared and Jing Mo opposite closed the door, Nian waited for more than 10 minutes before taking the lunch box out of the space, opened the door, and came to Jing Mo's door. Knock knock knock. Nian knocked 3 times and the door opened from the inside. Jing Mo didn't show any surprise when he saw Nian. Instead, he smiled and said, "Did you hear what the old lady downstairs said just now? Just ignore her. Su Nian smiled, I didn't plan to pay attention to her. The base has already notified the public that the temperature is going to drop and asked everyone to prepare winter supplies to the best of their ability, but some people still refuse to listen or believe. For this kind of person, it's a waste of time to say any more words to her. Su Nian handed over the lunch box. I cooked a can of tomato beef brisket and steamed rice. I'll send some to you. The supermarket at the base sells canned tomato beef brisket, but it's not cheap, costing 5 contribution points for one. Jing Mo was extremely surprised and took the lunch box handed over by Su Nian. Thank you. You are such a beautiful and kind-hearted fairy. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian inexplicably recalled the day when they first met. He said the same thing at that time. Su Nian's eyes were filled with a smile, eat it while it's hot, I'll go back first. I'll wash the lunch box and return it to you later. Jing Mo said seriously. Good. After returning home, Su Nian also went back to the bedroom to eat. She also had tomato and beef brisket rice, but she also got a plate of stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. While eating, Su Nian kept wondering when the extreme cold would come. After all, the extreme heat has arrived early, and who knows whether the timing of the extreme cold will change. According to the trajectory of the previous life, the extreme cold should arrive in a week, but Su Nian is not sure now. After dinner, Su Nian simply took out all the emergency warm weather items. The oil heater, fan heater, and small sun were all placed facing where she often stayed and plugged in. When you need it, just turn on the switch. Not only that, Su Nian also overturned the bed. This mattress was originally designed to be slept on directly, but considering the extreme cold, Su Nian still placed a thick quilt weighing 10 kilograms on it. Place an electric blanket on top of the quilt, then cover it with a cashmere sheet, and then place the ice silk sheet on top. When the time comes, the clothes you need to wear will be packed up and placed separately in an empty space in the space. As long as she thought about it, the clothes would immediately appear in her hands. Su Nian also cleaned the stove, added firewood, and put flammable tin foil and straw in it. Everything is ready, except for the fire. After preparing everything, Su Nian just waited for the extreme cold to come. Fortunately, at this time, people hide during the day and come out at night. Normally, when extreme cold arrives, most people are awake. There shouldn't be many cases of people freezing to death in their sleep. 3 days passed in a flash. That night, Su Nian was too lazy to cook, so he just took out some barbecue skewers to eat. Just after taking a sip of cold beer, Su Nian suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Not only did I feel chilled throughout my body, but my body also felt a little cold. Su Nian hurried to look at the lamb skewers on the table. The lamb skewers that were sizzling with oil just now the fat part has turned white and is no longer transparent. It is obviously because it has cooled and solidified. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the lamb skewers to get cold as soon as they are taken out. So there is only one possibility, that is the temperature dropping. Su Nian immediately put the beer skewers and the small table into the space, stood up and turned off the air conditioner, and turned on the heating device. Turning around, Su Nian walked to the bed in a few steps, lifted the ice silk mattress, and sat on the bed. Although being illuminated by 3 little suns at the same time, Su Nian still felt that he was getting colder and colder. Su Nian took out the clothes he had prepared in advance, shivered as he took off his short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and put on the thermal underwear that Jing Mo had given him with his hands and feet that were already frozen stiff. After putting on the clothes, I finally felt warm, but it was far from enough. Su Nian picked up the cashmere sweater and put it on, then put on the thick coral fleece pants, and finally put on a 3-layer thick coral fleece pajamas that covered her ankles. The pajamas came with a hood, which Su Nian wore directly on his head. Under the shining of 3 little suns, Su Nian put on thick warm clothes and finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling alive again. The heater and oil heater also started working, but compared with the lowered temperature, their effect was minimal. Su Nian took out some thick wool socks and put them on before getting out of bed. Roll up the bamboo mat on the ground and put it into the space, then lay the cashmere carpet on top. The carpet was laid all around the bed, but it was some distance away from the stove, so there was no need to worry about sparks flying onto it. Nian came to the stove, took out a lighter, and lit the straw and tin foil inside. Both of these can burn fully in an instant, and the fire will start immediately. The firewood inside was all thin, dry strips of wood, which gradually began to burn. Nian watched them burn, then hooked the iron ring with an iron hook and covered them with it. After the iron ring is covered, the smoke produced by the burning firewood will be discharged from the exhaust pipe. After the stove was installed, this was the first time it was lit. Nian was not in a hurry to put in the charcoal. He wanted to check the sealing of the exhaust pipe first. After making sure that there would be no smoke leakage, Nian used an iron hook to lift the iron ring and put charcoal inside. He didn't notice it while he was busy, but after he lit the stove, Nian realized that his hands and feet were a little stiff. Nian took out the room temperature meter, waited for a while and looked at it. It clearly showed that the current room temperature was -10 degrees. Who would have thought that just 10 or 20 minutes ago, the temperature in the room was still over 20 degrees Celsius. Nian took out a mask, put on gloves, and finally put on thick snow boots. After fully arming himself, he opened the bedroom door and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom, Nian was startled by the cold. When in the bedroom, the heating equipment is used, but the coldness is limited. But it's really cold outside. Chapter 34. Even with a mask on, Nian still felt that every breath of air she breathed into her lungs was exceptionally cold, making her internal organs tangled up, and the stinging sensation became stronger and stronger. Nian smiled bitterly. Even though she had made countless mental preparations, her body, which had never experienced extreme cold, could not get used to such weather in a short period of time. Nian shrank his body and walked quickly towards the door. Before Nian could reach the gate, she heard the sound of knocking on the gate, followed by Jing Mo's voice coming from outside. Nian. Nian, are you awake? Nian took 2 quick steps and reached out to open the door. The metal door handle was frozen cold, and I could feel the chill even through my gloves. Nian pushed the door open and saw Jing Mo outside. He had almost wrapped himself up like a bear, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Nian was looking into Jing Mo's eyes and saw that Jing Mo's eyes curved. His voice came through the mask and sounded a little muffled, but his tone was joyful. I'm glad you're awake. I was afraid you might be sleeping, so I came over to call you. Nian smiled when he heard this. They both thought of the same thing. Is your stove lit? Nian asked. It's on. Jing Mo nodded repeatedly. You're on it too, right? It's too cold outside, let's go back inside. I know, you should go back as well. The two of them stood there for a while, and their voices began to tremble. After saying goodbye to Jing Mo, Nian closed the door and quickly returned to the bedroom. Before, when she was in the bedroom, Nian complained that the temperature was not rising fast enough and the room was not warm at all. But after staying outside for a while, when Nian entered the bedroom again, she felt a warm breeze blowing on her face. She had been curled up because of the cold before, but now she dared to stretch out. First, he used an iron hook to pry open the iron ring on the stove. Nian looked at the fire inside and saw that the fire had already started, so he covered the iron ring with confidence. Nian took off her snow boots and put them against the wall, then took out a pair of crocheted indoor shoes from the space and put them on. The outside of this kind of shoes is crocheted with wool, the lining inside is furry coral fleece, and the middle is filled with cotton. The soles are made of 1,000 layers, which are extremely soft and warm to wear. This was made by hand by some of the aunties and grandmothers when Nian went to the countryside. When Nian saw these shoes for the first time, she liked them and bought all the shoes she could wear in one go. Although these shoes are not waterproof and cannot be worn outdoors, they are very comfortable to wear indoors in situations like this. The soles of his shoes were clean, and Nian didn't feel sorry at all when he stepped on the wool carpet. Although the carpet is fluffy, it still feels hard and cold when you sit on it directly. Nian took out a 10 cm thick cushion from the space, placed it against the edge of the bed, and then sat down on it. 3 little suns were shining on Nian, and the temperature in the room gradually rose. After being roasted for a while, Nian felt warm all over and stretched out on the mat. Although the windows were tightly closed, Nian could clearly hear the howling wind outside. It must have started snowing. The extreme heat lasted only 1 year, but the extreme cold lasted for 2 full years. From today onwards, for the next 2 years, all anyone will see is white. Because crops, vegetables, and fruits could not be grown due to the extreme heat, people's bodies had already begun to lack various vitamins. After snowing for a period of time, many people suffered from snow blindness. Nian also suffered from snow blindness in his previous life. Thinking of the hunger and cold in his previous life, Nian closed his eyes and drove all those images out of his mind. That was all in the past. In this life, she will never fall into that situation again. Nian turned over and sat up, taking out the small table for eating. There are also cold beer and skewers on top. The ice beer definitely couldn't be drunk, so Nian put it away. The skewers were already a little cold, so Nian simply carried the skewers to the stove. Lift the iron ring on top and put it aside, then take out the grill net on the grill and put it on. The skewers were placed one by one, and after a while, the skewers, which had already cooled down a little, began to sizzle again, and the aroma filled the entire room. Nian took out a high stool and simply sat next to the stove. They ate while grilling, and soon they had finished all 10 skewers. Eating just these wouldn't satisfy his hunger, so Nian returned to the mat and sat down, taking out a bowl of hot and sour noodles from the space. The hot and sour noodles were sour and spicy. After a few bites, sweat broke out on the tip of Nian's nose and his whole body felt warm from the inside out. After eating and drinking, Nian took out 2 humidifiers. I was so focused on the cold that I forgot that all the heating equipment in the house was turned on, and the air would soon become dry. Therefore, a humidifier is a must. Otherwise, even if it is warm, it can still cause nosebleeds. Nian took off his coat and pants and lay on the bed. The electric blanket has already made the bed warm, and with the furry 4-piece set, the feeling of happiness instantly explodes when nestling in it. Nian doesn't like light down quilts or duck down quilts, she prefers thick cotton quilts. Cover yourself with a thick cotton quilt and a cashmere blanket on top, and you won't feel cold at all. The iPad was placed on the small table beside the bed, and a lively variety show was playing. Nian turned down the volume a little and watched while lying on the bed. Perhaps because he had just eaten, the room was warm, and it was comfortable at the moment. Nian slowly closed his eyes. When Nian woke up, the variety show was still playing automatically. Nian glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was already 6 in the morning. Before today, this time was usually the time to lie down and sleep. But today I just woke up. Nian stayed in bed for a while before he took out his pajamas and put them on. The first thing I do when I get up is to add charcoal to the stove. When I opened the stove, I saw that the charcoal inside had almost burned out, with only a thin layer at the bottom with flickering sparks. Nian quickly added the charcoal in, and secretly made a note in his heart that he would have to add charcoal once before going to bed every day. Fortunately, other heating equipment was turned on, so the temperature in the room did not drop. Nian glanced at the room temperature meter on the wall, which showed that the temperature in the room was around 5 degrees. This is because the stove has not been lit. After the stove has been burning for 2 days, Nian feels that the temperature in the room should be higher. She didn't ask for much. As long as the room temperature could be around 10 degrees, she would be satisfied. A dozen degrees may not sound high, but compared to the temperature outside, which is dozens of degrees below zero, it is so warm that it makes people want to cry. Chapter 35. Nian plans to go to the bathroom. Although she knew that the water pipes were definitely frozen, she couldn't flush the toilet openly. But even if he wanted to use the cat litter, Nian still planned to go to the bathroom. You must go to the bathroom to go to the toilet, a sense of ritual is a must. Nian put on a mask and a hat, and even changed into a pair of gloves with 5 fingers separated, before opening the bedroom door. The doors and windows in the house were closed, so there was naturally no wind. But the cold air still hit Nian in the face the moment he opened the door, so cold that even breathing was painful. Nian stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, then quickly closed the bedroom door and walked towards the bathroom. 3 minutes later, Nian came out of the bathroom and trotted back to the bedroom. Nian took out the toiletries and thought while brushing her teeth that going to the toilet should be a ritual, not just washing. Nian feels that if you wash in the bathroom, the toothpaste in your mouth will not only not foam, but will even turn into ice chips. Just thinking about that situation, Nian felt a pain in his mouth. After washing, Nian carefully applied face cream and hand cream to herself. Even if the temperature in the room is not that low, you still need to take necessary precautions. For breakfast, Nian had steaming hot millet and red date porridge, a basket of steamed dumplings, and a boiled egg. After the meal, Nian felt warm again and became interested. He walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked outside. Nian hadn't looked out at dawn for a year. Now that it was bright outside and his vision was not obstructed at all, he even felt a little dazed. But soon, Nian woke up. There is no scorching sun, no harmful sunlight, but the heavy snow and wind have trapped people at home, and there is no one outside. After a night, the wind was strong and the snow was heavy, the snow outside was already 10 centimeters thick. Listening to the howling of the cold wind, Nian thought of the old lady on the 5th floor. The temperature dropped late but it came. I don't know what the aunt's mood is at this moment. It was not until the next day that Nian learned some news from Jing Mo. Although the base had announced in advance that the temperature would be lowered, the specific time was not announced. The sudden drop in temperature that night caused a lot of suffering to those who were doing outdoor activities at the time. But fortunately, everyone had prepared winter clothes in advance, and they ran home to put them on with all their might, and most of them were fine. Some people did not take the news from the base seriously and did not prepare warm clothes. They could not blame others for freezing to death or suffering from frostbite. This is the situation inside the base, not to mention outside the base. Who knows how many lives will be lost due to the sudden drop in temperature. Nian didn't think too much about this problem. Her abilities are limited, and she has no intention of becoming a savior. She just wants to live a good life on her own. The people in the base took 2 days to rest, but seeing that the wind and snow outside continued and the temperature was getting lower and lower, they no longer had any hope. The extreme heat finally ended, but the extreme cold came again. More than a year ago, who would have believed that there would be heavy snow in June and July, with temperatures dropping to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. The Earth is no longer the Earth people are familiar with, and the climate is no longer the climate people are accustomed to. But no matter what, no one wants to die like this, everyone wants to live hard and strive hard. Survive until the disaster is over and everything returns to normal. When the weather is hot, eating something cold just makes you feel comfortable. But with the temperature now, if I don't eat something hot, my body will be deprived of heat and I won't be able to hold on. Eating hot food is just the most basic thing. If you want to survive well in such weather, you also have to find a way to keep warm. This base was converted from a scenic spot. Only some places have air conditioning, and most places have no air conditioning or heating. For example, the house that Nian rented has no air conditioning or heating. If people want to keep warm, they can only use the most primitive method, which is to burn fire to keep warm. During the day, Nian could see that more and more people were moving around outside downstairs. These people wrapped themselves tightly and looked like bears from a distance. Wearing thick clothes would affect movement, and the wind was strong and the snow was heavy. The snow on the ground was already as high as the knees, which further hindered movement. They all walked very slowly. These people had a clear goal, which was to head towards the trees in the base. Because there was plenty of water in the first base, the flowers and grass were killed by the sun, but most of the trees were still alive, although they were half dead. Now the weather has suddenly turned cold, and in just 2 days, the only remaining wilted leaves on the trees have all quickly turned yellow and fallen off. Looking at the bare branches, Nian knew that they would not last long. Nian didn't know how many people were in the base, but it must be a lot. Even if there are many trees in the base, they cannot withstand being cut down by so many people. Nian certainly didn't think there was anything wrong with these people cutting down trees, even though many of these trees were valuable ancient trees that had lived for many years. But when people are about to die, who would care about the origin of a tree? Apart from standing by the window and looking out every day, Nian had no plans to go out. She has fuel and food, so she can be self-sufficient in the house. There is no need to go out and compete with these people for survival resources. As for pretending to go out, that's even more unnecessary. Jing Mo and I moved so many boxes up here before. Apart from Jing Mo, who else knew what was inside? Naturally, whatever she said was inside was what it was. What Nian didn't expect was that while she didn't want to go out and compete with others for survival resources, someone wanted to steal her survival resources. In the middle of the night, Nian was sleeping when he heard the sound of ping-pong. At first, Nian didn't care and turned over to continue sleeping. But the voice became clearer and clearer, as if it was not far away from her. In the darkness, Nian slowly opened his eyes. There was no sleepiness in his eyes, only clarity. It was pitch black in front of him, but Nian could hear it more clearly. The sound was clearly someone dismantling the iron gate. After determining the source of the sound, Nian turned over and sat up, taking out his clothes and putting them on one by one. Because she was going outside, Nian didn't wear pajamas. Instead, she put on a sweater, a cold-proof down jacket inside, and a green military coat outside. He was not wearing snow boots, but black leather boots. Wearing a mask, a leather hat and leather gloves, Nian opened the bedroom door and walked out. When I arrived at the front door, I could hear the sounds outside more clearly because there was only a door between us. "Son, be quiet and don't wake that girl up. If she finds out, it will be all over." Chapter 36. Mom, what are you afraid of? That's right, Mom. My brother and I are two grown men. How could we be afraid of a little girl? That girl has skinny arms and legs. How could she be a match for the two of us? That's true. A girl like her, who knows where she got so many contribution points, actually rented a house like this by herself. Mom, do you even need to ask? How else can a young and beautiful girl earn contribution points? When I capture her, won't everything she owns belong to us? Behind the door, Nian listened quietly to the conversation between the mother and her two children outside, with a cold arc slowly forming at the corners of her mouth. Crunch! The security door slowly opened. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet of the night, it could be heard clearly. The mother and her two children, who had been talking excitedly just now, were stunned for a moment and slowly raised their heads when they heard the door open. When they saw Nian standing at the door, the three of them widened their eyes. The first person to react was the middle-aged woman that Nian had met before. The aunt laughed dryly twice. Little girl, why are you still awake so late? These are my two sons, Dachan and Urchinj. We just want to see if you have closed the door." Nian said nothing, just looked at her coldly. "Mom, why are you wasting your words on her?" Dachan said angrily. He slammed the iron door with the pliers in his hand and said to Nian viciously, "It's good that you woke up. If you know what's good for you, open the door for me quickly. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if I open the door myself." Urchinj next to him also shouted, "Yes. Open the door quickly and hand over all your food, drinks, and heating supplies. If you know what's best for you, we brothers can spare your life. If you don't know what's best for you, hee. How about being ignorant? You don't know what's best for you." Urchinj sneered, "In this icy and snowy place, you can just dump a dead person anywhere without anyone noticing. Are you waiting for the man across from you to help you? He went out this afternoon and hasn't come back yet. He might have frozen to death in some corner. You look pretty, so as long as you serve us well, we can leave some food and drink for you. I advise you to be sensible." Nian stood at the door, looking down at them, his eyes full of mockery. "Since you want to come in, I'll give you the key." Nian said this and walked forward. When he was still a few steps away from the iron gate, Su Nian stopped and took out the key from his pocket. This iron fence gate is made of very fine materials. Jingmo was also very careful when installing it. The three people in front of them didn't have any suitable tools, and after struggling for a long time, they only made some scratches on the door. Even if Su Nian doesn't care and lets them do whatever they want, they will never be able to open the door. But Su Nian didn't want someone to make a fuss outside all the time, as it would really disturb her rest. Seeing that Su Nian actually took out the key, the aunt looked at Su Nian in surprise. This key is for this lock. Dachshund laughed. Mom, she must be afraid of us. If she doesn't open the door today, she won't be able to leave this door in the future. Urchinj also laughed and stretched his hand through the gap in the iron fence. My little beauty is really considerate. When the door is opened later, I will definitely treat you well. Before he could finish his words, Urchinj was stunned on the spot. He only had time to see a flash of cold light, and then something fell to the ground. It fell to the ground with a dull thud. Urchinj lowered his head in a daze, and with the light coming from Su Nian's room, he saw something on the ground. That's his hand. Urchinj's eyes widened and his pupils contracted. Ah! Urchinj screamed, and the sound echoed throughout the building. Hearing his screams, Su Nian raised his leg and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. It's so noisy. Can you please talk it over nicely? Urchinj was kicked and fell backwards, and Dachshund and the ant who were standing behind him were knocked down by him. All three of them tumbled down the stairs and finally stopped on the platform between the 5th and 6th floors. Su Nian looked at the three people lying in a ball, chuckled, and slowly opened the door lock with the key. Su Nian opened the door and walked down slowly, one step at a time. I originally thought that you were just a bit of a gossip monger, but I didn't expect you to be so courageous. The old lady looked at Su Nian who was approaching step by step and kept dodging backwards. No. I'm not brave at all. I was wrong. We were wrong. Let's go now. Dachshund, who was standing by, got up directly and said, Why are you walking? This BCH is attacking me by surprise. I'm going to kill her right now. As he said that, Dachshund rushed directly towards Su Nian. Su Nian swung his right hand, and the dagger in his hand brushed past Dachshund's neck, directly cutting a hole in the clothes on Dachshund's neck. Even though Dachshund was wearing thick clothes, there was still a bloodline on his neck. It's night time now and the temperature outside is over 50 degrees below zero. In this situation, people cannot stay outdoors for a long time. Even if you only come out for a short while, your body will gradually freeze. Because it is too cold, blood will not splash out immediately after being injured, and no pain will be felt. Just like Urchinj, his hand was chopped off by Su Nian, but he only realized it later. He screamed not because of pain but because of fear. The same thing happened to Dachshund now. His neck was injured, but he felt nothing and still rushed towards Su Nian. Su Nian cut off one of his ears with a dagger, and he finally calmed down. Su Nian looked at the three people, mother and son, huddled together. What you just said reminded me that in this icy and snowy weather, no one would go out. If I kill you and just dump you somewhere, I don't think anyone would notice. The only ant who was still intact, looked at Su Nian with fear in her eyes and her body was shaking like a sieve when she heard Su Nian's words. No. You can't kill us. The people downstairs must have heard the noise. If we die, everyone will know that it was you who killed us, and you will definitely be captured by the base. Don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, we will never appear in front of you again. We were wrong in this matter, but you didn't suffer any loss, and you hurt my two sons. Isn't that enough? Su Nian looked at the old lady quietly, her voice cold, because you didn't succeed and I hurt you, you are right. This is simply the funniest joke. If the iron gate had not been of good quality, if she had not been alert while sleeping, if she had not been able to protect herself and fight back, would she be the one lying on the ground at the mercy of others? At that time, will this ant say that she is incompetent and deserves to be bullied by them? Chapter 37. Su Nian approached the three people step by step, scaring the ant so much that she screamed. The brothers Dachshund and Urchinj were injured, their bodies gradually frozen stiff. At this time, they could only look at Su Nian fiercely without any room for resistance. Su Nian quickly walked up to the three men and hit them hard on the back of their necks with the handle of his dagger, knocking them all unconscious. As soon as he finished all this, Su Nian noticed someone and turned to look down the stairs. Jing Mo was standing on the 5th floor, looking up at her. Su Nian raised his eyebrows. When did Jing Mo come back? Without waiting for Su Nian to ask, Jing Mo spoke with a smile. I've been back for a while, but since you didn't seem to need my help, I didn't interfere without permission. Su Nian was very satisfied to hear Jing Mo's words. She really doesn't want others to interfere in things that she can solve herself. She doesn't want anyone to tell her what to do. But now, Su Nian needs Jing Mo's help. Can you help me carry them home? Jing Mo nodded happily, of course. Su Nian found the key on the ant and successfully opened the door of their house. The room was like a snow cave, with very few things in it, let alone furniture. There was a fire burning on the floor in the living room, but the firewood was almost burned out and it would probably go out in a few minutes. Su Nian and Jing Mo carried the mother and her two children to the living room and placed them next to the fire. Clapping his hands, Su Nian nodded with satisfaction, let's go. Jing Mo glanced at the three people on the ground and said with a little emotion, girls are really too soft-hearted. If it were him, he would have killed him with one strike. Hearing this, Su Nian smiled with eyes curved. Too soft-hearted? This word has nothing to do with her. She knew very well how much force she used when she moved her hands. These three people would not wake up for 2 or 3 hours. Although the fire in the living room was still burning, it was actually no longer very warm. Although this was inside the house, without a fire, the temperature inside was no different from outside. At this temperature, 2 or 3 hours is enough to freeze a person to death. Kill them one by one with a knife, and then find a way to deal with the bodies. Leave them here and let them freeze to death without even dealing with their bodies. When the lease of this house is up, the people from the base will come to collect the house, and their bodies will naturally be disposed of at that time. Isn't this much easier? Su Nian didn't explain much. He left the room with Jing Mo and closed the door. The two returned to the 6th floor together, and when they passed the iron gate, Su Nian observed it carefully. The quality of this door is really good, and the mother and her two children don't have any suitable tools. Although I struggled for a while, I only made some scratches on the door. Su Nian was very satisfied with the door. It was worth the high price she spent on it. You get what you pay for. After locking the iron gate, Su Nian planned to go home. When they were about to reach the door of their house, Su Nian stopped again and turned to look at Jing Mo. The weather is so cold, does the base have any way to deal with it? Do you have any news? Su Nian felt that since the base had predicted the arrival of extreme cold in advance, it was impossible that they did not have any countermeasures. It's been several days, why is there still no news released? Yes. Jing Mo nodded, the collective dormitory at the base has heating installed. If you want, you can move there, but you have to pay contribution points. If you don't have contribution points, you can follow the base's arrangements and go out to work every day, just like the people who originally lived there. What if you don't want to move there? If you don't want to move there, you'll have to find a way to keep warm yourself. The base does sell some fuel, but it's not cheap. Su Nian was not disappointed after hearing Jing Mo's explanation. This base is really too large and originally had no heating facilities. Under the current circumstances, it is unrealistic to turn on heating for the entire base. We can only choose a place that can accommodate more people and provide heating, and let everyone move there. As for those who don't want to live there, if they are able to protect themselves, that would of course be better, as it would also reduce the pressure on the base. Su Nian nodded in understanding and said to Jing Mo, it's getting late and it's too cold outside. Go back and get some rest. You should get some rest too. The two of them returned home and neither asked the other whether they wanted to live in the dormitory. Because they all knew that they would not move there. The thermal underwear that Jing Mo gave me is very effective in keeping warm. After wearing this and putting on a few more layers on the outside, even after staying outdoors for such a long time, Su Nian only felt a little cold, but actually did not suffer much. When I returned to the bedroom, warmth hit me and the slight chill in my body quickly dissipated. Nian took off her outer clothes, hung them on the hanger at the door, and changed into comfortable and warm pajamas. After tossing and turning for a while, Nian no longer felt sleepy and had no intention of lying down and sleeping immediately. I have nothing to do during the day anyway, so it will be the same if I catch up on my sleep during the day. Nian walked over, sat down on the mat, and snuggled into the huge teddy bear. In his previous life, Nian also lived in dormitories in those small bases. At that time, Nian did not have the conditions she has now. After the extreme cold came, she could not survive alone and had to live in the collective dormitory of the base. It is called a dormitory, but in fact it is just a room filled with beds. The distance between beds is only 30 centimeters at most. I was wearing too many clothes and could only walk sideways. There is no collective heating in the small base. There are just a few large iron barrels in the house, and firewood is burned in them for heating. A small house is home to hundreds of people, and the temperature in the house is not too low thanks to the popularity. But with so many people living there and the room not being ventilated, the smell in the house was extremely strong. Nian had no idea what the dormitory at the first base looked like. But as long as there are many people living there, the final result will be the same. Nian lay there thinking for a long time, until it was slightly bright outside, then he got up and started training. Even though it is very cold now, Nian still did not give up training himself. No matter when, a strong physique and excellent physical fitness are the key to survival. The small bedroom is not very spacious. Every time when training, Nian will put away the bed and the cashmere carpet on the floor and take out the things needed for training. 3 hours later, the training ended and Nian was sweating all over. The temperature in the room is about 12 or 13 degrees, so it's still a bit cold to take a shower. But Nian also has a solution. When shopping, Nian specially bought an outdoor shower tent, considering that it would be inconvenient to take a shower in extremely cold weather. This type of tent is not very big and is more than enough to fit a bathtub. After Nian entered the tent, he closed the door and took out the bathtub. After arriving at the base, Nian used the bath water he had used in the apartment to flush the toilet. After cleaning the bathtub, he boiled some hot water again and put it in the bathtub, ready for use in this situation. Chapter 38. The moment he took off his clothes, Nian couldn't help shivering. After quickly sitting in the bathtub and being wrapped in hot water all over, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bathtub was big enough, so when the water got cold, Nian could collect some of it and add some hot water to himself. After washing her hair, Nian finally came out of the bathtub reluctantly. Fortunately, there was no power outage, so Nian took out the hair dryer and dried her hair. For more than a year, Nian has been cutting her own hair. Although her skills are not as good as Tony's, she can still look decent with just a little cutting. Nian doesn't have any special requirements for her hairstyle, the only requirement is that it can't be too long. Not only is it too long and eye-catching, it is also very troublesome to wash. Now the length is just right. After using the hair dryer for 5 or 6 minutes, the hair will be almost dry. After putting away the bathtub and the tent and mopping up the water stains on the floor, Nian put the bed and the carpet back in their original places. That means there is space, otherwise I would feel exhausted just thinking about going through this every day. After lunch, Nian took a nap. It didn't take long, just 2 hours. Sleeping too long will affect your sleep at night. Although there is nothing to do now and he doesn't have to go out, Nian is still very self-disciplined in his work and rest schedule. After the snow fell, Nian took down the heat-insulating curtains hanging outside the window and hung an extra layer of white gauze curtains inside the window. This kind of gauze curtain is light transmissive but not human transmissive. You cannot see inside from the outside, but light can pass through. This way, Nian doesn't have to turn on the lights during the day. After all, the power capacity of solar panels now cannot be compared with that in the previous extremely hot times. Although there was still power outage in the base, Nian still turned on some heating equipment and humidifiers, and tried not to turn on the lights during the day. This is called saving where necessary and spending where necessary, without any ambiguity. After watching too many TV dramas and variety shows, one will inevitably get bored, so Nian found a book to read. This book is a technical book that talks about greenhouse cultivation. Nian doesn't have a greenhouse and has no plans to grow crops, but she can still grow some garlic sprouts, bean sprouts, etc. These can be eaten or placed as green plants in the house. Nian did what he said. He found a suitable container and put mung beans, soybeans, and garlic in it. Just add water to the beans, cover them with a lid to block out light, and let them germinate. Nian strung the garlic into circles using wire. They are arranged in circles on a shallow plate, very neatly. Nian remembers that he learned this when he was in primary school. At that time, every student in the class would grow garlic sprouts in water at home and bring them to school to compete to see who grew better. Thinking of those times, Nian couldn't help but laugh. As long as the temperature is right and there is enough water, these things can grow a lot in 2 days. In addition to exercising every day, Nian has one more thing to do, which is to take care of these young seedlings. Soybean sprouts are the first to sprout. Nian had originally only soaked a handful of beans, but by the time the bean sprouts had grown, they filled half a basin. Looking at so many bean sprouts, Nian thought about it and simply poured out half of them. After getting dressed, she held the basin and knocked on Jing Mo's door. After just 2 knocks, Jing Mo opened the door. Nian handed the basin over. These are the bean sprouts I grew myself. I'll give you some. Jing Mo looked at the bean sprouts in the pot with surprise. You actually have this ability. It's amazing. Jing Mo spoke sincerely, and there was light in his eyes when he looked at Nian. Seeing Jing Mo like this, Nian felt a little embarrassed. It's not a big deal. Just add some water to the beans. Jing Mo, however, shook his head in disapproval. You know things that others don't, that's your ability. This didn't sound wrong, so Nian stopped arguing and nodded. It's cold outside, I'll go back first. Wait a minute. Nian looked at Jing Mo with some confusion. What's wrong? I'm planning on leaving the base in a couple of days. Do you want to go? Hearing this, Nian was even more puzzled. Where are you going in this icy and snowy place? I've already made an agreement with the base. I'll borrow their snowplow and I'll pay for the gas myself. Jing Mo paused here and said, if someone else borrows it, they have to give contribution points every day. 10 contribution points are required every day. What this means is that he does not need to give additional contribution points. That sounds good indeed. But in this icy and snowy place, what kind of prey would there be outside? Nian hesitated, thought for a while, and then nodded. Okay then. When are you going to go? 2 days later. Sure, I have gas too. I'll pay for half of it. Bring some extra stuff with you when you go out. Okay, I'll call you in the morning 2 days later. The two agreed on a time and Nian returned home. Jing Mo watched Nian close the door, and then he closed his own door. Jing Mo turned and walked towards the bedroom. When he got there, he looked at the bean sprouts in the pot. In just a short while, the bean sprouts had frozen hard. Jing Mo took off his gloves and tapped them with his slender fingers. I'm going to eat you for lunch today. Nian returned to the bedroom and took off her coat while thinking about Jing Mo's suggestion. She really hadn't gone out since the snow, but it was okay for her to go out for a while. This base was expanded and rebuilt on the basis of the summer resort. Originally, there were mountains and other scenic spots nearby, so there should be quite a few animals. When the weather was extremely hot before, although I didn't see any animals, just looking at those strong mosquitoes, flies and mice, I knew that animals can adapt to the sudden changes in the environment better than humans and survive better. Just because those animals didn't show up doesn't mean they don't exist. Go out and take a look, maybe you can really gain something. Nian herself has no shortage of meat, but if she can bring back some prey in a legitimate way, even if she doesn't eat it herself, she can use it to exchange for some contribution points from the base. But if you go out in weather like this, you must be fully prepared. For the next 2 days, Nian was preparing to go out. Su Nian found a half-person high mountaineering bag and put a sleeping bag, tent, and blanket in it. The warm baby even took down the outer box and stuffed 2 boxes directly inside. In addition to the hot packs, Su Nian also found 2 copper hand warmers. Put charcoal in the hand warmer and wrap it with a cotton cover. It will keep you warm in your hands without burning your hands. Su Nian also bought a lot of the charcoal used in this kind of hand warmer. Since he just stayed in the house, he didn't need this thing, so Su Nian never used it. After lighting the charcoal and putting it in, Su Nian found that the hand warming effect was quite good. He immediately took a lot of charcoal and stuffed it into the backpack. In addition to these warm things, food is also of paramount importance. After all, if you go out in the ice and snow and don't eat something hot, you will freeze to death. I just don't know what kind of snowplow Jing Mo borrowed is like. If it has 2 rows of seats, Su Nian plans to take out a portable stove and keep the charcoal fire burning inside. It can not only be used to boil water and cook, but also make the temperature in the car a little higher so that it won't be too cold. Although he was not sure if it could fit, Su Nian took it out and put it aside. All the food they eat is fast food, which can be cooked in the shortest time possible and is high in oil and salt. Chocolate candies and the like are even more indispensable. Have a piece at any time to replenish your energy. Chapter 39. Be sure to bring water too. The car's large capacity thermos can hold 4 liters of water, and Su Nian took out 2. I also took out 2 outdoor sports thermoses that can hold 2 liters of water. That adds up to 8 liters of water, certainly enough to keep them going for a day or 2. If Su Nian could go and come back on the same day, she would certainly prefer. But if I can't come back that day, there is nothing I can do. Water is necessary, but so is a high concentration of alcohol. Su Nian filled 2 pots with stainless steel wine jugs. This small wine flask is small in size and does not take up space, so you can carry it with you. Su Nian also brought some other medicines for external injuries and fever and colds, packed them in emergency medicine packages and stuffed them into the backpack. A backpack half a person's height was filled up by Su Nian. That's because the 4 water bottles were not put in, otherwise the backpack would have been full. Early on the 3rd day, after breakfast, Su Nian filled 4 kettles with boiling water. Su Nian had just finished packing when she heard Jing Mo's voice outside the door. Su Nian turned off all the equipment in the house, filled the stove with charcoal, and then went to the door with a lot of bags. When the door opened, Jing Mo was seen outside, also dressed warmly, with a lot of bags at his feet. The 2 looked at each other, then looked at the things piled at each other's feet, and laughed at the same time. Can the car you borrowed hold so many things? Su Nian asked. Yes, there are 2 rows of seats. After hearing Jing Mo's answer, Su Nian was completely relieved. Su Nian pointed to the oil drum next to him. There's oil in this. I've already filled up the car, so just keep this in the car as a backup. Su Nian didn't say much, just said yes. Both of them prepared a lot of things, and they ran back and forth twice before they got everything into the car. There was space in the back row, so Su Nian simply put the portable stove in the back, where the charcoal fire was burning brightly. After thinking for a while, Su Nian opened his backpack, pretended to take out sweet potatoes from it, and placed them on the stove. Jing Mo saw Su Nian's actions from the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile. Can it be roasted? I don't know. Let's give it a try. If it's not cooked through, peel it and cook it. That's fine too. It was still snowing outside, but not too heavily, so at least you could see the road clearly. There were snowplows working in the base. They were driving on the road and were not very conspicuous. But once they drove out of the base and walked some distance away, they became conspicuous. In the vast snow, their car was the only one moving slowly forward. The snow outside was half a person's height. The farther away from the base, the more intact the snow on the ground. All this shows that no one has ever set foot here. There was a stove in the car and the air conditioner was on. Su Nian and Jing Mo were not only dressed warmly, but also put hot packs on their bodies. Su Nian even held a hand warmer, so he didn't feel cold at all. It was because she didn't feel cold that Su Nian had the heart to look at the snow scenery outside. It was white everywhere, with only the tall trees having some different colors. If this scenery existed before the end of the world, it would definitely be very pleasing to the eye. There are so many ways to play, including having snowball fights, building snowmen, sledding, and even freezing ice to build an igloo. But now, with poor eating and sleeping habits, and people are almost freezing to death, who would have the mind to think about having fun, let alone feel how beautiful the scenery in front of them is? During the 2 extremely cold years in her previous life, Nian felt that the color she hated most was white. Whether it was then or now, Nian misses green very much. I don't know if I will be able to see the lush green with vast patches of different shades of green in my lifetime. Nian quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Jing Mo, who was driving in front. Do you have a map? Since we are out hunting, we must have a map and a clear direction. Otherwise, driving around is not a big deal. With the temperature outside, they couldn't turn off the engine of their car. Otherwise, it would be a daydream to start it again. Jing Mo held the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other hand he took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Nian. This is a map of this area. I got it from the base. Nian actually has a map of this place, but it is an electronic map. And those devices cannot be turned on at all in such outdoor temperatures. Now seeing that Jing Mo had prepared a map, Nian took it. Nian unfolded the map and could see that the route was drawn very clearly. This kind of map is only available officially in the base. If it were someone else, they might not be able to get it. Nian looked at the map carefully and found that there were indeed mountains surrounding him and a lot of water. This is quite nice in extremely hot weather. But now, Nian looked around and saw white everywhere. If the heavy snow continues to fall, will it cause an avalanche or something? Will the base be affected then? In his previous life, Nian had not heard much about the first base. After all, after the end of the world, all the communication equipment was cut off. But there is no point in worrying now, it won't solve any problems. Nian folded the map and handed it back to Jing Mo. After sitting down, he turned Mi Shu over. Or maybe the temperature was too low. The sweet potatoes had been baked for quite some time but were still hard, with only a slight fragrance. Nian felt that these 2 sweet potatoes would probably have to be cooked in the end. The snowplow moved slowly and after another hour, it was still not very far from the base. From the map, the base is surrounded by mountains. But when I really drove the snowplow toward the mountain, I realized what it meant to run a dead horse up the mountain. Fortunately, they are not horses. As long as they have oil, they will never die. As the time was getting closer to noon, Nian wanted to put the pot on the stove to cook. At this moment, Nian heard Jing Mo say in surprise, "Look ahead." Upon hearing this, Nian immediately looked up and saw a black dot moving in front of him. The black dot moves quite fast, and as it moves, it becomes faster and faster. The black spot was running towards them. Realizing this, Nian asked Jing Mo to stop the car. "Stop the car first, or don't hit it directly. I don't know the quality of the snowplow's front windshield. If it gets damaged, they will be the ones to suffer." Jing Mo stopped the car but did not turn off the engine. In just a short while, the black spot had come closer. It was only when they got closer that Nian could see clearly that it was a wild boar. This wild boar is as big as a calf, has long fangs, and looks very ferocious. In his past and present lives, Nian had never seen such a wild boar. Without even thinking about where the wild boar came from, Nian had already taken out his grenade. At the same time that Nian took out his glove, Jing Mo also took out a silver glove. Apart from being slightly larger in size, there doesn't seem to be any other difference. "Nian, let's get out of the car. We'll be too conspicuous if we stay in the car. It might go crazy and damage the car." Nian agreed with Jing Mo's words, opened the car door and got out. The snow on the ground was half a person's height. I didn't feel it when I was sitting in the car, but now that I got out of the car, half of me was buried in the snow. Chapter 40. The wild boar was approaching gradually. Nian did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately raised his legs and ran to the side. Jing Mo's reaction was no slower than Nian's. He also ran to the other side, and did not forget to shout to Su Nian, "If you can, climb up the tree, try to shoot, don't fight in close combat. It's icy and snowy now, and the snow is thick, so they are not as mobile as wild boars. In this situation, close combat is not suitable at all." Su Nian also understood this. "I understand, you should be careful." The two men ran separately and reached the tree before the wild boar rushed over. "But it was not easy to climb a tree because I was wearing too many clothes." Su Nian stared at the big tree in front of him for a few seconds, and determined that he couldn't climb up in a short time, so he gave up. Turning around quickly, Su Nian raised his gun and aimed at the wild boar. However, Su Nian had rarely fired a gun, so he had to aim carefully when shooting at a stationary object, let alone a wild boar that was running. A shot was fired, and the bullet grazed the wild boar's back and finally hit a tree with a bang. The wild boar originally had no clear target, but because Su Nian fired this shot, it changed direction and ran straight towards Su Nian. When Jing Mo saw this scene, he immediately clenched the gun in his hand and was about to shoot subconsciously. But before he could take any action, Su Nian fired several shots in succession without any hesitation. Su Nian's shooting skills were not very accurate, but even with such continuous shooting, the wild boar was still hit. The wild boar howled, fell sideways on the snow, and slid several meters away. As luck would have it, the direction the wild boar slid towards was exactly the direction where Jing Mo was. "Jing Mo! Be careful!" Upon hearing this, Jing Mo curled the corners of his mouth slightly, raised his hand and held the gun, and without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out and hit the wild boar's forehead. The wild boar, which had been howling just now, grunted twice and then became completely silent. The wild boar's body stopped when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Jing Mo. Jing Mo raised his hand and waved at Su Nian, "I'm fine." Of course Su Nian knew he was fine. Su Nian saw clearly the shot that Jing Mo just fired. It's better to just not say anything, and it's still very accurate. Jing Mo's marksmanship is extraordinary. Su Nian walked up to Jing Mo step by step with some difficulty. "Your marksmanship is very good." Jing Mo nodded. "As a weapons dealer, of course you have to be proficient in your various weapons, otherwise how can you sell them to others?" When Jing Mo said this, there was no pride or boasting in his tone, he was just stating a fact. "How can I be as good as you with a gun?" Jing Mo scratched his head and said, "If you want to improve your shooting skills, you must practice more. When you were in the base, you didn't have much chance to practice. Now that you are out, you can definitely practice more. Anyway, we are not driving very fast, I will drive for a while, and you can find the target to shoot by yourself." Su Nian had to admit that Jing Mo's advice was very pertinent. "But, a bullet is 5 grams of gold. I don't know how many bullets she will have to use before she can have the same shooting skills as Jing Mo." But Su Nian also understands the truth that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. If you want to get something, you must pay something. Don't say there is no free lunch in the world. Even if there really is, Su Nian wouldn't dare to eat it. "We can talk about practicing shooting later, but right now, what should we do with this wild boar? When I saw it from a distance before, I thought it was very big. Now that the wild boar was right in front of her, Su Nian discovered that it was bigger than she had expected. It is estimated to be at least 200 to 300 kilograms, or 500 to 600 catties. There was definitely no room for it in the car, and even if it could, Su Nian didn't want to stay close to a wild boar carcass. Before Su Nian could come up with a solution, Jing Mo said, "I have a wire rope. Tie it up and hang it on the back of the snow plow." Jing Mo also brought a half-person high mountaineering bag, which was bulging with things. But Su Nian didn't expect that Jing Mo would actually install steel wire rope inside. It seems that she still hasn't considered it comprehensively enough. Su Nian secretly noted this and decided to wait until he got on the bus and take the opportunity to put the wire into his backpack while sorting out his things. Maybe they will encounter other prey next time and use them then. Jing Mo quickly returned to the car and came down with a bundle of steel ropes after a while. The two men worked together to tie up the wild boar, then fastened the other end of the rope to the snowplow and then returned to the vehicle. After staying outside for such a long time, both of them were very cold. The air conditioner was on here, and with the heat from the small stove, the temperature was still 10 to 20 degrees higher than outside. The moment Nian got into the car, he even felt that the car was as warm as spring. But after sitting down for a while, I felt a little cold again. Nian turned on the kettle and poured a cup of hot water for herself and Jing Mo. When the hot water is first poured out, it is still steaming. You should drink it in small sips, hold it in your mouth for a while, and then swallow it. When people are frozen, their perception of temperature decreases. You won't even feel anything when you drink boiling water. But if you swallow it directly, it may burn and cause blisters in your throat. This is still a mild case. Severe cases can even burn the esophagus. After slowly drinking a cup of hot water, Nian felt warmer all over. Look at the time, it's almost noon. Nian simply suggested, how about we eat something before continuing on our journey? Otherwise they would have to stop to eat after driving for a short while, which would waste a lot of time. Jing Mo had no objection to this, he was more concerned about what they could eat for lunch. Jing Mo first opened his backpack and took out 2 cans of meat and a bag of biscuits. The pancake was frozen hard, and Nian felt it was probably better than a brick. Looking at the pancake, Nian felt a toothache. Forget about the bread. I brought some self-heating rice. Let's eat that. It's more convenient and faster. If you want to eat meat, you can put those 2 cans in the pot and cook them. Jing Mo nodded repeatedly, eat, eat, eat. How can we not eat meat? Hearing Jing Mo's words, Nian couldn't help but look at him twice more. I didn't realize it before, I didn't expect Jing Mo to be a carnivore. But it just so happens that she also loves to eat meat. Nian put the small iron pot on the stove, opened the can, and poured all the braised pork into the pot. The braised pork had already been frozen into a jelly state. After being poured into the pot, it soon began to sizzle, smoke came out, and the fragrance wafted out. Taking advantage of this time, Nian took out 2 boxes of self-heating rice from his backpack. By the time the self-heating rice is done, the braised pork in the small iron pot is already bubbling. Neither of them was polite to the other and they just focused on eating. Although the temperature inside the car is higher than outside, the food will get cold quickly if you don't eat it quickly. It's better when it's cold, but it may even be frozen so hard that you can't even chew it. The 2 of them hurried over to finish the meal, but by the time they finished eating, the food was still cold. But no one complained and everyone ate the last 2 mouthfuls of rice. Jing Mo looked at the box of natural rice in his hand and said, "This box is of good quality. It would be a pity to throw it away. I'll wash it. Maybe it will be useful in the future." Chapter 41. After Jing Mo finished speaking, he took the lunch boxes for 2 people and the small pot for cooking braised pork and got out of the car. Washing is not done with water. There is not enough water for them to wash the pots now. Throw the pots and bowls in the snow, wipe them with the snow a few times, and they will be clean. Nian was in the car, watching the whole scene, and his expression softened a lot. "You are obviously very capable and there is no need to be so frugal. I can only say that this is a person who knows how to live." Nian retracted his gaze and took out the wire rope and stuffed it into his backpack. Just after doing all this, Nian heard the door opening and looked over. Jing Mo was wearing a mask, so Nian couldn't see his expression. But just by looking at his drooping brows, Nian knew that he was unhappy. "What's wrong with you? You were so excited when you got off the car just now, how come it became like this in just a short while?" Jing Mo sighed, gave the small iron pot to Nian, and took out the 2 plastic lunch boxes. "It's cracked." Nian didn't quite understand what Jing Mo meant at first, but after seeing the cracks on the 2 plastic lunch boxes, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Why are you still laughing?" When Jing Mo said this, there was more or less some resentment in his heart. Nian waved her hands, trying to hold back her smile. "I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it for a moment." After taking a few deep breaths, Nian held back his laughter and spoke seriously, "It's not your fault if it cracked. It was because the weather was too cold, and the plastic became hard and brittle. If you don't pay attention, it will crack. I knew that, so I was extra careful when washing it, and used less force. Unfortunately, it still cracked in the end. Jing Mo put the cracked box on the passenger seat and said, "Put it there for now. You can use it to make a fire later." The smell of burning plastic is indeed not very pleasant, but plastic can help combustion and burn longer. Su Nian listened to Jing Mo's words, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Jing Mo changed slightly. How come this attitude of saving money is so similar to hers? Jing Mo didn't know what Su Nian was thinking. After he sat down, he said to Su Nian, "Let's set off now? I thought we should drive forward for another hour and then return. We should be able to return to the base in the evening. What do you think?" "Can." Su Nian prepared a lot, but compared to freezing outside, it would be better to go back to the base at night. The snowplow started slowly, and Su Nian opened the window halfway. "It's not easy to get out, it would be a pity not to take the opportunity to practice shooting." At the beginning, Su Nian aimed at the tree trunks. The trunk of the tree is not moving, but the car is moving all the time. It is not so easy to hit the selected tree trunk while moving. Su Nian was not in a hurry to shoot. He aimed patiently before firing a shot. Bullets are so expensive, even if she has thousands of them, she can't waste them. Maybe it's really like Jing Mo said, Su Nian is talented in shooting. After an hour of persistent practice, Su Nian was able to quickly aim and hit the target while the car was moving. This is a happy result. Even in this 1 hour, Su Nian had already fired hundreds of bullets. But compared with the joy of harvest, this little effort does not seem so painful. Jing Mo glanced at Su Nian, who was still excited, from the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly under the mask. Without saying anything to disturb Su Nian, Jing Mo slowly turned around and prepared to return to the base. As the snowplow gradually changed direction, Su Nian's vision also changed. At this moment, Su Nian saw many dark shadows moving in the distance. Although they were not coming towards them, their speed was also very fast. Having just killed a wild boar not long ago, Su Nian was already feeling traumatized by these fast-moving black spots in the snow. "Jing Mo, look over there." Jing Mo looked in the direction Su Nian said when he heard the voice. After seeing those black spots, he also calmed down and said in a low voice, "Don't shoot." Even if Jing Mo didn't say it, Su Nian had no intention of shooting again. Su Nian found a telescope and saw clearly through it that those things moving quickly were undoubtedly a group of wild boars. What is shocking is that those 10 to 20 wild boars are all strong adult wild boars. Some were even much bigger than the one tied to the back of their car. The wild boars ran very fast in the snow. In just a few minutes, a group of wild boars disappeared from Su Nian's sight. Su Nian put down the telescope and frowned. Why are there so many wild boars? The larger the wild boar, the more it eats. But in this icy and snowy weather, what kind of food can be provided for them? If they can't find food, will they go to the base? This is just what they saw. Are there more wild boars in places they can't see? Are there other wild animals besides wild boars? Could it be that, in addition to natural disasters, people also have to face various powerful wild animals? Just thinking about it, Su Nian felt heavy in his heart. The place where Su Nian stayed in his previous life was always not far from the city. There were no mountains or water there, and basically no wild animals could be seen. As for animals like cats, dogs, and birds, once they appear, they will quickly become food for some extremely hungry people. So in the later part of his previous life, Su Nian had hardly seen any animals. She never expected that when she came to the first base in this life, she would encounter a situation completely different from her previous life. Seeing that Su Nian was frowning and silent, Jing Mo comforted him, "Don't worry, no matter how many and how strong these animals are, they can't withstand thermal weapons. If they dare to go to the base, they will die." Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian nodded, "You are right. In this regard, there is really nothing to worry about. The only ones who need to be worried are those who have left the base like them and those who have been living outside the base." Because he saw so many wild boars, Su Nian was afraid of making too much noise and attracting unnecessary trouble. On the way back, Su Nian didn't plan to shoot again. "You've been driving for such a long time, let me take over," Su Nian said to Jing Mo. Jing Mo didn't refuse and agreed directly, "Okay." The two got out of the car and changed seats. Su Nian sat in the driver's seat. At the beginning, the speed was very slow. After all, she had never driven a snowplow before. After getting familiar with it for a while, Su Nian was able to increase her speed to the same speed as Jing Mo. Originally, the two of them had given up hope of catching any other prey. "But I didn't expect that after more than an hour, I saw quite a few grey rabbits. Those grey rabbits, fat and big, moved quickly in the snow." Jing Mo's marksmanship was unquestionable. He fired 4 shots in succession and killed all 4 rabbits. The other 2 were so frightened that they ran away very quickly and disappeared in a short while. Jing Mo opened the door and got out of the car. After a while, he came back carrying 4 fat rabbits. The temperature outside was low, and after the rabbit was killed, its body was frozen stiff in just a short while. Jing Mo put the rabbit directly under the back seat, and Su Nian had no objection to it. What Su Nian is more curious about now is how many contribution points their wild boars and rabbits can get. Chapter 42. Thinking that Jing Mo has always been cooperating with the base and must have more channels to obtain information, Su Nian simply asked him, "What price does the base pay for these wild animals?" Jing Mo shook his head, "I don't know the details, I will know after I go back. But we certainly won't lose money." Su Nian agreed with this. Jing Mo is not a person who is willing to suffer losses. Since he chose to make such a trip, he must think there is profit in it. "By the way, if there are frequent missions in the future, are you willing to do them?" Su Nian looked up at the rearview mirror and exchanged glances with Jing Mo in the rearview mirror. "Be more specific. As you can see in this weather, if you stay outside, your chances of survival are slim. The base has now reached a certain size and has freed up some manpower, so it is time to start rescue operations. It is definitely not enough to rely solely on the official personnel of the base. The base intends to cooperate with the people within the base, and anyone who is capable and competent can participate in these rescue missions. Of course, the base will not let people work for nothing, and will give them a certain amount of compensation depending on the situation." After hearing Jing Mo's explanation, Su Nian did not speak in a hurry. After sorting out Jing Mo's words in his mind, Su Nian asked, "To participate in the mission, do I have to obey the deployment?" If that's the case, Su Nian doesn't plan to participate. In the end times, accepting orders from others is like handing your life over to someone else. Su Nian would never do such a thing. "Need not." Jing Mo laughed, "I know what you are worried about. You don't want to obey orders from others, and you don't want to put your life in the hands of others. I am the same. I have already asked, and if they participate, it will only be a partnership. No matter what happens, whether to save people or not, whether to save people in our own car or not, it all depends on us." After hearing this, Su Nian gave Jing Mo an appreciative look. As expected of her good neighbor, he has the same idea as her in this regard. "In that case, if you have any ideas about a mission in the future, you can tell me. As for whether to go or not, we'll decide when the time comes." "Okay." The conversation was pleasant and the result satisfied both of them, and their brows curved. 2 hours later, when it was dark, they finally saw the gate of the base. Because of the snow, it got dark especially early. By 4 or 5 o'clock, it was completely dark. There were lights on outside the base, and the lights reflected on the white snow, allowing people to see the base clearly from a long distance. Because of the weather, there was no longer a long line of cars lining the entrance to the base. Apart from the snowplow used to clear the snow, theirs was the only vehicle that was going to enter the base. "Let's not go back to the base directly. We have to go to the service center first, where we can exchange contribution points," Jing Mo said to Su Nian. Su Nian has no opinion on this. It would be a real torture to bring such a big and heavy wild boar home and then get it out. It's good to get it done in one step. Su Nian drove the snowplow directly to the service center. I don't know if it's because of the weather or the time, but the service center was deserted and no longer as lively as it was when Su Nian came last time. Jing Mo asked Su Nian to wait in the car, and he got out and went inside. Su Nian didn't have to wait long before he saw Jing Mo leading a few people out of the service center. They went straight to the back of the snowplow, untied the steel wire rope tied to the wild boar, and finally pushed and pulled the wild boar into the service center. After a while, Jing Mo came out again and got into the car directly. Of these 4 rabbits, do you want to keep one to eat? Su Nian heard this, thought about it, and shook his head. I won't stay. Her space is full of rabbits. There are countless freshly slaughtered whole rabbits, cut up rabbit meat, shredded rabbit, roasted rabbit, and spicy rabbit heads. There is also the rabbit meat delicacies that Su Nian orders from stalls in various restaurants. Dry pot rabbit, fresh pot rabbit, pickled pepper rabbit, cold rabbit, Sichuan spicy fried rabbit. Don't think about it, don't think about it. The more I thought about it, the more greedy I became, and my mouth started to water. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo opposite him, and thought that he also loved meat, so she pursed her lips and said, I have vacuum-packed cooked rabbit meat. If you want to eat it, wait until we get back. I'll get you something to change when we get back. Just use bullets. You'll need a lot of bullets to practice your marksmanship. Su Nian originally wanted to give him 1 or 2 bags, but after hearing him say that, she silently swallowed her unfinished words and said, sure. After the 2 of them discussed it, Jing Mo held up the 4 rabbits' ears with both hands and said, come in with me, and the contribution points can be directly transferred to your card later. Hearing this, Su Nian also got out of the car. Anyway, they are now inside the base, and no one is brave enough to drive their car away, so there is no need to worry about anything if they leave it outside. As I entered the service center, a warm feeling hit me. Su Nian was stunned for a moment before he realized that there was heating inside. But when you think about it, it seems normal. After all, the people working here are official members of the base, so it is normal for the working environment to be better. The wild boars and rabbits were weighed separately, and finally their contribution points were calculated based on their weight. 1 kilogram equals 1 contribution point. Rabbits and wild boars are both quite large, so the total is 680 contribution points. The contribution points were divided equally between 2 people, and one person had 340 more contribution points on his card. After just 1 day out, he earned more than 300 contribution points, which was enough for Su Nian's rent for 3.5 months. It is indeed a great deal. After leaving the service center with the card, Su Nian became more interested in the task that was mentioned earlier. When they got in the car again, Jing Mo sat in the driver's seat. I'll take you back to the small building where we live, and then I'll return the car. Su Nian was stunned for a moment. Then how are you going to come back later? Do I have to walk back? Someone will bring me back on a snowmobile. Since they didn't have to walk back, Su Nian felt relieved. The car stopped downstairs of their small building. The 2 of them got out together and moved all the things in the car upstairs. After watching Jing Mo go downstairs, Su Nian quickly closed the door and returned to the bedroom. The first thing to do when entering the bedroom is to turn on various heating equipment and humidifiers. Then he used a hook to pick up the iron ring on the stove and saw that the charcoal fire inside was still not extinguished and there was still a bottom. Su Nian did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly took some charcoal and added it in. After putting the lid back on, Su Nian finally sat down where the sun could shine on him. With the sun shining and the heater blowing, Su Nian's icy cold body gradually cooled down. After warming up for a while, thinking that the time was about right, Su Nian took the rabbit meat out of the space. Fresh rabbit meat, roasted rabbit, spicy rabbit head, 2 boxes of each were taken out. These are vacuum-packed, so they are more durable in storage and won't arouse suspicion. They are perfect for exchanging bullets with Jing Mo. Su Nian moved the box to the gate and waited for Jing Mo to come back. Just as Su Nian was about to turn around and go back to the bedroom, she heard some noise downstairs. The chaotic footsteps and noisy voices all told Su Nian one thing, that is, a lot of people came downstairs. There are 2 houses on the 5th floor, one is occupied by the mother and her 2 children, and the other is occupied by a family of 5. That family of 5 has always been quiet and would not make such a big noise. If it's not them, then who is it? Nian was wondering when she heard a girl's cheerful voice. That's great, we will have our own house to live in from now on. Chapter 43. Hearing the girl's words, Nian understood instantly. This is a new move. In other words, the bodies of the aunt and her 2 children should have been found and moved away. Just a few days later, the body was found. Nian thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility, that is, the aunt had not paid the rent for a long time. There's nothing strange about this. Contribution points are not easy to earn, and some people would like to pay rent on a daily basis. But the weather is cold now, and if possible, I guess no one would want to go out every day. However, there should be many people who pay rent once every 10 days. Nian didn't think about it any further. It was only a matter of time before the body was discovered, and it didn't matter to Nian whether it was early or late. As long as no one bothers her for it, she doesn't care who the new person downstairs is. Nian turned around and went back to the room, poured herself some red date ginger tea and drank it slowly. I had just finished a cup of hot tea when I heard Jing Mo's voice. Nian walked out quickly, opened the door, and saw Jing Mo standing outside. There were a lot of snowflakes on Jing Mo's hat and shoulders. The temperature in this building is not much different from that outside. Even if Jing Mo walked from the 1st floor to the 6th floor, the snowflakes were still intact and showed no signs of melting. Nian frowned when he saw this. Hurry up and open your door and check if the stove in the bedroom is out. If not, add more charcoal. If it goes out, I'll give you some charcoal from my side. Good. Jing Mo only replied with one word, but his voice was full of joy. Nian did not go in with Jing Mo. She doesn't like others entering her territory casually, so she naturally won't enter other people's rooms casually. After waiting for a while, Jing Mo came out of the small bedroom with big strides. The charcoal fire is not out. I added some more charcoal. It should be lit soon. Nian nodded and pointed to the box beside him. This is what I told you before, do you want to take a look first? If you talk while standing at the door, even if your voice is not loud, people downstairs may hear it. In order to avoid trouble, Nian did not say the word rabbit meat, but just said it vaguely. Anyway, Jing Mo would definitely understand it. Jing Mo did understand, and strode forward. Then let me take a look first. Nian squatted down, opened each carton, and let Jing Mo see what was inside. Jing Mo's eyes slid across each box, and he made the final decision, I want them all. After saying this, Jing Mo looked at Nian hesitantly again, do you have any left? Of course. She has plenty of this stuff. After hearing what Nian said, Jing Mo finally felt relieved. The two of them ran back and forth several times and moved all the boxes into Jing Mo's living room. These, one bag gives you 5 bullets, what do you think? If bought with gold, 1 bullet is 5 grams of gold, and 5 bullets are equivalent to 25 grams of gold. Before the end of the world, the price of 1 gram of gold had risen to 393 yuan, and 5 grams was almost 2,000 yuan. $2,000 is enough to buy these boxes of food. But the premise of all this is before the end of the world. After the end of the world, food will be more expensive than gold. There are indeed people who still need gold now, but if you use the gold to exchange for food, you will not be able to get it. Therefore, it cannot be said that neither Nian nor Jing Mo suffered a loss in this transaction. As long as both of them feel that they are not at a disadvantage, they can definitely make the switch. The two of them counted together and found that there were a total of 60 bags of rabbit meat in these boxes, which could be exchanged for 300 rounds of bullets. Jing Mo went into the bedroom and quickly took out a smaller box and handed it to Nian. Please take inventory. Upon hearing this, Nian did not refuse. He opened the box in front of Jing Mo and counted the number of bullets. There were exactly 300 bullets in the box. Nian closed the box and said, the quantity is just right. I'll go back first. You should hurry into the house too. Both of them had been freezing outside for a whole day. Even though they were wearing warm clothes and didn't get frostbite, they still felt a little uncomfortable. This time when he returned home, Nian went to the bathroom first and then returned to the bedroom. In order to wait for Jing Mo to come back, Nian hadn't changed her clothes. Now there was no need to go out, so Nian went into the bedroom, took off all her outer clothes, and changed into warm and soft pajamas. At home, pajamas are the most comfortable. Nian took out his iPad, found a TV show to watch while eating, and took out a pot of hot pot rabbit from his space. Nian had been thinking about rabbit meat and had been craving for it for a long time. This hot pot rabbit was ordered directly from the restaurant. It was packed into pots and put into the space shortly after it was made. Eat it now and it tastes exactly the same as when it was freshly cooked. The hot pot rabbit is bright red and contains a lot of chili peppers. After a while, the whole room was filled with the aroma of hot pot rabbit. Nian ate mouthful by mouthful, not daring to eat too slowly. Although the temperature in the room had risen, it was only a few degrees. She ate too slowly, and the hot pot rabbit would get cold before she finished. The portion is not very big, and Nian can finish it all by himself. To go with it, you also need egg fried rice. In fact, if you can use this soup to cook rice noodles or vermicelli, the taste will definitely be great. But if it is cooked, the smell will be too strong. When it's extremely hot, the room is airtight, so Nian doesn't worry about the smell spreading out. But now there is a stove burning in the house. Although there is an exhaust pipe, we still have to pay attention to ventilation. Nian opened a small gap in the window. If you take food out directly from the space and eat it, there will definitely be fragrance, but it will be limited. But if you heat the hot pot rabbit on the fire, the aroma will be enhanced 100 times. When it floats out through the cracks, I wonder how many people will cry out of envy. Of course, Nian was not afraid that others would cry out of greed, but she was worried that someone would come to her house following the smell. Nian just wants to live a peaceful life. Some things are better to be avoided if possible. Although it was a pity that she couldn't cook rice noodles, Nian was still very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, we cleaned the table and it was already past 7 o'clock. Nian took out the foot bath bucket, plugged it in, and soaked his feet seriously for more than half an hour. Soaking your feet helps blood circulation and promotes sleep. Especially when the weather is cold, soaking your feet will make you feel much warmer. After soaking his feet and washing up, Nian lay down on the bed on time at 8:30. Probably because he was too tired during the day, Nian fell into a deep sleep soon after lying down. When Nian woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. After sleeping for 10 hours, all my fatigue was gone. Chapter 44. The first thing I do when I wake up is to add charcoal to the stove. After a night like this, only a bottom layer of charcoal was left in the stove, and the rest had burned into ash, which leaked into the ash hopper below. The oil heater and fan heater were still on, but the temperature in the room didn't drop much. Now Nian no longer keeps the sun on all day long, as that would make the food too dry. Nian will only turn on the grill for a while when it is too cold just after coming back from outside. After washing up, Nian put away the bed and carpet and started training again. After 3 hours of training, I took a shower, changed clothes, and blow-dried my hair. By the time everything was done, it was already 10 o'clock. Nian put the bed and carpet in new order before bringing out breakfast. In the morning, Nian still likes to drink porridge, eat it with steamed buns or cakes, and eat 2 boiled eggs, which is already very rich. Just after finishing eating, Nian heard the BG of the iron gate outside. Hearing the voice, Nian put away the dishes without any hesitation, put on a green military coat over his pajamas, put on a mask, hat, and gloves, then opened the door and went out. Nian had just opened the door of his house when he saw Jing Mo opening the door and walking out from the opposite side. The two looked at each other, without even bothering to say hello, and took 2 quick steps to the stairs, looking towards the iron gate. At this time, there was a person standing outside the iron fence. He was wearing a black down jacket, a scarf around his neck, a hat on his head, and a mask on his face. Not to mention what he looks like, you can't even tell whether he is a boy or a girl. But judging from her height, she should be a girl. Nian looked at him for a while before asking, "What's the matter?" "Hello. My name is Hui, and I'm the new one who moved downstairs. I came here specially to say hello to you. From now on, we will be neighbors living in the same building, so please take care of me." After hearing Hui's words, Nian and Jing Mo looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Even before the end of the world, it was normal to live in the same building, door to door, not knowing each other's names or never saying hello to each other. It's the end of the world now, and no one will go out of their way to say hello to people upstairs or downstairs after moving. Nian has been here for a long time, and he has more contact with Jing Mo since he knew him before. "The only people I've come into contact with are the family of 3 of the aunt on the 5th floor." The old lady came up to him on her own initiative, and finally died at Nian's hands. Now seeing Hui also coming closer, Nian subconsciously twirled his fingers. "Why aren't you talking?" Hearing Hui's voice again, Nian came back to his senses from his thoughts and looked at Hui. "Do you have anything else to say?" Hui said with a hint of grievance, "Don't you like me?" Nian shook her head, "I don't even know who you are, how can I like you or not? If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back. Also, don't just come and knock on this door. I won't be so nice next time." After saying that, Nian nodded to Jing Mo, turned around and walked into his house. With a bang, Nian's door closed. Hui did not leave, but looked at Jing Mo with red eyes. "My dear brother, does that sister just now not like me? Is it something I did wrong? I just thought that now is the end of the world, we should all work together and help each other, so that we can get through this together. Am I wrong to think so?" Jing Mo chuckled, "How do you know she's older than you?" "I don't know. You call me sister because you don't know me." "I remember what she said just now. Don't knock on the door casually next time. I won't be so easy to talk to next time." After Jing Mo finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to Hui and turned back into the house. Back in the bedroom, Jing Mo took off his mask, revealing a sarcastic smile on his face. "Unite and work hard? Help each other?" He has traveled through the stars, visited countless planets, and met countless people in disaster. But he hadn't seen a little Balian of such a low rank for a long time. However, apart from making money by trading weapons, his greatest pleasure is eating and sleeping, and he has never been interested in watching Xiao Balian perform. He remembered that there was a book in this world called Dongpo's Hillen, in which it said, "The only things I lack in my life are food and sleep. When I succeed, I will sleep after eating, and eat again after sleeping." As expected, people with abilities all have the same goal. Jing Mo sat down by the stove with a smile, took apart a roast rabbit, skewered it, and slowly roasted it on the stove. After a while, the rabbit was roasted and smoke was coming out, and the fragrance was wafting away. But the fragrance only surrounded Jing Mo and did not spread to other places. Next to Jing Mo, there stood a silver-white cylinder with fan blades on it, which looked very similar to a vertical air conditioner. The only difference is that the air conditioner blows air out, while this one draws the smoke in. Jing Mo slowly turned the roasted rabbit over and muttered to himself, "I wonder if Nian needs this. Should I give it to her? Think of a better reason." Nian returned to the bedroom, took off her coat and changed her shoes, then sat down next to her teddy bear. Thinking of Hui just now, Nian's eyes were filled with sarcasm. It's the end of the world, and life is already so difficult. Instead of thinking about how to make yourself live better and longer, you actually have the mind to do these things. I'm really too full and have too much free time. From now on, if Hui doesn't bother her anymore, she won't bother to pay attention to her. If I come again, haha. For the next 2 days, Nian didn't go out and lived his life as usual. The iron gate outside was also very quiet and no one knocked on it again. Nian expressed great satisfaction with this. On the 3rd day, the iron gate did not ring, but the front door of Nian's house did ring. The only one who can knock on her door is Jing Mo. Su Nian came out wearing a military coat. He had just opened the door and hadn't spoken yet when Jing Mo, who was standing outside the door, spoke first. I've already found out about a suitable rescue mission that I told you about before. Do you want to come with me? Tell me the details first. In addition to our first base in Rihe, there are many bases of various sizes, all of which were established spontaneously by some people. Yesterday a small base sent a message asking for help, and the base decided to go and rescue. The base is about 50 kilometers away from here and used to be a holiday resort. They were attacked by wild animals, suffered many casualties and their house was destroyed. The main purpose of this trip is to bring back the survivors and eliminate the wild animals at the same time. We went along with them, mainly to kill wild animals. Saving people was not our responsibility. The basic reward for this trip is 100 contribution points, and the contribution points for killing wild animals are counted separately. After listening to Jing Mo's words, Su Nian didn't hesitate any longer and agreed directly, let's go. Chapter 45. The departure time was set for the next morning. In the evening, Su Nian took out the backpack again and began to check the things inside. The things he put in last time were not taken out, and Su Nian thought that they might be useful in the future. I didn't expect that I would use it again just a few days later. Su Nian didn't know how long he would be away this time, so he had to bring enough food and not attract too much attention. After all, there will definitely be a lot of people going this time, and the situation is completely different from the last time she and Jing Mo went out alone. Su Nian put a lot of compressed biscuits, sausages, and some instant noodles in his backpack. I also found a small bottle of seasoning and stuffed them all into a side pocket of my backpack. After packing up his things, Su Nian finally lay down on the bed. The overhead light was turned off, leaving only a small night light on the bedside table. Su Nian did not close his eyes and fall asleep immediately, but instead stared blankly with his eyes open. After she was reborn in this life, she stayed alone most of the time and did almost everything alone. Now we suddenly have to take collective action, and the feelings in my heart are quite complicated. In his previous life, Su Nian had participated in many collective actions like this. But each time, the impression left on Su Nian was not very good. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Su Nian put all these complicated thoughts behind him. There is no use thinking too much, it is better to sleep. But after all, I was worried and didn't sleep well that night. I did dream about many things from my past life. The next morning, when it was just light outside, Su Nian opened his eyes. Although he didn't sleep well, the moment he opened his eyes, the sleepiness in Su Nian's eyes disappeared instantly and he became clear-headed. Jing Mo said yesterday that the departure time would be early, so he asked Su Nian to get up early and pack quickly. Therefore, Su Nian did not dare to waste time. After quickly washing up, he put all the heating equipment in the house into the space. Not only that, Su Nian also found an iron bucket and put the charcoal fire burning in the stove into the space. Su Nian hadn't thought of this before, but after coming back from her last trip, she thought of this. Normally, some of the burning charcoal would be taken out, put into an iron bucket, and then stored in the space. In this way, when you need it, you can take it out directly from the space, and it will still be in the most vigorous burning state, without any delay in its use. After putting away the charcoal, Su Nian ate his tasteless breakfast, then went out carrying a large backpack and 2 4-liter thermoses. Almost as soon as Su Nian came out of the house, the door of Jing Mo's room opposite opened. The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Morning. Morning. Seeing the 2 thermoses in Su Nian's hand, Jing Mo stretched out his hand, I'll get one for you. Jing Mo also brought a kettle, but it was not as big as the 2 Su Nian was carrying, so he carried it on his back. Su Nian also carried one on his back, but he still took these 2 large capacity ones with him. When you go out, you must bring enough things with you, no matter how poor you are at home or on the road. Otherwise, when you want to use it but can't find it, you will just be anxious. The 2 of them went out of the iron gate together, locked it, and then went downstairs together. When I reached the 5th floor, the door of the 5th floor made a slight sound. When Su Nian heard the voice, he immediately quickened his pace and went downstairs. Su Nian had just walked down a few steps when he heard Guan Hui's voice behind him. "It's you." The voice was full of surprise, but later on, it became quieter. "What are you doing?" That cautious tone seemed to imply how scary Su Nian and Jing Mo were. Su Nian's body did not slow down, and even his pace did not slow down at all. "Wait for me." Jing Mo's voice came from behind, followed by the sound of quickened footsteps. The two of them chased each other down the stairs, and no one answered Guan Hui's question. Guan Hui stood at the stairs on the 5th floor with her eyes lowered. She could vaguely see Su Nian and Jing Mo coming down the stairs. The sound of footsteps coming down the stairs gradually faded away and finally disappeared. "My Hui, who were you talking to just now?" Guan Hui's breathing stagnated when she heard this. When she turned around, her voice had returned to normal. "It was the two people who lived upstairs from us. I saw them carrying bags and seemed to be going out. I wanted to ask them if they were going to search for survivors like us, but unfortunately, they ignored me." At this point, Guan Hui lowered her head. "Brother Chen, do you think they don't like me? Do I talk too much?" Chen Pengfei walked over to Guan Hui in 2 steps, stretched out his hand and patted Guan Hui on the head. "How could it be? Our Hui is so kind, everyone loves her. They may just not like being around strangers. Hui, you know that this is the end of the world, and life is not easy for everyone. It is normal to be wary of others, so you don't have to take it to heart." Guan Hui looked up, looking at Chen Pengfei with hesitation. After a while, she said in a depressed tone, "But I see that sister is well dressed. Her clothes are nice and warm. She doesn't look like she has a hard time. Maybe she looks down on me." As she spoke, Guan Hui looked at her dark down jacket. "The dress doesn't fit her. It's not hers. I haven't washed it since the day I wore it. It's been stained by smoke and fire and has started to reflect light." Thinking back to when I saw Su Nian yesterday, Su Nian was wearing a clean green military coat on the outside and off-white coral fleece pajamas on the inside. That beige color is so beautiful. It's furry, warm, and clean. Chen Pengfei looked at Guan Hui, who was looking depressed with her head down, and quickly put his arm around her shoulders. "This time when we go out, in addition to searching for survivors, we can also look for supplies. When we find clothes you like, we will bring them back and let you wear them." Hearing this, Guan Hui raised her head and looked at Chen Pengfei with surprise. "Really? Brother Chen, you are so good to me." Hui is so good, of course she deserves the best in the world." The door was not closed, and the voices of the two people talking at the door could be clearly heard into the room. Zhang Qiao and Li Wan, who were packing their things, stopped what they were doing and looked at each other, seeing disdain in each other's eyes. Su Nian and Jing Mo went downstairs without mentioning Guan Hui. Su Nian looked around, and saw white everywhere. "How are we going to get there this time? There are snowplows clearing the snow on the main roads in the base. As long as you can find a way to start the car, you can still drive it." But once they left the base, there was no one to clear the snow on the roads outside, so it might not be possible for them to drive their own cars out. Su Nian was just thinking about it when he heard Jing Mo say, "Those of us who go on missions with the base all drive our own cars. The base's snowplow will clear the way ahead, and we just need to follow behind. Let's just drive one car. Take mine, after all, it has more space." As Jing Mo was talking, he saw Su Nian's eyes gradually changing when he looked at him. "What's wrong?" Su Nian glanced at Jing Mo with some regret. "Why didn't you tell me about this yesterday? You didn't ask me yesterday." Su Nian put the things in his hand on the ground. "Then wait here for me, I'll go back and get something and come down in a while." Chapter 46. After Su Nian finished speaking, without waiting for Jing Mo to answer, he turned around and went upstairs. Su Nian ran all the way to the 6th floor and returned home. After closing the door, he began to take things out of the space. Considering Jing Mo's car, Su Nian did not take out the coal-burning stove this time, but took out a gas stove and 2 boxes of portable gas. He also took 2 car heaters and a barrel of gasoline. After packing up these things, Su Nian carried them downstairs. Jing Mo was still standing there. Seeing Su Nian carrying so many things down, he didn't ask what they were. He just put all the things that Su Nian put on the ground on his back. "Come on, let's get in the car first." Su Nian agreed, carried her things and went to the parking lot with Jing Mo. There is a shed in the parking lot, which seems a bit useless when it is extremely hot, but it is quite useful now. At least their car didn't have to be buried in the snow. Jing Mo's car is bigger than Su Nian's. It originally had 7 seats, but the last row was removed by Jing Mo, so the space inside the car became larger. The two of them brought a lot of things, but they were all placed in the back, taking up only a quarter of the space. Looking at the remaining empty seats, Su Nian curved his eyes. This time, in addition to completing tasks, you can also look for supplies. With such a large space, there is no need to worry about having no place to install things. It's hard to start the car in such a cold day. Jing Mo took out a battery from his backpack, powered up the car, and after preheating it for a while, he started the car. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo with appreciation. This man was quite well prepared. Jing Mo turned on the air conditioner and plugged in both heaters, one facing Su Nian and the other facing himself. "I'll go down and put the snow chains on." Jing Mo got out of the car as he spoke, and Su Nian followed him out without any hesitation. The two of them worked together and installed the anti-skid chains in a short time. When I got back into the car, the temperature was a little higher than before. Su Nian took out a lot of hot packs from his backpack. "Do you want to put a few on your legs?" Jing Mo didn't bother to be polite with her and took it directly. Although the temperature inside the car is definitely higher than outside, you still have to use the hot pack. Otherwise, if you maintain one posture for a long time, your legs will easily become frozen. I heard that the base has been researching various warming devices. It won't be long before we don't have to wrap ourselves up like bears. After saying this, Jing Mo laughed first. Su Nian didn't expect to hear such news. After all, in her previous life, she had never heard of any heating equipment until the extreme cold ended. But think about it, she was in a small base at the time, which could be said to be a remote area, too far away from the big base, so it was normal that she couldn't hear any news. Su Nian stopped thinking about his past life and looked at Jing Mo. Being stared at by Su Nian, Jing Mo felt that his friend was a little strange. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "I just think it's nice to have a neighbor like you." This is not a lie. Jing Mo is a person with many advantages and no disadvantages have been discovered yet. He is a very good neighbor. In particular, he is close to the top leaders of the base and can get first-hand information no matter what happens. And this is exactly what Su Nian lacks. Jing Mo laughed heartily when he heard Su Nian's words. "I also think it's good to have a neighbor like you. She is smart, beautiful, and has high fighting power." He doesn't like dealing with people and has a somewhat cold personality, but once you get to know him, you'll find that he's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Especially, there are a lot of delicious food. The two men smiled at each other and were very satisfied with being neighbors. "Sit tight, we're about to leave." Upon hearing this, Su Nian immediately fastened his seat belt. Even though there are no traffic police now and no electronic eyes everywhere, we still have to fasten our seat belts. This is not for others, it is entirely for your own safety. The snow on the main road in the base is cleared every day by people driving snow plows, but the snow keeps falling and it is impossible to clean the ground thoroughly. The thin layer of snow on the ground is more likely to freeze, so you should be more careful when driving. Don't seek speed, but seek stability. The journey was not very long at first, but it took more than half an hour to drive. The gathering place was just outside the gate of the base. When Su Nian and Jing Mo arrived, there were already quite a few cars parked there. Su Nian looked carefully and saw that the one in the front was a snow plow. The snow plows had already set off, and the two in the front were barely visible more than black dots. The remaining ones include buses and trucks with covers, totaling about 20 vehicles. There are also some combat vehicles with very low-key appearances. You don't need to ask to know that the people sitting inside should be the leaders of this operation. Following behind were the private cars of Jing Mo and his group. Su Nian counted and found that there were about 20 or 30 private cars. It was icy and snowy outside, and people were sitting in their cars. No one knew how many people were in each car. But Su Nian thinks that there will definitely be a lot of people. It seems that the base attaches great importance to this rescue, otherwise it would not be possible to arrange so many people. Su Nian was thinking about it when he heard Jing Mo speak softly beside him. I also asked about the rescue convoys going to other bases or the rescue convoys going to the city, and they didn't have so many people. Sure enough, it was almost as she guessed. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo with some complexity. Sometimes, Su Nian even wondered if Jing Mo was a worm in her stomach, or if he had some weapon that could hear people's thoughts. Otherwise, why is it that every time she thinks something, before she even says it out loud, Jing Mo is the first to give the answer? Su Nian didn't hate this feeling, but she felt it was a little weird. Before Jing Mo could continue thinking, he saw a man in a green military coat walking over and knocking on their car window. Jing Mo opened the car window and someone outside handed him a walkie-talkie. If you have any news, contact me on the intercom. Good. After saying just this, the man walked away, apparently going to distribute walkie-talkies to other cars. Without a cell phone or a telephone, we can only communicate using walkie-talkies. Su Nian looked at the walkie-talkie and thought of something. Has the base ever thought about restoring communications? Jing Mo nodded, yes. Really? Su Nian asked in surprise. Really? We were already making efforts in this regard when the temperature was extremely hot, but the sudden drop in temperature caught us off guard. Cold prevention and rescue are top priorities, so this matter has been delayed. I guess we can continue after some time. However, at most, the base can be restored. It is definitely impossible to return to the same state as before. Su Nian himself understood this without Jing Mo telling him. But even if it's just restoring communications within the base, that would be good. At least then, she would be able to go online and dive. Although Su Nian didn't want to deal with people, he still found it interesting to see others having fun. After all, humans are social animals. If we always stay alone and have no contact or communication with the outside world, we will inevitably feel boring. Jing Mo looked at Su Nian's eyes that were bent with laughter and asked again, do you still have your phone? I'm keeping it. It doesn't take up any space anyway, so I'll take it with me. Su Nian answered frankly. She not only has a mobile phone, but also an iPad and a computer. Then give me one later. Did you throw away your phone? Su Nian didn't quite understand. Jing Mo's car was so big and could carry so many weapons, but he didn't even have a cell phone? Chapter 47. Well, I thought it was useless at the time, so I didn't bring it with me. Jing Mo said this, looking straight ahead, not daring to look Su Nian in the eye. He can't say that he is not from this world and that there are no mobile phones from this world. Su Nian didn't take Jing Mo's answer to heart when she heard it. There are people like Jing Mo who think mobile phones are useless and therefore don't carry them with them. Not only that, there are many more. After all, when there is internet and electricity, mobile phones are indispensable. But when there is no network and no battery, the phone in your hand is no more useful than a brick. Anyway, she still had an unused brand new cell phone in her space, so it wouldn't be a big problem to give it to Jing Mo. I'll get it for you when we get back to the base. Then I'd like to thank you in advance. The two of them laughed at the same time as they talked. The convoy is not traveling very fast. When driving, just pay attention to avoid the car in front of you stopping suddenly. You don't need to worry about anything else. After all, no one is overtaking now, there are no traffic lights, and there is no need to worry about a car suddenly rushing out from the left or right. Jing Mo was driving and had to pay attention, which made Su Nian a little bored. Since he had nothing to do, Su Nian simply took out a bag of chocolates from his backpack, opened one and put it in his mouth, then opened another one and handed it to Jing Mo. Jing Mo reached out to take it and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Su Nian prefers to eat chocolate with high purity, and mostly buys dark chocolate. Dark chocolate tastes a bit bitter in the mouth, but if you taste it carefully, you can taste its mellow flavor, which is more delicious than sweet chocolate. Feeling the slight bitterness on his tongue, Nian felt extremely satisfied. The morning passed quietly, and because of the slow speed, we only covered half of the distance. The intercom, which had been silent all morning, rang at this moment. The convoy will rest for 20 minutes and then set off again in 20 minutes. After this sentence was heard 3 times, the car in front stopped. When he heard this, Jing Mo was already prepared to stop the car. As soon as the car in front stopped, Jing Mo stopped his car immediately. Apart from anything else, after staying in the car for a whole morning, everyone would have to find a way to solve some physiological problems. Fortunately, there were houses and woods on the side of the road where they parked their car. If they wanted to solve their physiological problems, they could just go around there and find a place where there was no one. Nian, who has lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. She went there first, and after coming back she asked Jing Mo to go as well. Nian took out a wet wipe and wiped his hands, then took out the self-heating rice. Thinking that both of them like to eat meat, Nian took out the braised pork rice. Of course, the taste of this braised pork is not as good as the one she cooked, but at this time, it is very good to have it at all. If you are still picky, it would be too much. When the self-heating rice was almost ready, Jing Mo came back. As soon as he opened the car door, Jing Mo smelled the fragrance, so he hurriedly got in the car and closed the door forcefully. But even so, the fragrance was still blown everywhere by the wind the moment the door was opened. Nian and Jing Mo didn't take it seriously. Let them eat their own food. They can't let themselves go hungry just to consider others. Halfway through the meal, Nian saw someone circling around their car. Because the car door windows were covered with window film, it was impossible to see inside from the outside, so these people deliberately went around to the front of the car. Nian was not afraid of being stared at through the window, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Just when Nian was about to lose his temper, the 2 people standing in front of the car left on their own. Nian felt a little relieved and continued eating. The temperature in the car is not high. If I don't eat quickly, the food will be frozen and I can't chew it. When there was still 1/3 of the food left, someone knocked on the car window. Nian turned around and saw that the person standing outside was none other than Guan Hui. Guan Hui kept knocking on the car window, looking very anxious. Nian remained unmoved and continued to eat his meal seriously. Only after finishing the meal and drinking a few sips of hot water did Nian open the car window. It was really cold outside, and the cold wind mixed with snowflakes kept blowing on people. The snow was not heavy, but the snowflakes were frozen very hard. They made crackling sounds when they hit clothes, and felt like needles when they hit exposed skin. Guan Hui was wrapped up tightly, but she was not wearing glasses, so the area around her eyes was red from the snow, making her look a bit pitiful. It's a pity that Nian is not a gentle and considerate person. Nian suppressed his anger and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Guan Hui did not answer Nian's question immediately, but instead glanced at Jing Mo. Seeing Jing Mo holding the cup, lowering his eyes, drinking hot water sip by sip, with no intention of looking over at him, he looked at Nian again. "Hello, I'm Guan Hui. I live downstairs from you. We met this morning." "I know." Nian interrupted Guan Hui, "If you have anything to say, just tell me. I just smelled the fragrance in your car. Do you have self-heating rice? Can you give me a box in exchange?" Nian didn't quite understand Guan Hui's train of thought, but the wind and snow outside the car window were already blowing towards her face. Nian took a tissue and wiped his mouth, put the mask back on, and then answered Guan Hui with 2 words, "No." Being directly rejected, Guan Hui immediately became anxious, her eyes redder than before. "Why not? I'm on my period these few days, I can't eat cold food, it's inconvenient to go out. Since you have it, why can't you give me a box instead? Can't I return it to you after we get back to the base? You'll give it back to me when we get to the base? That means you actually had it too, but you didn't bring it with you, is that right?" "No, I didn't. How can you give it back to me if you don't have it?" I can exchange something else with you. I have compressed biscuits. Guan Hui said, pulling out 2 bags of compressed biscuits from her pocket. I'll trade you 2 bags, you won't suffer any loss. I really can't eat cold food, otherwise my stomach will hurt even more. We are all girls, so we can definitely understand each other, right? Just give us a hand. Hearing this, Nian sneered, since you know we are all girls, then don't play the role of a little white lotus in front of me. I won't fall for it. You can't eat cold food during your menstrual period. Eating cold food will give you a stomachache. So why don't you stay in the base? Since you want to go out on a mission, why don't you go to the supermarket at the base and spend your contribution points to buy a few boxes of self-heating food? You didn't prepare anything, and after you got out, you came to me to change, saying how pitiful you are. Is it because of me that you feel sorry for me? Just because you are not fully prepared, should I feel sorry for you and protect you? What are you thinking about? This is the end of the world, this is not your home, and I am not your mother. After saying the last sentence, Nian closed the window directly. The windows were closed, the cold wind and snow were blocked outside, and Guan Hui's expression didn't look so real. Nian didn't bother to look at Guan Hui's reaction and just turned his head away. As soon as she turned her head, Nian saw Jing Mo staring at her in amazement. What's wrong with you? Jing Mo came back to his senses after hearing that and immediately shook his head. I'm fine. I just felt that you just... What happened to me just now? You were so handsome just now. You just destroyed this little white lotus. I think your words just now hurt her more than the wind and snow outside hitting her face. Chapter 48. Nian looked at Jing Mo who said this seriously, and after a while he spoke in a complicated tone, then I will take it as a compliment. Jing Mo heard this and shook his head seriously, you are wrong, I am just praising you. You were so handsome just now, you know that. Nian, okay, I got it. Seeing that Jing Mo seemed to be more excited than her, Nian couldn't help but ask, some men like girls to be weak and tender, which makes them want to protect them. Why don't you? Jing Mo waved his hands, I'm not that kind of person. What's wrong with being a girl? No one says that girls have to be weak and protected. In the interstellar world, there are many female generals. There are countless women who have pinned men to the ground and hammered them with their bare hands. Jing Mo certainly doesn't have a masochistic tendency, nor does he like to act like a man and protect weak girls. After so many years of wandering in the interstellar space, all the people he met were his clients. At most, he could only admire them, but he had never felt like he did just now, when he felt that a person was glowing just by sitting there and talking. Jing Mo. Jing Mo. Jing Mo looked at Nian, his eyes still a little confused. Huh? What's wrong? I said, you've been driving all morning, let me drive in the afternoon. Oh. Sure. I'll make room for you right now. The two got out of the car and changed seats. I had just sat down when I heard a voice on the intercom, announcing that the convoy was about to set off. A heat pack was already placed on Nian's legs. She adjusted her seat, fastened her seat belt, followed the car in front, and drove slowly forward. Jing Mo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took out a map and looked at it carefully for a while. At this speed, we should be able to reach our destination before dark today. After we arrive, we will search and rescue and clean up the wild animals. I think we will be there for 2 or 3 days. This was pretty much what Nian had expected. The food she brought was enough for the two of them to eat for 2 or 3 days. Of course, Nian knew that Jing Mo also brought a lot of food. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw Jing Mo put away the map and took out a box of pine nuts from his backpack on the back seat. Do you like pine nuts? Let me peel them for you. Jing Mo turned the lid over and put it aside, took off a ring from his hand, and began to peel the pine nuts one by one. Seeing Jing Mo using such a sharp ring as an opening tool, Nian didn't know what to say for a moment. For large and small materials? Not really. All I can say is, make the best use of it. The pine nut was tiny, not even as big as Jing Mo's fingernail, but when held in his slender fingers, it actually looked quite nice. Jing Mo peeled the pine nuts very quickly and soon peeled off a small lid. Seeing that Su Nian didn't eat, Jing Mo urged her, eat quickly. In addition to pine nuts, I also brought walnuts, melon seeds, and peanuts. Which one do you like? Su Nian found it funny. Did Jing Mo think of her as a squirrel? Jing Mo spent the entire afternoon peeling various nuts. After the two men ate all the nuts that Jing Mo brought, the convoy finally stopped. They've arrived. Before the end of the world, a journey of 50 kilometers would take less than an hour. But now, it has been open for a whole day. Just thinking about it makes people feel extremely heavy. Su Nian didn't think too much about it, but went to look at the holiday villa in front of him. This holiday resort is very close to the summer resort, after all, it is only 50 kilometers away. This villa is surrounded by mountains and water, and there are villages and towns nearby. So there are still quite a few survivors here. The convoy drove directly into the holiday villa. This holiday villa is quite large and the parking lot is also very large. After 6 snowplows made several trips back and forth, the parking lot was almost cleared enough for the fleet's cars to park in. There was no need to drive tonight, so after parking the car, Su Nian turned off the engine. Seeing that everyone else had gotten off the bus, Su Nian and Jing Mo packed up their backpacks and got off as well. This holiday villa is of Chinese style. The houses are not tall, mostly 2-story and some 1-story. The doors and windows are large and are all made of wood. Before the end of the world, this style looked great. But after the end of the world, it is just good looking but useless. No insulation, no wind protection. You can see that many doors and windows have been removed, probably to be burned. Some houses collapsed, and it was not known whether they were crushed by the heavy snow or knocked down by wild animals. Everywhere you look, you see devastation. Having stayed in the base for a long time, Su Nian hasn't seen this kind of scene for a long time. Seeing it now, it feels like a lifetime ago. Before they could go in to check the situation, someone walked out of a 2-story building. The man first stood at the door and looked over here, then crawled into the house, and ran out after a while. Behind him, someone else ran out with him. A group of people were running and shouting. It was hard to hear what they were shouting, but it was clear that they were very excited. Soon, these people came closer. The person leading the team stepped forward to negotiate, and no one knew what was said, but then someone with a loudspeaker shouted for everyone to come into the house. Su Nian and Jing Mo followed behind, slowly walking towards the building. As soon as he entered the door, the various smells that hit him made Su Nian frown. Although his brows were furrowed, Su Nian did not stop. Su Nian has never smelled this smell in this life, but in his previous life, he had always lived in this kind of environment. Even though life is better now, Su Nian is still able to endure this hardship. Su Nian didn't say anything, but heard a low female voice. What's that smell? It's so bad. Could it be that someone is in here? Can't they pay attention to hygiene? Really? The person who said this didn't speak loudly. Su Nian was sure that he had never heard this before, and he had no interest in seeing who said this. The leader of this mission is named Kong Jianming. He is a man in his 30s or 40s with a righteous character. After coming in, Kong Jianming asked someone to open the box. I brought food for everyone. Where are your pots? Let's cook now. When they heard that there was food, all the people who had been huddled in the corners reacted and looked at Kong Jianming with glowing eyes. There was no lamp in the room, only firelight, and the light was rather dim. In this dim situation, these people's eyes were shining. It looked like a vicious wolf in the dark night. Su Nian pursed his lips and put his hand on the dagger on his waist. Others may not know, but Su Nian knows. When these extremely hungry people go crazy, they are even more terrifying than hungry wolves in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the riot that Su Nian worried about did not occur. There was also a leader here, who quickly ordered people to go out and fetch snow to melt into water for cooking. Many people boiled snow to melt water. After all, the water pipes were frozen and the river was covered with thick ice. To drink water, most people boil snow. Most of the food Kong Jianming brought were compressed biscuits, some dehydrated vegetables and a small amount of canned food. After crushing the compressed biscuits, put them directly into the pot to cook. Add some dehydrated vegetables, open 2 cans of meat, chop them up and put them in to stir. Once it boils, the rice will be done. The rice made in this way certainly doesn't look very good, but it actually smells quite fragrant. For those who are extremely hungry, this is the ultimate delicacy. Chapter 49. The food Kong Jianming brought was for the people in his team and the survivors. People like Su Nian Jingmo, who came along to complete the mission, could only eat the dry food they brought with them. The survivors who had been huddled in various corners had now gathered together to wait for their meals. Su Nian and Jing Mo found a corner near the door and sat down. Being close to the door means it's cold, and the survivors don't want to stay here. There is nothing here. Su Nian put his backpack beside him and took out some compressed biscuits from it. As soon as I looked up, I saw Jing Mo taking out a bag of compressed biscuits from his backpack. The two looked at each other, then silently opened the package and started eating. This was the first time that Su Nian ate compressed biscuits after the end of the world. When buying compressed biscuits, Su Nian bought all the brands and flavors available on the market. The one I'm taking out now is the salt and pepper flavor. It tastes crispy and has a good texture, and it is not difficult to swallow. Su Nian ate in small bites. Just when he was about to pour a glass of water, a steaming cup was handed to him. Looking up, I saw that the person holding the cup of water was none other than Jing Mo. Drink it quickly, otherwise it will get cold. Jing Mo urged. Su Nian didn't say much after hearing this. He took the cup and took a small sip. It's so cold today, it's already very difficult not being able to eat hot meals, and if you don't drink some hot water, you'll freeze to death. Compressed biscuits are very filling. After eating a piece of biscuit and drinking some hot water, your stomach will be full. But the belly was full, but the mouth was not. Su Nian remembers that before the end of the world, when he was surfing the internet, he once saw a person's speech. The man said that he always suspected that he had 2 stomachs, one for eating and the other for snacks. If we don't have 2 stomachs, how can we eat some fruit snacks and drink some beverages right after a meal? Su Nian strongly agrees with this suspicion. Just like now, she knew she was full, but her mouth felt bland and she always wanted to eat something more. Su Nian smacked his lips and quietly peeled a piece of fruit candy and put it into his mouth. Su Nian didn't look at the candy when she was peeling the candy wrapper. It was only after she put the candy in her mouth that she tasted the orange flavor. Su Nian likes to eat oranges. She likes them all, juicy and sweet fresh oranges, canned oranges, and orange-flavored fruit candies. When you eat something you like, your mood naturally improves. Even though Su Nian didn't like the current environment and the many people around him, he still slightly curved his eyebrows. Su Nian held the fruit candy in his mouth and looked around. This should have been the lobby of a holiday villa. The place is large enough and the view is wide. However, the original retro and elegant decoration in the lobby can hardly be seen now. All the places that could be demolished were demolished and used for burning fires for heating. The pillars and roof were smoked black and their original appearance could not be seen. The entire lobby should be around 500 to 600 square meters. Except for the entrance where there were few people, everywhere else was packed with people. A rough estimate is that there are at least 300 or 400 people. Including those who had just arrived, such a small place could accommodate nearly 500 people. So many people are all staying in a confined space. Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle, not to mention that Su Nian is really here at this moment. Those who gathered around to get the food, after getting the food, took it and hid aside to eat. The room was filled with the sound of people slurping porridge. Kong Jianming stood next to the cauldron, the firelight shining on his body, allowing people to see him clearly. Don't eat too fast. Be careful of getting burned. There's still food left, so just relax. Kong Jianming repeated these words over and over again, but not many people listened to him. These people were obviously very hungry. They finally had food to eat and they just wanted to eat it as quickly as possible. Who cared if they would get burned? After all, only what you eat is yours. After more than 10 minutes, the aroma of food in the lobby gradually dissipated, and everyone had finished their allocated food. Nian saw many people licking their bowls, which were even cleaner than those washed with water. After these people finished eating, they looked at Kong Jianming eagerly, and kept shouting that they were hungry, wanting Kong Jianming to cook something more for them. But Kong Jianming refused. The supplies they brought are limited, and they will have to stay here for 2 or 3 days. If they eat as much as they want now, they will all starve later. But Kong Jianming's words were still very pleasant to hear. It's too late today. Let's go to sleep after we finish eating. We'll cook again tomorrow morning. Then we'll serve more for everyone. Hearing that there would be more tomorrow morning, many people felt relieved. However, some people were worried and deliberately held their things and sat closer to Kong Jianming. It seemed that he wanted to keep an eye on Kong Jianming, fearing that he would run away without saying a word at night. Although he knew that this was unnecessary, Nian could understand why they did it. Anyone who has been on the brink of life and death will definitely cling to that life-saving straw. There were quite a few people in the lobby, but everyone was very quiet. After eating and drinking, it was already dark outside, so it was time to go to bed. Nian opened his backpack and took out a blanket. Jing Mo next to him did the same. He took out a blanket from his backpack and wrapped himself tightly. Nian actually brought a sleeping bag, but it was completely useless in the current situation. So many people were sleeping curled up, and if she took out her sleeping bag without hesitation, she would instantly become the target of everyone's criticism. Fortunately, he was wearing thick enough clothes, and before getting off the bus, Nian changed himself to a new hot pack. Now wrapped in a windproof blanket, I don't feel cold. Nian and Jing Mo put their backpacks together and leaned against the backpacks to rest. You go to sleep first, I'll keep watch over you. Jing Mo whispered to Nian. Nian looked at Jing Mo in surprise when she heard that. She was thinking about this very thing. Being away from home with so many people around, there was no way she could let Nian sleep peacefully. Since Jing Mo spoke first, Nian didn't act pretentiously and agreed directly, it's my turn in the second half of the night. Instead of arguing about who should keep watch first, it is better to seize the time and get a few more minutes of sleep. The comfortable life over the past year or so did not make Nian lose his vigilance. People are sleeping, but it is only a light sleep. Thinking it was about time, Nian opened his eyes. I took out my pocket watch and took a look. It was just past 12 o'clock. The time was just right. Nian looked towards Jing Mo and met Jing Mo's gaze. In the dim light, Jing Mo's eyes were dark and shiny. Chapter 50. Nian glanced away and urged in a low voice, stop looking and go to sleep. It's already 12 o'clock. If I don't go to bed now, I won't have much time to sleep well. Jing Mo only had a pair of eyes exposed at this time. After hearing what Nian said, his eyes curved and he was obviously smiling. But he said nothing. He adjusted his posture, leaned against the backpack and closed his eyes. Hearing Jing Mo's breathing gradually become steady and long, Nian knew that he was asleep. Nian sat up straight and looked around. Except for the person who was sitting by the fire keeping watch, everyone else had fallen asleep. It is impossible to have peace and quiet when so many people sleep together. Snoring, grinding of teeth, and low mumbling sounds. The sounds are numerous and complex, but in this environment, they do not seem abrupt. At first glance, everyone seemed to be sleeping together. But if you look closely, you can find that the people who came from the base and the original survivors here are clearly distinguished. You can tell where they are from just by looking at what they are wearing and the things they have around them. The people coming from the base were also wrapped like bears, and their clothes were mostly neat and not torn. But the clothes of the original survivors here were tattered. Not all of them wore down jackets or cotton clothes. Some of them put on all the clothes they could find, layer by layer. It looks baggy, but it's actually not very warm. At this moment, someone from the base stood up silently. Nian saw it, but didn't take it seriously. After all, people have 3 urgent needs, so it doesn't seem strange when someone suddenly stands up. But after that man stood up, others stood up one after another. Several people, carrying bags, walked cautiously towards the door. Seeing this, Nian quietly leaned against the wall and narrowed his eyes. A total of 4 people went out. After the 4 of them went out, they quickly ran towards the parking space. They had just run out when the survivors began to stand up one after another. These people crouched down, their movements were lighter but also very fast. Nian almost didn't hear their footsteps, he could only see them quickly walk out the door one by one. He watched them go out, and his brows furrowed. It's only the first night, and already someone can't help but cause trouble? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a girl screaming outside, the sound cutting through the night sky. Give it back to me. Give me back my food. Why did you steal my things? You greedy scumbags. Captain Kong has already given you dinner, but you're still not satisfied and are here to steal ours. I shouldn't have saved you. I should have let you freeze to death and starve to death here. The sharp voices of several girls seemed very harsh in the quiet night. Among these voices, there was one that sounded familiar to Nian. After frowning and thinking for a while, Nian remembered. It was the girl who said the smell was bad when they first entered the lobby. The noise outside quickly woke up everyone in the hall. Kong Jianming stood up first and led his team members out. Apart from them, neither the survivors nor the members who came from the base had any intention of following them out. Late at night, it was freezing cold outside. Who would be willing to run away when faced with people and things that have nothing to do with them? Nian also heard someone cursing in a low voice, obviously unhappy about being woken up in the middle of the night. On these extremely cold days, it's not just the weather that's cold. Not long after, Kong Jianming came back with his men. Several girls entered the lobby still shrieking and complaining. Captain Kong, you can't just ignore this. They stole our supplies, we need them to return them to us. Before Kong Jianming could say anything, a man chuckled twice. Give it back to you? Sure. I'll spit it out for you right now. Do you want it? You. How can you be so disgusting? No wonder you have fallen to the point where you need our help. You are both incompetent and disgusting. People like you are better off dead than alive. Hey. You're right. I've had enough of this damn life. Come on. Kill me. I'm not satisfied with dirtying my hands after I killed you. You better find a way to return the things to me. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Then come on. I only have 2 ounces of meat left on my body. If you want it, just take it. The 2 people started arguing, causing many people to open their eyes and look at them unhappily. That's enough. Kong Jianming growled, what are you making so much noise for? Go back to sleep. Captain Kong, our supplies. I stole your supplies? Why are you looking for me? You asked him to return them to you, but what can he give you now? Kong Jianming was also very angry. He took 2 deep breaths to calm down a little before saying, leave their information here. When we return to the base, let them work and earn contribution points. We will return them to you then. Then when do we have to wait? Don't want to wait? Great. Then go find him yourself. Also, if you want to argue, go outside and don't disturb everyone's rest here. Kong Jianming can lead a team, of course he has the ability and temper. Seeing that he was angry, the girls didn't dare to make any more noise. Forget it, forget it. Can't you just give it up? Just treat it as feeding the dog. The man who was called a dog did not show any anger on his face and was still smiling. But Nian could see that there was murderous intent in his eyes. This place is not like the first base. Anyone who can survive here is not an ordinary person. This man has a smile on his face and seems shameless, but if he only relies on this, he would never have survived to this day. These girls had their supplies robbed, so they either killed the people directly to prevent future troubles. Or just swallow your anger and wait for the future. Unfortunately, they didn't have any of them. Cursing may seem like you are venting your anger, but in fact you are bringing trouble upon yourself without knowing it. Nian doesn't hate ruthless people, nor does he hate cold-blooded and heartless people. After all, it is not easy to survive in the end times, and if people don't care about themselves, they will be punished by heaven and earth. But Nian hates stupid people. especially those stupid people who have no ability but are self-righteous. Su Nian looked away and didn't look at them again. When Su Nian turned his head, his gaze unconsciously fell on Jing Mo. Despite the chaos just now, Jing Mo didn't move at all, and his breathing didn't change, so it was obvious that he was still asleep. Su Nian didn't know whether to praise him for his good sleep quality or for his generosity. In the following time, no other accidents happened, and everything went smoothly until morning. As soon as daybreak broke outside, the lobby became noisy. It's the survivors who are crying out for hunger. Chapter 51. Kong Jianming did not waste any time and immediately asked people to open the boxes and take out the food and started cooking. Unlike the survivors who were eagerly waiting to eat, the people who followed from the base walked out of the lobby and headed towards their cars. The same is true for Su Nian and Jing Mo. The two got in the car and brushed their teeth and washed their faces in the car. It's too cold outside. If I wash myself outside, the water I use to wash my face may freeze directly on my face. Even in the car, you should dry it quickly after washing. Su Nian likes to drink porridge in the morning. A bowl of hot porridge can warm people up from the inside out. In order to have porridge when she is away from home, Su Nian put the cooked porridge in a lunch box and placed it on the window of the living room. At that temperature, the hot porridge was frozen solid in less than an hour. Now if you want to drink it, you just need to boil it and heat it up. It's just that there's no way to use the gas stove in the car, and Su Nian was a little conflicted. Jing Mo looked outside, pointed at a half-collapsed house, and said to Su Nian, "Why don't we go over there?" Su Nian looked in the direction Jing Mo pointed, thought it was okay, and nodded. Jing Mo was holding the gas stove and pot, while Su Nian was carrying a large backpack. The two found a corner sheltered from the wind, put down the gas stove, turned on the fire, and started heating the porridge. The porridge was frozen hard in the lunch box and couldn't be made out. Fortunately, the material of this pot can be heated directly, so Su Nian simply put it on the stove. In addition to porridge, scallion pancakes are also served. Place the scallion pancake directly on the lunch box to heat it, and it will become soft in a short while. Jing Mo took out a box from his arms. "Meat floss, you can eat it together." Although Su Nian also likes to eat meat, she doesn't eat meat for every meal. When she saw Jing Mo even eats meat floss with breakfast, she couldn't help but laugh. The meat floss is seaweed meat floss, and it tastes really good. It is very delicious whether it is put in porridge or rolled in scallion pancake. Although this breakfast is simple, it is quite flavorful. There are still many people like Su Nian who make their own fire and cook. When a breeze blew, Su Nian could smell the aroma of food mixed in. After breakfast, Su Nian and Jing Mo packed their things and put them back in the car before walking back to the lobby. The light in the lobby was still dim. As soon as Su Nian and Jing Mo entered, they saw many people looking at them. Su Nian didn't feel uncomfortable being stared at by so many people, so he went back to sit in the corner. People who went out to eat came back one after another. After about 20 minutes, Kong Jianming stood up and said, "Are all the people back? Then let's start assigning tasks. I have already made inquiries, and apart from this holiday villa, there are also survivors in the surrounding villages and towns. Your mission today is to go out and search for the survivors and bring them back. We will only stay here for 2 days and will set off on time the day after tomorrow morning. Time is short, the task is heavy, and the weather is bad. I hope everyone can unite to overcome the difficulties and rescue more compatriots." Kong Jianming spoke passionately, but not many people were really moved by his words. As soon as Kong Jianming finished speaking, someone stood up and said, "Captain Kong, we are not here to search and rescue. We are here to deal with those wild animals." The voice sounded very familiar. It was one of the girls who were making so much noise last night. Besides, these people can rob and steal. They are living well. Why do they need us to rescue them? Hearing this, Su Nian secretly cursed him as an idiot in his heart. Being refuted in public, Kong Jianming's tone became a little bad. "I know you are here to deal with mutant animals. I don't know about the situation of the mutated animals, but the survivors here do. You will find someone to explain the situation to you later." Everyone else, come with me. After Kong Jianming finished speaking, 2/3 of the people he brought with him stood up and walked out with him. Half of the others who came in private cars also followed him out. Apparently, they were here to search for survivors. There were about 20 or 30 people left, all of whom came for the wild animals. Seeing Kong Jianming leave, the remaining people looked at each other in confusion. They thought that if they followed here, they would just have to pick up any leftovers from behind Kong Jianming and the others. But now Kong Jianming has taken people to search and rescue, so what should they do? The girl who had just spoken looked around and raised her chin with some arrogance. He doesn't care about us, we have to figure it out on our own. There are so many of us, we just need to find someone who knows the situation and ask them to lead the way, and the rest will be easy. Hearing this, someone immediately agreed. Nian was just watching quietly at first, but the girl suddenly looked over here. You two, why have you been silent? Aren't you going to join us? Nian shook his head decisively, no plans. Perhaps because she didn't expect Nian to reject her so readily, the girl was stunned and it took her a while to come back to her senses. Not planning on that? You two want to go it alone? Nian gave her a cold look and said, we are not part of the same team, and there is no such thing as teamwork. What's wrong with acting alone? But there is strength in numbers. Then you have quite a lot of people. You. The girl was furious and snorted coldly, okay, since you want to act alone and seek death, then go ahead. Nian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and just stood up. Jing Mo followed closely behind, and the two walked out together. When I left the lobby, I saw that more than half of the cars in the yard were gone. They must have followed Kong Jianming. Nian and Jing Mo returned to the car together and planned to drive away. At this moment, a black figure quickly ran towards them. Just by looking at the way they are dressed, you can tell they are the original survivors here. Seeing this, Jing Mo didn't rush to drive, but looked at Nian. Do you want to hear what he has to say? Nian nodded, let's listen. The road was slippery and there was snow on the ground. Although the man ran quite fast, his body was staggering all the way and it took him several minutes to run to the car. He was not wearing a mask. He was curled up with his body and neck shrunk. Most of his exposed face was covered with frostbite. Just by looking at his appearance, you can tell that he is not very old, probably about 16 or 17 years old. Jing Mo rolled down the car window. What do you want? The boy outside pursed his lips and spoke haltingly. Are you here to kill wild animals? Right. I saw those animals. Then tell me about it. There are a lot of them. There are wild boars. And wolves. And hyenas. Jing Mo was somewhat interested, how did you recognize it? Chapter 52. It's not surprising that wild boars and wolves know each other, and they even know hyenas. I used to go to the zoo often and have seen it many times, so I know it. After hearing the boy's answer, Nian understood. I think this boy must have had a good family background before. Unfortunately, the sudden end of the world destroyed his stable and prosperous life. I originally lived in a nearby town, and after it got extremely hot, my parents brought me to this holiday resort, saying it was in the mountains, with mountains and water, and it would be cooler and better than the town. Just 2 days after the weather suddenly turned cold, we could hear wolves howling at night. The night before, we were all asleep, and there was a noise outside, and someone was screaming. My parents and I woke up immediately. We wanted to run, but it was too dangerous outside, and it was pitch black. My parents were bitten to death in order to protect me. At this point, the boy's mood became low and his voice was a little choked. Nian was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, were many people bitten to death that night? Suddenly, Nian spoke. The boy looked towards Nian, and after meeting Nian's gaze, he nodded vigorously, more. And the body? When they came here yesterday, they saw only a mess and no dead bodies at all. The ground was covered with white snow, and there was not even a trace of blood. They said they were dragged away by wolves. If a pack of wolves bites a person to death, they will drag the body away. Could it be that they are taking it back as food reserves? Did you see which direction the animals came from? Su Nian continued to ask. It's in the south. There are many mountains in the south. Everyone says that they came out of the mountains. Su Nian already knew almost all the information he wanted to know, and he didn't plan to waste any more time. Su Nian opened his backpack, took out 2 packs of instant noodles, and handed them to the boy. These are for you. This boy won't lose out by exchanging this information for 2 bags of instant noodles. The boy looked at the instant noodles, his eyes full of desire. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly reached out, took the 2 bags of instant noodles, and held them tightly in his arms. The boy moved very quickly, but Su Nian still saw that his hands were black and purple, covered with frostbite. Even the fingernails were frozen into purple. Maybe there were no nail clippers and he didn't think of cutting his nails. His nails were a little long and had bumps on the edges, and it was obvious that he had bitten his nails a lot. Su Nian withdrew his gaze calmly, without much fluctuation in his heart. In the last days, there are too many people in this situation. She couldn't help them, nor did she want to help them. After 2 days, Kong Jianming brought them back to the base. Once they were at the base, as long as they were diligent and willing to endure hardships, their lives would not be very good, but at least much better than they were now. Jing Mo was just about to close the window when the boy outside spoke again. You guys be careful. Everyone says that those animals have mutated and are stronger and more ferocious than before. Su Nian and Jing Mo had already realized this from the wild boar they had killed before and the rabbits that were of unusual weight. However, it was a good intention of the boy to remind them. Jing Mo reached into his pocket, and when he took it out, there was a handful of candy in his hand. Keep it for yourself. It's your reward for reminding us. We'll be even from now on. After saying that, Jing Mo closed the car window and started the car. The boy stood outside and didn't leave until he saw the car move, then he slowly moved to the side. Even after the car drove away, Su Nian could still see from the rearview mirror that the boy was still standing there, looking over here eagerly. Jing Mo was driving the car and turned to look at Su Nian. Seeing Su Nian staring at the rearview mirror, he spoke softly, "Don't be soft-hearted. We can't take him with us." Soft-hearted? Su Nian laughed out loud, "You think too much. I won't be soft-hearted." "That's good." Jing Mo also smiled. There are people left by Captain Kong in the lobby. Even if he takes the things back, as long as he is smart and sits next to them, he won't have to worry about being robbed. When he returns to the base, he will have hands and feet, so he won't have to worry about survival. Jing Mo spoke slowly and steadily, and Su Nian didn't feel annoyed listening to him. Even though she knew all this. The car drove out of the holiday villa and headed south. Outside the holiday villa, there are roads in 3 directions, and the snow in the middle of the road has been cleared to both sides. Obviously, Kong Jianming divided the people into 3 teams, and still let the snowplow lead the way. This made it convenient for Su Nian and Jing Mo, as it made the journey much easier. After driving south for 20 or 30 minutes, Su Nian saw the shadow of the village and the car of Kong Jianming and others. They did not stop but continued to move forward. As they moved forward, the snow on the road was cleared, and it was unknown how large an area Kong Jianming intended to search and rescue. After we saw another village, no one had cleared the snow on the road ahead. Su Nian was about to speak when he saw Jing Mo reach out and press a button. As he moved, the front of the car changed. There were actually 2 iron plates sticking out from under the front of the car. "What is this?" Su Nian asked in confusion. Jing Mo didn't even need to answer. Su Nian quickly understood the use of the 2 iron plates. The 2 iron plates moved back and forth, pushing the snow to the sides of the road, clearing a path for their car to pass. After the decision was made, I modified the car. Jing Mo explained with a smile. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo with appreciation. This is not just a makeover. At least even after being reborn, Su Nian still knew nothing about these. I originally thought that the road ahead would be difficult, but now I don't have to worry at all. Heading south, the mountains become high and the forests become dense. Although the branches are bare, it is not difficult to see how lush the trees once were. It is not surprising that there are wild animals in such mountains. The two chose a suitable place and parked the car. Jing Mo moved the gas stove down, placed it in the woods, put the pot on it, and poured a bag of fresh rabbit meat into it. These animals came down the mountain to attack people because they are so hungry. When the fragrance spreads, it should attract some more. When the time comes, we will climb onto the roof of the car and shoot anyone we see to death. It is better not to engage in close combat unless it is absolutely necessary. Su Nian nodded, okay. The two men waited until the aroma of rabbit meat spread before returning to the car. Jing Mo did not get into the car immediately. Instead, he opened the trunk, lifted the cushion, and took out a long box from underneath. As the box opened, the silver gun body inside was revealed. The spear was very long, and Su Nian felt that it was about the same length as her tang sword. Jing Mo loaded the bullets, took the remaining bullets with him, and then closed the car door. As soon as he turned around, he saw Su Nian looking at the gun in his hand with shining eyes. You like this? Then use it. Jing Mo said this and handed the gun to Su Nian. Chapter 53. Su Nian looked at the gun handed to him and finally shook his head. I don't know how to use it, you can use it yourself. I can teach you. Then wait until we get back and find a chance to leave the base, then you can teach me. Now is not the time to learn. Su Nian knows very well what to do and when. Even though the gun in front of her was really cool and she was indeed tempted by it, now was not the time for her to use it. Jing Mo didn't persuade him any further, but nodded, okay, I'll teach you when we get back. The two of them said no more and climbed onto the roof together. There was a palm-thick layer of snow on the roof of the car. Jing Mo stretched out his arms and swept the snow away with his clothes. As soon as the two of them sat down on the roof of the car, they heard some noise in the woods. The smell of the cooked rabbit meat became stronger and stronger. Not to mention extremely hungry wild animals, if it lasted long enough, it would even attract a bunch of humans. Su Nian and Jing Mo looked towards the woods and saw dark shadows running out from the depths of the forest. Each of them is very large and very fast. Shot. As Jing Mo said these two words, his index finger had already pulled the trigger. Su Nian didn't hesitate at all. He aimed and fired in one go. Su Nian hadn't fired a gun for a few days since his last practice. At the beginning, he was a little unfamiliar with it and missed several shots. But Su Nian's mood did not change at all. With the third shot, Su Nian hit a wolf in the chest. The power of this gun was extraordinary. After one shot, the wolf fell to the ground immediately and could never get up again. Jing Mo, who was standing aside, was much more accurate with his gun than Su Nian. Every shot hit the head, not a single one was a miss. Even though he had seen Jing Mo shoot before, Su Nian still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Jing Mo is usually smiling and a bit talkative, but at this moment, he has a cold temperament and is decisive in killing. At this moment, Jing Mo was like the gun in his hand, dazzling, shining, and invincible. Su Nian just glanced at Jing Mo for a while, and soon focused on the woods. For Su Nian, this was not just about completing the mission, but also a good opportunity to practice his marksmanship. After all, under normal circumstances, there aren't so many large and fast prey for her to hunt however she wants. After the two of them killed more than a dozen wolves and several wild boars, there were finally no more black shadows rushing down the mountain. Su Nian took out a telescope and looked towards the deep mountains. He could see a lot of wolves and wild boars standing there. I don't know if it's because their eyesight is good, or if they seem to be sensing something, but Su Nian felt that his eyes were meeting theirs. It was broad daylight, but the eyes of these animals seemed to glow green, making one's back tingle. Su Nian wanted to take a closer look, but saw that they turned around at the same time and ran towards the mountains. Su Nian put down the telescope only when he could no longer see them. At the same time, Jing Mo sat up straight again and raised an eyebrow at Su Nian. We have a good harvest. Although I don't know how many contribution points a wolf is worth, a wild boar can be exchanged for 500 to 600 contribution points. These wild boars are worth 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points. In terms of contribution points, Su Nian considers himself a poor person. Now that he has suddenly become rich, of course he is happy, and his eyes and eyebrows are curved with a smile. Let's go collect the rabbit meat first. Jing Mo said this, holding the luggage rack on the roof with one hand, jumped up, and jumped out of the car. Jing Mo landed on the ground without stumbling, and stretched out his hand to Su Nian. I'll pick you up. Need not. Su Nian refused, and just like Jing Mo just now, he held the luggage rack with one hand and jumped to the ground. Su Nian's martial arts training over the years was not in vain, and the 10 years he spent struggling to survive in the apocalypse were not in vain. Not to mention this height, even if he was standing on the second floor, Su Nian would dare to jump down directly. Seeing this, Jing Mo just smiled and didn't say much. The two men walked into the woods and soon arrived at the gas stove. Water was added to the pot, and the rabbit meat had turned white and some foam was floating on the surface. Jing Mo didn't look disgusted at all. Pick it up and stir-fry it with some seasoning. It will definitely taste good. Did you bring the seasoning? Su Nian asked with a smile. Of course I brought it. Jing Mo answered as a matter of course, rabbit meat is so rare, so we definitely can't waste any of it. What Jing Mo said made a lot of sense, and Su Nian nodded. There aren't many people here anyway, so why not just stir-fry it here? Su Nian suggested. Hearing this, Jing Mo looked at Su Nian with some hesitation, but I can't do it. I can. Really? Thank you for your help then. As he said this, Jing Mo turned around and quickly ran towards the car. He left quickly and came back quickly. Jing Mo ran back to Su Nian and opened the plastic bag in his hand. I brought some of all my seasonings. Can you see which ones you need? Su Nian leaned over to take a look, and saw a lot of bottles, jars and bags inside. From oil, salt, sauce to star anise, peppercorns and dried chilies, everything is available. The preparations are really complete. Su Nian nodded, that's enough. Then I'll take out the rabbit meat first and I'll go get the lunch box. Jing Mo was very active. After a while, he ran back and forth and brought back the empty lunch boxes of both people. Take out the rabbit meat and put it in the lunch box, pour out the water in the pot directly, and scrub the pot with snow first. Jing Mo poured some more hot water, rinsed the pot clean, then put it back on the gas stove and considerately turned on the fire. Watching his series of actions, Su Nian was amazed and at the same time found it a little funny. Jing Mo really loves eating meat. The iron pan should be heated until it starts to smoke before you pour in the oil. While waiting, Su Nian asked curiously, why did you buy so many seasonings if you don't know how to cook? The supermarket at the base sells seasonings, but they are not cheap. I not only bought the seasoning, but also found some recipes and plan to do some research on my own, but I haven't come up with any results yet. Ordinary food is fine, but it's a bit of a waste for me to study rabbit meat like this. Although it is important for people to know themselves, Jing Mo is so self-aware that Su Nian doesn't know what to say. By chance the pot was hot at this time, and Su Nian unscrewed the oil bottle and poured oil. After the oil is hot, add various spices and dried chilies and stir-fry. It's a pity that there are no onions, ginger, and garlic, but when you are out, you can't be too picky. As the food is stir-fried, the aroma quickly spreads. Su Nian picked up the lunch box, poured all the rabbit meat into it, stir-fried it, and then started adding various oils, salts and sauces. Jing Mo took a deep breath and gave Su Nian a thumbs up. With your cooking skills, if you open a restaurant in the base, business will definitely be booming. Chapter 54. Su Nian shook his head. There is no shortage of chefs in the base. Although Su Nian didn't know how many people were in the first base, he thought there must be a lot of people. There must be many people who can cook. The reason why these people don't open restaurants is because they don't have the raw materials. This is not the end of the world anymore. When Jing Mo heard Su Nian's words, he just smiled and didn't respond. This topic was a bit heavy and neither of them wanted to talk about it more. After stir-frying, Su Nian poured hot water into the pot. It was best if the hot water covered the rabbit meat. After covering the pot, Su Nian looked around and was a little worried. Those people are also coming to the mountains to look for wild animals. Will they follow the smell? It doesn't matter if they come over or not, no one can take our meat away. He said this in a domineering tone, completely different from his usual smiling appearance. Even if Jing Mo didn't say so, Su Nian would not let anyone take away the pot of rabbit meat. But Su Nian still hoped that no one would come over and disturb their interest in eating. I don't know if it was good luck, but no one came to look for me until the rabbit meat was cooked. Even the wild boars and wolves never came back. In fact, it was still early, not even 11 a.m., but neither of them cared and they got into the car directly with the cooked rabbit meat. The two men sat in the trunk, each holding a lunchbox in their hands, and started eating from the pot. There is not much rabbit meat in a bag, only about 2 or 3 pounds. Both of them have big appetites. After they finished eating all the meat in the pot, they took the gas stove outside the car, reboiled the soup in the pot, and cooked some noodles in it. Su Nian brought out the noodles. Jing Mo didn't ask any more questions. He just stared at the noodles boiling in the pot. When can we eat it? Looking at Jing Mo's appearance, Su Nian was speechless for a moment. If you don't know, you would think he has been hungry for a long time. But in fact, he now had at least 1.5 pounds of rabbit meat in his stomach. The noodles were easy to cook and were cooked in no time. Looking at the noodles cooking in the red soup, Su Nian sighed inwardly. This pot of noodles is good in every way except that it lacks a little green. But on second thought, it's good to have something to eat, and one shouldn't be too picky. The two of them shared a pot of noodles. Their stomachs were full and they leaned against the wall of the car, not wanting to move. Su Nian squinted his eyes and felt that this kind of day was pretty good. After being reborn, Su Nian thought that she would probably still have to fight alone in this life. But somehow I met Jing Mo, and the two of us became neighbors, and now we are partners. This feeling seems to be pretty good. Su Nian was just thinking when Jing Mo suddenly sat up straight. Take a rest for a while. I'll go wash the pots and dishes. Jing Mo was very active and got out of the car with the pot in his hand while speaking. Looking at Jing Mo's back, Su Nian's mouth curled up slightly. I just thought it was pretty good just now, and now I feel it's even better. After Jing Mo washed the dishes, Su Nian went with Jing Mo to bring back all the corpses of the wild boar and wolf. If it can be placed in the trunk, put it in the trunk. If it can't fit in the trunk, put it on the roof. Fortunately, the car is big enough and has a strong load-bearing capacity, so everything can be loaded. But when going back, the speed was a little slower. The two men headed north, and when they passed the first village, they did not see any rescue vehicles. Su Nian glanced outside and said, they should have rescued the people and taken them back. Jing Mo nodded, I think so. Most people would be willing to go back to the base with us. Even if people in rural areas have their own food reserves, there will always be a day when the food reserves are exhausted. We can't grow crops now, and staying outside the base will lead to death sooner or later. Su Nian was about to speak when he heard a scream coming from afar. Su Nian was stunned at first, then turned to look at Jing Mo. Did you hear any sound? Jing Mo listened carefully and nodded after a moment. It seems like someone is calling. The sound was carried over by the cold wind, and it was impossible to tell where it came from. The two looked at each other, and neither of them said they wanted to go and take a look. However, some people don't want them to leave just like that. Jing Mo slowly stepped on the brakes and gestured to the front. Someone has buried something under the snow. It seems they don't want us to pass. Su Nian looked forward and saw a thick layer of snow in the middle of the road ahead. There is also snow in other places, but it is a thin layer, which is the snow that fell after the snowplows passed by. But in one place, the snow was obviously much thicker than in other places. Anyone with a bit of common sense can see that there is something wrong here. Su Nian couldn't help but think that the group of bald men before also placed iron nail boards on the road to block her way. The bald men were brazen in their actions, but these people are hiding in the dark. Su Nian's eyes flashed with amusement. They should know that we can see it, they are just waiting for us to get off the bus. There seemed to be no one on either side of the road now, but Su Nian believed that as long as she and Jing Mo got out of the car to clear the road blocks, someone would immediately come out. Jing Mo curled his lips and said, since they want us to get off the bus so much, then let's get off. Then Jing Mo looked at Su Nian and said, I'll go clear the roadblocks later, you sit in the car. Jing Mo didn't need to say anything else, Su Nian already understood. You go ahead. Jing Mo tilted his head, then opened the car door, got out, and strode forward. Almost as soon as Jing Mo walked over, people stood up from the snow on both sides of the road. Some people went straight to Jing Mo, while others came towards the car. These people were all dressed very warmly, and some of them were even wrapped in sheepskin coats. That sheepskin coat has no sense of design at all, it must have been made from skinned sheepskin. While Su Nian was observing these people, someone had already kicked the door. Everyone in the car, get out. Su Nian was unmoved by this and just looked at Jing Mo in front of him. At this time, Jing Mo had been surrounded by 4 or 5 people, all of whom were holding knives in their hands. There are kitchen knives, machetes, and chopping knives. The variety is quite rich. Because Su Nian was sitting in the car, which was quite far away, and with the howling wind, Su Nian could not hear clearly what those people were saying to Jing Mo. However, seeing that Jing Mo hadn't given her any hints yet, Su Nian knew that it was not time for her to get off the car yet. After a while, those men came towards this side, escorting Jing Mo. Jing Mo stood in front of the car door and knocked on the window, his tone more fierce and tough than ever before, hurry up and open the door and get out of the car. Can't you see I'm about to be beaten to death? The boss said that as long as we hand over the supplies, he will be willing to accept us, and then we will live a good life with him. Chapter 55. This kid is right. You'd better be smart. You can't get away by yourself. Get out early and suffer less. If you don't come out obediently, we'll open the car door in a while and wait for your he. Don't blame us for being ruthless then. Su Nian was unmoved by what these people said and just looked at Jing Mo outside. At this time, Jing Mo took 2 steps forward, stood by the car window, and knocked on the window hard. Open the door. Open the door quickly. After seeing Jing Mo winking at her, Su Nian no longer hesitated, slowly turned her body, and reached out to open the car door. When the people outside saw Su Nian's actions, they all burst into laughter. He laughed so happily that his body began to sway. Su Nian opened the car door, raised his hand and shot the nearest man. The moment Su Nian fired, Jing Mo turned around, raised his hand, and fired a few shots. These people were all standing at the front of the car at this time, giving Su Nian and Jing Mo the opportunity to kill them. Su Nian didn't hit the head, fearing that he might miss, so he hit the chest. Jing Mo is different. It seems like he doesn't need to aim at all, and every shot hits the head. There seems to be no difference between beating people and beating wolves. There were 12 people in total in this group. They were holding knives and threatening Su Nian and Jing Mo just now, but now they have all fallen to the ground. Some people have closed their eyes forever, some have simply lost the ability to move, looking at Su Nian and Jing Mo with horror in their eyes. Of course, you have to deal with the person you defeated yourself. There was no need for Jing Mo to help with the reloading, Su Nian alone gave them another bullet. When the last person was left, that person kept shaking his head and tried desperately to escape, but he was unable to move. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you everything. Jing Mo walked over to him and asked, what can you give us? We can give you all our supplies. And women too. Brother. No. Big brother. There are many beautiful women in our base, and they will all be yours when the time comes. Hearing this, Su Nian knew that this man treated her as a man. Su Nian is nearly 1.7 meters tall, and now he is over 1.7 meters tall even with thick soled boots on. In addition, the clothes he wore were dark in color and of a common style. His head and face were covered tightly, and he was decisive and ruthless, so it was reasonable for him to be mistaken for a man. Perhaps in this man's eyes, women would not kill people just because they want to. Jing Mo did not react to the man's words and still looked uninterested. Seeing this, the man spoke again anxiously, more. Brother, you haven't eaten meat for a long time, right? We have plenty. Jing Mo narrowed his eyes, a dark light flashing in his eyes. A lot? What kind of meat? Could it be mutton? It's mutton. But it's from a two-legged sheep. It's much more delicious than mutton. Where are you from? The day before yesterday, wild animals attacked the holiday villa and killed many people. After they left, we went to pick it up. They are all dead anyway, so isn't it a waste to leave them there? It's better to let us have them instead of them being eaten by wild animals. We are all compatriots, and it is not right for us to help each other. Without waiting for the man to continue speaking, Nian pulled the trigger and shot the man in the head. Nian's eyes were colder than ever. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he felt anger surging in his heart. Anyone who eats a two-legged sheep is no longer considered a human being. These people have no other choice but death. The body cannot be left here. Jing Mo said. It wasn't that Jing Mo suddenly felt kind and wanted to collect the bodies of these people. But we cannot just leave their bodies here and let others become like them. Then burn it. Nian turned around and went back to the car to get gasoline. The two men worked together to throw all the bodies to the side of the road and poured some gasoline on them. It only takes a little spark and it will catch fire instantly. Instead of standing and watching the raging fire, the two men cleared the roadblock. This roadblock was made very crudely and could not be compared with the steel nail boards made by the bald man and others. But they didn't throw the things away, but put them in the car. When Nian and Jing Mo left, the fire was still burning and it would definitely not be extinguished in a short time. If someone insists on snatching food from the fire mouth, there is nothing we can do about it. Every path is chosen by people themselves, and it is impossible for them to pull back everyone who is about to go down a dead end. During the rest of the journey, the two did not encounter any unexpected situations and returned to the holiday villa smoothly. As soon as I entered the gate of the holiday villa, I saw a lot of cars parked in the parking lot. Kong Jianming and others' cars had already returned. Before they parked their car, they saw someone coming out of the lobby and looking over here. The man quickly turned around and went back to the lobby. After a while, Kong Jianming led his people out and strode towards this side. I'm going to go down and talk to him. Do you want to come with me? Jing Mo turned and asked Nian. Nian shook her head. Go ahead. Nian didn't want to deal too much with the official people at the base, so it was good to let Jing Mo handle it. Jing Mo opened the door and got out of the car, and Kong Jianming just happened to walk to the side of the car. The two stood facing each other, and Nian discovered that Jing Mo was actually taller than Kong Jianming. The two people's voices were neither loud nor low, but because they were close, Nian could hear them clearly. Just by listening to their conversation, you can tell that they must be quite familiar with each other. After some bargaining, the wild boar was given 1 contribution point per pound, and the same was true for the wolf. The person behind Kong Jianming walked towards a large truck and came back with a scale after a while. I wonder if he had anticipated this situation in advance, otherwise why would he even bring a scale? All the wild boars and wolves on the truck were taken down, weighed, and finally loaded onto the truck. When Jing Mo returned to the car again, he had a few more cards in his hand. This is the official contribution point card. Each card contains 1000 contribution points. There are 8 of them in total. After we return to the base, we can go to the service center and transfer these points to our own cards. Nian took one and looked at it carefully. He saw the name of the base and a picture of the base printed on it. There was a sun in the upper left corner and a number in the lower right corner. Compared to their own card, the only difference is a sun in the upper left corner. There were 8 cards, 4 for each person, and they kept them. Even if they do nothing tomorrow and just wait to go back the day after tomorrow, their trip will be well worth it. Nian even felt that after completing this mission, she could stay in the base peacefully until the extreme cold was over. Do you want to eat something before going in? Jing Mo asked Nian. Nian took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Is this lunch or dinner? Chapter 56. Jing Mo didn't care, it doesn't matter whether it's lunch or dinner, just eat if you want. After hearing Jing Mo's words, Nian actually felt that it made a lot of sense and didn't even want to refute it. The two of us had lunch early. It was cold now and we were getting hungry quickly, so there was nothing wrong with eating something now. The lunch was good. This meal for 2 people was much simpler, with a self-heating hot pot for each person. The self-heating hot pots are all spicy, and the rich spicy aroma fills the entire carriage. As they ate the hot food, sweat broke out on the tips of their noses. There is no need to worry about the strong smell on your body. After getting off the car, the smell on your body will be blown away by the wind and snow. Unless you get very close, you probably can't smell it at all. The 2 people walked slowly into the lobby, and as soon as they reached the door, they heard noisy sounds inside. Some people were chatting, some were arguing, there were children crying, and some people groaning. Hearing these voices, Nian frowned subconsciously. There seemed to be a lot more people in the room. Nian was thinking in his heart when Mo had already lifted the door curtain. A burst of heat, mixed with an indescribable smell, hit me in the face. Nian paused immediately. Nian was not unfamiliar with this smell. She had lived in this kind of environment in her previous life. If you want to endure it, of course you can endure it. But Nian didn't want to endure it. You can't be too high profile, but you can't make yourself suffer either. Otherwise, she would have lived this life in vain. Nian turned her head to look at Mo. I don't want to go in. Mo was not surprised when he heard this. He just lowered the door curtain and nodded. In such a large resort, there should be some houses that haven't collapsed. Let's find a house and rest. Nian was deeply moved by these words, and they immediately turned around and left the hall. The snow in most parts of the holiday villa had not been cleared, so the 2 of them walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. After walking around most of the resort, I finally found a relatively complete room. This should be a guest room, but all the wooden furniture in the room has been removed, and the room is empty. The 2 men were not picky. They went out and dismantled the doors and windows of the nearby houses, and then dug out a beam from the ruins. Mo took an axe from the cart and chopped the firewood into small sizes suitable for burning. It doesn't look like much when it's all together, but after it's split open, there's quite a pile of it. This amount of firewood should be enough to burn all night. The 2 of them lit a fire and roasted for a while. Mo stood up again and said, I just saw there is another pillar. I'll go get it. After Mo finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out without waiting for Nian to answer. Not long after, Mo came back holding a thick pillar. Nian picked up the axe and stood up, I'll chop it. He brought back the firewood and she chopped it. What a clear division of labor. Mo smiled and glanced at Nian, then nodded, okay, you come. They have known each other for such a long time, yet she still wants to settle things with him so clearly. Thinking that he had been hiding a lot of things from her, Mo felt that the current way of getting along was pretty good. At least neither of them would feel uncomfortable. The firewood was buried in the snow and was wet and damp outside. After it was chopped, it was placed near the fire and roasted by the heat of the fire. When you need it, it's almost done baking. After the 2 of them were busy for a while, it was already completely dark outside. Why don't you go to bed early? Mo said, you haven't slept for more than 10 hours. Nian woke up at 12 o'clock in the morning. It is already 6 o'clock in the evening. He has not slept for 18 hours. Nian nodded, then I'll go to sleep first. When the time is almost up, if I'm not awake, call me. Good. Because there were only 2 of them in the room, they had a lot more freedom in their actions. Nian took out the sleeping bag and stuffed himself into it. There is a big difference between sleeping sitting up and sleeping lying down. Especially wrapped in a sleeping bag, I felt even warmer. Nian fell asleep almost instantly after closing his eyes. This is a basic skill that everyone will possess after living in the apocalypse for a long time. Many times when I am busy outside and finally have time to sleep, if I keep thinking about random things and can't sleep because of insomnia, then there is really no point in sleeping. Mo listened to Nian's even breathing and knew that she had fallen asleep, so he looked at her. Even when sleeping, Nian did not take off the mask. He could only see her tightly closed eyes, with the corners of her eyes raised and her eyelashes thin, thick, and curled. The skin around the eyes is even whiter and more delicate. It seemed that even the extreme cold was particularly tolerant to her and did not cause any harm to her skin. Jing Mo felt the temperature in the room, and quietly took out something that looked like a stove from the weapon space. He just pressed a button, and the top of the entire silver-white stove gradually turned red. As the red color became more and more intense, the temperature in the room gradually increased. It was visibly that Nian slept more soundly. Seeing this, Jing Mo's eyes were filled with smile. His space can only store weapons. The thing in front of him was originally a weapon, but he later modified it so that heating is its main function now. A person from the interstellar world is equipped with his own optical computer from birth. When he first fell into this world, his optical brain also stopped working. But then the end of the world came, and after he got the gold, the optical computer gradually recovered and can now be used normally. In addition to being used as a communication tool, optical computers can also directly deliver items. Even though he is in this world now, he can still communicate with the interstellar world. It's a pity that the technology here is too backward and there are no weapons worth his tinkering with. The only thing that can be dealt with is food. But he didn't have enough to eat, so he could only save some money to buy some materials for weapon modification. He had enough weapons and no rush for other things, so he could get by. If only we could get a large quantity of food. It's a pity that although he has a lot of contribution points, there is a purchase limit in the base. The amount of food he can eat is limited, so even if he wants to buy more, he can't. I don't know when he will be able to get a large amount of supplies. When the time comes, you can just change to another spaceship and it will be much more convenient to go out again. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must confess to Nian first. Thinking of this question, Jing Mo couldn't help but pinch his eyebrows. It's not that I can't say it, it's just that I don't know where to start. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a sudden movement outside. Jing Mo subconsciously turned off the stove beside him and quickly put it into the weapon space. Just after doing all this, Nian opened his eyes. Chapter 57. What's going on outside? Nian asked as he sat up. Nian's voice was a little hoarse because he had just woken up. Jing Mo shook his head and said, I don't know what happened, but from the sound, it seems that someone has returned. I'll go check it out. Having said that, Jing Mo stood up and walked towards the door. Jing Mo had just walked to the door, but before he could open it, it was knocked. Hearing the noise, Nian moved faster, got out of the sleeping bag, and walked quickly towards the door. At this time, Jing Mo had also opened the door. How many people are there in this room? Let us go in and rest. The person speaking outside spoke very quickly and in a very firm tone, leaving no room for doubt. However, Jing Mo, who was standing at the door, did not move. No. Why not? This is not your room, this is everyone's place, why can't we go in if you go in? Some of our people are injured, and the lobby is too crowded and noisy to rest well. Then you can go find another room. This place is big and there are many empty rooms. It's already dark and cold outside. If we have to find another room and light a fire, the injured person might not even be alive after all this trouble. Jing Mo asked coldly, what does it have to do with me? How can you say that? We all came from the base. As partners, shouldn't we help each other? Who is your partner? Jing Mo's voice turned cold. We all came from the base. We can only say that we took the same path, but other than that, we have no relationship. So you've made up your mind not to let us in? Then don't blame me for being rude. The man outside said this and punched Jing Mo in the face. However, just as his fist was raised into the air, it was firmly grasped by Jing Mo and he could no longer move at all. Jing Mo stood lazily, exerted a little force with his hands, and pushed the man out. The man staggered backwards and bumped into the people behind him, causing several screams. With just this little bit of ability, you still want to be rude to me? Jing Mo sneered, while I'm still in a good mood, you should disappear from my sight immediately, otherwise. Jing Mo didn't say the rest, but the people standing outside felt a chill on their backs. It was colder than the biting wind and icy snowflakes. A group of people turned and left in a panic, and finally went to the lobby. After watching them enter the lobby, Jing Mo withdrew his gaze. As soon as he turned around, Jing Mo saw Su Nian standing behind him. "It's still early, you should go back and continue sleeping," Jing Mo said gently. Su Nian shook his head. The group of people just now were injured, and there was a strong bloody aura on their bodies. Hearing Su Nian's words, Jing Mo's expression gradually became serious. Although he did not ask how those people were injured, he thought that they were probably injured while fighting with wild animals. They were lucky to be able to run back, but it brought disaster to the holiday villa. Are those wild animals really allowed to go away because they are lucky or have strong abilities, or are those animals playing the long game to catch the big fish? If it is the latter, then the intelligence of these animals cannot be underestimated. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. But this situation cannot be ignored. If it is true, then tonight is bound to be uneasy. Jing Mo's tone became serious. "You stay here first, I'll go find Captain Kong." Watching Jing Mo leave in a hurry, Su Nian packed up the sleeping bag and put it into his backpack. Su Nian looked at the time. She didn't sleep for long, just over an hour. However, my spirit now is indeed much better than before. Su Nian looked at the blazing fire and then thought of a question. When she just went to bed, she always felt that the temperature around her had risen a lot and it was very warm. But after waking up for a while, I clearly felt that the temperature in the room was a little lower than before. Could it be that sleeping bags really are better at keeping warm? Before Su Nian could figure out what was going on, Jing Mo had already walked away quickly and came back. "I have already told Captain Kong about my guess, and he said he would have people pay more attention." Su Nian heard this and nodded without comment. "Reminding Captain Kong is the most I can do. If Captain Kong doesn't take it seriously and ends up causing irreparable damage, it will have nothing to do with the two of them." Neither of them spoke any more, they just leaned on their backpacks and closed their eyes to rest. Time passed little by little, and the only sounds in the room were the crackling sounds of burning firewood and the two people's gentle breathing. After about an hour, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. This time was before the end of the world, and nightlife was just beginning. But now, it is time for many people to go to bed. Even many people have fallen asleep. However, Su Nian and Jing Mo were still waiting, neither of them felt sleepy at all. You can sleep forever after death, but it is better to be alert when you are alive. Just after 9 o'clock, Su Nian heard some noise outside again. That was the sound of a heavy object stepping on the snow. The sound was not loud, but because it was so many and complex, Su Nian was able to hear it. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo and saw Jing Mo looking at her as well. The two looked at each other, nodded at the same time, stood up quietly with their weapons, and walked to the window. It's impossible for a wooden window to be closed tightly. Looking out through the gap, you can see that there are many more dark shadows in the yard. These dark shadows were gradually approaching the lobby, showing a tendency to surround it. Even this scene was within Su Nian's expectations. But when seeing this scene, Su Nian's heart still sank. It took such a long time for these animals to surround us. Does this mean that they had been waiting outside all along, waiting until late at night when everyone was asleep before launching the attack? Only by taking the enemy by surprise can you win. Although we know that animals have the ability to hunt, it is their natural instinct. But it's still shocking. Natural disasters were constant, and it was already very difficult for people to survive. Now that animals are so smart and feed on humans, isn't people's living environment becoming increasingly difficult? The animals in the yard were not moving very fast, but given the distance, it didn't take long for them to reach the lobby. At this moment, the windows of the lobby opened one after another, and the black muzzles of guns poked out. As the gunshots rang out, the entire holiday villa fell into panic. The animals in the yard were startled by the gunshots and ran in all directions, but they did not turn around and flee. But in the lobby, there were sounds of screaming and wailing. Even though Su Nian and Jing Mo were some distance away from the lobby, they could still hear the sound clearly. Chapter 58. Jing Mo's eyes darkened. Making this kind of sound at this time would undoubtedly stimulate the animals in the yard. It was seen that while these animals were fleeing, they did not forget to approach the lobby. Their speed was much faster than before. Some of them crashed directly into the door, while others crashed into the window. The number of animals in the yard was beyond imagination, and there was a steady stream of animals running in through the gate. The animals running in front showed no fear of death. They used their bodies to block the gunfire. The animals behind followed closely behind, rushing towards the lobby with all their might. Su Nian and Jing Mo did not hesitate any longer. Jing Mo had already returned to the car, took the rifle and loaded it with bullets. At this time, Jing Mo directly opened the window and started the shooting mode. Su Nian was standing behind Jing Mo. His shooting speed was not as fast as Jing Mo, but every shot he made it. The addition of 2 people greatly relieved the pressure in the lobby. But even so, wild boars and wolves rushed into the lobby. Su Nian heard it clearly. The screams from the other side instantly doubled, one after another. Some people even rushed out directly from the lobby. However, rushing out at this time would undoubtedly be an act of seeking death. There are more animals in the yard, and they will pounce on people when they see them rushing towards them. Seeing these situations, Su Nian and Jing Mo did not panic and continued to shoot in an orderly manner. Shoot the animals before they pounce on you. But as more and more people rushed out, fewer and fewer people could be rescued in time. Even so, Su Nian didn't frown at all. Life and death are determined by fate, and there is not much she can do. These people wanted to escape in panic, but they did not analyze the situation at all. In the end, they lost their lives and it was their own fault. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, only a dozen animals fled in panic, and the rest all stayed in the yard. It seemed that they had won the battle, but in fact many survivors were killed or injured. Su Nian and Jing Mo did not go out immediately. They only went out after seeing Captain Kong and others leaving the lobby. The yard was in a mess. The originally white snow was now dyed red by blood, which looked particularly glaring in this cold night. Kong Jianming asked his men to collect the bodies, and walked over to Jing Mo and Su Nian. Jing Mo, thank you for what you did just now. If it weren't for Su Nian and Jing Mo's help, there might have been even more casualties. Just as Jing Mo was about to speak, someone stumbled over and spoke in a shrill voice. Captain Kong! You're not fair. Why can they be equipped with guns, but not us? If we had proper weapons, we wouldn't have been hurt during the day, let alone the heavy casualties now. This voice sounds so familiar. It's the girl who organized everyone to take action this morning. Su Nian has seen many stupid people, but he has never seen someone as stupid as this. Kong Jianming's face darkened at the question, who told you that I provided them with guns? If it wasn't you, Captain Kong, who gave them the guns, then where did they get them? As soon as the girl finished speaking, someone else came over. Captain Kong, after what happened just now, many of our survivors were killed or injured, and even those who survived were frightened. Ting Ting was too sad and shocked, so her tone of voice was a little bad. Please don't bother with her as a little girl. The voice was soft, with a hint of the scent of a little white lotus. When she said the first word, Su Nian recognized it as Guan Hui's voice. As Guan Hui spoke, she had already walked to the other side of Kong Jianming. Captain Kong, I think what Ting Ting said makes some sense. When we encountered these ferocious animals, we were unarmed and had no power to resist at all. If we had been equipped with weapons, perhaps there wouldn't be so many casualties. Captain Kong, don't you agree? Besides, as the leader of a team, you can't be too biased. You still need to be fair, otherwise you won't be able to convince others. Guan Hui spoke with great sincerity, as if she was considering everything for Kong Jianming. Su Nian was shocked. He originally thought that Guan Hui was a little white lotus, but he didn't expect that she was actually a green tea with the flavor of white lotus. It's a pity that it was freezing cold outside and Su Nian was in no mood to watch her performance. Su Nian glanced at Guan Hui coldly, are you deaf? Captain Kong just said that our guns are not his. Guan Hui paused when she heard this. If Captain Kong didn't give it to you, then where did you get the gun? Isn't this a controlled weapon? Su Nian sneered, if you say so, these animals all over the ground are protected animals, why do you want to kill them with weapons? I was just trying to protect myself. No matter how you say it, you are always right. It's quite hypocritical. I didn't. Guan Hui said aggrievedly, with tears in her voice, I don't know how I offended you. You didn't like me from the first time we met, but you can't target me like this, right? Su Nian turned the gun in his hand and said, you are wrong. I never target anyone. I only kill people. As he spoke, Su Nian flashed to Guan Hui's side and put the gun in his hand against Guan Hui's forehead. I don't care if you're a white lotus or a green tbch, just speak nicely in front of me from now on. If you really can't learn to speak properly, then I will send you to reincarnate, and you will start over again and learn from the beginning. Do you understand? When Su Nian said this, his voice was neither hurried nor slow. But Guan Hui was so frightened that her body was shaking like a sieve. She shivered for a long time before she uttered a word with difficulty. I understand. That's good. Su Nian slowly put away the gun. As long as you are willing to talk nicely, I am a very easy person to talk to. Guan Hui looked at Su Nian, not daring to speak, but her body trembled even more violently. Su Nian turned around and looked at Jing Mo and Kong Jianming, there's nothing for me to do here, so I'll go back first. Jing Mo nodded and said gently, go into the house and warm yourself by the fire. Captain Kong and I will count the prey we killed and then come back to find you after we calculate the contribution points. Kong Jianming, who was standing by, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard Jing Mo's words. Even at this time, Jing Mo was still only thinking about contribution points. But he couldn't say anything was wrong. After all, Jing Mo and Su Nian did contribute. As long as you kill a wild animal, you will get contribution points. This was agreed upon before you set out, and no matter what happens, this cannot be changed. Su Nian nodded to Jing Mo, then nodded slightly to Kong Jianming, then turned around and strode away. Watching Su Nian walking away, Jing Mo glanced at Guan Hui casually, and seeing that her eyes were still full of fear, he sneered and looked away. Chapter 59. Captain Kong, let's start calculating now. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Kong Jianming laughed helplessly, now that you've said that, can I still refuse? Don't worry, it won't take long. Jing Mo comforted softly, our bullets are different from yours. As long as we dig out the bullets, we can see which ones we killed. I see, let's get started now. The two of them chatted and went about their business, and no one looked at Guan Hui and the girl named Ting Ting again. Ting Ting, who had been so loud before, became completely silent after seeing Su Nian put the gun to Guan Hui's head, and her presence was reduced to the lowest level. Only after seeing Jing Mo and Kong Jianming walking away with their people did Ting Ting walk to Guan Hui and ask, Hui, are you okay? Guan Hui opened her mouth, a little embarrassed to speak, but had to say, my legs are frozen. Your legs are frozen. Ting Ting was a little confused. Why are your legs frozen? The moment she asked this question, Ting Ting thought of a possibility. My Hui, you. Are you scared to death? Although this question was not asked out loud, both of them understood the unspoken meaning. Guan Hui felt embarrassed, but she nodded anyway, her voice already starting to tear up, Ting Ting, what should I do? I can't move now. Guan Hui only felt that her legs were stiff and painful. She wanted to move, but she couldn't move no matter what. Ting Ting had never encountered such a situation before and couldn't think of a solution for a moment. Hui, wait for me. I'll go back and call for help. After saying that, Ting Ting turned around and ran away. Guan Hui had no time to stop her, nor did she think about stopping her. She was completely unable to move now and just wanted to be taken into the house quickly. Otherwise, if she kept standing here, Guan Hui felt that she would freeze to death. Ting Ting quickly called a few people back, and the one running in front was Zhang Pengfei. Zhang Pengfei ran to Guan Hui and looked at her with concern. Hui, what's wrong with you? When Guan Hui heard Zhang Pengfei's voice, she burst into tears. The tears had just formed and before they could fall, they had already frozen at the edges of my eye sockets. Guan Hui was startled and quickly wiped away her tears, not caring about crying anymore. Brother Zhang, I can't move. Please carry me into the house quickly. If this continues, I will freeze to death. Okay, okay. Hui, don't worry, we'll carry you into the house right away. Several people hurriedly lifted Guan Hui up and walked towards the lobby. They were making quite a lot of noise, and Kong Jianming also glanced in their direction. Because the distance was not far, Kong Ming could hear their conversation clearly. When Kong Jianming learned that Guan Hui's legs were frozen, he knew that Guan Hui would not live long. Clothes and skin froze together, and the ice formed very quickly. Even if he went into the house to warm his clothes and took them off, his legs would have been frostbitten by then. For large area frostbite, ordinary frostbite ointment will not be of much use. They can't go back to the base tonight. Time is life, and Guan Hui can't afford to wait. Thinking about the cause of this incident, Kong Jianming opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. That's how the cycle of cause and effect works. If Guan Hui hadn't jumped out and said those words, Su Nian wouldn't have been so angry, and he wouldn't have been so scared in the end. All I can say is that this was her own fault. Seriously speaking, Su Nian didn't do anything, he just scared her. As for what happened later, it was an unexpected chain reaction and Su Nian did not have to be held responsible for it. The people under Kong Jianming were very efficient. It didn't take long for them to count all the animals killed by Jing Mo and Su Nian. There were 17 wild boars, 22 wolves, and 18 hyenas in total. All of these added together can be exchanged for 10,000 or 20,000 contribution points. Although Kong Jianming brought a lot of cards before he came out, it was still not enough. I'll give you 10,000 first, and the rest I'll give you after we get back to the base. What do you think? Jing Mo took the stack of cards with a smile, of course. I can't trust anyone, but I can trust you. Kong Jianming is an official of the base and cannot escape. There is still a lot of room for him to be needed in the base's weapons development, and it is impossible to shirk his responsibilities. After hearing Jing Mo's words, Kong Jianming didn't know whether he should be happy or helpless. Since it's over, I'll go back first. You guys should go back early too. It's cold outside after all. Kong Jianming nodded, okay. What happened just now, forget it, you should go back quickly. Listening to Kong Jianming's hesitant words, Jing Mo was not curious at all. He turned around and walked away without asking any more questions. Looking at Jing Mo's departing back, Kong Jianming was a little dazed, but he understood after a moment. He and Jing Mo have known each other for a while. Jing Mo seems easy to talk to and always has a warm smile on his face, but he is actually not close to anyone. Kong Jianming thought that Jing Mo was like this to everyone. But now it seems that this is not the case. Thinking of how Jing Mo and Su Nian stood together before, Kong Jianming felt it was natural. These two people even have the same aura. Jing Mo returned to the house and saw Su Nian sitting by the fire. Su Nian was holding an iron skewer with a scallion pancake on it, roasting it over the fire. The aroma of the pancake wafted through the room. Smelling the fragrance, Jing Mo suddenly felt hungry. The little bit of food I had in the afternoon had already been digested after that moment. Jing Mo quickened his pace and walked over. Before he sat down, he heard Su Nian say, "Here, I've boiled some water. Wash your hands first." Jing Mo looked to the side and saw a pot filled with water, still steaming. As soon as Jing Mo squatted down, Su Nian grabbed the handle of the pot with one hand and tilted the pot. Jing Mo reached out and washed his hands with the poured water. Cold weather is not completely without benefits. For example, right now, the water is just warm enough for washing hands. After washing his hands, Jing Mo sat down next to him, opened his backpack and took things out. "How can we eat just bread? We must have meat with it." Su Nian waited and looked at Jing Mo, and saw that what he took out was a vacuum-packed roasted rabbit. Su Nian smiled as soon as he saw it. "How many rabbits did you bring?" Looking at Jing Mo's bulging backpack that was half a person's height, Su Nian almost suspected that most of it was filled with rabbit meat. "Just as I was thinking about it, I saw Jing Mo unzip his backpack, look. Su Nian looked over and saw that most of the things inside were vacuum-packed rabbit meat, with several bags of each type. Su Nian gave Jing Mo a thumbs up, as expected of you. Jing Mo opened the package with a smile, took out an iron skewer from the bag, and skewered the roasted rabbit on it. I'm telling you, if you bake this, it will be so delicious. Chapter 60. Su Nian knew this without Jing Mo telling her, otherwise she would not have bought so many vacuum-packed roasted rabbits. What Su Nian was more curious about was how Jing Mo knew this. Have you grilled before? Su Nian asked, and the look he gave Jing Mo became even stranger. The roasted rabbit meat smells so delicious. Their rooms now are all the same and it is impossible for them to be airtight. The fragrance will definitely spread. She lives next door to Jing Mo, so how could she not smell it? It's been roasted. Jing Mo answered very easily, are you wondering why I can't smell it? As he spoke, Jing Mo looked towards Su Nian. Facing Jing Mo's smiling eyes, Su Nian nodded honestly, it is very strange. That's because I have a range hood. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo with suspicion. She is also someone who has used a range hood. The range hood can indeed remove the smell of cooking fumes in the house, but if it is discharged directly outside, won't the smell be even stronger? Jing Mo blinked at Su Nian, my range hood is different from others. The fumes I extract will be digested by itself. Su Nian. Su Nian felt that she had never been so speechless in her entire life. Don't disbelieve me. Jing Mo said seriously, I'll give you one when we get back. You'll know after you use it yourself. After saying that, Jing Mo silently praised his own wit. I was worried about how to send one to Su Nian. I didn't expect that the conversation would end here, and now I have finally succeeded in sending it out. Jing Mo was in a good mood and turned the roasted rabbit in his hand over. After roasting for a while, the aroma of the roasted rabbit has already wafted out, and just the smell makes people's mouths water. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo. Although she couldn't see the expression on his face, she could feel that he was in a very happy mood just by looking at his eyebrows. As she was watching, she saw Jing Mo suddenly raised his head and looked towards her. Their eyes met, and Jing Mo raised his chin, have you changed your taste? Su Nian felt strange and looked down at the place Jing Mo pointed, and saw that her scallion pancake was almost burnt. Su Nian quickly withdrew his hand and took a closer look. Although it was a little burnt, it was not a big problem. It's crispy and delicious. Except for some broken teeth. By the time the two of them finished their roast rabbit and scallion pancakes, it was already 11 o'clock. Jing Mo opened the door and went out. When he came back, he was holding a big stone in his arms. Su Nian looked at him strangely, why did you bring the stone back? Jing Mo closed the door and put the big stone behind it. Barrier the door. We can both rest for a while. We should be able to return tomorrow. Having these stones doesn't mean you're completely safe, but at least there's a buffer. If someone really broke into the door, the two of them would be able to get up immediately when they heard the noise. Time was running out, so the two men fell asleep by the fire, leaning against their backpacks. Probably all the excitement happened in the first half of the night, and the entire holiday villa was silent in the second half. The two of them slept until dawn and were fully rested. After waking up, they boiled some hot water to wash up and had breakfast. Jing Mo asked Su Nian to wait here and went to the lobby alone. Su Nian didn't go out, but stood at the door looking out. The snow outside was getting lighter, and the snowflakes were small and not fully formed. They looked more like ice chips falling down. It hurts more than snowflakes when it hits your face. It would be great if we could return today. After being away from home for 2 days, everything was inconvenient and Su Nian had already started to miss her warm and comfortable bedroom. Su Nian was about to close the door when he saw someone walking out from the lobby. The distance between them was not far, but Su Nian could still be sure that the man was staring at her with hatred. Seeing this, Su Nian raised his eyebrows. Judging from their figure and height, they shouldn't be Guan Hui and Ting Ting, so who are they? The doubt only lasted for a moment, and Su Nian quickly withdrew his gaze, closed the door and turned into the house. It doesn't matter who that person is. If that person really wants to do something, just kill him. Not long after, Jing Mo came back with big strides and brought back 2 pieces of news. Pack up, we'll be heading back soon. Captain Kong said that although the mission wasn't completed 100%, the losses were heavy, so it's better to return to the base first. Also, Guan Hui died last night. Dead? What does it have to do with me? Because Kong Jianming was present last night, Su Nian resisted the urge to shoot Guan Hui. How come the person died after just one night? Jing Mo frowned. She was frightened to the point of peeing last night, her legs and clothes were frozen together, and she got frostbite. Maybe no one took good care of her last night. When everyone woke up this morning, they found that she was already dead. So that's how it is. Su Nian nodded in understanding. Is that so? Thinking of the man who had just stood at the entrance of the lobby and stared at her, Su Nian's heart moved. Aren't there a few more people living with her on the 5th floor? Yes. I asked around and found out that there were 6 of them, 3 men and 3 women. One of them was named Zhang Pengfei, who had a close relationship with her. Hearing this, Su Nian understood. The man who was standing at the lobby door, staring at her with hatred, was Zhang Pengfei. Su Nian didn't take Zhang Pengfei to heart, she just picked up the things on the ground. When are we leaving? They're already packing up over there, and we'll be able to leave in 20 minutes. Taking advantage of this time, the 2 men put out the fire and carried all the remaining firewood into the car and put it in the trunk. Firewood is also a consumable material. The more the better. It must not be wasted. When he got in the car, Jing Mo started the car, then turned on the air conditioner and heater. Su Nian took out a hot pack from his backpack and the 2 of them put it on their bodies. When they were almost ready, they finally saw Kong Jianming leading his people out of the lobby. When we came here, most of the cars were empty, but now when we are going back, every car is full. There was some friction while riding the bus. The survivors all scrambled to ride on the bus and were unwilling to sit on the truck. After all, the bus seats are comfortable and maybe even have air conditioning, so it's definitely warmer than the truck bed. But there are only so many seats on the bus, and even if the aisles are full, some people will still want to take the truck. Some survivors clamored to take private cars, but most of them were rejected. Only the private car owners who followed Kong Jianming to search and rescue survivors allowed the survivors to get into their cars. There were also survivors who knocked on Su Nian and their car windows, but they were ignored by Su Nian and Jing Mo. Seeing the car set off, the person standing outside knocking on the car window didn't dare to stay any longer and finally left in anger. Chapter 61. The convoy was full of confidence when they came, but now on their way back, it seemed lifeless. The private car owners who followed along to complete the mission thought they were picking up the bargain by following behind the team. But now, not only did he not pick up the leak, but he also lost his relatives and friends. In comparison, Su Nian and Jing Mo, who suffered no losses and even gained a lot, became the target of public criticism. When they stopped to rest at noon, Su Nian noticed that many people were looking at her. Su Nian doesn't care about this. Only incompetent people will focus on others instead of reflecting on themselves. Before the end of the world, guns were indeed controlled weapons, but now, as long as you have supplies and find some connections, it is not difficult to get a gun. They chose to go out with the base to carry out a mission to hunt wild animals, and did not prepare the right weapons in advance just in case. Who can they blame for their current fate? Su Nian solved the physiological problem and moved out from behind the abandoned house. I had not walked far when a person appeared in front of me. Although the man was wrapped tightly and even his face could not be seen, Su Nian guessed his identity in an instant. Zhang Pengfei. Zhang Pengfei was stunned when Su Nian saw through his identity right away, but soon he spoke with a sneer. You recognized me right away. You should know that I will come to seek revenge on you, right? Su Nian shook his head. No, I just think that if anyone were to act stupidly in front of me, that person should be you. You. Zhang Pengfei was so angry that he looked at Su Nian with a fierce look. Stinky woman, since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Pengfei was obviously very confident in his abilities, and he rushed directly towards Su Nian. Wearing thick clothes will greatly affect your activities. If the legs and feet cannot be stretched, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Zhang Pengfei dared to run up to Su Nian and yell at him, relying on his natural advantages as a man. Not only in terms of physical strength or fitness, ordinary women are no match for men. However, this is not the general case. Every time Zhang Pengfei's fists or kicks came over, Su Nian could easily dodge them. After a few rounds, Su Nian had lost interest. She thought that Zhang Pengfei dared to come to him because of his extraordinary ability. I didn't expect that he only had some fancy skills. While bending over, Su Nian pulled out the dagger tied to his leg. This dagger is extremely sharp and can cut hair with just a blow. Seeing Su Nian took out the knife, Zhang Pengfei opened his mouth to curse, but just as he opened his mouth, before he could make a sound, he felt a chill in his throat. Su Nian held a dagger in his hand and quickly slashed it across Zhang Pengfei's neck. Su Nian used great force, and the dagger cut through the layers of clothes, scratched Zhang Pengfei's skin, and cut his throat. Because the weather was too cold and the clothes were blocking the flow, no blood splattered. Su Nian looked at Zhang Pengfei's body lying in the snow, slowly cleaned the blade with blood, put it back into the scabbard, and then left here step by step. As soon as he got back into the car, Jing Mo looked over with concern. "What took you so long?" Su Nian chuckled, "I met Zhang Pengfei." Hearing this, Jing Mo was not nervous, but asked calmly, "Did you kill him?" "Well, he insists on being a star-crossed couple with Guan Hui, so I can only help him. There are many roads in this world, but Zhang Pengfei insisted on choosing this dead end." Su Nian had no choice but to help him. Kong Jianming only gave them 20 minutes to rest. 20 minutes passed in a flash. After they solved their own physiological problems and returned to the car, Kong Jianming gave the order to set off. In a private car, Ting Ting found that Zhang Pengfei had not returned for a long time. She began to guess something and her body shook more and more violently. The people around saw Ting Ting shaking and asked her curiously what was wrong. Ting Ting shook her head repeatedly but didn't say a word. Seeing that Ting Ting didn't say anything, the man didn't ask any more questions. The convoy set off again, and this time it would not stop again until it returned to the base. Ting Ting turned her head and looked out through the car window. Zhang Pengfei did not show up. Thinking of what Zhang Pengfei had told her before, that he had to get rid of Su Nian before returning to the base, Ting Ting couldn't help but feel scared. Zhang Pengfei failed to solve the problem of Su Nian, but instead lost himself. That Su Nian is so scary. Fortunately, she will be back to the base soon, and after returning to the base, she will never have to see Su Nian again. Thinking of this, Ting Ting gradually became less afraid. Su Nian didn't know that someone was scared to death of her. At this time, Su Nian was driving. With the base's snowplow leading the way, the road is much easier to navigate. It's just because the convoy is longer and the speed is slower. By the time they returned to the base, it was already dark. After entering the base, the convoy dispersed and the private cars went in different directions. Su Nian drove directly back to the small building where they lived. He parked the car downstairs first and moved all the things in the car upstairs, then Jing Mo drove the car to the parking lot. Because they had been turning on the air conditioner the whole time, the gasoline they brought was almost used up, with only 1/3 left in the car. Gasoline will not freeze, but it can be stolen. Even though there wasn't much left, Jing Mo still pumped out the gasoline and walked back carrying the barrel. When Jing Mo was walking upstairs, he passed the 5th floor. There was a door on the 5th floor that was not closed tightly, and voices could be heard from the gap in the door. "Guan Hui is dead, and Zhang Pengfei is missing too. Do we still need to live here?" Before we wanted to rent a house, it was Guan Hui who suggested it, and Zhang Pengfei paid 1/3 of the rent. Now that both of them are gone, can we afford this house? Show it to me, or you can just go back to the dormitory. But with so many survivors arriving at the base, it's probably going to be even more crowded over there. You have to go back then, otherwise you won't be able to squeeze in later. Jing Mo didn't listen anymore and continued walking upstairs. When he got home, Jing Mo took out a range hood and carried it to Su Nian's door. Knock knock knock. Su Nian, who was in the bedroom, heard a knock on the door and knew that Jing Mo had returned. When I arrived at the front door and opened it, I saw a cylindrical air conditioner standing next to Jing Mo. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you before that I have a very useful range hood? I'll give you one when I get back. You can try it out in a while. It is very easy to use, just plug it in, turn on the switch, and adjust the gear according to your needs. Chapter 62. Su Nian has a good memory, so he naturally did not forget this incident. You gave it to me, do you have any more? Certainly. Hearing this, Su Nian didn't say anything more and took it directly. Thank you. I just happened to have started the fire, you can take some of the burning coal back. Okay. Jing Mo agreed verbally, but had no intention of going in. He just waited at the door. Seeing him like this, Su Nian's eyes were filled with smile, and she went back to the bedroom carrying the range hood. Su Nian directly took out an iron bucket from the space, which was filled with burning charcoal. Giving the bucket to Jing Mo, Su Nian said, "Don't worry about sending it back to me. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow." The two said goodbye and went home. After coming back, Su Nian had already turned on all kinds of heating equipment and filled the stove with charcoal, and the temperature had risen a lot. Thinking that it was time to finish dinner and wanting to try out the range hood that Jing Mo had given her, Su Nian turned on the range hood and placed it next to the stove, then took out a spicy hot pot soup base from the space and placed it on the stove. The soup base was already boiling hot, and the moment it was taken out of the space, the heat began to dissipate. As the soup base is heated by the burning charcoal fire, it emits more hot steam and the aroma becomes richer. But Su Nian soon discovered that the smoke only floated around the stove and would soon be sucked into the range hood, and would not float to other places in the room. Su Nian left the stove and stood by the bed, not even smelling the slightest hint of hot pot. Even though I had been mentally prepared, I was still shocked when I saw this scene. This is definitely black technology. Although I don't know where Jing Mo got this good thing, it is very useful. Su Nian walked back to the stove and sat down, took out a plate of hand-cut lamb from the space, and put it directly into the pot. Every time you eat a dish, just take it out from the space and put it into the pot to cook. Guaranteed fresh ingredients. Before the end of the world, there was a statistic on the internet that said eating hot pot alone is a level 5 loneliness. But now, Su Nian was sitting alone by the warm stove, eating a steaming spicy hot pot. Not only do I not feel lonely, but I also feel full of happiness. Is there anything happier in the world than this? It turns out there is. After finishing a plate of hand-cut lamb, Su Nian took out his iPad and played his favorite Woolen Wei Zwan. Watching and eating at the same time, I feel even happier than before. The meal took a full hour. Fortunately, it was hot pot, so I could refill the soup myself without having to worry about it getting cold. At the end of the meal, Su Nian cooked noodles in the hot pot soup and added a handful of vegetables. The meal was complete after eating a small bowl of noodles. After a short rest after dinner, Su Nian took out the tent and bathtub and took a bath. After all the inconveniences of being away from home, Su Nian can finally take a good shower and put on clean and soft clothes. He feels like he has come alive again. Although it was just past 8 o'clock, Su Nian went to bed right after blow-drying her hair. Having not been able to sleep in her own bed for 2 days, Su Nian lay in the soft quilt, tossed and turned for a few times before finally settling down. It turns out that there is no place better than your own home. If there wasn't an earthquake 2 years later, it would be hard to say whether this small building could be preserved. Su Nian would definitely find a way to transfer the house to his own name. The next morning, after Su Nian got up, he resumed his previous routine. Train first, then wash up, and then eat. By the time she finished her work, it was already past 10 in the morning. Su Nian took out the unopened mobile phone and iPad from the space and went to find Jing Mo. When Jing Mo saw the mobile phone and iPad that Su Nian brought, his eyes were instantly filled with smiles. After taking it and looking at it, he put it aside and said to Su Nian, "I'm going to look for Captain Kong later. Do you want to come with me?" He still owes us some contribution points. After you get them, go directly to the service center and transfer the contribution points to your card. This was a serious matter, a common matter between the two of them, so Nian naturally did not refuse. Nian went home first, changed into clothes and shoes for going out, and then went downstairs with Jing Mo. Although it was inside the base, the distance was quite far, so the two decided to drive. Jing Mo poured the gasoline that he had pumped out yesterday back into the fuel tank and got into the car with Nian. The car took a while to warm up before it started successfully. Jing Mo was driving slowly on the road, and he could see many people walking slowly along the way. When their car passed by, many people looked up. There was envy, jealousy, and resentment in that look. Nian had neither the time nor the interest to understand these people's complicated feelings. It was really cold outside, and she just wanted to finish her work quickly and go home. More than 20 minutes later, Jing Mo parked the car in front of a building. This building should have existed before the end of the world. It has modern decoration and central air conditioning. Even though Nian was sitting in the car now, he could hear the whirring sound of the air conditioner outdoor unit. Listening to the voice, Nian couldn't help but feel a little envious. It would be nice if she could use air conditioning too. It's a pity that it's already very lucky that they can still use electricity now. If they install air conditioning, the circuit breaker will probably trip immediately. Jing Mo didn't ask Nian to go in with him, so Nian was naturally very happy to do so. She didn't want to go anyway. Although there is no sign here, there are people coming in and out all the time, and they are all dressed very warmly and decently. I think it should be an official work location of the base. Nian was getting a little bored waiting when he heard someone knocking on the car window. Turning around, I saw a person standing outside, looking inside with his head lowered. Nian rolled down the car window and raised an eyebrow at the person who came. "What's the matter? I see you've been stopped here for a long time. Is there something you need to do? Maybe I can help." The person who spoke was a man, and his tone was humble and polite. But just by listening to his words, you can tell that he is a little arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he could help without even knowing what Nian wanted to do. Nian shook her head, "No, thank you." No matter what this man's purpose was, at least he was polite and spoke courteously. When Nian was speaking, the man had already seen Nian's clothes and appearance clearly, and his eyes were brighter than before. "Don't be embarrassed. I still have some status and say here. I can handle most things." The man said this with a smug look on his face. As soon as the girls heard that he worked here, their attitude would change 180 degrees. He had experienced this kind of thing too many times before. But those women can't compare to the one in front of me. Chapter 63. Although he had never seen the woman before today, just by looking at her clothes and the fact that she could travel around the base in a car, he knew that she was definitely not an ordinary person. If he could be with someone like this, wouldn't his quality of life be improved to a higher level? Just thinking about it made a calculating light flash in the man's eyes. Seeing that Nian hadn't said anything for such a long time, the man asked again, "Why don't you speak? You don't have to be embarrassed." Nian looked at the changes in the man's eyes and finally understood what he was thinking. Hearing the man say this, Nian smiled and shook her head, "No, I'm not embarrassed, but you can't do my business. You didn't even tell me, so how do you know I can't do it?" "I'm not afraid to tell you, there's really nothing I can't do here." "Really?" "Certainly. Is there a person named Kong Jianming here?" "Yes, Captain Kong. I know him very well." "That's great. He still owes me 10,000 contribution points. If it's convenient for you, go find him now and help me get these contribution points back." 10,000 contribution points. The man looked at Nian in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" Nian shook her head. "Why would I joke about something like this? If it's fake, wouldn't it be exposed once you go in and tell me about it?" The man thought it made sense. Nian spoke again, "So, do you have time to help me get it back now?" "Ah." The man came back to his senses and looked at Nian. After meeting Nian's clear eyes, he quickly shook his head, no, no, no. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. I'm leaving first. After the man finished speaking, he turned around hurriedly and was about to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Kong Jianming looking at him 1 meter behind him. The reason why the man recognized Kong Jianming at a glance was because there was a name tag hanging on Kong Jianming's chest with his name and position written on it. The weather is so cold now, most of the time, people wear masks and hats and wrap themselves tightly. There is no way to tell who is who by appearance, so we can only rely on work badges. Kong, Captain Kong. There was no emotion in Kong Jianming's eyes, and his voice was flat when he spoke. You said I know you very well? Is there anything you can't do here? Captain Kong, Where's your work badge? Why aren't you wearing it? Have you forgotten the rules? No, no. The man hurriedly took out his work badge from his pocket and put it on his chest. The man had his back to Su Nian at this time, so Su Nian couldn't see his work badge, but she heard Jing Mo, who was standing next to Kong Jianming, speak. Gate, Royal City. Jing Mo's voice was a little more playful. Captain Kong, there is nothing a gatekeeper can't do. I want to be a gatekeeper too. Kong Jianming's eyes darkened when he heard this. Wang Cheng, where is your position? Who told you to talk nonsense? Go to the HR department now and explain everything you did. If you don't go, I'll go myself later. Hearing Kong Jianming's words, Wang Cheng's body shook. Captain Kong. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. It seems that you want to wait for me to go there in person. No, no, no. I'll go. I'll go now. Wang Cheng said this and staggered towards the gate. Jing Mo narrowed his eyes. Is the base short of people to work? Of course not. I will take care of this matter. I am very confident in Captain Kong's ability to handle affairs. Then we will leave first. Captain Kong, go back and get busy. Jing Mo said this, waved at Kong Jianming, and strode into the car. Su Nian was sitting in the car and nodded slightly to Kong Jianming as a greeting. Jing Mo sat in the driver's seat, closed the car window, and drove away. Su Nian looked in the rearview mirror and saw Kong Jianming still standing there. What are you looking at? Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian retracted his gaze. Nothing, I just thought it was quite interesting. No matter what time it is, there are always people who worry about food and clothing, while some people who have no worries about food and clothing start to take advantage of their positions to do some small things. Jing Mo snorted, a man like this doesn't have much ability. He only knows how to talk big and deceive innocent girls. There is no point at all. Su Nian. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo, and his eyes became a little complicated. Being looked at like this by Su Nian, Jing Mo felt a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Nian shook his head. That's not wrong. Jing Mo's description of the royal city just now was indeed correct. But when she said interesting, she didn't mean that Wang Cheng was interesting. This was the first time that Su Nian deeply experienced what it meant to be talking nonsense. Thinking of this, Su Nian even wanted to laugh. She laughed whenever she wanted to, and Su Nian's eyebrows and eyes curved. Jing Mo saw Su Nian smile out of the corner of his eye, and he started smiling too. For the next period of time, neither of them spoke. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived at the service center. Jing Mo stopped the car and turned off the engine, then got out and walked into the service center with Su Nian. I don't know if it's because it's morning, or because the people who were doing the task came back yesterday and came to the service center today, but there are quite a lot of people here. At least, there are a lot more than when Su Nian and Jing Mo came last time. But for such a large service center, the number of people is very limited. Su Nian looked around and found an empty window, and walked over with Jing Mo. Su Nian took out all the cards that Jing Mo had given her before. Jing Mo gave her 4 cards the first time and 5 cards the second time. Just now when we were in the car, I gave her 5 more, making a total of 14. Each card contains 1,000 contribution points, for a total of 14,000 contribution points. Although the staff member who handled the formalities looked at Su Nian with shock, he did not ask any additional questions and even processed the procedures faster. In just 3 minutes, 14,000 contribution points appeared on Su Nian's card. After Su Nian finished his work, he stepped aside and let Jing Mo take over. When the staff saw Jing Mo also took out 14 cards, the look they gave them was no longer just shock. Su Nian felt that this person was probably suspecting that the two of them had robbed someone from the base's official position, otherwise how could they have so many cards? Fortunately, the professional quality of this staff is still very good. No matter what I was thinking in my heart, my hands didn't slow down at all. Chapter 64. Jing Mo took back his card and looked at Su Nian. Do you want to go to the housing rental center? Su Nian nodded. Yes, I will. She had only paid 1 year's rent because she wanted to have some contribution points left to pay the electricity bill. But now my contribution points are more than sufficient, so of course I have to pay 1 more year's rent. As for what happens afterwards, that depends on what happens after the earthquake. The housing rental center was nearby, and the two of them walked there in no time. Su Nian not only paid another year's rent, but also saved 1,000 contribution points for electricity bills. As for water bills, there is absolutely no need for them. The water pipes were frozen solid and not even a drop of water could flow out. They were completely unusable. But no one worries about water. There was snow everywhere in the base, and a pot of snow would boil half a pot of water. As long as there is firewood, no one will lack water. After coming out of the housing rental center, Su Nian just felt relaxed. Before the end of the world, it felt great to be rich. After the end of the world, it feels really good to have no shortage of supplies or contribution points. Su Nian was just about to say that they were done and could go home when he heard Jing Mo say, with so many contribution points, let's go to the supermarket. Hearing this, Su Nian looked towards Jing Mo, and after seeing Jing Mo's sparkling eyes, he nodded in agreement. Jing Mo had done so many things for her, and now it was time for her to accompany Jing Mo to the supermarket. The supermarket is quite far from here, so you can only drive there. Such a large base certainly has more than just one supermarket. But the bigger the supermarket, the more complete the products are. Jing Mo drove straight to the largest supermarket. It's a rare day that it didn't snow. Although the temperature is still as low, it feels much better without the icy snowflakes hitting my exposed skin. Probably because it didn't snow, there was a long queue outside the supermarket. The last time Su Nian came to the supermarket was when it was extremely hot. It was nighttime and only one window was open in the supermarket. But now, this supermarket has 10 windows open. With so many windows open at the same time, people won't get frostbite from waiting too long when buying things. You wait in the car, I'll go queue up first. Jing Mo said. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian immediately shook his head, let's go together. I'm not that delicate. What she wore was not thinner than Jing Mo, so it was completely possible for her to go out and queue. Jing Mo didn't say anything. The two of them got out of the car together and stood behind a team with relatively fewer people. Su Nian stood in front of Jing Mo, leaned forward and looked. There were about 10 people in front of her. Su Nian was standing there bored, so she asked Jing Mo, what are you going to buy? I don't know, let me see what's available first. I haven't been to the supermarket in a while. Just as Su Nian was about to speak, the person standing in front of her turned around. Young people should not waste their contribution points. It is better to buy some compressed biscuits, grind them up and cook them with rice. They are delicious and can fill your stomach. They can be eaten for a long time. Just by listening to the voice, Su Nian knew that the person speaking should be an aunt who is not young anymore. Before the end of the world, who would say that compressed biscuits are delicious? But in this situation, compressed biscuits have become delicious. People are well-intentioned and are sharing their life experiences earnestly, so Su Nian and Jing Mo will not be ungrateful. The two nodded and thanked him in unison. The people in front bought things much faster than Su Nian had expected. After about 10 minutes, we arrived at Su Nian. Su Nian originally came here to accompany Jing Mo and had no plan to buy anything. But when I walked up to the counter, I did see some sweet potatoes and potatoes on a shelf behind the counter. These sweet potatoes and potatoes are all small in size and look like they are malnourished. Seeing that Nian was just staring at the sweet potatoes and potatoes, the salesperson urged, "Do you want to buy some?" Hearing this, Nian nodded, "Give me 2 kilograms of each of those two. 2 pounds. The salesperson's voice rose a lot, and his tone was a little surprised. "Then it will cost 10 contribution points per kilogram. Do you really want it?" Nian nodded, "Yes." As he spoke, Nian took out his card. Seeing this, the salesperson didn't say anything else. He took the sweet potatoes and put them into a cloth bag. Then he put them on the scale and weighed them, totaling 4 pounds. "Do you have anything to pack? We charge for our bags, 1 contribution point for each." Nian. This is much more expensive than the shopping bags in supermarkets before the apocalypse. Nian reached into the wide pocket of his clothes and took out a neatly folded cloth bag. "I have it." The cloth bag was prepared earlier and was placed in the space. Now it was taken out under cover. Anyway, the pockets on the clothes are big and the clothes are thick, so you can't tell what's inside. Nian has a lot of contribution points, but no matter how many they are, they cannot be wasted. Nian would never do a deal like 1 cloth bag for 1 contribution point. Nian put the potatoes and sweet potatoes into his cloth bag before swiping the card. The way to swipe the card is the same as the way to swipe the meal card when you were in school. The card machine clearly displayed Nian's contribution point balance, which was a 5-digit number. When the salesperson saw the number, he understood it instantly. Turns out he's a rich man. No wonder people buy things like potatoes and sweet potatoes without blinking an eye. Thinking that Nian must be a capable person, the salesperson said a few more words. "These potatoes and sweet potatoes are new varieties developed by scientists. They are very cold resistant. You can buy them and try to grow one yourself." Nian had guessed this when she saw potatoes and sweet potatoes before. "I didn't expect that the salesperson would give me such an extra reminder." "I see. Thank you." After Nian finished speaking, he put away his card and stood aside holding the potatoes and sweet potatoes. The salesperson was surprised to see Nian not leaving. But before she could say anything, someone said, "Give me 2 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes, too." Salesperson. The salesperson looked at Nian and then at Jing Mo, then he realized that the two men knew each other. Everyone knows that the friends of rich people are still rich people. This time, the salesperson didn't say anything and directly packed potatoes and sweet potatoes for Jing Mo. "I don't have a bag, so I bought this bag too," Jing Mo said again. After being shocked so many times, he got used to it. The salesperson nodded, his voice without any fluctuation, "Okay." Jing Mo looked behind the salesperson and could only see shelves with potatoes and sweet potatoes, and shelves with compressed biscuits. "Apart from these, don't you have anything else?" Chapter 65. Anything else? When asked by Jing Mo, the salesperson was a little confused. "What else do you want?" Never mind, it's alright, let's pay the bill." The salesperson deducted Jing Mo's contribution points in a daze, watched Jing Mo and Nian gradually walk away, and then looked away. It was not until they got back to the car that Nian asked Jing Mo, "What did you want just now? Why didn't you tell me?" Jing Mo smiled and shook his head, "What we just bought is already eye-catching enough, it's not appropriate to buy anything else in front of them." Nian immediately understood what Jing Mo meant. If it's not appropriate to buy other things in front of them, then is it okay to do it behind their backs? Nian was just thinking about it when he saw Jing Mo driving the car, turning at an intersection, and finally stopping outside a big iron gate. Nian looked carefully and asked, "Is this the back door of the supermarket?" "Yes. You can also buy things here. If you want more, you can come here. After all, there are fewer people here." After Jing Mo finished explaining, he got out of the car and knocked on the big iron gate. There is a small square door on top of the big iron gate, which is not even as big as a human head. After a while, the small door was opened, and a man wearing a mask came to the door. "What do you want?" "I need 20 kilograms of dried noodles and 20 kilograms of rice. I also need 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of cross-bridge rice noodles, 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 4 boxes of self-heating rice, and do you have hot and sour noodles? Give me 2 boxes. I want 20 catties of pork, 20 chickens, 20 fish, and any shrimp? Give me 20 catties." Jing Mo finished speaking and turned to look at Su Nian in the car. "What do you want?" Although the window was not open, the distance was not far, and Su Nian could hear Jing Mo's words. Su Nian shook his head. She doesn't want anything. These things were piled up everywhere in her space, so there was no need to waste contribution points to buy them. Jing Mo glanced at Su Nian, turned around and continued speaking to the person inside the small door. "Give me 2 more cartons of potato chips, 2 cartons of shrimp crackers, 2 cartons of Coke, 2 cartons of Sprite, and 2 cartons of orange juice. Do you still have spicy noodles? It doesn't matter what brand it is, give me 2 big bags." Although there is nothing wrong with a grown man eating snacks, Su Nian still wanted to laugh after hearing Jing Mo's series of words. Jing Mo looks quite cute like this. However, what Su Nian was more curious about was how many contribution points these things actually required. Su Nian didn't have to wait long. Soon the door opened and the things Jing Mo wanted were carried out in boxes. Jing Mo opened the trunk door and the things were moved directly into the car. After the things were packed, the man who had spoken to Jing Mo before said, "The total is 2880 contribution points." Jing Mo didn't even frown when he heard this and swiped the card directly. Su Nian was amazed by what he saw. People with deep pockets are just different. They spend so many contribution points without even blinking an eye. But thinking about the balance on Jing Mo's card, which was twice as much as his, Su Nian felt relieved. If she had as many contribution points as Jing Mo, she wouldn't feel bad about spending so much. These things sound like a lot, but when they were actually loaded into the car, they didn't even fill up half of the trunk. But many of these things may not be produced in the future, and they are consumables, so it is reasonable that they are sold at a higher price. After the end of the previous life, Su Nian never saw any merchants selling these things again. That is because this is the first base, so these things are for sale. The money and goods were settled and there was nothing else to do, so Jing Mo drove back to the small building where they lived. The two of them ran back and forth several times before they moved all the things upstairs. After finishing the last move, Jing Mo stopped Su Nian who was about to go home. "I bought a double portion, half of yours." Su Nian really didn't expect that Jing Mo bought double of everything for this purpose. Looking at the things piled on the ground, Su Nian shook his head slowly. "I don't want it. If you don't want it, then I'm taking advantage of you. When we went out together before, I ate a lot of your self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice. It's time for you to take half." What Jing Mo said seemed to make sense, but not entirely so. She also took the range hood given by Jing Mo. Besides, how many times have they gone out together? The food for 2 people only takes up 2 boxes. 2 people stood facing each other, you looked at me and I looked at you, both of us were very stubborn. After staring at each other for a while, Su Nian burst out laughing. Why do they look so much like a pair of elementary school students having a fight? Okay, I'll take the stuff, but I'll keep it with you for now. You. Don't you want to learn how to cook? Just reading books is useless. I can teach you. I'll leave the stuff with you, and you can use it when you cook every day, and we'll eat together after dinner. If you say so, then that's fine. Jing Mo laughed out loud as he spoke, and his laughter was very hearty. You must be tired after running around outside all morning. Forget about lunch. When it's time for dinner, come and call me if it's convenient for you. Okay, I'll find you then. After the two of them had agreed, one opened the door and returned home, while the other opened the gate and went downstairs. Even when they returned to the bedroom, the smile on Su Nian's face did not fade. It's really funny to see primary school students fighting with each other. Su Nian also did not forget to bring in the potatoes and sweet potatoes she bought. After laughing enough, Su Nian took out the potatoes and sweet potatoes and examined them carefully. These potatoes and sweet potatoes were no bigger than her palm, and the color of their skin was lighter than the varieties before the apocalypse. Su Nian brought it close to his nose and smelled it. The smell of potatoes and sweet potatoes was also a little faint. I just don't know how it tastes. Su Nian simply took out some water, washed a potato and a sweet potato, cut them into slices, and cooked them in 2 pots respectively. After being cooked, the taste is stronger than before. Su Nian tasted the sweet potato first. Sweet potatoes are light white in color. After being cooked, they have a soft and crunchy aftertaste and a very light sweetness. The color of the potatoes is a bit white, and the taste is very dense, but it lacks the unique potato fragrance. Apart from the slightly inferior taste and smaller size, there is actually no major problem. If we can really grow what we grow ourselves, then the food problem at the base will probably be greatly improved. If people can be self-sufficient, there will be less pressure on the base. In his previous life, Su Nian had always lived in a remote area and had never seen this improved variety. Now, with the seeds, conditions, and time, Su Nian plans to give some tries. If you succeed, you will have an additional source of visible income. If you fail, you won't lose anything. Although he had made the decision, Su Nian was not in a hurry to plant it immediately. Jing Mo also bought sweet potatoes, and asked him if he wanted to plant them. Su Nian doesn't have much experience in planting, so it would be nice to have someone to discuss and advise with. Chapter 66. Why to drink? At 5 p.m., Su Nian knocked on Jing Mo's door. Before the door was opened, Jing Mo's voice came from inside the room. Here it comes. After a while, footsteps approached and the door opened. Su Nian walked in and closed the door. You cook in the bedroom now, right? Su Nian asked Jing Mo. Yes. Come on, let's go inside. It's warm. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian followed him into the bedroom. In the small bedroom, there was a bed, a stove, and a square table, and a lot of boxes were piled against the wall. I don't know if it's because there are so many things piled up in the room, making the space smaller, but as soon as Su Nian entered the room, he felt very warm. Jing Mo obviously didn't put as many heating equipment as her, only one stove, but the temperature in the room didn't seem to be much different. But Su Nian didn't ask any more questions. Whether before or after the apocalypse, Su Nian had no interest in delving into other people's private affairs. On the wall next to the stove, there is a 3-layer iron storage rack, which is filled with condiments such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, etc. Su Nian took a closer look and found that the seasonings prepared by Jing Mo were really complete. The square table in the middle of the room was also filled with various washed ingredients. Jing Mo took a book and opened a page to show Su Nian. I think this sweet and sour fish looks very good. Jing Mo flipped through a few pages of the book and said, and this spicy chicken, it looks delicious too. In addition to these two, we can also stir-fry some shredded potatoes, what do you think? Su Nian listened to Jing Mo's words and looked at the square table again. There was a cleaned fish on the plate and a chopped chicken in a small bowl. In another small bowl, the shredded potatoes were soaking. The potato shreds were cut into very fine pieces, and you could tell at a glance that the knife skills were excellent. The ingredients belong to Jing Mo, and he is asked to learn how to cook, so of course he has to make whatever he says, and Su Nian has no objection. Then pour oil into the pot first, said Su Nian. Whether it is spicy chicken or sweet and sour fish, you have to fry them in oil before proceeding to the next step. Seeing that Jing Mo had a lot of shredded potatoes, Su Nian simply fried some more potatoes. Thinly shredded potatoes are coated with a little bit of flour and deep fried in hot oil. When it's crispy and golden brown, take it out, sprinkle chili powder and cumin powder on it, and you can eat it directly. Although the ingredients are very simple, the aroma is extremely overbearing. If there wasn't a high-tech range hood working nearby, the smell would probably make many people cry with greed. Others couldn't help crying with greed, but Jing Mo obviously liked it very much. He gave Su Nian a thumbs up while eating. It's delicious. Seeing Jing Mo like this, Su Nian wanted to laugh and asked casually, why do you look like you've never eaten before? I just haven't eaten it. Su Nian paused, you've never eaten it. But before Jing Mo could answer, Su Nian had already figured it out. This kind of snack is indeed not available in high-end restaurants. No matter from which perspective, the conditions in Jingmo before the end of the world should have been quite good, so it is normal that they have never eaten this kind of snack. I just don't know how Jing Mo got to the point where he couldn't even afford to eat when the extreme heat just arrived. Jing Mo, who was eating fried potato shreds, paused for a moment, then smiled and said to Su Nian, there are so many things I haven't eaten, and I want to learn them all. I'll trouble you to teach me in the future. Su Nian. Su Nian didn't think it was too much trouble. The days are long, and teaching Jing Mo to cook is just a way to spice up my life. Since it is a teaching, of course Jing Mo will do it, and Su Nian will stand by to give guidance. What Su Nian said was similar to what was in the recipe, but it was more detailed, and he also told Jing Mo when to add what seasoning. Jing Mo is very good at hands-on work, and he cooked a dish of spicy diced chicken quite well. Both of them were standing next to the stove. They could smell the pungent smell of the chili peppers. Their noses were slightly sweaty and their cheeks began to turn red. After the spicy diced chicken is fried, put it in a small stainless steel bowl and place it next to the stove so that it can continue to be heated so that it doesn't get cold before you eat it. Taking advantage of this time, Jing Mo quickly washed the pot, poured oil into the pot again, and started to make sweet and sour fish. The shredded potatoes are fried last. Because the fire of the stove is strong enough and the potato shreds are cut very thinly, the speed of stir-frying and adding seasoning has to be fast enough. Su Nian stood aside and let Jing Mo stir-fry while she added seasonings. The two of them worked together, and 2 minutes later, the shredded potatoes were ready to be taken out of the pot and served on a plate. There were 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. Jing Mo also steamed a pot of rice. The two of them sat by the stove and started eating dinner. Jing Mo didn't pick up his chopsticks, but looked at Su Nian eagerly, how does it taste? Hearing this, Su Nian looked towards Jing Mo and saw a hint of nervousness in his handsome eyes. When they were out, whether facing highway robbers or groups of wild animals, Jing Mo never showed the slightest bit of nervousness. But now, because of a dish, Jing Mo actually became nervous. Su Nian felt a little complicated. He tasted the spicy chicken carefully and finally gave a pertinent answer. You didn't control the heat very well, and the chicken wasn't tender enough, but it's great since it's your first time. The same goes for sweet and sour fish. Because the heat and amount are not controlled very accurately, the most delicious taste is not produced. But Su Nian thinks that for someone who is doing it for the first time, being able to achieve this is already very good. Hearing Su Nian's comment, Jing Mo grinned, if you think it's delicious, then it must be delicious. I'm relieved. Let's eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. What does it mean that he will feel relieved if she thinks it tastes good? Su Nian always felt that there was something strange about these words. But when I looked at Jing Mo again, I saw that he had already started eating, so I didn't think about it anymore and started eating seriously. Except for the rice, the 3 dishes were eaten up by the 2 people. No soup was made, but Jing Mo opened a can of Coke and each of them had a can. The Coke was at room temperature and was piled against the wall. But the temperature in the room is only about 10 degrees Celsius now, and the Coke at room temperature feels a bit cold in your mouth. Jing Mo held the can of Coke with his slender fingers and turned it gently. No wonder they say this is happy water, it really makes you happy when you drink it. Su Nian looked towards Jing Mo when he heard that, and saw interest in Jing Mo's eyes. Seeing him like this, the strange feeling in Su Nian's heart came up again. Su Nian said carefully, you seem unfamiliar with these things. Chapter 67. Jing Mo nodded, I have never eaten these things before. I have never drunk happy water before. Su Nian. He had never even drunk a cup of happy water. What kind of life did Jing Mo live in the past? Su Nian looked at Jing Mo sympathetically, but did not ask any further questions. Jing Mo probably wouldn't want to talk about that memory, so she should not open up other people's scars. Nian thought about it and comforted her seriously, "It's okay, you have a lot of contribution points now anyway, you can eat whatever you want in the future." Jing Mo, yes. Jing Mo was originally waiting for Nian to continue asking questions, but who knew that Nian would not play by the rules. Not only don't ask, but also comfort him. This made Jing Mo feel that his previous years seemed to have been very hard. But if you think about it carefully, although StarCraft has advanced technology, he is also famous, rich, and powerful. But when it comes to food, it's still better here. Come to think of it, life in those past years was indeed not that great. Jing Mo, who suddenly realized this, felt even more complicated. Nian had been looking at Jing Mo, and seeing that Jing Mo's mood was gradually becoming depressed, she simply changed the subject. "By the way, I have something else I want to discuss with you." Jing Mo immediately perked up when he heard that. "What's the matter?" "It's about potatoes and sweet potatoes." Nian said seriously, "I tasted the potatoes and sweet potatoes at noon, and they tasted okay. If we can grow them, whether we sell them to the base or to other people in the base, it should be a source of income." "So you plan to grow your own?" "I have this idea, which is to ask you if you want to plant it." Jing Mo scratched his head and said in distress, "But I can't." With his hands, he could easily modify weapons. But if he were to farm? Even though this is his own hand, he himself doesn't know what he can grow. "I don't know how either. But I have a lot of books and videos on planting, so I can learn from them." "Okay then. Then plant it. When do we start?" Seeing Jing Mo eager to try, Nian smiled and said, "I'll go back tonight and watch the video and study it." Jing Mo stared at Nian and waited for a while. Nian didn't continue to speak, so he could only ask himself, "What about me?" Nian looked towards Jing Mo and saw seriousness in Jing Mo's dark eyes. Jing Mo's appearance is undoubtedly good-looking. At least Nian has never seen a man more handsome than Jing Mo in her 2 lifetimes. After looking at Jing Mo for a while, Nian slowly spoke, "Then, if you have time tomorrow, go find Captain Kong and ask him whether these potatoes and sweet potatoes are grown in soil or hydroponics, and whether they use fertilizer or nutrient solution." "Okay. I'll go after breakfast tomorrow." Jing Mo agreed very quickly, as if he was afraid that if he agreed too slowly, Nian would change his mind. It was already late and everything that needed to be said had been said, so Nian stood up. "Then I'll go home first." Nian said this while putting on a mask, gloves, and a hat. It would take no more than 2 minutes to get home from here and back to her bedroom. But even if it only takes 2 minutes, you still need to wear everything you need. Otherwise, if you get frostbite, that's no joke. When Nian was wearing it, Jing Mo was also wearing it. I'll take you there and close the door." Hearing Jing Mo say this, Nian could only swallow the rest of the words. After saying goodbye to Jing Mo, Nian returned home and quickly entered the bedroom. Although separated by a wall, the living room was colder than an ice cellar, while the bedroom was as warm as early spring. Nian took off her going-out clothes, put on her pajamas, sat down on the mat beside the bed, and then took out an iPad from the space. Nian has many iPads, and each one has different content downloaded into it. All the videos downloaded here are related to planting. Fortunately, I didn't be lazy at the time and categorized everything and made notes. Now it is easy to find them. I watched it until 9 o'clock in the evening. It was already late at 9 o'clock, so Nian turned off his iPad, washed up, and lay down on the bed. Maybe it was because he watched it for too long, even after closing his eyes, Nian's mind was full of the video he had just watched. At night, Nian had a dream. In her dream, she successfully planted new varieties of sweet potatoes and yams, and had a bumper harvest, becoming a planting tycoon in the base. The next morning, Nian woke up, stared at the roof with his eyes open for a long time, then smiled and shook his head. No wonder people say dreams and reality are opposites. Nian just wants to survive in the apocalypse and has never thought about becoming a planting tycoon. Planting potatoes and sweet potatoes is just out of curiosity and to pass the time. After watching for a few hours, I still gained a lot. At least Su Nian already knows that potatoes and sweet potatoes must be grown as seedlings first and then transplanted. The growing cycle of potatoes is shorter, usually 60 to 100 days. Different varieties have different growth cycles. The growth cycle of sweet potatoes is longer, the shortest is 3 or 4 months, and the longest is 5 or 6 months. But this is all before the end of the world. Neither sweet potatoes nor potatoes are cold-resistant crops. Normal varieties simply cannot grow at the current temperature. So, how is this new variety grown? Su Nian sighed helplessly. She couldn't figure out any method and could only wait for news from Jing Mo. Before noon, Jing Mo came knocking on the door. Su Nian opened the door, and before he could say anything, he heard Jing Mo say, "I've already asked, and after the end of the world, the soil has also changed and is not suitable for planting. The sweet potatoes and potatoes we buy are all hydroponically grown and require special nutrient solution made at the base. I have already bought the nutrient solution, and I also asked for the planting method." Captain Kong said that as long as we can control the temperature, the possibility of growing it is still very high. The base will also recycle the potatoes and sweet potatoes grown, and the price given is also good. Now many people in the base have begun to try to grow it. Jing Mo finished speaking in one breath, then raised his hand, "Everything is in here. Since 2 people are planting together, they should study together." Su Nian opened the door directly and stepped aside, "Come in first, let's talk inside." Jing Mo hesitated a little, "How about, go to my place and take a look?" Su Nian looked over in confusion, "Why? Nothing. Let's go." Jing Mo said this, took a step with his long legs, and walked straight into the gate. Su Nian glanced at Jing Mo inexplicably, closed the door, and followed him into the bedroom. Chapter 68. Seeing Jing Mo stop in front of the bedroom door, Su Nian simply walked up and opened the door himself. "Come in quickly, or the heat will be gone in a while," Su Nian urged. After hearing this, Jing Mo went into the house. The last time Jing Mo came to Su Nian's bedroom was when he was helping Su Nian carry the stove. "I haven't been here for a while, and there are quite a few changes in this bedroom." At that time, the room was very chilly, with cool mats and ice silk mattresses everywhere. But now, all I see are warm colors. The bedding on the bed and the blanket on the floor were all fluffy. Just looking at it makes people feel very warm. Su Nian took off her snow boots, put on her crocheted shoes, and stepped directly on the carpet. Not hearing any movement behind him, Su Nian turned around and saw Jing Mo still standing there. Looking at the black leather boots on Jing Mo's feet, Su Nian immediately understood. "Wait a minute," Su Nian said as he walked around to the other side of the bed and started searching under the clothes hanger. Fortunately, due to the current weather, the clothes are relatively thick and long. If you don't get close, you can't see what's in the woven basket under the clothes hanger. After rummaging around for a while, Su Nian took out a pair of light grey men's cotton slippers. "Here, try to see if you can wear it." It was still extremely hot when Su Nian bought it in that discounted men's clothing store. At that time, I just did it in case of an emergency, thinking that it might be useful in the future. I didn't expect that I would actually use it now. I just don't know if it fits. Su Nian was just thinking about it when she saw Jing Mo bending down to take off his boots and put on cotton slippers. Jing Mo stepped lightly on the ground with his feet. "It fits very well, thank you. It's good as long as it fits. Come and sit down." Jing Mo walked over and sat down next to Su Nian. Fortunately, the mat is long and large enough, so even if there are 3 or 5 people sitting on it, it won't seem crowded, let alone 2 people. After Jing Mo sat down, he took out the things in the cloth bag. A booklet and 4 large thermos bottles. In order to prevent the nutrient solution from freezing, we put it in a thermos. Jing Mo explained. Su Nian said he understood and started reading the booklet carefully. Seeing Su Nian staring at the booklet intently, Jing Mo's eyes fell on Su Nian. Unlike when she was out, Su Nian was wearing furry pajamas at this time, and there were 2 long rabbit ears on the hood of her pajamas. Her facial features were originally delicate, like a doll. And with short hair, this plan makes her look even younger. Jing Mo looked at her for a long time and felt that he could use one word to describe Su Nian, that is, cute. The booklet was very thin, with only 4 pages in total, a large part of which were pictures, and Su Nian finished reading it quickly. As soon as she looked up, Su Nian saw Jing Mo staring at her. "What's wrong?" Su Nian said, reaching out to touch his face. "Is there something wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like that?" Jing Mo came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. "There's nothing wrong." "That's good." Su Nian felt relieved and tapped on the booklet with her fair and slender fingers. Her plump and round nails were a healthy pink color, which looked very beautiful. "I've already looked it up, and judging by what's on here, it's pretty simple to plant. This is a new cold-resistant variety. It can survive as long as the temperature is around 10 degrees Celsius and it has no insect pests. You just need to prepare the nutrient solution in proportion and drip some into the water every once in a while." "I want to see everything, what about you?" Jing Mo readily agreed. "I want to try it too, fried potato shreds are pretty delicious." Su Nian nodded in agreement. "Roasted sweet potatoes are delicious too. They can also be made into dried sweet potatoes." After saying this, the two of them smiled at each other, and there seemed to be more tacit understanding between them. Hydroponics requires containers. Su Nian has quite a few, but I don't know if Jing Mo has any. "Do you have a container that can grow hydroponics?" "No." "Then I'll get it for you. I have quite a bit." Su Nian changed his shoes and left the bedroom, then quickly ran into the larger bedroom. After closing the door, Su Nian took out some logistics boxes from the space. The bottoms of these logistics boxes are completely sealed and will not leak, making them ideal for hydroponics. Su Nian returned to the door of the small bedroom with a pile of logistics boxes, and knocked against the door with the boxes, and the door opened from the inside. Before Su Nian could say anything, he felt his hands relax and the box was taken by Jing Mo. Su Nian took out 12 logistics boxes, 6 each. It was the first time planting, so Su Nian didn't plan to plant too much. He just wanted to put 3 boxes of potatoes and 3 boxes of sweet potatoes. Before planting, you need to grow the seedlings first and wrap them in wood ash. Su Nian took a look at the stove. There was some ash in the stove, but it was all the ash left after burning charcoal. It was definitely not usable. However, piled up in the living room outside was the firewood they brought back yesterday. Take a few sticks and light them in the stove, then put them in an iron bucket and let them burn slowly. Looking at the burning wood in the iron bucket, Jing Mo stood up and said, "It looks like it won't be burned out in a short while. It's almost time for lunch. Why don't you go over to my place and let me cook?" Su Nian did not refuse and asked Jing Mo to carry the iron bucket and nutrient solution back first. She would go over after changing clothes. When passing by, Su Nian also picked up 6 logistics boxes. When Su Nian opened the door of her house, she found that Jing Mo had not closed the door at all. She walked in with the box and put it in the living room. Although there was an iron gate blocking the stairs, no one could come in even if the living room door was open, but Su Nian still felt a little uncomfortable with the front door open, so he walked over and planned to close it. Just as he was about to close the door, Su Nian saw a person standing at the iron gate, standing on tiptoe and looking over here. Perhaps he didn't expect Su Nian to come back. After meeting Su Nian's eyes, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and hurried downstairs. Looking at the man's leaving figure, Su Nian narrowed his eyes. Su Nian doesn't say that he has a photographic memory, but he thinks he has a good memory. Although he could only see the man's eyes, Su Nian still recognized him. The man should be the one living in the east unit on the first floor. There were a few young people living in that household. Su Nian had seen them several times when he went out, but they didn't have much communication with each other. "Why don't you go in? Isn't it cold outside?" Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian closed the door and turned to walk towards him. After entering the house, Su Nian said, "I just saw a person standing outside the iron gate. He should be a boy who lives in the east unit on the first floor." Jing Mo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "You live on the first floor, what are you doing upstairs?" Su Nian shook her head, "I don't know. I saw him and he ran away. Chapter 69. Then just ignore him. Jing Mo said casually. Su Nian didn't take it too seriously and looked towards the square table. Just like yesterday, Jing Mo prepared a lot of ingredients. Let's eat braised pork today. Jing Mo's eyes sparkled. I saw on the menu that braised pork with potatoes is especially delicious and goes really well with rice. Su Nian nodded, the book is right. Braised pork and potatoes, with thick soup, are perfect with rice. In addition to this, Jing Mo also opened a self-heating hot pot restaurant. This is a tripe hot pot, which contains tripe, black fungus, lotus root slices and other vegetables. There were 2 dishes on the table, which included both meat and vegetables. The iron bucket was placed in the living room. When the 2 people came out after dinner, they found that not only had the firewood been burned out, but even the remaining ashes had become completely cold. This is all because the temperature is too low. For a moment, it was hard to say whether the low temperature was a good thing or a bad thing. The 2 of them didn't dwell on this matter too much. They quickly took the cut potatoes and sweet potatoes and wrapped them in wood ash. After wrapping the potatoes and sweet potatoes, place them in a warm place and wait for them to sprout. Su Nian carried her potatoes and sweet potatoes back home. When she passed the stairs, she looked down. The stairs were empty, no one was there. It may be because of the variety, or it may be that the temperature is more suitable. A day later, when Su Nian went to look at the potatoes and sweet potatoes again, she could see tender green shoots sprouting out of them. Even though there were a lot of green leafy vegetables in Su Nian's space, he couldn't help but smile when he saw these tender little green sprouts. After looking at the snow-covered world for too long, everyone would like such fresh green. After all, it represents hope. From that day on, Su Nian would look at the potatoes and sweet potatoes every day. After 5 days, the small sprouts have grown into tender leaves and can be transplanted. Jing Mo brought back 4 bottles of nutrient solution in total and gave 2 to Su Nian. Su Nian poured water into the logistics box, prepared the nutrient solution according to the proportion, and poured it in. Only then were the potato and sweet potato seedlings carefully placed in. Su Nian placed the 6 boxes in a row against the wall, and she was already imagining how lush and green they would look. Because there is something to do every day, Su Nian never goes out except occasionally teaching Jing Mo how to cook. As time went by, the potatoes and sweet potatoes grew rapidly. Only at this time did Su Nian deeply understand what a new variety was. At this rate of growth, Su Nian feels that the potatoes should be ripe for picking in less than a month. Compared with the growth rate before the end of the world, it is indeed very fast. After Su Nian harvested the potatoes, he also heard the news from Jing Mo. In the supermarket at the base, the prices of potatoes and sweet potatoes were originally relatively high, because the quantities grown were not enough. But after a while, the price came down and it was promoted throughout the base. Now, everyone in the base who has the conditions is growing sweet potatoes and potatoes. Potatoes and sweet potatoes can be cooked directly, stir-fried, or processed into potato flour or sweet potato vermicelli. Sweet potatoes can even be ground into flour and made into sweet potato flour buns. There are so many ways to eat it, so you don't have to worry about getting tired of it. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are already very cheap. 1 contribution point can buy 1 kilogram. Jing Mo said, deliberately showing a helpless smile, I originally thought that I could sell it to the base after planting it, but if I sell it now, I probably won't be able to make a profit, so I might as well keep it for myself. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian couldn't help but think of the dream she had. In her dream, she became a planting tycoon. But it turns out that dreams and reality are indeed the opposite. Su Nian had not originally planned to sell it, so naturally he did not feel any disappointment. Then keep it for yourself. I can make dried sweet potatoes. This can be eaten as a snack. Su Nian noticed that Jing Mo was a person who liked to eat snacks very much. But he should also be quite self-disciplined and exercise every day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have eaten so well and drank so well for more than a month without gaining any weight. Then teach me and I will do it with you. This month, Su Nian has truly realized how studious Jing Mo is. As long as it was something she taught her, Jing Mo didn't need her to say anything when he did it the second time. Not only is the procedure good, but the taste is even better than last time. It is not difficult to make dried sweet potatoes. Wash the sweet potatoes, put them in a pot and cook them for at least 2 or 3 hours. Don't take it out after cooking, leave it there with the lid on and let it cool down on its own. When the sweet potatoes are completely cool, take them out and cut them into long strips as thick as fingers. It can be sun-dried or oven-dried. There is no need to think about drying it because there is no sun at all now. Nian and Jing Mo both have ovens. They bake their own, and then take turns eating them. They find that there is not much difference in taste. Jing Mo took a bite of dried sweet potato and raised an eyebrow at Nian. You've been at home for more than a month, do you want to go out for a walk? Nian feels that he is a person who can stay at home very well. He has not gone downstairs for more than a month, but he does not feel bored at all. But before Nian could refuse, Jing Mo said, "Didn't you like that submachine gun before? I can teach you how to use it." Hearing this, Nian swallowed the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue and said, "Okay, when are we going? It's a bit late today, let's do it tomorrow morning." Good. After breakfast the next morning, Nian dressed neatly, carried his half-person high mountaineering bag and went out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Jing Mo walking out from the door opposite. They both curved their eyebrows at the same time and walked downstairs together. I walked all the way to the first floor and was about to walk out of the unit when I heard the door open. At the same time, a man's voice was heard. "Are you, Nian?" Upon hearing this, Nian immediately turned around and looked in the direction where the voice came from. "Who are you?" Except for Jing Mo, Nian did not exchange names with anyone else in the building. Now hearing his name being called out by someone else, Nian felt a little surprised but more alert. "Are you really Nian?" The boy said in surprise, taking a few quick steps, "I'm Wu Kongjian." "Wu Kongjian?" Nian frowned, not remembering who this person was. "We were high school classmates. We were in the same class in our senior year of high school, and I sat in the third row from the bottom. By the way, our head teacher at that time was also surnamed Wu. My classmates all called him Old Wu and jokingly called me Little Wu. Do you remember?" Chapter 70. After hearing what Wu Kongjian said, Nian had some impression. Perhaps for Wu Kongjian, their high school graduation was only 4 years ago, so he still remembers her as an old classmate. But for Nian, that happened 14 years ago, so it is normal that he suddenly didn't think about it. Nian didn't seem embarrassed at all, and just asked calmly, "What can I do for you? You remembered it, didn't you?" Wu Kongjian said in surprise. His feet moved faster, and he rushed towards Nian with open arms. "It's been 4 years since we last met. I thought we would never see each other again in this life, but I didn't expect to meet here." Before Wu Kongjian rushed to Nian, Nian had already taken the tang sword hanging on his backpack. Nian held the hilt in his hand, with the bottom of the scabbard pressed against Wu Kongjian's chest. "What do you want to do?" I didn't mean to do anything." Wu Kongjian's voice was full of innocence. "I just thought that we old classmates could still meet under such circumstances and hug each other. What's wrong with that?" Nian, that's a tang sword in your hand, right? I can tell it's a good sword by the scabbard. Where did you get it? When you were in school, you looked so quiet and gentle, but now you are so aggressive. It's all because of this damn apocalypse." Wu Kongjian's tone was very familiar, as if the two of them had a very good relationship in the past. However, at this moment, Nian has been seriously recalling his high school life. Wu Kongjian transferred to their class in his senior year of high school. At best, they were just nodding acquaintances. They had never even spoken to each other, so there was no friendship at all. Such an old classmate showed such enthusiasm as soon as they met, which made Nian very uncomfortable. Nian looked at the half-open door of the East Unit on the first floor and asked, "Do you live here?" "Yes." Wu Kongjian nodded with a smile, "I work in Rihe City. After the base was established, I came to the base with several classmates and colleagues and rented this house. So, even if Wu Kongjian was not one of the first people to arrive at the base, he was much earlier than Su Nian. At least Wu Kongjian was already there when Su Nian just moved in. Su Nian has lived here for a few months. Although he stays at home a bit, he does not stay at home at all. Why has she never seen Wu Kongjian greet her director before? Thinking of this, Su Nian looked at Wu Kongjian playfully. Do you have anything else to say? Wu Kongjian stared at Su Nian for a while, and his voice faded. Don't you want to talk to me? Your attitude has been indifferent since the beginning. I thought that in this situation, as old classmates, we could help each other and strive to live a better life. Now it seems that I thought too much. Speaking of this, Wu Kongjian smiled self-deprecatingly. Yes, just by looking at what you are wearing, I know you are living a good life. I have nothing here, and I can't help you in any way. It's only natural that you look down on me. Su Nian looked at Wu Kongjian with appreciation. It is important for a person to know himself. You are pretty good. Since there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying that, Su Nian turned and left. Jing Mo, who had been standing aside without saying a word, looked Wu Kongjian up and down and said, she's right. Although you don't have what you want, at least you have self-awareness. After Jing Mo finished speaking, he didn't give Wu Kongjian a chance to speak, and strode to catch up with Su Nian in front. Su Nian listened to the approaching footsteps and turned his head to look at Jing Mo. What are you talking to him about? Nothing, I just mean, you are right. Thinking of Wu Kongjian, Su Nian's brows turned cold. I had never greeted her before, but now she suddenly came out to recognize me. She would never believe that he had no purpose. And the man who was standing outside the fence gate and peeking out was the one who lived with Wu Kongjian. What happened today was most likely something that the two of them had discussed. Su Nian doesn't want any hidden dangers in her life, so she needs to get rid of these two people as soon as possible. This time, Jing Mo and Su Nian did not borrow the snowplow from the base. Jing Mo's car can clear the snow on the road. Although the speed is slower, it is not a big problem. When you ride in your own car, the compartment is big enough to hold more things and you will feel more comfortable. As soon as Su Nian opened the car door, he saw a gas stove and 2 iron pots in the trunk. There was also a box containing a submachine gun and a small box next to it. Su Nian thought it should be filled with bullets. Without waiting for Su Nian to ask, Jing Mo started to explain. I came down earlier this morning and put these things in the car first. The two got in the car, and after the temperature in the car rose a little, they drove out of the base. Outside the base, it was all white. Even the tree trunks turned white. The main road outside the base had been cleared by a snowplow, so it seemed that other cars had also left the base. Maybe it's to go on a mission, or maybe it's to go hunting. Jing Mo drove the car on the main road for a while and then turned onto a side road. They wanted to practice shooting, so of course they had to find a place farther away from the base. The car was originally very quiet, but soon Jing Mo's voice was heard. I went out to do some work a few days ago and met Captain Kong, who said the search and rescue mission was almost over. We have gone to all the places we could go, and brought back all the survivors. If it is farther away, the base will be powerless. After all, now is different from before the end of the world. If you want to go to a farther place, not to mention whether people can be rescued, it is also a problem whether those who are on the mission can come back alive. Although we need to rescue, we must also do it within our capabilities. After all, we are living in the end times and everyone's life is life. Su Nian didn't find this strange. In her previous life, she lived in a remote small base and never received any rescue. The rescue is over, and the restoration of network communications at the base is already on the agenda. Hearing this, Su Nian turned his head instantly and looked at Jing Mo with sparkling eyes. The words before the relationship are all preparation, this is the key point. Jing Mo glanced at Su Nian and said, it should take at most a month for the network to be restored. When Su Nian heard the exact time, her eyes curved into crescents with smile. Although she is really good at staying at home, there are also many entertainment videos to watch. But if network communication can be restored, it will be icing on the cake for her. Once network communication is restored, it will be much more convenient for us to contact each other. Jing Mo's voice was filled with laughter, and he was obviously in a very good mood. Su Nian was also very happy. I don't know if WeChat can still be used. If it can, I will add you as my friend. Chapter 71. Without waiting for Jing Mo to answer, Su Nian shook his head. But I think it's probably useless. After all, no one is maintaining it. Jing Mo didn't know what WeChat was, but that didn't matter. I heard from Captain Kong that the base has found a lot of talent in this area. They have developed a new program. When the network communication is restored, this new program will be used. After hearing Jing Mo's explanation, Su Nian was not surprised, but felt it was natural. In order for various programs to run, they need maintenance by staff. But now, the developers and maintainers of these programs are nowhere to be found, so it is of course a fantasy to want to use these programs. It is also imperative for the base to develop a new mini-program. The technology before the apocalypse is there, so it is not difficult to develop a program suitable for the current base. Su Nian was vaguely looking forward to it, wondering what the procedure would be like. As Su Nian was thinking, he noticed that the car was gradually slowing down. Jing Mo stopped the car and looked at Su Nian. It's almost here. Su Nian looked outside and found that the environment outside had not changed much. There is still endless white snow, and the tree trunks are all dyed white. The two men got out of the car and Jing Mo took out a submachine gun. Although Jing Mo was wearing gloves, the gloves did not affect the movements of his fingers. Jing Mo quickly disassembled the gun into its individual parts and explained them to Su Nian one by one. Su Nian listened carefully, his eyes following Jing Mo's hand closely. Jing Mo's voice was neither hurried nor slow, clear and pleasant. Not only was it very pleasing to the ear, but his explanations were also very clear. As Jing Mo reassembled the submachine gun, he looked at Su Nian. How is it? I'll try. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo put down his submachine gun and gave up his position. Su Nian stopped and stared at the submachine gun for a while, then raised his hands and disassembled the submachine gun bit by bit, repeating what Jing Mo had just said. From beginning to end, not a word is wrong. By the time Su Nian finished speaking, the submachine gun in his hand had been restored to its original state. Jing Mo clapped his hands, his eyes sparkling when he looked at Su Nian. Su Nian, you are awesome. Su Nian raised his chin towards Jing Mo. I think so too. Humility is a virtue, but admitting that you are great is also a very important self-confidence. During this month, Su Nian has not been idle. She downloaded a lot of things at the beginning, but in the past year or so, she only watched a little bit of it. After searching for a while, Su Nian found videos and books about thermal weapons. The current Su Nian is no longer the Su Nian who knew nothing about firearms. No matter what happens in this world, as long as you are willing to study hard and delve into it, you will always get the rewards you deserve for your efforts. Jing Mo looked at Su Nian with appreciation. It is important to recognize yourself. You must understand the weapon in your hand well enough to use it better. Now you know enough that I can teach you how to shoot. Su Nian has read a lot of theoretical knowledge about shooting. But there is still a certain difference between theory and practice. Fortunately, Jing Mo was there to give careful guidance, and Su Nian himself was not completely clueless, so it was only a matter of time for him to master it. When practicing shooting, there is no concept of time at all. Su Nian didn't feel tired, and even found it very interesting. This is a completely different feeling from when she uses the Tang sword. Only when he saw that more than half of the bullets in the box were gone did Su Nian stop with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. Why did you stop? Are you tired? Jing Mo asked with a smile. Su Nian shook his head. Not really, I just think it's about right. If you want to practice, there will probably be opportunities in the future. Bullets are precious, there is no need to waste them like this. Although Jing Mo didn't know what Su Nian was thinking, he quickly gave a suggestion. I heard from Captain Kong that now all the official and private teams in the base will come out to hunt. Although the weather was extremely cold, the number of wild animals increased dramatically. They were larger than before, with thicker skin and flesh, and were more ferocious. Researchers at the base have done research and found that not only have these wild animals changed in appearance, physical fitness, and personality, but also in the quality of their meat. Eating them has no effect on humans and tastes very good. Su Nian listened to Jing Mo quietly and felt that what he said before was not the point. The real focus is the last few sentences. So you want to hunt too? Su Nian asked. Jing Mo nodded. Now that we are out here, it would be a waste to go back with an empty car. Besides, it will be more helpful for you to practice shooting when hunting, don't you think? Jing Mo said so. What else could Su Nian say? Of course he agreed. The two returned to the car and Jing Mo took out a map. Su Nian looked at the map and saw some locations marked with red pen, which were obviously prepared in advance. Jing Mo pointed to a red dot and said, "This is where we are now. If we drive north for an hour, we will get here." Captain Kong said that we can often see various wild animals here. Seeing that Jing Mo had investigated everything, Su Nian said directly, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." The car started again and drove towards the destination marked by Jing Mo. Su Nian was able to tell directions because he had lived in this extreme cold with white snow everywhere for 2 years. But Su Nian discovered that Jing Mo also had a strong sense of direction. The road was covered with snow, but Jing Mo could still accurately find the direction and would not get lost. An hour later, the car slowly stopped. In the car, Su Nian and Jing Mo's expressions looked a little solemn. About 100 meters in front of them, there were 2 cars parked. If there were only 2 cars, there would be nothing unusual. But at this time, there were many wild boars surrounding the car. Looking at the number of wild boars, even Su Nian felt his scalp tingling. In such a cold weather, can wild boars reproduce so quickly? Su Nian said this in a low voice, not expecting any answer. But just as she finished speaking, she heard Jing Mo say, "Scientific research shows that their physical fitness has evolved to some extent, and they are not afraid of the current cold. Wild boars reproduce quickly, giving birth to 1 or 2 litters a year, with 4 to 12 cubs in each litter. Now, they are reproducing faster and are expected to have 3 or 4 litters a year." Su Nian. Jing Mo's answer was completely beyond her expectations, and the content of the answer shocked Su Nian even more. She is so fertile, she is worthy of being a sow. Chapter 72. Su Nian stared at the group of wild boars in front for a long time before slowly saying, "Not only are there more of them, but they are also growing much faster than before. That's how it should be." Su Nian turned to look at Jing Mo, "And you asked the most confusing question in your mind, what do they eat? If there is not enough food to eat, no matter how many piglets are born, they will not grow up." Su Nian remembered that wild boars were vegetarian animals, and they seemed to eat grass roots, leaves, fruits, etc. But in this kind of weather, there are no living plants outdoors. What do these wild boars eat? They don't eat meat at all, so why would they attack people? Jing Mo shook his head. "I'm not very clear about this. Captain Kong said that scientists are doing various studies on this. I think there will be a result soon." Hearing this, Su Nian nodded. Although curious, Su Nian also knew that now was not the time to talk about this. The 2 cars in front were surrounded by wild boars and were obviously unable to move forward. Su Nian asked Jing Mo, "What do you think about this?" Jing Mo raised his eyebrows. "If you want to try that submachine gun, we'll fire a few shots. If you don't want to try, let's just turn around and leave." Jing Mo has never been a pushover. He is a businessman and a qualified businessman. "I never think that if I have the ability, I should stand up for what is right and help others. If you want to help, help. If you don't want to help, leave." Su Nian touched the gun in his hand and said, "Then give it a try." "Okay. I'll turn the car sideways so you can shoot more easily." Jing Mo said this and turned the steering wheel in his hand. The car turned sideways, Su Nian lowered the window, and the silver muzzle of a gun extended out of the window. In the previous practice, all those bullets were certainly not wasted. Su Nian had never used any other submachine guns, so naturally he didn't know what other guns looked like. But the submachine gun in her hand did not have much recoil and was not heavy for her. Most importantly, it feels very good. Several shots were fired in succession, but no sound was made except the sound of bullets breaking through the air. Although the distance is quite far, the range is obviously longer. Nian could clearly see that several wild boars were hit in the head and fell to the ground on the spot. This sudden change made the wild boars panic and they rammed the two cars even harder. However, the wild boars soon discovered that the bullets were shot from behind and looked towards Nian. A wild boar spread its hooves and ran towards this side, followed by the other wild boars. Faced with these wild boars running towards him, Nian fired calmly. It was at this time that Nian truly felt the joy of the submachine gun. Just a burst of gunfire and it's over. As for how many hits can be made and whether bullets will be wasted, these are not considered at all at this time. No matter how ferocious a wild boar is, it cannot be unafraid of death. As more and more wild boars fell, the remaining ones screamed and scattered, running wildly in the snow, and soon disappeared without a trace. Nian put away the gun, turned to look at Jing Mo, and saw Jing Mo gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Nian raised his eyebrows. You taught me beautifully. Let's go and collect our spoils. Good. Jing Mo agreed and drove towards the wild boar's corpse. The car stopped and started, and two people had to get out and lift the wild boar on the ground into the car. Fortunately, the two of them were strong enough, otherwise they would not know what to do facing this heavy wild boar. Although the trunk space is large, the wild boar carcass is also large. After loading 6 wild boars, the trunk was filled to the brim. Jing Mo pointed to the roof of the car. There's still room for some more here. I brought some wire ropes, so the rest can be tied up and pulled from the back. Listening to Jing Mo's words, the smile in Nian's eyes grew deeper and deeper. Jing Mo's words were exactly what she was thinking. Not a single wild boar she killed would be wasted. She had to bring all of them back to the base and exchange them for contribution points. After driving to the side of the two cars, Nian and Jing Mo continued to clean up the wild boar carcasses on the ground. For Nian, practicing marksmanship and hunting wild boars are her main purposes. Saving the people in these two cars was just a side effect. They didn't beg her to save them, and she didn't even think about saving them. Therefore, Nian didn't care what these people in the car were thinking at this moment. After collecting all the spoils, it will naturally be time for them to return. However, at this moment, the doors of the two cars were pushed open one after another, and several people got out of the cars. Although he heard the sound of the car door opening, Nian didn't take it seriously. But just as these people stood still, someone walked towards Nian quickly. You were the one who fired the gun just now, right? I saw it all. You are so awesome. Thank you for saving us. Nian glanced at the girl who spoke calmly. I didn't save you on purpose. You are a girl? When I saw you shooting just now, I thought you were a boy. Although I have always thought that a girl shooting a gun with a heroic look must be very handsome, I have never seen it. Now that I see you, I know that what I thought before was right. It is really cool for a girl to be able to shoot a gun. By the way, my name is Yuan. What's your name? Are you a soldier? No. Nian was not a very warm-hearted person to begin with. After saying these two words, he winked at Jing Mo and prepared to continue cleaning up the wild boar's corpse. But Nian's cold attitude did not dampen Yuan's enthusiasm. Are you going to take these wild boars back to the base? Let us help you. I don't think your car can hold them all. Nian shook her head. No, we can take it back ourselves. The roof of your car is piled high, there's no room for more. Our car happens to be bigger, so there's still a lot of space inside. We can help you take it back. Are you afraid that we won't return the wild boar to you after you arrive at the base? In fact, you don't have to worry about this at all. We all know how to repay kindness and we are not that kind of people. Yuan has a clear voice and speaks quickly, and she chatters a lot. Nian felt a headache after hearing this, and looked straight at Yuan. I told you, we can take them back by ourselves. Saving you is not our goal, it's just a convenience. After saying that, Su Nian turned around and walked towards the other wild boar without caring about Qin Yuan's reaction. Seeing this, Jing Mo hurriedly followed. The two of them first lifted the wild boar to the back of the car, then tied up the wild boar with a wire rope and hung the other end on the car. Just after finishing the work, Su Nian turned around and saw two people working together to carry a wild boar towards their car. Chapter 73. Seeing this, Su Nian's eyes instantly turned cold. "What are you doing?" Hearing Su Nian's voice, Qin Yuan hurriedly explained, Don't be angry. We just saw that you might not be able to bring it back, so I wanted to help you transport it back. There's really no other meaning." Su Nian didn't bother to pay attention to Qin Yuan and walked straight towards the two people who were carrying the wild boar. She was very fast and soon she had surpassed the two men and was standing in front of them. "What are you doing?" The two men bent their backs and lifted a wild boar together. After hearing Su Nian's words, they raised their heads and looked towards Su Nian. However, he did not put down the wild boar in his hand. One of them looked Su Nian over and said, "It's a wild boar, can't you see it?" Another person also said, "Although you killed these wild boars, if it weren't for us, how could you have killed so many wild boars at once? No matter how you look at it, these wild boars are ours. Since you killed them, we are willing to suffer a little loss and let you take more away. You have already loaded so much in your car, the remaining ones are ours. Little sister, it's better not to be too greedy. You should know that you can't chew too much, and you should know how to be satisfied." Listening to the two of them singing the same tune, Su Nian's eyes were filled with dark currents, and his voice was a little colder than before. "Since you say so, I'll give you some wild boars back." "You, what do you mean?" Su Nian sneered, "What do you mean? I will find as many wild boars to surround you as there were wild boars surrounding you just now, and I guarantee that not a single one will be missing. How is it? Are you happy or not?" The two people never expected Su Nian to say this, and their eyes widened after hearing this. One of them reacted quickly and sneered, "Who do you think you are? You want the wild boar to come over, and the wild boar comes over." Another person echoed, "That's right. If you don't know, you would think you raised those wild boars." Listening to the two people's ridicule, Su Nian didn't say anything else, but pulled the steel wire rope hanging on his body. Seeing Su Nian's action, one of them realized that something was wrong. He immediately put down the wild boar and took 2 steps back, looking at Su Nian with vigilance. "What you up to?" The other man was unwilling to let go of the wild boar. "What are you afraid of? Will she dare to kill us?" Su Nian took the wire rope, took a step forward, and stood directly next to the boy who was still carrying the wild boar. Before he could react, the steel wire rope in Su Nian's hand had already been tied around his body. Su Nian learned how to tie knots in his previous life. Not to mention this situation, even if the boy was given enough time, he would not be able to break free. Su Nian pulled the other end of the rope towards the other boy. "No one who dares to steal my things can escape my sight alive. Do you think he will be the exception?" Being stared at by Su Nian with cold eyes, the boy panicked and turned around to run towards the car. As long as he runs into the car and closes the door tightly, Su Nian will definitely not be able to do anything to him. Qin Yuan, who was standing by, also ran forward and said, "Don't be angry, they just haven't eaten meat for a long time, and they were tempted when they saw so many wild boars. They really didn't mean to steal your things. Considering that everyone's life is not easy, please forgive them this time." After hearing Qin Yuan's words, Su Nian didn't even bother to look at her. Just because life is hard, can you blatantly steal other people's prey? It would be fine if she didn't feel grateful for being rescued, she didn't want any thanks in the first place. But it's really ridiculous that he didn't do anything and yet he still had the audacity to want to share her prey. "You are weak, so you are right? This is the end of the world, not just playing house." Although the boy ran very fast, he was obviously not as fast as Su Nian. When he was about to get into the car, Su Nian grabbed him by the collar. The boy pulled the car door with both hands, trying desperately to squeeze in, but Su Nian pulled him hard and he fell to the ground. Before the boy could get up again, Su Nian had already tied him up with a rope. The two boys were tied together, and the more they struggled, the tighter they were tied, and they rolled around on the ground. It looked like a fish out of water, jumping around non-stop but unable to get back into the water. At this point, the two people finally felt a little scared, but they were more angry. "Captain! We are all tied up, why are you still silent?" "That's right, Captain. This BCH is so arrogant, why don't you take action quickly? Get rid of her, and then get rid of that useless man, and their cars, weapons, and these wild boars will all be ours." Useless man Jing Mo. He didn't take action because he knew Su Nian was not the kind of person who liked others to interfere in his affairs. No matter facing provocation or humiliation from others, Su Nian would return it 100-fold on the spot. He stood aside and watched the show silently, which was the greatest support for Su Nian and also Su Nian's favorite way. How come when other people talk about him, he becomes a useless man? Jing Mo walked up slowly and said to Su Nian, "You heard it. He was the one who scolded me. I didn't mean to interfere in your affairs." Su Nian looked towards Jing Mo, "If he scolds you, what are you going to do? The tongue is redundant, so just cut it off." Jing Mo spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he was talking about today's weather. "And those hands, if you like to steal other people's things, just chop them off." Su Nian nodded, "It's all right. However, they said that I had stolen their wild boar, so I must return it to them. I hate owing others anything the most. When you cut their tongues later, the bloody smell will spread and maybe attract the wild boars back, and then you can return them to them." The two of them were chatting as if no one was around, while Qin Yuan was looking at them in horror. "You, how could you do this?" Su Nian looked at Qin Yuan after hearing this. "Then what do you think we should do? He stole my things, and I should give them to him with both hands? He scolds my people, and my people should just let him scold them, and even say that his scolding is good? That's not what I meant." Qin Yuan felt a little aggrieved. "We come out to hunt because life is not easy. If it's not easy for you, then it's easy for others? If it's not easy for you, then you can steal other people's things. Well, you already have so many. What if I give one to them? No matter how much I have, it's all mine. If I don't give it to anyone, I'll chop off their hand." After Su Nian finished speaking, he looked at Jing Mo, and saw that Jing Mo was still standing there without moving, and frowned slightly. "Why don't you do it?" Chapter 74. Jing Mo's eyes were a little wandering, as if his mind was distracted by something. It was not until he heard Su Nian's words that he finally came to his senses and looked towards Su Nian. Meeting Jing Mo's gaze, Su Nian subconsciously frowned. Jing Mo's eyes are naturally beautiful and very bright. Oftentimes, when they looked at each other, she could see the light in his eyes. But now, looking at Jing Mo's eyes, Su Nian still felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong with you?" Before Jing Moran spoke, he laughed first. "I think today is a good day and it's not appropriate to see blood. Su Nian, could you please take a look at the wild boar carcasses all over the ground before you say that?" Jing Mo didn't explain to Su Nian anymore, but looked at the other three people standing by the car. "Who is the captain among you?" One of them took a step forward. "I'm the captain, my name is Fang Xiang. Your team members made a mistake, and you, as the captain, did nothing about it." Fang Xiang laughed at himself. "We were originally a temporary team, and as the team leader, I have never had much say. They didn't listen to me when I said what to do, and they made their own decisions and made mistakes, so naturally I can't take the responsibility for them." Fang Xiang's answer was somewhat unexpected. The most unexpected one was Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was even more shocked than before. "Captain! Captain, how can you say such a thing? We are a small team. Although they made some mistakes, but No." Fang Xiang interrupted Qin Yuan and said, Yuan, I have told you many times that the current situation is different from before. Don't always think that whoever makes a mistake still has a chance to make amends. And don't think that as the captain, I have to bear the consequences for your stupid actions. Qin Yuan talked to him for a long time but couldn't say anything useful. Fang Xiang no longer paid attention to Qin Yuan, but looked at Jing Mo. I have no opinion on how you plan to deal with them. Thank you for what happened today. Although you said you didn't save us on purpose, I will remember your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. No need to wait until later. Jing Mo said, let's do it now. They are your team members after all. If they make a mistake, of course you, as the captain, should punish them. I hand them over to you, and you can do whatever you want with them. After that, Jing Mo walked to Su Nian and stretched out his hand to pull her sleeve. Hurry up and clean up the remaining wild boars. I have something to tell you. Su Nian always felt that Jing Mo was a little weird now, but hearing his anxious tone, thinking that he might really have something to do, she stopped worrying about it. Two people took steel wire ropes, tied up the remaining wild boars, and hung them on the back of the car. In other words, this car has enough power to carry so many wild boars. If I change the car, I guess even if I step on the accelerator to the bottom it won't move at all. After the car drove away for a distance, Su Nian looked at the rearview mirror and saw Fang Xiang walking towards the two people on the ground step by step. Then, Fang Xiang took out a knife and chopped off the hands of the two men. Qin Yuan was standing not far away, covering her eyes with her hands, her body trembling slightly. I don't know if she was scared or crying. Seeing this, Su Nian lost interest and looked away. These people said they were a team, but it seemed like their relationship wasn't solid. Just from what Fang Xiang said before, you can tell that he has a lot of opinions about those two people. What happened today probably gave him a legitimate excuse to exclude dissidents. As for Qin Yuan, whether she was truly naive or pretending to be soft-hearted, Su Nian just treated her as a joke. It has been so long since the end of the world, and those who have survived to this day must have their own way of survival, unless they are very well protected. Su Nian cannot fully understand or agree with other people's way of life, nor does he make any judgment. The only thing that concerns Su Nian now is Jing Mo, who has a strange attitude beside him. But Jing Mo was driving seriously and had no intention of talking, so Su Nian didn't say anything either. Su Nian has no lack of patience. Jing Mo drove back to the base as fast as he could and went straight to the service center. This car has attracted everyone's attention since it entered the base. Now there are many people going out hunting. After all, everyone wants to eat meat. In such a cold day, if you don't eat meat, your body will have no calories and you can't bear it. In the past, some people could bring back several or even dozens of prey at a time. But it is rare to see people like Su Nian and Jing Mo bringing back so many wild boars at one time. When they arrived at the service center, they weighed the wild boars and each of them earned another 4,000 contribution points. There were no wild boars in the car and they were inside the base, so the road conditions were better and Jing Mo drove faster. It didn't take long for the two to return to the small building. After entering the gate, Jing Mo finally spoke again. I have something to tell you, please follow me. Su Nian just frowned slightly and followed Jing Mo to his house. Jing Mo had been away from home for most of the day, and the charcoal in the stove in his bedroom was almost burned out. But Jing Mo had no intention of adding charcoal. Instead, he looked straight at Su Nian. You just said that I am yours. Su Nian waited for such a long time and finally Jing Mo spoke. But I never expected that Jing Mo would say something like this when he opened his mouth. Su Nian said this himself, and it hasn't been long since then, so of course he still remembers it. I said that because... Su Nian. Jing Mo interrupted Su Nian and said, listen to me first. Jing Mo's tone was so serious that Su Nian subconsciously stopped and just looked at him. Jing Mo took off the mask on his face so that Su Nian could see his expression clearly. Su Nian, you said I am yours, and in my heart, you are mine too. Su Nian also took off his mask and said, I think that the you who you think is mine and the you who I think is mine are not the same thing. Having known each other for such a long time and having collaborated so many times, we can be considered like-minded partners. Given the situation at the time, there shouldn't be any problem if I say you are mine, right? Jing Mo slowly shook his head, of course there is no problem. However, I still want to say that after knowing each other for so long and cooperating so many times, we are indeed like-minded partners. And, I want to always be your like-minded partner. As someone who had died once, Nian felt a little upset when he heard this, but he was not panicked. Nian quickly calmed down, looked at Jing Mo quietly, and asked softly, "What do you mean by this?" Chapter 75. I mean, I think we're a good match, can you be my partner? Nian. Even though he had guessed what Jingmo wanted to say, Nian's mind went blank for a moment after hearing these words. Nian had to admit that from the first time she met Jingmo until now, the two of them got along really well. Jingmo is good-looking and capable. It's not like the two of them can talk about everything, but at least when they are together, they don't feel awkward even if they don't talk, and it won't make Nian feel annoyed. In terms of personal ability, Jingmo is no worse than her. He is good at martial arts, a weapons dealer, knows all kinds of modifications, and has some black technology that Nian has never seen before. Nian is unwilling to deal with the base officials, but Jingmo has cooperated with the base and the relationship is very good. Both of them love to eat meat, and while they enjoy it, they will not lower their standards for themselves. No matter from which aspect, it seems that the degree of fit is quite high. Nian was still thinking about this when Jingmo spoke again. Nian, I want to introduce myself to you again. My name is Jingmo, and I am 32 years old. Nian looked at Jingmo in surprise. You are 32. Judging from Jingmo's appearance, he doesn't look like he is 32 years old. He said he is 23 years old, and Nian believed it. But if you think about Jingmo's way of dealing with people and the sophisticated temperament he occasionally exudes, it really suits his age. Seeing Nian's surprised look, Jingmo hurriedly said, "Although I am 32 years old, I am not old at all. In the interstellar world, evolved humans can generally live to 200 years old. I am a little more evolved than them, so I should be able to live to 300 years old." Listening to Jingmo's words, Nian raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, then circled around Jingmo again. "Am I dreaming, or are you still asleep?" Seeing Nian like this, Jingmo's eyes were filled with smile, but he tried his best to hold it back and explained seriously. "You are not dreaming, I am awake too. What I just said is true. I am an interstellar weapons dealer, and my daily life is reselling weapons on various planets. During a time travel, I don't know what went wrong with the spacecraft and I fell into your planet. The day I met you was the day I fell over. When I fell onto this planet, it was morning. I noticed something was wrong with the sunlight, so I found a place to hide, and I hid there for the entire day. I have a space, which is a weapon space. It can only be used to store weapons and does not contain any food or drink. At night, I saw many people setting up stalls in your community, so I took out some swords from the weapon space and sold them. I waited for a long time, and you were the only one who stopped by my stall." Listening to Jingmo's words, Nian also recalled what happened that day. It's not that long ago, just over a year ago. Listening to Jingmo's words, Nian even had a vivid feeling. "You may still not believe me, I can prove it to you." As he spoke, Jingmo raised his hand. Jingmo had taken off his gloves, and his white palms were empty. However, a moment later, a silver-white pistol appeared in his palm. "I have all the weapons you like." Jingmo said this, put the pistol on the square table, and took out a submachine gun. Then, Jingmo took out various guns. Some of these were things Nian had seen in videos or books, while others were things she had never seen before. Jingmo even took out a gun barrel and carried it on his shoulder with one hand. "Do you like this? Just one shell is enough to blow to pieces those wild boars we encountered before. But I think the destructive power is too strong. The wild boar was blown to pieces and there is no way to pull it back to exchange for contribution points. But if you like it, we'll use this next time." Listening to Jingmo's chattering, always calling him we, Nian somehow felt like laughing. Nian's eyes curved. "You told me all your secrets. If I don't agree to be your partner, will you kill me?" Jingmo shook his head repeatedly. "Of course not. Why? I think you would agree. I don't smoke, drink, gamble, or commit domestic violence. It can be a humanoid machine to protect you, or it can be a household appliance to be protected by you. You don't like dealing with official people at the base, but I can make up for this shortcoming and ensure that you get first-hand information. If you want to stay at home, I can cook with you, study food, and grow vegetables and fruits. If you want to go outside for hunting, I can drive you there, give you a gun, load the bullets, and pick up the prey. No matter from which aspect, I should be the one who shares the same ideals with you. Even though I said all that, it's not romantic at all. But I can swear with my life that I, Jing Mo, will be absolutely loyal to you, Su Nian, and will never betray you. After living for 10 years in the apocalypse, what Su Nian wants most is no longer a sweet little love, nor the romance brought by chocolates and flowers. There was nothing romantic about Jing Mo's words that expressed his feelings. But what Su Nian values most is absolute trust and loyalty that will never betray. Su Nian raised her eyes and met Jing Mo's gaze directly. How can I trust you? As soon as Su Nian finished speaking, Jing Mo put away the cannon and had a knife in his hand. Jing Mo took the knife and quickly cut his palm, and blood gushed out instantly. Jing Mo raised his injured hand, his expression serious, and spoke word by word. I, Jing Mo, swear by the interstellar covenant to be Su Nian's partner and to be faithful to him forever. If there is any violation, the whole galaxy will punish them together. As Jing Mo's voice fell, Su Nian saw a flash of blue light in front of his eyes, as if he was photographed. Just as I was wondering, I saw a blue panel appear in the air in front of me. The interface on the panel is very similar to a forum. The top one is the video of Jing Mo swearing while holding up his injured palm. Su Nian is also in the video, and her profile can be clearly seen. Su Nian stared at it for a while and nodded in appreciation. The pixels are very good. The video is so high definition that even the tiny hairs on her face can be seen clearly. Now, are you willing to trust me? Are you willing to be my partner? Su Nian raised her head slightly, looked into Jing Mo's eyes, and asked instead of answering, You've revealed all your secrets to me, don't you have anything else to ask me? When you agree to be my partner, I will have a long time to get to know you and can listen to you slowly. So, Su Nian, do you agree? Chapter 76. I promise. Perhaps Su Nian agreed too readily. After hearing Su Nian's answer, Jing Mo stood there and stared at Su Nian for a long time. Did you really agree? Su Nian smiled and nodded, really. She is not the kind of person who would talk nonsense about such things. Since you have agreed, you really agree. Just like Jing Mo just said, no matter from which perspective, they are the most suitable like-minded people. That. Jing Mo scratched his head with his good hand, then I'll make a meal to celebrate. What kind of meat do you want? Su Nian. At the critical moment, it still has to be you. Jing Mo is worthy of being the meat-loving Jing Mo. The first thing he thought of at this time was eating meat. Su Nian glanced at Jing Mo's injured hand and asked, Don't you want to treat your injury? Jing Mo spread his hand flat and looked at it carefully. It's okay. This injury will heal soon. Please sit down and let me help you deal with it. Su Nian said. Good. Jing Mo sat down subconsciously, then belatedly prepared to stand up. I'll go find the medicine box. Need not. Su Nian held Jing Mo's shoulders and sat down next to Jing Mo. Put away the weapons on the table. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo cleaned up the weapons on the table and continued to look at Su Nian in confusion. Su Nian put his hand on the table, and the next second, a medicine box appeared at hand. I have a space, too. Su Nian said as he opened the medicine box and took out hydrogen peroxide to disinfect Jing Mo's wound. The wound is quite deep, so it needs to be disinfected carefully. After using hydrogen peroxide, Su Nian opened the iodine tincture and carried out a second disinfection. Just as he was about to sprinkle some Yunnan Biao, Su Nian stopped again. You. Xing, do you have any better external medicine? Interstellar technology is so advanced, so medicine should be quite advanced as well. If you are injured, just lie down in the capsule and you will recover in no time. Where's the capsule? I don't have any right now. That doesn't amount to talking nonsense. Su Nian felt a little amused and helpless. He sprinkled Yunnan Bio on the wound and carefully wrapped it with gauze. Fortunately, the weather is cold now, so the wound is not easily infected. Be careful not to get it wet, and I will change the dressing for you every day. Jing Mo sat there obediently, listening carefully to Su Nian's instructions, and nodded at the end, I know. I will be obedient. Su Nian put the things back into the medicine box, gently closed the lid, looked directly into Jing Mo's eyes, and continued what he had not finished just now. I also have a space, which I discovered before the end of the world. I spent almost all my money and bought a lot of supplies to put in the space. You just said you wanted to eat meat to celebrate? What kind of meat do you want to eat? But you are injured, so you can't eat sour, spicy, or fish. How about tomato brisket? After saying the last sentence, Su Nian had already put the medicine box back into the space and took out a pot of tomato beef brisket. The tomato beef brisket was still steaming, and as soon as it was taken out, the aroma filled the noses of both people. Let's have some sweet and sour pork, roasted eggplant, some tofu, and some mushroom meatball soup. The staple food includes rice, noodles, buns, and pancakes. Which one do you want to eat? Su Nian asked, but didn't wait for Jing Mo's answer. She couldn't help but look at Jing Mo strangely. Why don't you speak? Jing Mo closed his eyes and said, I was just wondering if this was a dream. Su Nian laughed out loud when he heard this. Do you want me to pinch you and let you see if this is a dream or not? No, no. Jing Mo shook his head repeatedly. To be honest, I can't even dream about these delicious foods. After all, I've never eaten them. Jing Mo's words made people feel somewhat pitiful. So what staple food are you going to eat? If you don't start eating now, the food will get cold. Rice. Su Nian nodded, but did not rush to take out the rice. Instead, he took out a basin of warm water from the space and said, wash your hands first. Su Nian said this as she put both of her hands in the basin. Looking at Jing Mo's uninjured hand, she pulled it over and helped wash it. After washing and drying his hands and putting the basin aside, Su Nian took out 2 bowls of rice and they began to eat. After taking a bite, Jing Mo gave a thumbs up, delicious. Your cooking is still the best. Su Nian continued eating and smiled as he replied, I didn't do this. I bought this at a restaurant before the end of the world. After saying that, Su Nian gave Jing Mo a sly look. Originally, Su Nian thought that Jing Mo might be somewhat embarrassed, or try to make up for it. However, Jing Mo said very naturally, that's also because you bought it. Su Nian, that's not wrong. There were countless restaurants before the end of the world, and she didn't buy from just any random one. She must have bought some from a certain restaurant because the food there was delicious and stored them in her space. There were 4 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 bowls of rice, all eaten up by the 2 of them. Jing Mo wanted to wash the dishes after dinner, but Su Nian stopped him. How can you wash the dishes with your hands? I just told him not to get the wound wet, has he forgotten that? But Jing Mo walked to the shelf and took out a pair of silicone dishwashing gloves from it. I can wash dishes with gloves on. Jing Mo put on gloves and cleaned up the dishes very quickly. It's just a minor injury, it's not a big problem, we can do what we need to do. Don't worry, I have a strong physique and this injury will heal in 3 days. Seeing that Jing Mo had finished brushing, Su Nian simply said nothing and just sat there quietly. The dishes and chopsticks were quickly washed and placed back on the square table. Do you want to put it away? It might be useful later. Su Nian put away the dishes without any hesitation. The 2 of them sat face to face, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Although no one spoke, they looked at each other and didn't feel awkward. Su Nian's eyes were fixed on Jing Mo's face, and then they slowly moved up to his hair. Do all people in the StarCraft have this hair color? No, we have all kinds of colors. What color do you like? This color on your hair is quite good. The silver hair really adds a lot to Jing Mo's already exquisite appearance. Jing Mo looked at Su Nian's hair and admired it sincerely, the color on your head looks good too. Listening to Jing Mo's words, although I knew that Jing Mo was sincerely praising me, I always felt that something seemed strange. Nian decided to end the mutual praise session. You didn't kill those two people before, aren't you afraid of leaving some hidden dangers? Chapter 77. I just think that Fang Xiang won't let me down. Facts have proved that he did not disappoint me. Of course, if he hadn't done it, I would have stopped the car and gone back. Before asking this question, Nian already had a guess in his mind. Now hearing Jing Mo's answer, it was indeed similar to what she had guessed. I prefer to do it myself. Nian said, don't leave so hastily next time. Jing Mo nodded, I'll listen to you next time. Thinking about it now, Jing Mo himself felt like laughing. He was just shocked by what Nian said at the time and just wanted to come back and confess to Nian as soon as possible. He didn't think too much about anything else. However, this kind of thing will probably only happen once, and it will definitely not happen again in the future. Nian took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you want to take a rest? Jing Mo heard this and instantly understood what Nian meant. He nodded immediately and said, we need to take a nap. You should go back and have a rest too. Let's have dinner together tonight. Okay, let's have dinner together tonight. After the agreement was reached, Nian stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, he stopped again, took out an iPad from the space, and handed it to Jing Mo. There are a lot of videos in here that you can watch. You can use it to kill time. Although Nian doesn't know what type of videos Jing Mo watched when he was in StarCraft, but with so many TV series, movies, and variety shows downloaded on an iPad, there must be one that he is interested in, right? After returning to her home and closing the door to block Jing Mo's sight outside, Nian let out a sigh of relief and walked quickly towards the bedroom. Entering the bedroom, Nian was not idle. First, take out the red-hot charcoal in the space, put it into the stove, and then turn on various heating devices. Then I changed my clothes and shoes, and cleaned up the house. After being busy for a while, until there was nothing left to do, Nian sat down on the mat and leaned into the arms of the teddy bear. He didn't feel it before, but now that he was alone and going over what happened before in his mind, Nian felt that he was really a little drunk at that time. Nian, who has never been in love in his past or present life, has no idea how other people's love begins. But the way Jing Mo just now didn't seem like he was confessing his feelings, there was always a sense of blood oath in it. Thinking of this, Nian couldn't help but laugh softly. Regardless, she had no regrets. As for how to get along in the future, just let it go naturally. After realizing this, Nian suddenly felt relieved. What makes Nian even happier is that now that she and Jing Mo have confessed to each other, they can use the space without restraint in the future. This way, when they go out, there is no need to carry large and small bags down from upstairs, so as to avoid attracting other people's attention. Thinking of this, Nian was looking forward to the next hunting trip. Just thinking about it, you will know that the next time you go out, you will definitely be more comfortable than every time you leave the base. Nian had no idea what she had done throughout the afternoon. When she came to her senses, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock. Thinking of the appointment she had with Jing Mo to have dinner together in the evening, Nian simply put on a military coat, changed his shoes, and went to Jing Mo's place. As soon as I knocked on the door, I heard hurried footsteps from inside, and then the door was opened from the inside. The two smiled at each other, but neither spoke. It's too cold outside, so it's better to talk about anything in the bedroom. Nian had been to this bedroom many times before. But this time when he came in, Nian felt free to look around the whole room. After observing the room, Nian came to only one conclusion: the room was too cold. It's not that the temperature in this room is low, but that this room is empty, everything is dark, and the walls and floors are not treated, so it makes people feel a little cold just looking at it. Nian turned to look at Jing Mo. I still have a lot of floor and wall stickers in my space, do you want to decorate the room? Just like in your room? Jing Mo asked back. It can't be said to be exactly the same. There are many colors for floor and wall stickers, you can use whichever you like. Then I'd better use the same color as you. Hearing this, Su Nian didn't ask anything, but just said, then put away all these things in your room first. Good. Seeing Jing Mo agreed so readily, Su Nian didn't say any more nonsense. Except for the stove, she put everything else into the space. Su Nian took out the clip-on floor and the wall stickers, briefly explained the installation method to Jing Mo, and the two of them started working together. The bedroom is not big to begin with, and now that there are two of us working together, the process goes even faster. An hour later, the whole room was transformed. The original wood-colored floor and white wall stickers make the whole house look much brighter and warmer. Su Nian took out all of Jing Mo's furniture and placed them in their original positions. Before, they ate at a small square table and sat on two solid wood square stools, which were simple and didn't even have a backrest. When there is no better way, Su Nian certainly won't complain. But now the situation is different. Su Nian naturally wants to change to a more comfortable table and chair. After all, they will probably sit together to eat more and more often in the future, so comfortable tables and chairs are still very important. Jing Mo had no objection to Su Nian's decision to change the table and chairs. Change to whatever you like. Su Nian tilted her head and looked at him. What if you don't like it? Jing Mo shook his head seriously. That's impossible. I like everything you like. This was the first time Su Nian heard Jing Mo say such words. She didn't feel shy or blush. Instead, she looked at Jing Mo with some curiosity. Somehow, a sentence that was very popular on the internet before the end of the world emerged in Su Nian's mind. I don't know how many surprises you have. At this moment, Su Nian also said the same thing to Jing Mo. Thinking so in his mind, Su Nian also said so. After saying that, without waiting for Jing Mo to react, Su Nian started laughing first. Seeing that Su Nian couldn't stop laughing, Jing Mo felt a little confused and didn't quite understand what Su Nian was laughing at. Su Nian laughed for a long time before she gradually stopped laughing. Are you curious about what I'm laughing at? Facing Su Nian's sparkling eyes, Jing Mo nodded decisively, yes. Then let's watch a drama together while we eat. You'll know after we finish watching it. Chapter 78. Starting from dinner that night, Su Nian began to play The Legend of Shen Huan on her iPad. I have to say, classics are classics. No matter how many years have passed, no matter how many times I have seen it, I can still enjoy it when I watch it again. In the past, Su Nian watched it alone, and occasionally he would click on the barrage to see what netizens were saying. Although there is no barrage now, there is Jing Mo by my side. When seeing Fat Orange say that classic line, Su Nian looked at Jing Mo with a smile. Do you know what I'm laughing at now? Jing Mo nodded seriously, got it. As he spoke, Jing Mo looked thoughtful, as if he was thinking about something important. After a while, Su Nian heard Jing Mo say, I thought about it carefully, and I do have many surprises that you don't know about. But it doesn't matter, there is still a long time to come, and you will eventually find out. Su Nian was originally joking with Jing Mo, but after hearing Jing Mo's serious confession of his feelings, she put away her smile. Okay, there's still plenty of time later, I'll take my time. The two did not stay at home all the time. After watching The Legend of Shen Huan, they decided to leave the base again. This time when they went out, they each carried a mountaineering bag and went downstairs. Although the backpack looks bulging, there is nothing heavy in it and it feels light when carried. It feels good to travel light, but Su Nian is somewhat not used to it. Su Nian took out the Tang sword, hung it on his backpack, felt the weight, and then nodded with satisfaction. This weight is just right. Jing Mo just watched with a smile and didn't say much. Only after Su Nian said it was okay did the two go downstairs. As soon as I went down to the first floor, I saw the door of the east house suddenly opened and Wu Kongjian walked out. The moment he saw Wu Kongjian, Su Nian immediately frowned. She didn't go downstairs during this period and didn't pay any attention to Wu Kongjian. Unexpectedly, Wu Kongjian was squatting on her. She had just come down from upstairs when he opened the door and walked out. Su Nian. Wu Kongjian's voice was full of surprise. I was just about to go out when I ran into you. What a coincidence. Su Nian chuckled. how can it not be a coincidence if it's man-made? Wu Kongjian was stunned when he heard this. Man-made? Su Nian, what do you mean by this? Do you think that I heard you coming downstairs, so I opened the door on purpose? There's not even a peephole on this door, how would I know it was you coming downstairs? We are classmates after all, isn't it a bit too much for you to speculate about me like this? Looking at the angry Wu Kongjian, Su Nian raised an eyebrow and said, since I'm going this far, you should stop recognizing me as your old classmate. From now on, the road is wide and we can each go our separate ways. Just pretend we don't know each other. After Su Nian finished speaking, Wu Kongjian stood there with his eyes wide open and his neck stretched out. It looked like an old hen with its neck strangled. Not wanting to say any more to Wu Kongjian, Su Nian turned around and was about to leave. However, Wu Kongjian took 2 quick steps and blocked Su Nian. Why are you so angry? I was just angry for a moment and said a few extra words. Don't take it personally. We are old classmates, and we have a long way to go in the future. We may need to help each other someday. Why should we become strangers? In this world, it's always better to have more friends, right? Don't you think so? Su Nian gave Wu Kongjian a mocking look and said, I would rather have one more stranger than having more friends who are playing tricks on me. Su Nian, you. This is totally unreasonable. Wu Kongjian said angrily, swung his hand violently, turned around and strode into the house, slamming the door shut. Hearing the bang, Su Nian frowned. The noise is too loud and it is really disturbing to others. Let's go too. Su Nian said to Jing Mo. The two of them walked out of the stairwell together and slowly walked towards the parking lot. On the way, Jing Mo asked Su Nian, why do you feel like talking to him so much? I can't kill him with one blow, can I? Speaking of this, Su Nian was somewhat helpless. Su Nian felt that Wu Kongjian had bad intentions and must have a purpose in approaching her. But now he just said a few more words, trying to get close to me, but he didn't really do anything. If she kills someone just for this, what's the difference between her and a killing machine? Since the end of the world, all the people Su Nian killed were those who posed a threat to her and wanted to harm her. Others didn't do anything, but she just killed someone, and the meaning of the matter changed completely. Su Nian will not be a saint, but she will not overindulge herself either. Jing Mo's eyes softened as he listened to Su Nian's words. The two had already gotten into the car while they were talking. As soon as they got in the car, Jing Mo took out the silver-white stove and placed it under the back seat. He also explained to Su Nian, turn this on and the car will warm up quickly. Su Nian glanced back and suddenly thought of something, when we were at the resort before, when I went to sleep that night, did you open this? Jing Mo looked at Su Nian in surprise, did you see it? No, I just felt quite warm. I didn't think much about it at the time, but now that I see you take this thing out, I guessed it. Just as Jing Mo said, it didn't take long for the temperature in the car to rise and it quickly became warm. Because the temperature inside the car increases, the car can be easily started. The two of them left the base this time mainly to practice shooting and go hunting. If you stay at home for too long, you will get bored, so you can go out and get some fresh air. As soon as he drove to the gate of the base, Jing Mo slowly stopped the car. Su Nian still felt strange, but before she could ask, Jing Mo rolled down the car window and shouted to the car next to him, Captain Kong. As Jing Mo finished speaking, the rear window of the car next to him slowly lowered. There were two people sitting in the back row, both wrapped tightly, but Su Nian still recognized who was Kong Jianming from his eyes. Jing Mo, you guys are going out too? Are you going on a gathering mission? Kong Jianming's words made Su Nian and Jing Mo a little confused. Jing Mo directly asked, collection mission? What to collect? You don't know? Then why did you go out? Are you going hunting again? At this point, Kong Jianming's eyes became complicated when he looked at Jing Mo. Others may not know, but he knows it very clearly. There are at least tens of thousands of contribution points on Jing Mo's card. Others in this base may not be able to afford or eat meat, but Jing Mo is definitely not one of them. He is already so rich, but instead of just lying down at home and eating and drinking, he always goes out hunting. What kind of spirit is this? Chapter 79. Jing Mo saw the change in Kong Jianming's eyes clearly, but he didn't take it to heart. Captain Kong, what exactly is this collection mission you just mentioned? Hearing Jing Mo's question again, Kong Jianming collected his thoughts and explained seriously, "Didn't I tell you before that scientists are studying what those wild boars eat? Now there are results. This time we went out, we wanted to collect more of the things that wild boars eat, to see what they are and whether humans can eat them. This mission sounds interesting and doesn't seem dangerous. But if you really think it is not dangerous, you are totally wrong. Since it is food for wild boars, the surrounding area might be the habitat of wild boars. If they go there, they may very likely run into a herd of wild boars." Jing Mo turned his head and looked at Su Nian. "How about it? Do you want to go and have a look?" Hearing Jing Mo's question, Su Nian didn't hesitate at all. Go. Whether it was these rampant wild boars or the plants that grew in this kind of weather and temperature, these were things Su Nian had never heard of in his previous life. She wants to go and see. Just when Su Nian said that he was going, Kong Jianming's voice came over. "You two are going out hunting too, why don't you join us? Don't worry, you won't be working for nothing. You will be given the contribution points you deserve. If you encounter wild boars, all the wild boars you kill will belong to you." Listening to Kong Jianming's words, Jing Mo gave Kong Jianming a thumbs up and said, "Captain Kong is still so particular in his work. In that case, let's go together. You go in front and we follow behind." Kong Jianming reached out and handed over a walkie-talkie. "If you need anything, use the walkie-talkie." Jing Mo took the intercom, closed the car window, watched Kong Jianming and his friend's car drive up to the front, then he slowly followed. There are some advantages to following behind Kong Jianming and his team's car. At least you don't need to clear the road yourself, which can save a lot of fuel. On the way, Su Nian couldn't help but frown and think deeply. Since my rebirth, although the general direction is the same as in my previous life, when I think about it carefully, there are still many deviations in many small details. Especially with so many ferocious wild animals and those unknown plants, it is no longer a small deviation. Su Nian couldn't help but wonder, was it because she was too isolated from the news in her previous life, or was all this now the butterfly effect brought about by her rebirth? Su Nian is not a person who worries too much. After thinking for a while and not figuring it out, Su Nian did not continue to think about it. There's no point in thinking about it any further, it's just making things difficult for myself. It's better to adjust your mood and wait for things to develop. As long as she lives long enough, Su Nian believes that she will be able to understand what is going on. When Su Nian was lost in thought, Jing Mo's eyes would occasionally fall on her. Seeing her furrowed brows and slightly solemn eyes, I would also worry whether she was thinking about something difficult. But from beginning to end, Jing Mo didn't make a sound to interrupt. Seeing that Su Nian had calmed down, Jing Mo said, "You said, the wild boar has become so ferocious, with thick skin and flesh, and its physique has also changed. Could it have something to do with that unknown plant?" Su Nian didn't expect that the first question Jing Mo asked would be this. But thinking carefully about Jing Mo's question, Su Nian couldn't help but follow this line of thought. If there is a relationship, can people eat it? Will there be some changes in their physical constitution after eating it? When Su Nian said this, his voice was very soft, but every word he said seemed to explode in his mind. "Don't think too much," Jing Mo said softly. "Once we bring the stuff back to the base, I think the scientists will be able to figure it out soon. We just have to wait and see." "You're right." Su Nian looked straight ahead with a gleam in his eyes. Maybe she had never heard of it in her previous life, or maybe it was the butterfly effect brought about by her rebirth. If this plant really has the effect of changing physical constitution and humans can eat it, then more people should be able to survive. The continuous natural disasters are a punishment from nature. But is there a glimmer of hope in this punishment? In addition to the snowplow that led the way, Kong Jianming and his team drove a total of 3 cars, with Jing Mo driving at the end. The convoy drove for 3 or 4 hours. During this period, the convoy never stopped. In the middle of the journey, Nian wanted to replace Jing Mo and drive by herself, but was rejected by Jing Mo. Jing Mo didn't stop his car until he saw the car in front slowly stop. The two of them packed up briefly and got out of the car. In order to facilitate movement, none of them carried large mountaineering bags, but only a shoulder bag each. The shoulder bag is not small and can hold a lot of things. This way, if the two of them need to use weapons, they will at least have a reasonable reason to take them out. Nian also brought a tang sword and hung it on his shoulder bag. When the two of them packed up and got off the car, Kong Jianming and others had already got off the car, and Kong Jianming was assigning tasks to them. Seeing Nian and Jing Mo coming over, Kong Jianming said, "I have also divided the groups. You two will join me in a while." Nian and Jing Mo had no objection to Kong Jianming's arrangement. After a while, their group of more than 10 people dispersed and walked in different directions in groups of 4. On the way, Kong Jianming took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Jing Mo. This was taken by the person who came to investigate the situation first. The fruit looks like this. The white ball is the size of a baby's fist, with no flowers or leaves, and just grows bare on the white vines. All you see is white, and it is really not easy to find something. When you look for it later, don't stare at the snow for too long, or you'll hurt your eyes. Knowing that Kong Jianming cared about them, Nian and Jing Mo listened and agreed seriously and thanked him. Nian looked at the photo in his hand carefully before handing it back to Jing Mo. After Jing Mo received the photo from Kong Jianming, he handed it to her directly without her having time to look at it carefully. Jing Mo took the photo and looked at it carefully while walking. After looking at it for a while, he returned the photo to Kong Jianming. They walked slowly, and everyone bent down to look at the ground, searching for traces of the white fruit. Maintaining this posture for a long time is extremely uncomfortable. Not only will your waist and neck ache, but staring at the snow all the time will also be very uncomfortable. Nian stood up straight, closed his eyes, and felt that this was not a solution. Chapter 80. Are you tired? Jing Mo asked. Nian turned to look at Jing Mo. I am a little tired, but I feel that the method we are using now is a little stupid. Jing Mo agreed very much. I think it's pretty stupid too. If you keep searching like this, even if you're not blind, your back will break. Nian curled his eyes. Jing Mo, do you know that there is something called a plow? Is it something that was used to plow the fields long ago? Yes. What's the difference between this snow and the crop field? It would be much faster to use a plow than the way we are doing now. The two of them spoke loudly, and Kong Jianming, who was standing nearby, also heard it. Kong Jianming stood up straight and pounded his hands behind his waist twice. I just wanted to complete the mission and didn't even think about using my brain. This little girl is really smart. But now, where can we get a plow and a rake? If we go back to the base to get it, we won't be able to get anything done today. We don't have a plow now, but we have wire ropes and iron rods in our car, so we can make one now. Nian said. Real? Kong Jianming's eyes changed when he looked at Nian. Come on, let's go get the things now. Jing Mo's tone was polite, but his refusal was also very straightforward. Captain Kong doesn't need to go. Nian and I can go get it. Kong Jianming didn't feel unhappy at all when he heard this. Things are different now than they were before. People in the past paid attention to personal privacy, and people now pay more attention to personal privacy. Kong Jianming was just too happy, so he said that. Now that he was rejected by Jing Mo, he calmed down and said, okay, then we'll wait. Nian and Jing Mo turned around and walked back. They walked to the side of the car and opened the trunk. There is a steel wire rope in the trunk, but of course there is no iron rod. Nian took out iron rods from the space, and he and Jing Mo each held some, and then took the steel wire rope, then closed the car door and went to find Kong Jianming and the others. When the two of them returned, they saw that those people who had dispersed before had come back again. They must have been called back by Kong Jianming. Due to material limitations, they certainly had no way of actually making a plow. But it doesn't matter if it's not a plow or harrow, as long as it can be used, it doesn't matter what shape it is or what it's called. When doing it, Nian and Jing Mo don't have to do it. Due to limited materials, only 2 were made. Kong Jianming divided the people into 2 teams and plowed the snow in 2 directions. With too many people and too few tools, Nian and Jing Mo had nothing to do. They just walked slowly beside Kong Jianming and listened to him talk about the latest research in the base. I don't know if it's because of Jing Mo, but Nian discovered that Kong Jianming spoke without any scruples and would mention all kinds of research results. If Jing Mo asked, he would explain in detail. After walking like this for about an hour, I finally heard some different sounds. Captain! We've found something! Hearing this, Kong Jianming shut up instantly and walked quickly towards the direction where the voice came from. Nian and Jing Mo did the same and quickened their pace to catch up. The originally smooth snow surface was turned into a mess by the hard plow, and one could clearly see white vines in the snow. Although the vine is the same color as the snow, the roots are very thick, almost as thick as Nian's little finger. Once it is turned out from the snow pile, it can still be seen clearly at a glance. As Kong Jianming lifted up the vine, the white fruits were also lifted up and swayed in the air with Kong Jianming's movements. There was snow on it, but it fell off during the shaking process. Kong Jianming picked 2 fruits and handed them to Nian and Jing Mo. You can also take a look, but don't eat them. Nian and Jing Mo certainly didn't want to eat it, but after hearing Kong Jianming's instructions, they still agreed. I don't know if it's because of his identity or his age, but Nian found that Kong Jianming is still very worrying. It's like a good-tempered elder who shows appropriate concern but doesn't annoy others. Nian lowered her eyes and looked at the fruit in her hand. The white fruit feels hard when held in the hand through gloves. I don't know if it was like this originally or if it was frozen. The entire fruit is white, and if you look inside where it is connected to the vine, you can see that the inside is also white. Nian brought the fruit close to her nose and lifted the mask a little, and could smell a slight sweet scent. This fruit has a smell, but it's very faint. We are heavily armed and our sense of smell is not as sensitive as that of animals, so we didn't smell it. But wild boars feed on it, so they should be able to smell it easily. Having said that, Nian's eyes changed instantly and he immediately looked around. Jing Mo was standing next to Nian. When he heard what Nian said, he immediately understood what Nian meant. Captain Kong, we have found the fruit. We must be careful about whether there are wild boars nearby. The fruit was buried in the snow and even wild boars could find it. Now that they have found it and even picked it, will the flavor be stronger than before? Will the wild boar follow the smell? After hearing what Nian and Jing Mo said, Kong Jianming and others reacted quickly and immediately looked around vigilantly. Kong Jianming even said, "Hurry up and pick them. The 4 of you continue to search. Leave 2 people to guard the surroundings." After that, Kong Jianming looked at Nian and Jing Mo. "You. Don't worry, Captain Kong, we will also be on guard against the surroundings." Jing Mo promised. With Jing Mo's words, Kong Jianming felt more at ease. When it comes to vigilance, Kong Jianming feels inferior. Jing Mo's facial features are much more acute than those of ordinary people. With Jing Mo watching, anything unusual can be discovered at the first moment. This kind of fruit probably grew in patches. They continued plowing the land and soon found a lot more. Only after all the bags they brought were filled did Kong Jianming order them to return. On the way back, Nian had complicated feelings. Could it be that they were just lucky? Not only did we find a lot of fruits, but we also didn't encounter any wild boars. Then when they were halfway there, they heard the sound of fighting. The direction from which the sound came was exactly the direction the other team was going. "You 3 take the stuff back to the car, and the rest of you follow me to rescue." Jing Mo and Nian looked at each other, and without Kong Jianming saying anything, they followed. Wherever the team passed, the snow was in a mess, and at this time, it became a guiding sign. Several people ran all the way and finally saw the group of people. And that group of people were being besieged by wild boars at this time. Chapter 81. Seeing this scene, Nian didn't know what to say. No wonder they didn't encounter any wild boars there. Su Nian thought she was wrong. I didn't expect that it was because wild boars came here. Without thinking too much, Su Nian immediately took out a pistol from his bag. Jing Mo, Kong Jianming and others did the same thing as Su Nian. They quickly took out their pistols and shot at the wild boar. Considering the backgrounds of Kong Jianming and others, almost every shot hit the target, and Su Nian and Jing Mo were no less successful. With their joining, the battle situation there was quickly turned around. When fighting against a tough, thick-skinned, and ferocious animal like a wild boar, you must choose long-range attacks. This will not only end the battle faster, but also prevent you from getting hurt. If you engage in close combat with a wild boar, it is the human who will suffer. Just like this group of people, they were surrounded by wild boars, being rushed around, and even their weapons were knocked into the snow. It would be strange if they didn't suffer any losses. After Su Nian and others killed the wild boar, they walked forward and asked them carefully. They were relieved to know that none of them were seriously injured. Kong Jianming looked around and asked, "Did you find the fruit too?" "Yes. We found quite a few. When we were picking them, we opened one out of curiosity. But before we could take a closer look, these wild boars suddenly rushed out and caught us off guard." Hearing this, Kong Jianming's eyes became sharp. "What did I tell you before? You forget everything I told you when you're not around me. The cat still has 9 lives, but it can be killed by curiosity. How many lives do each of you have? What did I tell you before? Pick them up as soon as you find them, and then leave quickly. But what happened to you? If we hadn't come to you, would you have been killed by pigs?" Kong Jianming cursed more and more fiercely, and was obviously very angry. That group of people were scolded so badly by Kong Jianming that they couldn't even raise their heads. Su Nian was originally listening to Kong Jianming cursing, but as she listened, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Funeral sake cup? How did Kong Jianming come up with this? I've only heard of people eating pork, but I've never heard of anyone being eaten by pigs. Just thinking about it, Su Nian couldn't help but laugh. Su Nian's laughter also successfully interrupted Kong Jianming's words. Kong Jianming calmed down a bit and said, "Don't just stand there. Pick all the fruits quickly and take these wild boars with you. We will return immediately. There are already more than a dozen wild boars here, and I don't know if more wild boars will rush out." Although the weather was cold, the wild boar did not bleed much after being killed, and the smell of blood was not strong. But animals' sense of smell is much more sensitive than humans. Just because they can't smell it, it doesn't mean that wolves or something can't smell it. Su Nian and Jing Mo were also busy transporting the wild boar back together. After all, these wild boars can be exchanged for contribution points after returning to the base. Just looking at the current development of the base, Su Nian feels that contribution points will still be of great use in the future. Preparing more will definitely only do benefits and no harm. Many hands make light work, and those present are all well trained and have amazing mobility. It only took an hour to load everything into the car and set off back to the base. After staying outside for such a long time, Su Nian returned to the car, feeling the temperature gradually rising in the car. He squinted his eyes comfortably and nestled into the seat. The doors and windows of the car were closed tightly, so there was no need to worry about the smell escaping. Su Nian then took out the white fruit from his pocket, took out a knife, and carefully cut the fruit. When the fruit is cut open, you can see that the flesh inside is also white, but in the middle there are black particles that look like seeds. Maybe because it was warm in the car, the taste of the fruit was stronger than when it was outside. Su Nian had no intention of eating. After looking at it for a while, he put it directly into his space. Su Nian took out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, then turned her head to look at Jing Mo who was driving. "Are you hungry?" In order to save time, they used to eat compressed biscuits dry with hot water. It filled my stomach at the time, but after all the busy work, it had almost been digested. Jing Mo was driving now and didn't want to eat anything soupy, so Su Nian found the rice balls she had made before from the space. The rice balls are not big, they are round, one can be eaten in one bite, and they are stuffed with various kinds of meat. Su Nian put on disposable gloves, ate one herself and gave one to Jing Mo. Nian also took out some soy milk, let it cool down a little, then inserted a straw and handed it to Jing Mo's mouth. By the time the car drove back to the base, the two men had already eaten and drunk their fill. By this time it was completely dark and the doors to the foundation were closed. However, with Kong Jianming's car in front, they were able to enter the base smoothly. Kong Jianming said on the intercom that he would take them to the service center first. Nian and Jing Mo completed this task together, and each of them was given 100 contribution points. All the wild boars they killed belonged to them, 6 in total, and they exchanged them for more than 3,000 contribution points. You have made great contributions in finding these fruits, so I will give you another 500 contribution points each. If people can really eat this fruit and grow it themselves, you will also have priority. Nian and Jing Mo had no objections to Kong Jianming's words. No matter from which aspect, Kong Jianming's arrangement is very good. After the matter was settled, they parted ways. Nian and Jing Mo returned home, and nothing unexpected happened when they passed the first floor. When they reached the 6th floor, Nian said goodbye to Jing Mo, go back and take a shower and rest early. You too. Jing Mo nodded with a smile, let's have lunch together at noon tomorrow. Good. The two of them do not eat breakfast together because they wake up at different times and both have training in the morning, so they eat separately and are busy with their own things. The two would meet around noon. Most of the time, we eat, watch TV series and talk in Jing Mo's room. Nian returned to the bedroom. She didn't change clothes in a hurry. She first looked at the sweet potatoes and potatoes planted in the logistics box by the wall. That's right, Nian and Jing Mo are still growing sweet potatoes and potatoes. They still had a lot of nutrient solution. The growth cycle of these two things was short, the yield was high, and more importantly, they didn't require any care at all. So the two decided to continue planting. You don't have to eat the harvested sweet potatoes and potatoes yourself. You can just put them in the space. They may come in handy in the future. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were growing well. Nian sprayed them with the prepared nutrient solution, then washed his hands and did other things. Chapter 82. Nian and Jing Mo did not wait for the research results of the fruit to come out, but they waited for the restoration of network communication first. The base has laid a new signal, but not just any electronic device can access it. You must first apply for a magnetic card for your identity information and receive your new ID card before you can access the internet and download the base app. There is a notice board in the base app, and any official news from the base will be posted there. In addition, there is also a mall where you can buy things. However, no one will deliver the item to you after you buy it. After you place the order, someone will hold the item for you, but you still have to pick it up yourself. There is also a communication function, you can chat and talk after adding friends. After logging in, you can change your name at will, but everyone must verify their real name. If you dare to make any inappropriate remarks or do anything bad, you will be found out in a matter of minutes. Applying for a new ID card is a very troublesome thing, after all, there are so many people in the base. If you wait in a long queue for a long time, it is easy to get frostbite. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening, we chose door-to-door service. Officials from the base drove to different places, and when they arrived they used loudspeakers to ask people to come out and handle the matter. The place where Nian and Jing Mo live is very close to the center of the base, otherwise the rent would not be so expensive. Although they were not the first batch to handle it, they were the second batch. When they heard the loudspeaker downstairs shouting for people to come down, Nian and Jing Mo didn't move. At this time, the two of them were gathered together, watching the base's official app on iPad. That's right, the two people's new ID cards have been processed. Kong Jianming took them to get them. They weren't much earlier than others, they just didn't have to queue up. Nian was still worried that Jing Mo's identity would be difficult to handle, but she didn't expect that after she went there, the staff didn't ask anything and just processed it directly. The new ID card is not much different from the previous one, they are both the same card. It contains photo, gender, name, new ID number, and the place of origin, which is the first base. There is no detailed address listed above because many people's addresses are not fixed nowadays. Some people could rent a house on their own last month, but may not be able to afford the rent next month and have to live in the base's dormitory. However, this card contains a chip that can be used for direct positioning, so it is very convenient if you really want to find someone. Made a mistake and want to throw away the cards? That would make it easier to be caught. After everyone has obtained a new ID card, they must swipe their ID card when buying things, renting a house, or entering and leaving the base. Even people living in dormitories have to swipe their ID cards when entering and leaving the dormitories or queuing for meals. All cards that previously stored contribution points have been cancelled, and contribution points will be directly stored on the ID card. Anyone who throws away his ID card will be unable to move around in the base. To make it convenient for everyone and prevent anyone from accidentally losing their ID card, the ID card has a small hole and is equipped with a strong rope. Whether you wear it around your neck or hang it on your body, you must not lose it. After Nian got the new ID card, he didn't put it into the space, and he never planned to put it into the space. Who knows if it is taken into space, the signal will be lost, or the display will be placed in an unknown place. To be on the safe side, it is better not to let such an accident happen. At this time, Nian and Jing Mo were looking at the base app together, which was somewhat novel. After all, I haven't been online for a long time. After flipping through the base app, the little novelty it had almost disappeared. There are too few sections in this app, and the content is even less. Nian and Jing Mo added each other as friends and looked at the mall separately. There are quite a lot of things in the mall. Nian just turned the page and saw wild boar meat. Wild boar meat is sold by pound, and the price of each part is different. The price is more than 3 times what they sold it to the base. With 2 clicks of the tongue, Nian turned to the next page. It doesn't matter how expensive the base is, she won't buy it anyway. After looking through the mall, Nian didn't see anything of interest. She wasn't exaggerating, the things in this mall were not as complete as those in her space. As for the quantity, that goes without saying. Nian turned off her iPad and turned around to see that Jing Mo's shopping cart showed 99 plus. What did you buy? Nian asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo opened the shopping cart and showed it to Nian. I bought a lot of meat, both raw and cooked, as well as some grains, canned food, and various snacks. As Jing Mo spoke, he also opened the shopping cart for Nian to see. Nian was also amazed when looking at the items in the shopping cart. She thought the things in this mall were boring, but Jing Mo was very interested in buying them. Although Jing Mo does have a lot of contribution points, it is not necessary to buy them like this. It was quite a waste. Nian had enough supplies for survival and didn't want to buy any more. She has enough supplies, and they may not be used up even in several lifetimes. There is no need to buy more and compete with others for survival resources. Nian looked at Jing Mo. I have a lot of these things you bought in my space. Jing Mo smiled, I know, but let's buy more and store them so that we can eat them for a longer time. Just by hearing Jing Mo's words, Nian knew that he didn't understand what she meant by a lot. Nian described it in more detail. The supplies in my space are so large that even if both of us can live to be 300 years old and eat 6 meals a day, we still can't finish them all. Besides, I won't live to be 300 years old. Before I die, I will find a place to take out all the supplies and leave them for you. You can eat them slowly. As soon as Nian finished speaking, he saw a change in Jing Mo's eyes when he looked at him. Nian didn't quite understand the meaning in Jing Mo's eyes. He blinked and asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with what she just said? Jing Mo placed the order with 1 click and bought all the things he had just selected. Then he looked at Nian and said in a very serious tone, Nian, I won't let you die before me. Nian. Although, this sounds a bit romantic. But I really can't live to be 300 years old. Let alone 300 years old. Nian doesn't even know if he can live to 100. I will let you live to 300 years old. I told you before that the optical computer can transport items. I will send all these food and drinks to the interstellar space and exchange them for an evolution potion for you. Jing Mo's words were too sudden and completely beyond Su Nian's expectations. Chapter 83. Are you touched? Of course I am touched. Su Nian, who has died once, has a major goal after his rebirth, to stay alive, the longer the better. Now, Jing Mo told her that she could extend her lifespan to 300 years, which could be said to have exceeded her goal. Although, lifespan is one thing, whether you can live that long is another. However, if you don't have that longevity, no matter how capable you are, you won't be able to live that long. Su Nian stared at Jing Mo for a long time before she smiled widely. Jing Mo, thank you. Jing Mo raised his hand and gently rubbed Su Nian's head. What are you thanking me for? It's more interesting if we two live together. Otherwise, I can't finish all the food if I'm left alone. Su Nian. Sure enough, this guy can only be serious for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he can't stop talking about food. Su Nian decided not to argue with this man who had never eaten anything good since childhood, and only asked him, how many supplies do I need to exchange for an evolution potion? Jing Mo touched his chin and said, the ones I just bought should be enough. Now it was Su Nian's turn to be surprised. Is it so cheap? Jing Mo looked at Su Nian with some amusement. It's actually not cheap at all. Where I live, the most popular foods are nutritional supplements of various flavors. Like proper food, only the highest class of nobles could eat it. And the variety is not so rich, and the taste is not as good as these. Compared to food, evolution potions are easier to obtain. Taking so much food to exchange for evolution potions, there are many people willing to exchange with me. After listening to Jing Mo's explanation, Su Nian suddenly realized, in this case, I will give the things to you now. As he spoke, Su Nian took out items one by one from the space according to the shopping list that Jing Mo had just made and placed them all on the carpet. Soon, various supplies had piled up like a mountain in front of the two men. After taking them, Su Nian looked at Jing Mo and said, forget what you just bought. Since we've bought them, we'll go back and get them. But we don't need to buy supplies in such large quantities in the future. We have plenty of supplies, so there's no need to compete with others for these survival resources. Jing Mo nodded, I'll do as you say. Even though Su Nian pretends to be very cold most of the time, she is actually very soft-hearted at heart. When doing many things, as long as it does not harm her own interests, she will also consider strangers. I have to say, Jing Mo likes Su Nian like this very much, and likes her more and more. Jing Mo turned on the light brain, and the orchid light shone on the supplies in front of him. After a moment, the supplies disappeared. This was the first time Su Nian saw such a scene. Even though Jing Mo had told her about it before, it still felt different when she saw it with her own eyes. Jing Mo operated on the computer for a while, and soon he made an OK gesture to Su Nian. Okay, the stuff will be delivered soon. Su Nian still had some unreal feeling, but when he saw a potion appear in front of him with his own eyes, the unreal feeling completely disappeared. After taking the evolution potion, it will be a bit painful. But you have a good physique, so you can hold on if you grit your teeth. Jing Mo has known Su Nian for so long that he already knows her well enough about her physical condition. That is why I dared to give her the evolution potion. Su Nian opened the transparent test tube, looked at the dark blue liquid inside, and without any hesitation, he directly opened the lid and drank it all. Just like Jing Mo said, it was indeed a bit painful after drinking the potion, but it was completely within the tolerable range. Su Nian felt as if there was a fire burning inside her body, roasting every pore of her body and burning every drop of her blood. After a while, the sweat from Su Nian's body had soaked his clothes. But at this moment, Su Nian no longer cared about these things and just gritted his teeth to endure the pain. I don't know how long it was before my body became numb from the pain and I gradually regained consciousness. As soon as Su Nian opened her eyes a little, she saw Jing Mo's worried expression. Su Nian forced a smile. Hi. Jing Mo also laughed. Hi. Although this made the two of them seem a little silly, they were both happy at this moment. Su Nian lay there for a long time before he had the strength to sit up. I want to take a shower, said Su Nian. Jing Mo stood up immediately after hearing that. Then you take a shower, take a nap after that, and come to my place to have dinner together in the evening. Good. Su Nian watched Jing Mo open the door and go out, and after a while he heard the door being opened and closed. Su Nian smiled, folded up the bed, then took out the bathtub and tent, took off his clothes and sat in to soak. With the stove given by Jing Mo, Su Nian's various heating devices have been put away. A charcoal stove, plus a stove given by Jing Mo, just these two can keep the room temperature at 12 or 13 degrees. Of course it is not impossible to be higher, but Su Nian and Jing Mo both feel that it is unnecessary. It's not like they stay in their rooms forever. If the room temperature is too high, they will instantly feel freezing if they leave the bedroom. 12 or 13 degrees is fine. At least now Su Nian doesn't feel cold while taking a bath in the bathtub. The evolution potion was not the spiritual spring in novels that cleansed the essence and marrow, and it did not expel any dirt. It was just that Su Nian was sweating, so he wanted to soak in it. Jing Mo also said that getting through this stage is just the first step. The medicine was actually still in her body and had not been fully absorbed. I need to strengthen my training in the future so that I can absorb the remaining medicine faster and better. Su Nian will certainly not slack off in this regard. Jing Mo has put the method of immortality in front of her. If she is still too lazy to do it, she would be really lazy. Su Nian came out of the bathtub after soaking, changed into soft, clean, and comfortable clothes, and tucked herself into bed. It was mid-afternoon and she could use a nap. I didn't have much strength to begin with, and after taking a bath, I felt even more tired. Su Nian closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already 5 o'clock. It gets dark early now. Although it is only 5 o'clock, it is already dark outside. Su Nian put on her pajamas, walked to the window and looked down. Through the white gauze curtain, you can vaguely see a car parked downstairs with the lights on and quite a few people standing outside. Apparently the matter of replacing the ID card is not over yet. After just one glance, Su Nian pulled the blackout curtains. There was no light on in the room, and after the blackout curtains were drawn, the room instantly became pitch dark. Su Nian took out a flashlight, shone it, put on snow boots, gloves, a hat and a mask, and then went out. Chapter 84. As soon as she reached the stairs, Su Nian heard someone calling her name. The voice was particularly familiar, it was none other than Wu Kangjian. Hearing Wu Kangjian's voice, Su Nian frowned and shone the flashlight towards the stairs. Wu Kangjian was standing outside the fence gate at this time. Su Nian, the base asked us to apply for a new ID card, and the car was right below, why didn't you go down to apply for it? There are fewer people now, so you don't have to queue when you go there. If you don't go, they will leave. After hearing what Wu Kangjian said, Su Nian turned around and looked Wu Kangjian up and down. Wu Kangjian felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Su Nian like this. Su Nian, why are you looking at me like that? I'm looking at you. Do you have amnesia? Why do you say that? I remember we had already said before that we would all be strangers from now on. If you hadn't lost your memory, why would you come up and tell me all this? You. Wu Kangjian's tone suddenly changed. I came here with good intentions to remind you. It would be fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually said something like this. It's simply unreasonable. Su Nian nodded, since you know I'm unreasonable, then stay away from me. After saying that, Su Nian no longer cared about Wu Kangjian, took out the key to Jing Mo's house from his pocket, opened the door and walked in. When Wu Kangjian saw Su Nian opening the door, his pupils suddenly widened. Why do you have the key to his house? What is the relationship between you two? Hearing Wu Kangjian's words, Su Nian didn't even turn his head, nor did he plan to answer him. It's not that Su Nian didn't want to make her relationship with Jing Mo public, but there was no need to tell Wu Kangjian specifically. When you really answer him, he starts to act like a big shot. Su Nian had just opened the door and walked in when she saw Jing Mo also opened the bedroom door. Are you here? Come in, I've already prepared the meal. Su Nian nodded and walked quickly towards the bedroom. As soon as she walked to Jing Mo, Su Nian smelled the aroma of hot pot on him. Ever since he had hot pot once, Jing Mo fell in love with it. He likes spicy hot pot, and then tomato hot pot. In this regard, the two people's tastes are exactly the same. Although there are various hot pot soup bases in Su Nian's space, Jing Mo, you like to make your own soup with various base ingredients. Su Nian has no opinion on this. He likes to tinker, so take out all the seasonings he needs and give them to him. Except for the bedroom, other rooms are as cold as ice cellars, which are completely natural refrigerators. Su Nian took out some ingredients and placed them outside so that it would be convenient for Jing Mo to use them. At this time, there was a gas stove on the dining table in the bedroom, with a double pot on it. On one side was a soup base with a heavy oil and spicy flavor, and on the other side was a thick tomato soup. On the table, there were hand-cut lamb and hand-cut beef. There are also beef balls, mutton balls, and shrimp balls. The marinated spicy beef, spicy spare ribs, and spicy chicken wings were placed there in red plates, making people's mouths water just by looking at them. The two sat down at the table, and Jing Mo then said, "Let's eat the meat first, and then some vegetables at the end." Su Nian has no opinion on this. However, Su Nian still said, "You can cook some mushrooms and tofu in the tomato soup, and you can also put shrimp paste in it. This way you have both soup and vegetables, and the taste will be richer." Although Jing Mo loves meat the most, he likes both vegetarian and non-vegetarian food as long as it is delicious. When he heard Su Nian say this, he quickly agreed. Su Nian took out the washed mushrooms, put some in the tomato pot, put a few pieces of tofu in it, and then put the shrimp paste in. As it cooked slowly, the two of them took some meat and ate it. There were a lot of meat dishes on the table, but they were eaten up by the two of them. After taking out the vegetables from the tomato pot and eating them, Su Nian cooked noodles and added some green leafy vegetables into it. Each person ended the meal with a bowl of noodles, and was very satisfied. Su Nian used to think that eating hot pot alone was already a happy thing. But the two of them sitting together eating hot pot, watching TV while eating, and saying a few words from time to time, are obviously happier. After dinner, after cleaning up the mess, Su Nian talked about the incident when she met Wu Kongjian at the stairs. After listening to this, Jing Mo laughed. "I didn't know what he wanted to do before, but now I can see it." Not to mention Jing Mo saw it, even Su Nian himself understood Wu Kongjian's purpose. But what Su Nian was curious about was where Wu Kongjian got the confidence to think that she was liking him. Just because they were classmates? Su Nian couldn't figure it out, and didn't think about it any further. There is no point in thinking too much and there is no need to waste time on Wu Kongjian. Don't worry about him. Su Nian changed the subject and asked Jing Mo, "When are you going to pick up the things you bought? If you want to go out tomorrow, come with me. If you don't want to go out, I will go by myself." Thinking about the training in the morning, Su Nian said, "How about in the afternoon?" "Can." After the two of them agreed, they watched the variety show for a while before Su Nian went home to sleep. The next morning, Su Nian got up to train and found that his body had changed a lot. At least according to the previous intensity of training, Su Nian didn't feel much. So Su Nian increased the difficulty for himself, but after finishing, not only did he not feel tired, he even felt that his body was stretched and very comfortable. "My body feels warm, as if I have endless energy." Su Nian liked this feeling very much and was in a very good mood the whole morning. After lunch, the two went downstairs together. The replacement of their ID cards should have been completed yesterday. After the two of them went downstairs, you didn't see any base staff downstairs. It didn't take long for them to drive to the largest supermarket in the base. The parking space is still the back door of the supermarket. Only this supermarket has the most comprehensive range of items, and you can take everything away at once. Jing Mo bought a lot of things, filling the trunk of his car to the brim. The two got back in the car and were about to return when Jing Mo's phone rang. "It's Captain Kong calling." Jing Mo said this and pressed the answer button. "Jing Mo, if you have time now, come and see me." Jing Mo didn't ask what it was, and agreed directly, "Okay, I'll be there in a moment." Hearing Jing Mo's words, Kong Jianming was stunned for a moment. You are outside now? Yes, I came to the supermarket to buy some things. Okay, then come over here quickly. After hanging up, Jing Mo sighed, it's really convenient now that the internet is connected. Otherwise, if Captain Kong wants to find me, he can only go directly to my house. Chapter 85. Nian nodded in agreement. It is indeed convenient for Captain Kong, otherwise he would be disappointed if he went to your house to look for you now. When saying this, Nian was serious. But after they finished speaking, they looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Jing Mo drove and it didn't take long to arrive at the building where Kong Jianming worked. Jing Mo did not get out of the car directly, but called Kong Jianming back. The two of them only said a few words before hanging up. Kong Jianming said he would come out right away. While waiting, Jing Mo glanced outside the car. There was no one outside. I guess even the person at the gate was working inside the house. Seeing Jing Mo looking outside, Nian guessed what he was looking at. The previous Wang Cheng should no longer be working here. He has such a good job, but he doesn't cherish it and instead abuses his power for personal gain. People like Kong Jianming who can't tolerate any grain of sand in their eyes will definitely not allow Wang Cheng to continue working here. Jing Mo nodded, I know. What he said to Kong Jianming was not just a casual remark. Kong Jianming naturally understood what he meant. As the two were talking, they saw a door not far away being pushed open, and Kong Jianming strode towards them with a bag in his hand. Seeing this, Jing Mo opened the car door and got out. Before closing the door, he did not forget to tell Nian, it's cold outside, just sit here and wait. Nian smiled and nodded, agreeing. Jing Mo and Kong Jianming stood face to face. They talked for a while, and then Kong Jianming handed the bag in his hand to Jing Mo. Before leaving, Kong Jianming waved to Nian in the car. He waited until Kong Jianming walked away before opening the car door and getting in. Captain Kong said that the research results are out. Before coming over, the two people already had some guesses in their minds. The reason why Kong Jianming came to them was simply because of this matter. Nian was still curious about the white fruit. What is the result? The results are in here. Jing Mo handed the bag to Nian. Open it and take a look. I'll drive. Nian opened the bag, and inside were about 20 white fruits and a piece of paper. Nian quickly read the contents on the paper before reading it. This fruit is named snow fruit. It is non-toxic and contains a variety of vitamins at extremely high levels. Not only animals can eat it, but humans can eat it too. Snow fruit needs to be planted in the soil. The suitable growth temperature is the outdoor temperature. After adding nutrient solution, it can be mature and picked in 20 days, and the yield is very high. Although it cannot be eaten as a meal, as fruits and vegetables, eating it has only benefits and no harm to the human body. Research has shown that snow fruit does not have any factors that can change physical constitution, and the physical changes of wild boars have nothing to do with snow fruit. After reading it, Nian felt mixed emotions. Fortunately, this snow fruit is edible. After the end of the world, very few people will be able to eat fruits and vegetables. Not eating fruits and vegetables for a long time will have a great impact on the human body. Now that we have snow fruit, this problem can be solved. What is worrying is that the wild boar's physical changes have nothing to do with snow fruit. Does that mean that animals have indeed adapted to this new world faster than humans and their bodies have undergone corresponding changes? The human body should also be changing quietly, but the speed is too slow and it takes longer to discover. After letting out a breath, Nian started laughing again. Anyway, there is finally some good news. After we go back, let's plant some snowberries. Of course Jing Mo had no objection and agreed immediately. After parking the car, the two of them slowly walked towards the small building. As soon as I walked into the unit door, I heard it open. Then, someone walked out quickly. Are you Nian? The voice sounded strange. Nian looked in the direction of the voice and raised his eyebrows. Although the person in front of him was dressed warmly and his clothes were different from the last time. But just by looking at his exposed eyebrows and eyes, Nian recognized him at a glance. This was the person who was standing outside the fence gate and looking inside. Before Su Nian could say anything, this man spoke again anxiously. My name is Zhang Mingzhi, and I was a colleague of Wu Kongjian before the end of the world. After the end of the world, we came to this base together and have been living together ever since. Wu Kongjian has been lying there without eating or drinking since he came back last night. I am really worried about him, so I came out to find you, hoping that you can persuade him. After all, you are classmates. Is there anything you can't talk about? It's not easy to survive in the apocalypse. I really don't want to see him starve himself to death. You definitely don't want that, right? Facing Zhang Mingzhi's earnest gaze, Su Nian sneered, what does it have to do with me whether he's dead or alive? There are so many people who want to eat but can't afford to, so Wu Kongjian started a hunger strike. Zhang Mingzhi obviously didn't expect Su Nian to say this, and his eyes were full of condemnation when he looked at Su Nian. How can you talk like that? You two were classmates after all, and he became like this because of you. I didn't ask you to do anything else, I just asked you to say a few words to persuade him, but you were unwilling to do so. You are too hard-hearted. Listening to Zhang Mingzhi's words, Su Nian was also a little surprised. It's the end of the world, and you're still trying to blackmail me. Not to mention after the apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, Su Nian would never be morally kidnapped by others. Don't say I'm just a classmate he never said a word to. Even if I'm his mother and he wants to starve himself to death, it has nothing to do with me. Su Nian was about to leave after saying this, but Zhang Mingzhi opened his arms and blocked Su Nian's way. No, you can't leave. I can't just watch him destroy his body. It's because of you that he's doing this. You have to give him an explanation. Looking at Zhang Mingzhi standing in front of him, Su Nian was interested. Are you going to stick a knife in your brother's ribs? Yes. Zhang Mingzhi said passionately, Kongjian and I have been brothers for so many years, I certainly can't let him get into trouble. Okay. Su Nian said as he bent down and pulled the dagger out of his calf, turning the sharp dagger in his hand. The dagger was very sharp. The cold light of the blade flashed past Zhang Mingzhi's eyes as Su Nian moved, causing Zhang Mingzhi to close his eyes subconsciously. Before Zhang Mingzhi opened his eyes again, he felt something stabbing towards him and quickly dodged to the side. Before he could even stand still, Zhang Mingzhi had already glared at Su Nian. What are you going to do? Su Nian chuckled, aren't you going to stick your neck out for your brother? How can I repay your friendship if I don't stick my neck out for you? Chapter 86. When Zhang Mingzhi heard Su Nian's words, he looked at Su Nian as if he was looking at a madman. Are you crazy? I asked you to go see Kongjian and try to persuade him, not to stab me. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Who do you think you are? I can do whatever I want. Su Nian was talking without stopping or making any movements, but she was already in front of Zhang Mingzhi. Zhang Mingzhi looked at the dagger getting closer and closer, screaming in fear, and turned around and crawled back into the house. Even so, Su Nian still stabbed him several times. He didn't notice it at the time. After returning to the house, Zhang Mingzhi found that his clothes were torn, and the flesh could be seen in the torn parts, with scars on them. Although it was not deep, it still made Zhang Mingzhi terrified. The dagger that Su Nian held was extremely sharp, and his move was very quick and decisive. If Su Nian had used a little more force, even if he was still alive, the wound would probably be so deep that the bone could be seen. The more Zhang Mingzhi thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his whole body began to tremble. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Wu Kongjian walked out of the bedroom. Seeing that only Zhang Mingzhi was there, Wu Kongjian frowned, why are you here alone? She doesn't want to come. Zhang Mingzhi was still shaking. When he heard Wu Kongjian's voice, he shivered and turned to look at Wu Kongjian. Seeing Zhang Mingzhi like this, Wu Kongjian was a little surprised, what's wrong with you? Zhang Mingzhi swallowed, why didn't you tell me that she was so cruel? Brutal. Wu Kongjian repeated the two words, but there was still a hint of confusion in his eyes, how can she be cruel? How can I not understand Su Nian? Although she is good looking and good at studying, she is very quiet and doesn't talk much. She has no strong presence in the class. Even if it is the end of the world now, a little girl like her has nothing to do with the word cruel, right? A quiet little girl. Zhang Mingzhi roared, Wu Kongjian, do you think I'm a fool? Look at my clothes. Look at the wounds on my body. They were all caused by Su Nian with a knife. Wu Kongjian was stunned for a moment, still a little unconvinced. No, impossible? Su Nian is not that kind of person. It's already now, and you still say it's impossible? If it's impossible, how did I get these injuries? If I hadn't run fast enough, the body would be cold now. The torn clothes and wounds on Zhang Mingzhi's body clearly told Wu Kongjian that what Zhang Mingzhi said was true. But Wu Kongjian still couldn't believe it. Even if, we are classmates after all. How can she be so cruel? Zhang Mingzhi sneered, cruel? What can't be cruel? What kind of world is this? Who doesn't desperately want to live? In order to survive and live a better life, how many relatives and friends can be abandoned? Not to mention, you are a classmate you don't even know. You said Su Nian was your classmate, and that you could get close to her, and even chase her and make her your girlfriend, and bring back some supplies. That's why I went upstairs to help you get the news, and just now I helped you go out to stop her. I'm injured now, and it's all because of you. You have to pay for the medical expenses. I'm injured and need to recover. Please order 2 pounds of wild boar meat. I want to have barbecue tonight. After Zhang Mingzhi fled into the house, Su Nian and Jing Mo did not leave immediately. Not only did they not leave, they also stood by the door, listening attentively, and heard the conversation inside clearly. After understanding what was going on, Su Nian and Jing Mo went upstairs. After passing the gate and standing at the stairs, Su Nian looked left and right, where to go? Go to your place. Jing Mo said, don't you like wearing pajamas at home? Upon hearing this, Su Nian gave Jing Mo an appreciative look. It has only been a short time, but Jing Mo has already figured out her preferences. After entering the door, Jing Mo did not follow directly into the bedroom. He waited until Su Nian changed into pajamas and reopened the bedroom door before Jing Mo walked in. The things in the car have been put into the space by Su Nian, so they don't have to move them upstairs again and again. Not only is it troublesome, it is also likely to attract the covetousness of people like Wu Kongjian. Thinking of Wu Kongjian, Su Nian sneered, he looks ugly, but his thoughts are beautiful. Jing Mo looked at Su Nian curiously, he is ugly. Su Nian, is that the point? Not really. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo with some curiosity, he is coveting your partner, why don't you react at all? Jing Mo looked at Su Nian, how about I kill him? That's not the case. As they talked, they laughed at the same time. In their eyes, Wu Kongjian was just an overconfident clown. As for Zhang Mingzhi, he was just a fool who believed the clown. Instead of talking about those two people, it would be better to study how to grow snow fruit. Snow fruit needs to be planted in soil. If we plant a lot, we'll need a lot of soil. Where can we get it? When it comes to hydroponics, Su Nian really has no shortage of water. Bring back a box of snow and put it in the bedroom. It will soon melt into water and can be used. But what to do with this soil? When Su Nian was storing supplies, he bought a lot of seeds, fertilizers, and nutrient solutions, but he didn't buy any soil. Jing Mo thought for a moment before speaking, snow fruit can grow well in the wild, so I guess it doesn't have any requirements for soil quality. Just go downstairs and dig some up. The snow on the ground was very thick and frozen solid, so it was not easy to dig. Jing Mo raised his eyebrows, if I can't even dig the soil, am I worthy of being your partner? You wait here, I'll go down and dig. Su Nian also didn't expect that Jing Mo would go as soon as he said so. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jing Mo say, you have already changed your clothes, so you don't have to go. I'll be up soon. It's the first time planting, so we don't need much soil. If it works, we can dig some more. Do you have a sturdy bag? Give me one. What Jing Mo said made sense, so Su Nian didn't say anything more and took out a large woven bag from the space and gave it to him. Do you need tools? I have a military shovel. Su Nian asked. Jing Mo shook his head, and at the same time, a military shovel appeared in his hand. I also have a military shovel. Looking at Jing Mo like this, Su Nian could only say that maybe being naughty a little would make him very happy. After watching Jing Mo walk out of the bedroom, Su Nian had nothing to do, so he took out the paper with the snow fruit research report. I didn't look at it carefully before, but now I see that the method of growing snow fruit is written below. Chapter 87. The planting method of snow fruit is not complicated. Cut the fruit and the black seeds inside are the seeds. No need to raise seedlings in advance. Dig a hole in the soil, put a seed in it, cover it with a thin layer of soil, water it a little, and don't worry about the rest. Looking at this planting method, Su Nian can only describe it in 4 words, simple and crude. And all of this is grown outdoors. If other seeds are used, they will probably remain the same when they are put into the soil and will never sprout in their lifetime. Can snow fruit? Su Nian would not comment on things he had not seen with his own eyes. The snow fruit that Kong Jianming had given to Su Nian before was cut and placed in the space, and now it can be taken out and used. Su Nian picked out the seeds one by one with a toothpick and placed them on a white plate. Just looking at the black seeds in the plate, they do look a bit like dragon fruit seeds. However, it is slightly smaller than the seeds of dragon fruit. Su Nian had just finished picking the seeds when he heard the door open. Su Nian stood up, opened the bedroom door, and saw Jing Mo walking in carrying a bag of soil. How did you get so many up here? Su Nian asked in surprise. The bag is not small. After it is filled with soil and placed upright on the ground, it is as high as Jing Mo's chest. Jing Mo put the bag on the ground. It's not much. Since we've dug it up, we'll dig more. It will definitely be useful in the future. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Su Nian also felt that it made sense. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jing Mo ask again, "Do you have any more bags? Give me 2 more. I have already dug out the soil. It would be a waste if I don't fill it up." Hearing this, Su Nian had no choice but to take out the bag and hand it to Jing Mo. Jing Mo went back and forth twice and brought up 2 large bags full of soil. Looking at so much soil, Su Nian took out some more logistics boxes from the space. When Su Nian was stockpiling supplies, he used a lot of logistics boxes for easy packing. Now things can be taken out and placed directly in the space, and the logistics boxes can be taken out and used for other purposes. The 2 men packed the soil into logistics boxes, filling up 6 boxes in total, which was quite a lot. Su Nian turned and went into the bedroom and brought out the plate of seeds. 2 people squatted in front of the logistics box, poked a hole in the soil with their hands, and placed 2 seeds in each hole. Finally, sprinkle a thin layer of soil on it and water it. There's actually not much difference in temperature between this room and the outside. Not long after the water was poured in, the soil froze hard. Su Nian tapped it with his fingers. What's the difference between this and ice? Can it really grow? Jing Mo didn't really care about it. Anyway, there's no need to take intensive care. Whether they can grow or not depends on themselves. This was said, and Su Nian nodded, then let's go back to the bedroom. Even if the body is more resistant to cold than before, who would want to be outside in the cold when they can stay in a warm bedroom? The 2 of them went into the bedroom to eat and watch TV series, and neither of them took Sui Wo's matter to heart. When Jing Mo left, Su Nian only saw him off to the door, watched him leave, and then quickly closed the bedroom door and went to sleep. It was not until the next morning, after training and taking a shower, that Su Nian remembered Sui Guo. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom, Su Nian was stunned. It was already past 10 o'clock. The curtains in the living room were open, with only a layer of gauze drawn. Light came in, and the situation in the living room could be clearly seen. I saw white seedlings growing in the 6 logistics boxes filled with soil. Yes, that's right, the white seedlings. Su Nian closed the bedroom door, then quickly walked towards the logistics box and squatted down to take a closer look. The shapes of those seedlings were somewhat similar to the branches of pine and cypress, but they were all white in color. If it weren't for the contrasting color of the soil and if it weren't for the fact that it was growing in the snow, no one would have noticed it. Su Nian stretched out his hand and compared it. After just one night, it had already grown to the height of a palm. What growth rate is this? Is it because its growth is so fast originally, or is it because of the nutrient solution? Su Nian hesitated for only a moment and then put the question aside. It doesn't matter why it grows so fast. What matters is that, judging from the looks of it, it can be harvested in 20 days. Although Su Nian didn't know how many people in the base knew about Shuiguo's matter, he thought that the number should not be large. If you plant more now, you should be able to make some money by selling the ripe snow fruits to the base in 20 days. After that, you can keep the snow fruits you grow for yourself. As Su Nian was thinking about this, he heard the sound of a key being inserted into the door lock. Turning around to look at the door, I saw Jing Mo opening the door and walking in. Seeing Su Nian squatting next to the logistics box, Jing Mo laughed, "I guess you must come out to see it." "Then you guessed right, come on." Jing Mo strode forward and squatted down like Su Nian. The two of them stared at Shuiguo for a long time before Su Nian expressed his thoughts. Jing Mo had no objection to this. "Then should we go out and bring back more soil?" Su Nian nodded, "We should indeed go out for a while. It's not easy to operate inside the base. Let's go outside the base." After the two of them discussed it, Su Nian hurried to change his clothes. There was everything in the space, so there was no need to bring anything. The two of them just went downstairs. This time, I finally didn't see the door of the east unit on the first floor open. This time when I left the base, I used my newly obtained ID card. There is a card swipe machine on each side of the base gate. You need to swipe your card every time you enter or exit, and every person in the car must swipe their card. After successfully leaving the base, Jing Mo drove towards a deserted place. I stopped when I felt it was about time. The two men got out of the car. Jing Mo took out 2 military shovels and handed one of them to Su Nian. "Use this one. This one is easier to use." Su Nian raised his eyebrows, didn't say anything, took the military shovel and started shoveling the snow. It looked no different from the military shovel in her space, but after actually using it, Su Nian discovered the difference. No one knows what material this military shovel is made of. It is very light in the hand, but it is extremely sharp. Shoveling snow is like shoveling tofu. Even if you are shoveling hard ground, it is not much more difficult than shoveling tofu. No wonder Jing Mo dug up so much soil in such a short time yesterday. It turns out this is the reason. Su Nian took out the logistics box and put it aside, then directly put the shoveled soil into it. When it is full, put the box away and take out a new empty box. Chapter 88. Outside the base, there was no one around, and the two men loaded the soil without any scruples. However, they did not choose one place to dig. When they saw that they had almost dug enough, they would move to another place. The two of them stopped only when they realized that the house was probably full of empty logistics boxes. I didn't feel anything when I was busy, but now that I have stopped, I realize that it is already past lunchtime. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo, "Should we go back and eat, or eat here? If you're hungry, you can get something to eat first, and then go back to eat your main meal." It was so cold outside that eating anything was less enjoyable. After getting in the car, Su Nian took out 2 servings of grilled cold noodles and some stinky tofu from the space. These snacks were collected into the space by Su Nian not long after they came out of the pot. Whether it is taste or aroma, it is still in the best state. Jing Mo also ate these snacks with gusto. Don't forget to comment after eating. The meat is delicious, but these snacks are also unique. Of course, Su Nian fully agreed with Jing Mo's evaluation. Isn't snack food all about flavor? I don't know how many people miss this flavor now, but can no longer eat it. After lunch, Su Nian took out all the logistics boxes filled with soil from the space. All the empty spaces in the 2 houses of the 2 people were placed with logistics boxes. Those 20 or so snowberries were all cut open and the seeds inside were picked out one by one. After planting all the logistics boxes, there were still some left. Su Nian put the remaining seeds into space, waiting to use them next time. From that day on, Su Nian and Jing Mo began their home life again. Snow fruit plants do not require two people to take care of them. You just need to spray them with some nutrient solution and water in a certain amount on time, and you don't have to worry about anything else. The two of them still spend most of their time training, watching TV series, and cooking. Nian can cook, but Jing Mo loves cooking more than her. After learning how to cook various dishes from Nian, Jing Mo spends his free time cooking. With the range hood in place, there is no need to worry about the smell drifting outside, so Jing Mo can do his job with complete freedom. The portions of meals Jing Mo cooked were always large. Apart from leaving some for the two of them to eat at the time, the rest were all packed into disposable lunch boxes and put into Nian's space. Thinking about the situation in the next few years, Nian not only had no objection to Jing Mo cooking so many meals, but also joined in. Jing Mo cooks big dishes, while Nian cooks simple food that can be eaten when you are out. For example, the rice balls they had eaten before. In addition, there are longan buns with various fillings, one is just right for you to eat in one bite. When you are busy, time always passes quickly. I hardly felt anything and 20 days passed. Early that morning, after Nian had breakfast, he did not train as usual. Instead, he changed his clothes and went out directly. Coming out of the bedroom is like entering another world. There are iron bars standing on top of the logistics boxes, which are wrapped with white vines and hung with fist-sized snow fruits. Each snow fruit is white and translucent, and very beautiful. The survival rate of this snow fruit is 100%. Every seed has sprouted and grown into a long vine. Nian and Jing Mo had never grown vegetables before, but they knew that they couldn't let the vines grow randomly, so they made a lot of iron sticks and stuck them vertically into the soil, allowing the vines to climb up along the iron sticks. Nian even counted them specially and found that there were at least 40 or 50 snow fruits growing on each vine. This yield is really high. There are not enough snow fruits in the base now, and it has not been fully promoted and is in the recycling stage. Jing Mo asked Kong Jianming, and Kong Jianming said that as long as they were willing to sell, the base would buy it at the price of 2 contribution points for one snow fruit. This price may not sound very high, but as long as there are enough snow fruits, the number of contribution points that can be exchanged for it will still be considerable. Ever since the snow fruit began to bear fruit, Nian has been calculating how many contribution points he can sell for. After waiting for so many days, now it's finally time to pick. Nian stood there for a while and then heard the door open. Jing Mo is here. The two of them didn't talk much and started picking snowberries directly. Nian put the fruits she picked directly into the space, so Jing Mo could only put them in his bag temporarily and wait until it was full before looking for Nian again. There is no technical requirement to pick snow fruits. When two people work together, the speed is very fast. Before noon, all the snow fruits planted by Nian were picked. After lunch, the two of them went to Jing Mo together. It was not until dark that all the snowberries were picked. The vines were also dug out and tied together. Things in the space are controlled by Nian's thoughts, and their number can be easily counted. He didn't feel anything when he was picking them, but after counting them now, Nian realized that they had harvested more than 10,000 snow fruits this time. Nian and Jing Mo discussed it and decided to keep the few hundred leftovers and only sell the 10,000 snow fruits to the base. Just these 10,000 snow fruits can be exchanged for 20,000 contribution points. It only took 20 days in total, without any danger and without much care, except that it was a little hard work when digging the soil. The contribution points were just like picked up. Snow fruit is relatively hard and not afraid of being pressed, so you can just put it directly into the bag. After breakfast the next day, Nian and Jing Mo carried bags of snow fruits downstairs and loaded them into the car. Since there was not enough space in the trunk, they were placed on the roof of the car and pulled over all at once. Before they came, they informed Kong Jianming in advance. Jing Mo's original words were that he planted some snowberries. However, when Kong Jianming saw the bags of snow fruits, he didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Kong Jianming pointed at Shuiguo and asked Jing Mo, "You call this a little bit?" Jing Mo smiled and nodded, "Yes, a little bit, we are just planting for fun, it certainly can't be compared with the large-scale planting at the base. Kong Jianming. If he hadn't known Jing Mo for a long time and knew that he had this kind of temper, he really wanted to kick him. No matter what he thought in his heart, Kong Jianming still had people count the snow fruits and gave them the contribution points they deserved. We have indeed planted quite a few snow fruits in the base, and some private individuals have also planted some. With the addition of the ones you sent us, we can use them as seeds for promotion. Next time you come back to sell your harvest, I guess the price won't be the same. Jing Mo said directly, next time we won't sell them. We'll plant less and keep them for ourselves. Kong Jianming. He understands the truth, but still wants to kick Jing Mo. What should he do? Chapter 89. After saying goodbye to Kong Jianming, Su Nian and Jing Mo didn't wander around the base, but went straight home. Although I got home quickly, I still saw some speechless scenes. Some people were walking in groups, and it was unclear whether they were going to work or had just finished work. Each of them was wrapped very warmly, wearing layer upon layer of clothes, but not much of them really kept them warm. When they walked, they hunched their necks and hugged their arms, and the exposed skin was covered with frostbite. These people all live in dormitories. The base provides them with food and lodging, but it is not provided for free. They have to follow the arrangements of the base and do their work. Su Nian is not sure what it is exactly. But in this weather, no matter what you do, it's all suffering. But is it okay not to do it? Of course not. It's not like there are elderly or children without labor force. If they just open their mouths and wait for food, no matter how much food the base has, it will not be enough to feed them. Su Nian didn't look at it for too long and quickly looked away. Even if he was reborn once, Su Nian was still just a human, not a god. All she could do was not to compete with these people for survival resources, but to hide and live her own life, and then bring back more prey or plant more snow fruits. These people cannot afford wild boar meat, but there will definitely be some meat added to the meals at the base so that they can have enough calories to survive and work. Snow fruit will soon be planted in large quantities and mature quickly, so it will be no problem for everyone to eat it. With the supplement of vitamins, my physical fitness will be better, snow blindness will be improved, and most importantly, I will no longer suffer from constipation. Su Nian let out a long breath. This was all she could do. Su Nian turned to look at Jing Mo. After we go back, let's grow another batch of snow fruits and sell them. When the time comes, we will not sell it to the base, but to the people in the base. We will sell it at a lower price. Jing Mo didn't know why Su Nian suddenly brought this up, but he didn't object and agreed directly, okay. I'll listen to you. Hearing Jing Mo's answer, Su Nian smiled, why do I feel that the thing you say most is to listen to me? Jing Mo took it for granted, you are my partner, who should I listen to if I don't listen to you? Hearing this, Su Nian smiled even brighter, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I also think what I said makes a lot of sense. When the second batch of snow fruits planted by Su Nian and Jing Mo matured, everyone in the base knew about the existence of snow fruits. Nowadays, you can buy 3 snow fruits for 1 contribution point, which is very cheap. Su Nian and Jing Mo drove to find Kong Jianming with a car full of snow fruits. Kong Jianming was a little puzzled. Didn't you say last time that you weren't going to sell it to the base anymore? The current recycling price of the base is 5 snow fruits for 1 contribution point, which is really not cost-effective. Su Nian smiled and said, Captain Kong, we don't plan to sell it to the base, we just want you to do us a favor. Can you arrange someone to deliver these to the dormitories where the elderly and children live? Each of them can buy 10 for just 1 contribution point. But it is only available for the elderly and children there, and cannot be purchased on behalf of others. When Kong Jianming heard Su Nian's words, his pupils shrank in surprise. There are so many snow fruits, at least more than 10,000 of them. Even if you sell it to the base at the current price, you can still get 2 to 3,000 contribution points. But Su Nian wants to sell it to the elderly and children at a cheaper price. By this calculation, so many snow fruits can only be sold for more than 1,000 contribution points at most. This cannot be said to be a huge loss, it is no different from giving it away for free. Kong Jianming looked at Jing Mo, do you agree too? Of course, I agree with whatever Su Nian does. Kong Jianming wanted to take back the previous question. He just wanted Jing Mo's opinion, but Jing Mo stuffed his mouth with dog food. But you know what, in this apocalypse, dog food tastes really good. Kong Jianming quickly gathered his thoughts and looked at Su Nian again, you want to help them? Then you might as well just give it to them. They might be more grateful to you. Su Nian shook his head, what does business have to do with gratitude? Whether they make a lot or a little, it's all business. What they think has nothing to do with me. Besides, if I really give them away for free, they may not be grateful. Su Nian's words stunned Kong Jianming. Kong Jianming had never seen Su Nian take off her mask, but just from her eyes and the sound of her voice he could tell that she was not very old. Such a little girl sees human nature so thoroughly and clearly. I don't know whether it is a good thing or not. By the way, Captain Kong, please tell your men not to talk nonsense. I don't want to hear my and Jing Mo's names from other people. We don't need gratitude, not at all. Kong Jianming's thoughts were interrupted by Su Nian, but this time, Kong Jianming didn't ask anything and agreed directly. Don't worry, my people are strictly disciplined and will never say a word more. With Captain Kong's words, I feel relieved. After the three of them had talked, Su Nian and Jing Mo unloaded the snow fruits from the car, said goodbye to Kong Jianming, and drove away. As for contribution points, they can now be transferred using the base app, and Kong Jianming will transfer them directly to Jing Mo at that time. After solving this problem, Su Nian felt much better. After returning home and turning on his phone, Su Nian realized that the Chinese New Year had already arrived without him noticing. During the last Chinese New Year, it was still extremely hot, and Su Nian had the New Year's Eve dinner alone. But this time, it wasn't just one person. Jing Mo. The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve, let's have a New Year's Eve dinner together. Okay. Then I'll give you delicious shrimp and stir-fried green beans. Let's make some sweet and sour fish, and we'll have plenty every year. We also have to eat dumplings. How can we celebrate Chinese New Year without eating dumplings? Eat. Let's make and eat now. How do you make dumplings? Is it difficult to learn? You can teach me when the time comes. Okay. I'll teach you. As she spoke, Su Nian slowly tilted her head and leaned on Jing Mo's shoulder. It has actually been quite some time since the two of them confirmed their relationship. But for so long, Su Nian never felt that there was any big difference between them and before they confirmed their relationship. It was not until this moment that Su Nian finally realized the difference. In this end times, there is someone she can trust completely. You can fight alongside her, and you can stay at home and farm with her. They can do good deeds together without leaving their names, or discuss what to eat for the New Year's Eve dinner together. Only when you truly experience this feeling will you understand how good it is. Su Nian slowly closed her eyes and spoke softly, Jing Mo. I am here. Chapter 90. On New Year's Eve, Su Nian just got up and found it was snowing outside again. After the extreme cold, it doesn't snow every day, but because the temperature is always very low, the snow does not melt for a long time, so it is always white. Looking at the snowflakes falling outside, combined with the day-to-day, there really is a New Year atmosphere. Su Nian changed his clothes, took out red paper from the space, and prepared to write the Spring Festival couplets himself. Since we have agreed to celebrate the New Year, there must be a sense of ritual. When Jing Mo came over, Su Nian had already written several Spring Festival couplets and several Big Fu characters. Jing Mo seldom watches TV series with Su Nian, but he knows all the rituals for the Chinese New Year very well. Looking at these Spring Festival couplets, Jing Mo asked, is the paste ready? We're ready. Let's go post it. The two left the bedroom together. Except for the outer door, every other room was pasted with Spring Festival couplets and the word Fu. With these red colors, the New Year atmosphere is even stronger. Su Nian stared at the Spring Festival couplets for a while, found the Polaroid camera from the space, and called Jing Mo, come on, let's take a photo together. The advantage of Polaroid cameras is that they can take photos and produce them immediately, and soon the two got their own photos. Nian searched in the space for a long time and finally found a large photo album. Nian wrote the date on the photo and put it in the album. From now on, we will take a photo every day and put them all in the album. When we are old, we can sit together and look through them slowly. Jing Mo looked at the album carefully and said, if I have to wait until I'm old to look at it, this album won't be able to hold so many photos. We can live to be 300 years old. How can this small booklet contain more than 200 years of our lives? Hearing Jing Mo's words, Nian found it somewhat funny, yet also felt warm in her heart. It's okay. I have a lot of albums like this. If one is not enough, I can use 10. If 10 are not enough, I can use 100. I'm sure we can fit our entire lives in them. Jing Mo was satisfied then when we are old, we can look at the photo album together. It will probably take a long time to look through them all. Nian. Okay, shut up. Nian decisively changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to make dumplings? Come on, I'll teach you how to make dumplings. They went back to the bedroom together. After washing their hands, Nian took out the wash basin and started teaching Jing Mo how to knead the dough. Knead the dough first, then set it aside to rest, then chop the meat and prepare the filling. The two discussed it and prepared two kinds of dumpling fillings. One is pork and green onions, the other is shrimp with 3 fresh delicacies. By the time the dumpling filling is ready, the dough has also risen. Jing Mo spent so much time learning to cook, and it wasn't in vain. Even something like making dumplings, after Nian taught him once, he could make them properly. One person rolls out the dumpling wrappers while the other makes the dumplings. There was an iPad opposite the two of them, which was playing the TV series they had not finished watching. As for the Spring Festival Gala, of course I have to wait until the evening when I have the New Year's Eve dinner to watch it. The two of them had this New Year's Eve dinner from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. We ate various dishes first and then cooked dumplings. Just after 12 o'clock, Jing Mo took out a red box from the backpack he brought. Jing Mo brought this backpack when he came here in the morning. Nian saw it but did not ask what was inside. Because Nian knew that what was inside must be the New Year gift that Jing Mo prepared for her. Looking at the red box, Nian's eyes sparkled. Can I open it? Sure. Nian rubbed his hands and then opened the box. As the lid was opened, Nian could see clearly what was inside. Is this a gun? Yes, it's a laser gun. The design speed is 0.3, each shot consumes 90 energy, and the power is huge. It is a very good life-saving weapon. Although I can be sure that I will always be by your side and will not put you in danger. However, I still want to give you a weapon like this. Making yourself stronger is the greatest and best protection for you. Listening to Jing Mo's slow explanation, Nian felt warm in her heart and her eyes were also a little hot. After blinking hard a few times, Nian said, "Thank you for your gift. I also have a gift for you." Nian said this and took out the things he had prepared early in the morning from the space. The distance between the two was originally quite close, but Nian moved back before taking out the gift. At this time, a square cabinet with a metallic luster appeared between the two people. This cabinet is 2 meters long, 1 meter wide and 50 centimeters thick. Jing Mo looked at it for a long time, still a little confused. What is this? Nian smiled proudly. You can't guess it, right? I specifically asked Captain Kong to help me customize this. This thing is very heavy, it is a super large brick. If you use it to hit a wild boar, it will probably turn the wild boar into a meat pie. Jing Mo laughed out loud when he heard this. So you want me to use it to smash the wild boar into meat patties and then eat them directly? Of course not. Nian glared at Jing Mo unhappily. Although this thing is very heavy, it is hollow. It has also been specially treated so that the lid can be opened easily. Nian said this and demonstrated it to Jing Mo. As the lid opened, the contents inside were revealed to Jing Mo. I put a lot of fast food in here, including hot pot, instant noodles, hot and sour rice noodles, and rice noodles. There are also various biscuits, bread, compressed biscuits, canned food, milk, and water. In addition, there are all kinds of jerky that you like to eat and various vacuum-packed cooked foods. Although I can also guarantee that I will always be by your side and will not let you go without food. However, I ask you to carry food with you so that you won't go hungry." Su Nian finished speaking and blinked mischievously. What she said next was completely inspired by Jing Mo's previous remarks. It can be said that she learned and applied it immediately. "Jing Mo, you." Before Su Nian could finish her words, Jing Mo walked around the giant brick and came in front of her. He stretched out his long arms and held her in his arms. "Thank you, Su Nian." Su Nian's body stiffened when being held in Jing Mo's arms. This was the first time the two hugged. But after being stiff for a while, Su Nian's body gradually softened. Su Nian raised her hand and gently patted Jing Mo's back, her voice becoming softer. "Be good. Don't worry. I won't let you starve." After Su Nian finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, Su Nian couldn't help feeling a little strange as Jing Mo didn't respond. Just when she was about to break free and see what was wrong with Jing Mo let her go, and then her cheeks were gently pinched. Chapter 91. Su Nian stared at Jing Mo, "Why are you pinching me?" Jing Mo had a serious and inquiring expression on his face, and he deliberately pinched his hand again. "Your face is white and tender, and looks plump. I've always been curious about what it feels like to pinch it. Now I finally know." Su Nian blinked. "What does it feel like?" "It feels as smooth as jelly and as soft as marshmallow. The feeling of pinching it is just as good as I imagined." Su Nian looked at Jing Mo, and her eyes gradually became complicated. "Just say it, why smack your lips? And why are all those descriptions related to food?" Before Su Nian could break free, Jing Mo let go of her hand, pointed at the giant brick on the ground and asked, "Are you going to let me carry this?" Su Nian snorted, "If you can carry it, you can carry it on your back." Su Nian said this, but he still put the lid back on, and then said, "When it's closed, it's a weapon. Well, try to see if you can put it in this weapon space." Jing Mo also became serious, nodded earnestly, and tried to put the oversized brick into the space. This try actually worked. Looking at the disappearing oversized brick, Su Nian and Jing Mo looked at each other in surprise, and their happiness was self-evident. Jing Mo was like a child at this moment, taking out the oversized brick and putting it away, moving it back and forth many times. After playing for a while, Jing Mo finally had enough and looked at Su Nian. "You are really smart. I didn't think of this idea." Su Nian shook his head. "It's not that you didn't think about it, but that you didn't even think about it." Although Su Nian couldn't imagine what kind of life Jing Mo lived when he was an interstellar. But there will definitely be no worries about food and drink. Since there is no need to worry about food and drink, the weapon space should be used only to store weapons. Why would you think of putting other things in it? It's because the situation is different now that Su Nian would think about these things. "I just gave this one a try, and I'm not sure if it will work. Now that it's successful, I can order a few more, so that I can put more things in it." At this point, Su Nian thought of a question, "By the way, how big is your weapon space? Can it hold all of them?" Jing Mo thought about it seriously. "I have never paid attention to the question of how big it is before. I think it shouldn't be a problem to fit the entire base in there." Su Nian then quickly asked Captain Kong to make it for you. "No need." Jing Mo stopped Su Nian. "Captain Kong is trustworthy, but he can't do this. We should let others do it. If more people know about it, it's inevitable that some people will be kind and try to find out how we use it. It's better not to look for him." "What you said does make sense, but who else can we look for if not him?" "Find the people over there in StarCraft. Not only can they make oversized brick moving machines, they can also make other weapons hollow." Su Nian imagined the scene and said, "After it's done, what's the difference between that and moving bricks? But it doesn't matter, as long as it works. After it is done, put some of your clothes and luggage in it, which will be much more convenient when you go out in the future. You can also put more food in it. Is your space unable to maintain freshness? If it can be kept fresh, I can even pack some of the prepared meals for you. Seeing Su Nian's regretful expression, Jing Mo smiled and pinched her cheek. It's good enough now, so don't feel sorry. Su Nian nodded, I know. It is wrong to be greedy. Jing Mo was a little curious, why do you always say that you'll be out and about in the future? Do you want to go out? Are you tired of staying at home for so long? No. Su Nian shook his head. When he looked at Jing Mo, his eyes were still a little confused. Didn't I tell you that I was reborn? Jing Mo? No. Maybe I forgot. I have actually experienced the apocalypse once. In my previous life, I lived to the 10th year of the apocalypse. At that time, disasters were still happening constantly, and I died in acid rain. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn, and it was still 3 months before the end of the world. I found a space among the heirlooms, and spent all my money on buying various supplies and put them in the space. Su Nian finished speaking in one breath, just waiting for Jing Mo's reaction. Jing Mo took a while to respond, and the first thing he asked was, did you know me in your previous life? I don't know him. In my last life, I moved around in some small bases. At that time, I didn't have so many supplies, no car, no gas, no way to go further, I just struggled to survive. Jing Mo rubbed Su Nian's head and said, maybe in your previous life, I didn't come here at all. You were reborn, and I was born again, we just happened to meet, and everything was just right. You're right, everything is just right. After the New Year's Eve dinner, life became peaceful again. Su Nian and Jing Mo planted snow fruit again. This time they didn't plan to sell them outside. They just planned to grow them and keep them in the space to eat them slowly later. In the 10 years of the apocalypse that Su Nian knew, such extremely cold weather only occurred in these 2 years. If the living environment of snow fruit is dozens of degrees below zero, then when the extreme cold ends, most people probably won't be able to grow snow fruit anymore. Snow fruit is rich in nutritional value and tastes very good. While they can still plant crops now, the two decided not to leave the soil idle for a single day, and to plant the next crop after the current one. Although the number harvested each time is not exactly the same, it is not much different, always around 12,000. Fortunately, snow fruits are not big, so even if there are hundreds of thousands of them, they don't take up too much space. After harvesting the last batch of snow fruits, Su Nian put all the logistics boxes into the space. Snow fruit can no longer be planted in the future, but the soil can be saved and should be able to be used to plant other things in the future. As the earthquake gets closer, Su Nian and Jing Mo have been making preparations. The day before an earthquake, the temperature will recover from dozens of degrees below zero to more than 10 degrees above zero. Compared with the devastating earthquake, the recovery of temperature is considered good news. Su Nian was also hesitant at first, wondering whether he should find a way to tell the base about the earthquake. Jing Mo and Kong Jianming have more contact, so they naturally know more information. Jing Mo said that the base had already predicted the earthquake and was making various preparations. Knowing that the base was already making preparations, Su Nian felt much more relieved. Chapter 92. Many things in this life are indeed different from those in the previous life. It's probably just like Jing Mo said, everything in this life is just right. It was just like her encounter with Jing Mo, and also like the various advance predictions and preparations made by the base. Su Nian does not know the exact date when the temperature will return to normal. After all, at this time in the previous life, the small base where Su Nian was located had long been out of electricity. What everyone thinks about every day is to try their best to live well. As for the specific date, no one has remembered it anymore. Su Nian from her previous life recorded it, but she wasn't sure if it was accurate. Feeling that it was almost time, Su Nian specifically told Jing Mo about it, and they both set the alarm clock to get up early every day. Because Su Nian remembered clearly that the day the temperature returned to normal was when he was sleeping. She was curled up to sleep at the time, but as she slept, she felt hotter and hotter, as if she was in a furnace. At that time, Su Nian thought she had a fever, but after waking up, she saw everyone cheering and taking off their clothes, then she realized that she was not sick, but her temperature had risen. In order to avoid being woken up by the heat in this life, Nian decided to get up early every morning. Nian got up early on the third day, washed up and prepared for training. But before she could take off her pajamas, she felt a little hot. After just a moment's pause, Nian realized that the temperature was rising. Nian quickly took off her heavy pajamas, sweater, and socks. Without bothering to take off his underwear, he turned off the stove that Jing Mo gave him and put it into the space. Then Nian took out the charcoal from the stove and put it into the iron bucket. Leave the stove alone for now, and wait until it has cooled down completely, then remove the exhaust pipe and put it away. After only working for a while, Nian felt a thin layer of sweat on his body. When it's extremely cold, I just feel that the warm clothes Jing Mo sent me are quite effective. But now, Nian feels that the effect of this thermal clothing has doubled. Nian locked the bedroom door, then quickly took off her clothes and found some sportswear in her space to put on. After changing clothes, Nian finally felt a lot more comfortable. In the past 2 years, except when taking a shower or sleeping, I always wear several layers of clothes, and I always feel like I can't stretch my body. Now changing into light sportswear is like taking off thick armor. After changing clothes, Nian opened the bedroom door and walked out. The temperature in the living room has risen, but Nian doesn't feel cold at all wearing this. Instead, she feels very comfortable. Nian walked to the window in the living room and looked down. He could see the ice and snow outside melting and gathering into a small river, flowing along the gutter. The construction of the Rihe mountain resort alone took several decades. It has been hundreds of years since its construction. The wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. There are many mountains and rivers here, and the drainage is very good. Even if the temperature suddenly rises and the snow melts, there is no need to worry about any floods. When Nian was standing by the window and looking down, there were many people looking out as well. These people were much more excited than Nian, and their shouting almost broke through the sky. It has been 2 years of extreme cold, and I don't know how many people died in it. Now that the temperature has finally risen and the ice and snow have finally melted, it is indeed worth everyone's excitement. Listening to their shouts, Nian felt quite complicated. If they knew that there would be a big earthquake tomorrow, I wonder how these people would feel. Nian didn't think any further and walked towards the door of his house. As soon as Nian opened the door, he saw the door opposite was also opened, and Jing Mo appeared at the door. The two smiled at each other. Jing Mo walked out of the door first and walked towards Nian. The two returned to the house together and discussed what to do next. The temperature has risen today and there will be an earthquake tomorrow morning. This earthquake was devastating. I don't know exactly what magnitude it was, but I only know that the houses at the base where I was at the time collapsed and were directly flattened to the ground. Not only that, there were also deep cracks on the ground, which looked pitch black and no one knew where they led to. The ice and snow had just melted and the water level had not had time to drop when an earthquake occurred, houses collapsed, and many people's belongings were soaked in water. After the earthquake, life became even more difficult. At the end of his speech, Nian's voice also lowered. Even now, Nian's mood has become heavy unexpectedly in the days after the earthquake. Jing Mo reached out and held Nian's shoulders. Don't think about it, that's all in the past. This life should be different. This place has existed for hundreds of years and has experienced earthquakes of varying sizes before. The earthquake-proof measures should be good enough, and there are no particularly tall buildings, so it shouldn't be particularly tragic. Nian nodded. Now that things have come to this is the only way to think about it. By the way, what are the plans for tomorrow at the base? Captain Kong said that the base will hold a banquet for 10,000 people in the open space outside the base to celebrate the drop in temperature. Everyone in the base will be invited to the banquet, and it will be free. Hearing this, Nian laughed. That's a good idea. It is difficult for ordinary people to earn contribution points, and even if they have them, they want to save them and never dare to eat to their heart's content. I don't think anyone would be unhappy to have a free meal. At that time, everyone will go outside the base. Outside is a large square with an unobstructed view that can accommodate many people at the same time. The road outside the square was also empty, with no buildings around. There is no need to worry about the collapse of the building injuring people. As for why the news of the earthquake was not announced directly, it was of course because of some concerns. First it was extremely hot, then it was extremely cold, which has changed the mentality of many people. Now that the temperature has finally returned to normal, tell these people that a devastating earthquake will occur tomorrow. Not to mention whether everyone will believe it. Even if everyone believes it, it is inevitable that some people will have extreme ideas and do something irreparable. It would be better to think of another reason to get everyone out of the base, and deal with the rest after the earthquake. On this day, Nian and Jing Mo were both busy. The two of them worked together to dismantle the stove in their bedroom and put it into the space. Not only that, even the wall stickers, floor coverings, curtains, etc. were all removed and put into the space. Putting these away is not only for secondary use, but also to prevent the house from collapsing during an earthquake. Otherwise, if someone comes and looks for it later and finds these things, they will inevitably become suspicious. To avoid any unexpected situations, of course, put away everything that shouldn't be there. Chapter 93. By night, there were only 2 beds left in Su Nian's room. That's right, there are 2 beds, because Jing Mo is going to sleep in the same room with Su Nian tonight. Although in the previous life, the earthquake occurred on the second day of the temperature rise, in order to avoid any accidents, the two decided to sleep in the same room at night to avoid any unexpected situations and not be able to react in time. The two have been in a relationship for more than a year, and although it was their first time living in the same room, they did not feel awkward at all. Fortunately, nothing unexpected